Plundering the Heavens Chapter 1271 to Chapter 1325. Mr. Wen, the withered old woman, or was it someone else? As Fang Xing's furious gaze swept across the faces of the four old men, the others were also sizing each other up. Thinking about what had just happened, they were terrified. Who was it? They had been working together for almost 2 months, and yet they still wanted to harm others? Did it not occur to them that Fang Xing was not the only one who had been harmed, but everyone else would suffer together with him? Moreover, as they looked around, most of the cold gazes fell on Mr. Wen and the withered old woman. The two of them were the biggest suspects. It was not too late for Mr. Wen to escape from the Sea of Stars. The strange magic power had appeared just after he had left the Sea of Stars. After this incident, the others had wanted to save him, but only he had been watching coldly from the sidelines. His calmness was frightening. The withered old woman had also been trapped in the Sea of Stars at the same time as Fang Xing. It seemed that she was not a suspect, but if one thought about it carefully, there were many problems. First of all, the old woman had quarreled with Fang Xing many times along the way. She had not even concealed her murderous intent. Given her stubborn and ruthless character, it would not be surprising if she had done something like this to vent her anger by secretly harming Fang Xing. Moreover, although it seemed that she had fallen into the Sea of Stars at the same time as Fang Xing, her position was just a bit ahead of Fang Xing. Naturally, her chances of escaping were higher. Thinking about it later, it was because she was in a hurry to escape that she had blocked Mr. Ghost's rope that he had used to save Fang Xing. She had also deliberately stepped on a meteorite towards Fang Xing, completely blocking Fang Xing's escape route. Who knew if she had deliberately planned all of this? For a moment, all kinds of thoughts were surging in everyone's mind. Their eyes were full of suspicion. However, although they were suspicious, no one said it out loud. After all, this was a serious matter, and no one dared to rashly accuse others. Now that we are all on the same boat, we have to rely on each other's cooperation to have any hope of passing through the Sea of Stars. Who would dare to secretly plot against us? Could it be that they don't want their own lives just to harm others? I think, maybe this is just a misunderstanding? Mr. Wen was the first to break the silence. He spoke in a soft and probing voice. It's not impossible. Mr. Lan listened for a long time before nodding slowly. At that time, what caused the flaw in the Universal Six Harmonies formation to appear was only a sudden wisp of supernatural power. It was not necessarily intentional. It was also possible that he had drifted in the Sea of Stars for too long and lacked energy. Also, because he saw the Dragon Bone Temple in the middle of the star field, his mind was agitated, so he could not control his supernatural power and almost caused a disaster. Of course, if a core formation cultivator didn't have good control over their magic power, it was understandable, but they... Who had ever heard of a cultivator who could not even control his own magic power? Although this kid is really annoying, and it's reasonable for someone to want to harm you, this matter is of great importance after all. There's no way someone would joke around with their own life, right? Don't make unwarranted accusations here. Are you trying to mess up the situation and fish in troubled waters? The withered-haired old woman had just experienced a dangerous experience, and now that she had recovered, she coldly snorted and said, if it weren't for the fact that I didn't think that anyone would harm me, I wouldn't have joined hands with you and ventured into the Sea of Stars together. However, that's the truth. I originally wanted to join hands with you and venture into the immortal path together. For this, I even imprisoned my brother-in-law and took his star map of the dragon tribe to give to you. Isn't that enough? It was originally a good thing for everyone, but now it seems that some of you don't want to be so good. Do you want to ruin such a good situation? Fang Xing sneered and stared at the withered-haired old woman. Although he didn't say anything, it was obvious that he was implying something. When these words came out, it really gave people a headache. He was right. The current situation of the immortal path was already the most perfect result in everyone's hearts. Originally, they had planned to exhaust all possible means and then fight with Fang Xing and Third Prince Ao. They would take them down regardless of the consequences and then forcibly cross the immortal path. However, because of Fang Xing's idea, not only did the two sides not fight to the death, but they joined hands and even exchanged opinions on some matters. This was already many times better than what they had imagined. Along the way, no matter how infuriating Fang Xing was, the 5 elders had tolerated him because he had facilitated this cooperation. In that case, who was it that wanted to disrupt this originally perfect situation? It's not that the situation has to be ruined, but it's already ruined. And just when the cultivators were feeling vexed, hating the person who was secretly causing mischief, Mr. Ghost suddenly faintly spoke. Zhu Xiu was startled and turned to look at him. Mr. Ghost did not answer and only looked quietly in one direction. Following his gaze, everyone's heart sank and they lamented in their hearts. As expected, Lu Shou, that person had failed to harm Fang Xing, but in the end, he still harmed one of the 5 elders, Lu Shou. At this time, Lu Shou was not dead yet. He was sitting in the void beside the Dragon Bone Temple, relying on the aura of the temple to suppress the black creature in his body. His Dharma power and complexion did not continue to wither, but anyone could tell that he was in a bad state at this time, like a person who had been poisoned. Even if it had not acted up now, it was only a matter of time before it did. At this time, he was still in the sea of consciousness, ignoring everything outside. He was obviously thinking of ways to force the black creature out of his body, but it was clearly in vain. Without Fang Xing, the immortal path was no doubt difficult, but now, without Lu Shou, it was likely that they would not be able to cross this sea of stars. Could it be that this immortal path was really stuck at the first difficulty of the immortal path? At this thought, everyone's heart could not help but sink. That's not necessarily the case. Isn't that little dragon still? The withered old woman suddenly thought of something, and she sneered and spoke softly. When Zhu Xiu heard this, he understood what she meant. Speaking of which, Lu Shou's death was not enough to make them despair. After all, he had already deduced the universal formation, and now he only needed 6 people to operate the formation. In that case, even if Lu Shou was dead, they only needed to find another person to replace him. Coincidentally, there was such a person in their group, and that was 3rd Prince Ao, who was imprisoned by Fang Xing. After all, the Dharma power of that dragon was not inferior to theirs. Thinking up to here, countless gazes shot towards Fang Xing in unison. He is not dead yet, isn't it a little too early for you to think about this? Fang Xing suddenly became angry, and he glared at Zhu Xiu coldly, as if he wanted to kill someone. Especially when he looked at the withered old woman, he looked like he could not wait to kill her. Humph, the withered old woman did not care. She met Fang Xing's gaze and sneered, then looked away. We'll discuss this matter later. It's truly strange that there's actually a Dragon Bone Temple here. Moreover, this Dragon Bone Temple seems to be able to deter the black creatures that live within the meteors. It's even more profound. Why don't we enter the temple and investigate it? Mr. Lan spoke, and the deadlock was resolved. Everyone nodded gently. They had all heard the vague meaning in Mr. Lan's words. Now, finding out who the mastermind was and how they were going to cross the Sea of Stars were naturally urgent problems. However, these 2 matters were not easy to deal with. How were they going to find out who the mastermind was? Could they tie up Mr. Wen and the withered old woman, who were the most suspicious, and interrogate them? If they really did that, they were afraid that the 5 of them would immediately fall out and no longer cooperate. As for the matter of summoning 3rd Prince Ao to replace Lu Shou, it was still too early to talk about it. After all, 3rd Prince Ao was too hostile to them, and the little devil obviously did not want to let him out. There was no point in discussing this. Anyway, when it was really necessary, he had to let him go even if he did not want to. 3rd Prince Ao had to cooperate with him even if he did not want to. On the other hand, the sudden appearance of the Dragon Bone Shrine had aroused the curiosity of all the cultivators. If it weren't for the fact that such an unsettling thing had happened as soon as they left the Star Sea, they would have long fought to rush in. Humph, you haven't even saved your companions, and you want to find opportunities? Fang Xing was very dissatisfied. He sneered and walked toward Lu South. This sentence made Zhu Xiu, who had been wholeheartedly focused on the Dragon Bone Temple, feel a little embarrassed. Even though they were all cold-hearted and would do anything to become immortals, they were still a little embarrassed at this time. However, just when they felt a little embarrassed, they suddenly found that Fang Xing, who seemed to be walking over to check on Lu Shou's injury, did not even stop when he reached Lu Shou's side. Instead, he took a turn and stepped into the Dragon Bone Temple, saying, "There may be a way to save him inside, this bastard." His words sounded nice, but in fact, he wanted to be the first to enter the Dragon Bone Temple. It seemed that he wanted to check on Lu Shou's injury, but in fact, He just wanted to approach the Dragon Bone Temple inconspicuously. Let's go, don't let him get ahead of us. Xianxia and the four elders were shocked when they saw that the person with the lowest cultivation among them was the first to rush into the Dragon Bone Temple. They immediately pounced forward. They did not have much confidence in Fangxing's character. If there was something good that he had already put into his pocket dimension, it would be difficult to force him to hand it over. Ow! Just when they rushed forward and were ready to rush into the Dragon Bone Temple after Fangxing, they suddenly heard an extremely sorrowful cry coming from the temple. This cry was extremely abrupt, and it was Fangxing's voice. They were shocked for a moment, and the four of them paused at the entrance of the temple. For a moment, they did not dare to rush in, and a terrible thought arose in their minds at the same time. Could there be some danger in this temple? Due to a moment of carelessness, Fangxing managed to sneak into the Dragon Bone Temple first. Xianxia and the five elders were very nervous. They were worried that Fangxing would take all the good stuff in the Dragon Bone Temple for himself. After all, if someone else took it, they could still ask for an equal share. However, if it fell into the hands of this demon, it would be difficult for them to ask him to hand it over. They had spent a lot of effort just buying his spiritual essences along the way. They had already tacitly agreed that he was such a person and had long given up on the idea of taking advantage of him. However, just as they were about to rush into the Dragon Bone Temple, a sorrowful cry came from inside the temple. It made their hearts tremble. They did not dare to rush in immediately, fearing that there would be danger inside. They stayed at the entrance of the temple for a while. However, it was only for a moment before they used their own methods to investigate. Whoosh! Mr. Land's body became blurry, and in the blink of an eye, there were two of him. His real body stayed at the entrance of the temple while his doppelganger stepped into the temple without hesitation. At the same time, the scholarly Mr. Wen pointed his finger in the air and formed a rune. It looked like an eye and quickly rushed into the temple. And the withered old woman and Mr. Ghost's reaction was not slow. The withered old woman's white hair fluttered, a demon general puppet appeared beside her, charged straight into the Dragon Bone Temple, while Mr. Ghost split out a stream of black smoke, flew straight into it. Even if there was danger inside, it would not scare them. The most important thing was to observe the situation inside. Of course, if Fangxing really encountered any danger inside, they would also lend a hand to save him. However, they were all stunned after observing the situation inside with their various abilities. The interior of the Dragon Bone Temple was not very large. It was similar to the ancestral halls of every orthodoxy on the Tianyuan continent. It was only a few dozen meters wide and could be seen with a single glance. The walls and floor were also made of bone and were engraved with faint inscriptions. There were many different kinds of shelves in the temple, but they were all empty now. At the end of the temple, there was a white stone platform with a squarish bone box on it. The box was engraved with the image of an evil dragon bearing its fangs and claws. It stared at the entrance of the temple gloomily. Overall, the entire Dragon Bone Temple was empty. There was no danger at all. Why was the little demon crying out? Everyone looked at Fangxing at this moment. Their gazes were filled with doubt and some impatience. The nine-headed bug has emptied everything, Fangxing finally spoke. He pointed at the empty shelves and said with a tone that seemed as if he would rather die. Motherf ****. Only then did the various cultivators realize that it was a false alarm. They retracted their divine arts and entered the Dragon Bone Temple with their true bodies. The way they looked at Fangxing was a little strange. This guy was really too good at bluffing. They thought he had encountered some kind of danger just now, but it turned out that the scream was because the nine-headed bug had taken away the items in the Dragon Bone Temple in advance. However, looking at the shelves around them, there were all kinds of items. There must have been quite a lot of items placed on them before, but now that they were empty, it was clear that someone had indeed taken away a lot of them. That's too cruel. Who knows how many treasures were originally placed here? They've all been taken away. Fangxing gritted his teeth and his eyes were about to spit fire. He cursed as he walked forward. You're speaking as if the nine-headed bug took away your items, Zhu Xiu cursed in his heart. The nine-headed bug had come earlier than them. It was reasonable for it to have taken away the opportunities in the temple. They naturally felt a little regretful. However, they would not be as distressed as the little demon. It was a little ridiculous. This black-hearted nine-headed bastard deserves to have his hands chopped off. Does he think he's a bandit? Why did he sweep it so cleanly? Fangxing was still furious. He cursed under his breath. Zhu Xiu's gaze was extremely strange. Although they had not appeared in the world for a long time and did not pay much attention to the geniuses who would rise and disappear like weeds in Tianyuan every generation, they had vaguely heard that among the younger generation of Tianyuan, the one with the title of bandit was this person before them. Well, not everything has been moved. At this moment, the black-robed Mr. Ghost suddenly spoke in a low voice. He looked in a direction. In reality, there was no need for him to remind them. In reality, everyone had already noticed that thing. It was right in front of the entrance of the temple. There was a white box made of bone. It was about 3 meters square. There was a faint golden seal on it. It was not torn off. It looked like the box had never been opened. In this huge dragon bone temple, only the box was placed on the platform. Regardless of its position or appearance, it seemed to be the most precious thing in the dragon bone temple, and also the only thing. That box is one with the temple. Fangxing naturally noticed it too. He smiled slyly and said in a low voice. The expressions of the various cultivators were rather grim, and they moved closer unnaturally. It was clear that they were guarding against others trying to snatch it. Then, upon closer inspection, they realized that the box was indeed one with the dragon bone temple. This was probably the reason why it had not been moved away. However, as they looked at the closed part of the box, everyone grew suspicious. While there was still a seal on it, there were clearly no ripples of mana on the seal. It was just a normal paper seal. Why had the nine-headed bug not taken it away? Of course, there might be a good treasure inside. Old witch, go take a look. Fangxing actually did not have the urgency he had when he first entered this place. He laughed slyly and egged on the withered old woman beside him. Humph, you dare to call me old witch? The withered old woman looked at the box and coldly replied to Fangxing. Her tone was unfriendly. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't you want the treasure, old witch? Fangxing was not afraid of her at all. He chuckled and looked sincere. It's better to be careful. Mr. Lan could not stand it anymore and said in a low voice. Fangxing was not an idiot. Naturally, they were not idiots either. Ever since they entered the Dragon Bone Temple, they had all noticed the box. After all, it was the only thing left in the temple. But no matter how anxious they were, no one wanted to be the first to open it. After all, the Dragon Bone Temple had already been visited by the nine-headed bug once. So many things were taken away. Why was this bone box the only thing left behind? There must be something fishy going on. Old foxes like them would not fight to take this risk. Everyone had this thought in mind. And so, this situation was formed. They looked at each other in dismay, and no one wanted to go forward. There must be a reason why this Dragon Bone Temple is located here. Perhaps it has a deep connection with how to reach the other side of the path to immortality. Even if some of the opportunities here have been taken away by the Jiuling King, there are still some opportunities that he cannot take away by himself. This bone box is placed in such an important place. We can't miss it. Even if there are no opportunities left in it, it will be good to see if there are any clues left behind. I think we should find a way to open it and take a look, Mr. Lan said in a gloomy voice. His eyes were rather dignified. You're right. Let me try using the talisman technique. The scholarly Mr. Wen said in a low voice. He glanced at Zhu Xiu. Seeing that no one objected, he raised his hand and drew a talisman in the void. Then, the talisman light shone brightly and rushed forward. It turned into a whirlwind. It was obvious that it wanted to open the bone box. However, a surprising scene appeared. The talisman light suddenly disappeared before it could reach the bone box. Then, it turned into nothingness. Eh? That bone box is mysterious. It has devoured the magic power of my talisman. Mr. Wen was startled. He then said in a low voice. Let me try. The withered old woman stepped forward. Her withered hair fluttered in the wind. She manipulated a puppet to rush forward in an attempt to open the bone box. However, the bone box seemed to have grown roots. The demon puppet's strength of tens of thousands of kilograms couldn't move it at all. This box has been placed there. So, it can't be opened casually. Mr. Lon frowned. Mr. Lon frowned and analyzed in a low voice, I don't see any seals or talismans on the box. There's only a seal that hasn't been torn off. Furthermore, it's just an ordinary paper seal that doesn't have any magic power. It doesn't look like there's any mechanism or the like in order to open this bone box. Could it be that brute force is needed to open this bone box? Or perhaps, having enough power to open this stone box is also a test? If that's the case, I believe that this bone box hasn't been opened. Fangxing suddenly said with a smile, don't forget where we are. This is the dragon tribe's path to immortality. Who was it prepared for? It's a dragon that has the right to become an immortal. What's placed in this bone box is clearly the greatest creation in this dragon bone temple. In that case, it's only natural for there to be some sort of test on it. And based on my guess, it's very likely that the test isn't some complicated mechanism or restriction, but the simplest, power. Only the power of a true immortal can open this stone box and obtain the creation inside. If it's the power of a true immortal, we can join hands. Perhaps, Mr. Lan's expression became very solemn. He seemed to agree with Fangxing's words. This is probably our fortune. Mr. Wen suddenly whispered with a smile, that nine-headed worm is indeed powerful. None of us is a match for it in terms of individual cultivation and strength. But, we have the advantage in numbers. It doesn't have the power of a true immortal. But, we can join hands. Perhaps we can do it. Then, should we go forward and give it a try? Mr. Ghost asked in a low voice. But, it was met with silence. After all, it was only a guess. What if there was some danger inside the box? Hee, how can we become an immortal if we're so afraid of the wolf in front and the tiger behind? It was also at this time that Fangxing, who had been hiding in the back, suddenly sneered. As he spoke, he swaggered over to the bone box and placed his hand on it without the slightest fear. Such a bold action caused the hearts of all the cultivators present to jump in fright, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He exerted his strength to lift the bone box, but found that he could not lift it. Then, he stared at the people behind him with a pair of strange eyes and scolded, a bunch of useless things, come over and help me. Seeing that Fangxing had returned to his normal self, plucked up his courage and walked to the side of the bone box, and even used his hand to pry it open. The others were stunned. They looked at each other and walked forward at the same time. Naturally, they were curious about this bone box. Moreover, Fangxing had already tried to pry it open, and no restrictions were triggered. This made them feel a lot more at ease. The bone box was cool to the touch, and it was as smooth as jade. Just the touch from their fingertips made them feel that this was an unusually heavy material. They did not know which part of the dragon bone it was carved from. Logically speaking, with their level of cultivation, even if it was a black iron box, they only needed to touch the tip of their finger and gently rub it, and they would be able to pry the lid open. However, this bone box did not budge at all. As expected, there is no way to pry it open with magic power. We can only use our physical strength to forcefully pry this lid open, Mr. Lon observed closely and confirmed his guess. He then sent out a thought, let's use our strength together. The four old men and Fangxing placed their palms on the lid of the bone box at the same time. They stood side by side and released their divine thoughts. With a light touch in the air, they immediately understood each other's thoughts. Then, all five palms released their strength at the same time. They were all Tribulation Realm cultivators. When it came to physical strength, it was simply terrifying. Especially now that the five of them released their strength at the same time, it was even more indescribably terrifying. Even if a true immortal came, his pure physical strength would not be able to compare. Crack, as that terrifying physical strength was exerted on the bone box, they felt the lid of the box shake a little. It seemed to loosen slightly. The five of them were shocked at the same time. They did not immediately lift it up. Instead, they waited for a moment. When they realized that there was no abnormality, they looked at each other and suddenly exerted a great force at the same time. In an instant, the entire lid of the box was lifted high up, swoosh. It was also at this moment Before they had the time to see what was inside the bone box, a strong premonition suddenly appeared in their hearts. The 5 of them moved in the same manner, lifting the lid of the box, and almost at the same time, they explosively retreated backwards. What on earth is this thing? They retreated hundreds of feet, almost to the entrance of the temple. Only then did the 5 of them raise their heads and look forward. At this time, the bone box had already been opened by them. Wisps of strange black fog were rising from the box. This black fog actually made them vaguely feel the aura of the dark creature in the sea of stars. This made them have a bad feeling in their hearts, and they even felt some lingering fear. After several dozen breaths, seeing that there was nothing unusual in the bone box, they gathered their courage and went forward to take a look. It was also this one look that made their hearts sink to the bottom, and they even felt that it was absurd and laughable. Inside the box wasn't any great fortune or good fortune that they had been expecting. There was only a meteor stone. The white meteor stone was the size of a watermelon. There were small holes that were hard to see with the naked eye, some of the black creatures currently seeping into the small holes. This was basically a piece of meteorite fragments from the outside world, but now, it was placed in this bone box, as if it was some kind of treasure. Besides causing them to be horrified, this gap in their spirits truly caused them to feel that it was absurd and laughable. TSK, it seems that we have been left behind. The treasure in this box has probably been taken by the 9-headed worm long ago. This fellow is really vicious, but he specifically left a meteor stone in here. If we were not careful, I'm afraid we would have suffered a calamity. This fellow is really too vicious. Not only did he leave the 8 great demon kings outside the dragon's gate to block the way, but he also left an ambush here. Fangxing looked at the meteorite for a few times, and then suddenly laughed. The others were convinced by his words. This indeed seemed to be the work of the 9-headed worm. That fellow was very meticulous. As early as at the dragon's gate, he had left the 8 great demon kings to block the way. At that time, he had probably already predicted that there would be people following him on this immortal path. Therefore, it was very normal for him to leave another ambush in this dragon bone temple to trick people. However, Mr. Wen had a rather strange expression on his face as he said, "But the seal on this box wasn't opened, isn't that simple?" Fangxing curled his lips and sneered. He closed the bone box again, and then stuck a paper talisman on it. In this way, the paper talisman was completely stuck on the box, and the bone box immediately looked as if it had never been opened. Zhu Shou was a little stunned. He thought that he had not thought of such a simple method. This box had obviously been opened long ago. Not only had the things inside been seen, but the treasures inside had also been taken away, and a meteor stone had been placed inside. Then, a seal had been pasted on it, making it seem as if it had never been opened. "Haha, we're late," Fangxing laughed gloatingly as he came to the steps of the Dragon Bone Temple and sat down. He casually took out a wine gourd and drank from it. He looked very disappointed. It was obvious that they were indeed late. There were many opportunities in this Dragon Bone Temple, but there was nothing left except for a trap. They did not even find any clues about the immortal path. They could only rest here, but there was nothing left. Naturally, they felt that it was a pity. After all, we came later than the 9-headed worm. It's expected that we couldn't obtain the opportunities in this Dragon Bone Temple. In any case, we can take this opportunity to rest and refine some spirit essence. After that, we should continue on our journey. Let's pass through this sea of stars first. Mr. Lon came to his side and said softly with a low sigh. That's right. Becoming an immortal is the most important thing. The so-called opportunities are just side issues. Even the withered-haired old woman spoke up from the side and echoed in a low voice. They seemed to be talking to themselves, but their attention was inadvertently on Fangxing. Other than Lu Shou, who was sitting cross-legged outside and suppressing the power of the creature of darkness in his body, and Mr. Ghost, who was still unwilling to give up and paced back and forth in front of the Dragon Bone Temple, Mr. Lon, the withered old woman, and Mr. Wen all moved closer to Fangxing. Mr. Wen was even more straightforward. He looked at Fangxing and said in a seemingly indifferent manner, "It's better to let Third Prince Ao out so that he can familiarize himself with the formation." The 3 of them had the same thought. They were all hinting to Fangxing that it was time to let Ao lie out. Lu Shou had already been corrupted by the creatures of darkness, and no one thought that he could recover. However, the 8 Desolation 6 Harmonies formation required at least 6 people. In this case, unless Aolai was released, all of them would be trapped in the Dragon Bone Temple. Impossible. Fang Xing snorted coldly when he heard the hidden meaning of their words. He answered resolutely. Mr. Lon and the others immediately looked at each other and saw the annoyance in each other's eyes. They had guessed that this little devil would not agree so easily, but they did not expect him to give no leeway at all. Little devil, do you want to be imprisoned in this Dragon Bone Temple forever? The withered old woman said coldly, her eyes unfriendly. Mr. Wen also sighed and said, Little friend Fang, after all, we still have to look at the bigger picture. We have already crossed half of this sea of stars. Are we going to give up halfway? Even if we want to give up halfway, we can't turn back. Now, let Third Prince Ao out and cooperate with us to break through this sea of stars. This is the only way. Don't do this. Do what? Before Mr. Wen could say the word stubborn, Fang Xing looked at him and sneered. Someone tried to plot against me just now, and we haven't found that person yet. Do you think I will still cooperate with you now? Hee, if there is another chance later, I won't be able to take it anymore. There won't be a second old man Lu to save me, will there? Mr. Lon and the others did not expect him to mention this, and their expressions turned slightly cold. They had thought that he would pester them endlessly, but now that he had said this, they could not ignore it. Not only him, but Mr. Lon and the others also did not want to have such a time bomb hidden around them. Didn't you just say that it might be a misunderstanding? After a moment of silence, the withered-haired old woman opened her mouth and said, Just now, there was a flaw in the 8 Desolation 6 Harmonies formation. It's very likely that it was just an accident. Perhaps even the person himself didn't know that he had used an extra trace of magic power, so how can we investigate it? Or, if you can't find such a person, you're going to keep all of us here and refuse to cooperate, right? These words were spoken in an unfriendly tone, even with a hint of coercion. Fang Xing's response was also very straightforward. He turned his head directly to look at the withered old woman, and said calmly, So what if I am? You, refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The withered old woman was furious, and all the anger she had been suppressing along the way burst out. Her withered hair flew in the air, and she was about to stab Fang Xing. No. Mr. Lon and Mr. Wen were shocked, and they rushed over to stop the withered old woman's killing intent. Fang Xing was also furious. He jumped up and said angrily, Damn it, don't stop me. I must kill her. Mr. Lon and Mr. Wen looked a little strange, thinking, Who is stopping you? Haha, what are you fighting about? Suddenly, a divine sense was transmitted from the side during the chaos. Zhu Xiu and the others turned to look, and saw that it was Mr. Ghost walking over at this time. He seemed very calm, and the anxious people also calmed down because of his arrival. Mr. Wen said with a wry smile, Isn't it because of the matter of finding someone to replace Lu So in the formation? We only needed to release that little dragon, and then we could persuade him to cooperate with us. But little friend Fang didn't agree no matter what. The third prince is proud and arrogant. He doesn't want to cooperate with us. Even if we release him, he won't necessarily listen to our instructions. Unexpectedly, Mr. Ghost didn't try to persuade Fang Xing, but instead calmly explained the situation to him. Zhu Xiu's expression became even more solemn as he heard this. There was a rather worried look on his face. But at this time, Mr. Ghost smiled in a low voice, But, I finally found out how the Jiu Ling King crossed the Sea of Stars. Swoosh! Everyone stopped quarreling as they heard his words, and looked at him in unison. Using the Universal 6 Directions formation to cross the Sea of Stars was naturally a method that Fang Xing and the 5 old men had thought of when they had no other way. The 9-headed bug was clearly different from them. This person had entered the Sea of Stars long ago, crossed the way, and even came to the Dragon Bone Temple, taking away all the opportunities in the temple. From this, it could be seen that his crossing was also a success. However, it was impossible for him to think of such a method to use a formation to confuse the heavens. He must have used another method to cross the Sea of Stars. As for Fang Xing and the others, because they could not think of such a method, they were forced to cooperate and use a formation to cross the Sea of Stars. But it was also at this moment that Mr. Ghost's words caused a huge uproar. They were already at odds with each other, and the conflict had deepened. If there was a new method, wouldn't it solve a huge problem? Is Mr. Ghost's words true? In an instant, the surrounding people all looked towards Mr. Ghost, shocked and anxious. Haha, his method is actually very simple. We should have thought of it long ago. Mr. Ghost laughed softly when he heard this, and sighed with emotion. Then, he gently moved to the edge of the Dragon Bone Temple, raised his hand and pointed forward, saying, "Fellow cultivators, did you not notice anything different in the sea of stars in front of us compared to other places?" Zhu Xiu and the others raised their heads to look, and then their pupils shrank slightly. There was not much difference. In front of Fangxing's sea of stars, there were 7 or 8 withered corpses of sea demon soldiers hidden by the meteorite rocks. This was not a rare sight on their journey. Basically, in the 2 months they had crossed the sea of stars, they would discover such strange corpses every few days. At first, they were a little surprised, but later on, they no longer found it strange. However, what was different from other places was that the strange corpses they encountered along the way were scattered about 1 or 2, but at this moment, there were 7 or 8 corpses in front of them. When we first discovered the withered corpses, we were not surprised. It was probably King Jiuling sending his subordinates to test the dangers of the Sea of Stars. But along the way, I found it strange. If he needed to use the lives of his subordinates to test the Sea of Stars, why are there still withered corpses everywhere along the way? Could it be that the method used by the 9-Spirit King required him to sacrifice a subordinate every once in a while? It is precisely because of this that I have been thinking of ways to find out the intentions of the 9-Spirit King along the way. Mr. Ghost spoke in a deep voice, his gaze hidden in the black fog was deep, until I came to the vicinity of this Dragon Bone Temple. I then discovered a clue. I've cultivated the soul since a young age, and my senses are extremely strong. As soon as I arrived here, I noticed the remnants of a mysterious energy that forced the darkness creatures in the surroundings to not dare approach this place. Originally, we thought it was the Dragon Bone Temple's own aura and deterrence. However, we later discovered a meteorite with a creature of darkness living in the bone box inside the temple. That creature of darkness was also able to move freely. It even nearly injured us when we opened the bone box. Although this might be a backup plan that King Jiuling set up for us, and it is indeed terrifying, it also shows that the Dragon Bone Temple itself is actually unable to deter the creatures of darkness. Otherwise, if that meteorite was placed in the Dragon Bone Temple, it would be immediately deterred and probably wouldn't even be able to move. How could it possibly threaten us who came later? Huh? Zhu Xiu's eyes gradually turned solemn as he listened. Previously, when they discovered that the creatures of darkness did not dare to approach the Dragon Bone Temple, they subconsciously thought that it was the effect of the Dragon Bone Temple itself. However, now that they thought about it carefully, they realized that it was indeed not the case. After all, such creatures of darkness originally existed in the Dragon Bone Temple. Then, Mr. Ghost, what do you mean? The thing that deterred the creatures of darkness from approaching the Dragon Bone Temple is not the Dragon Bone Temple itself, but the remnant aura of the 9-Spirit King. Mr. Ghost's indifferent words immediately shocked Zhu Xiu. Mr. Ghost, are you trying to say that even the creatures of darkness are afraid of the 9-headed worm's aura? Mr. Wen frowned tightly, and his voice seemed to contain some mockery. Although the 9-Spirit King is indeed powerful, it is not to such an earth-shattering degree, right? If he had such an ability, why would he need to sacrifice so many of his subordinates along the way? Or perhaps, it is because he sacrificed the lives of his subordinates that he achieved this? Mr. Ghost's expression did not change, and he only said indifferently. Mr. Ghost, what do you mean? Be it Mr. Lan or Mr. Wen, all of them vaguely guessed something, and they could not help but suck in a cold breath. It's obvious that the Jiuling King is different from us. We used a method to confuse the heavenly secrets so that these creatures of darkness wouldn't be able to discover our true bodies. But the Jiuling King has clearly discovered a method that can intimidate the creatures of darkness. It's like we're both crossing the sea, but we're using a boat as a raft, braving the raging waves and risking being overturned at any time. But the Jiuling King has directly used a water-splitting pearl and all the seawater can't get close to him. This method is much stronger than ours. In Mr. Ghost's words, there was admiration and indistinctly some lament. What method did the 9-bug-head use? Do you have any clues? Mr. Lan seemed to have realized something, and asked anxiously. When Mr. Ghost heard this, he sighed softly. Suddenly, his wrist shook, and a black rope flew out. It stretched out for 1,000 feet, and pulled a withered corpse in front of him. Pressing it with his hand, he sighed softly, and said with a deep gaze, "If I am not wrong, then the secret of the 9-Spirit King crossing the Sea of Stars should be inside this withered corpse." As he spoke, he suddenly pressed his palm, mana vibrated, that withered corpse suddenly exploded. Countless fragments floated in the starry sky, looking extremely strange. Zhu Xiu and the others hurriedly used their divine senses to sweep over, and with this look, they could not help but be shocked. Before this, they had seen many strange corpses, and only knew that these strange corpses had no qi and blood, only a withered shell was left. But they had never thought of cutting it open to take a look, and now they discovered something strange. They were shocked to discover that within the strange corpse, the internal organs, meridians, all showed a faint gold color, like metal. Once exposed, it turned into specks of dust. The withered old woman and Mr. Lon saw it, their expressions strange, and pulled the other withered corpses over. They all cut them open to take a look, and discovered that they all looked the same as the strange corpses under Mr. Ghost's palm. How exactly did this form? Mr. Lon could not help but quietly asked, his thoughts solemn. It's very simple. We've always wanted to avoid this creature of darkness, but the 9-Spirit King's thoughts are different from ours. He's actually raising this creature of darkness, and using the powerful aura of the creature of darkness he raised to intimidate and open up a path. Ghost Xing's words revealed the mystery, but made Zhu Xiu and the others greatly shocked. Our knowledge is actually still too shallow. Mr. Ghost knew that the others could not understand, quietly explained, we only thought, these things are strange dark creatures, surviving by devouring other creatures' qi and blood and mana, but actually think about it, in this vast starry sky, not even one person would come here in thousands of years. How did they survive? From what I see, this is not a kind of living creature, but a kind of substance, the exact opposite of the mana that we have cultivated, like the two ends of the magnetic pole, like water and fire, it itself has no life, therefore it cannot be called a living creature, it is only that it will be attracted by our qi and blood and mana, that is why it will react. Amazing, everyone was shocked by Mr. Ghost's analysis, there was silence, but Fangxing at this moment, his face full of admiration. Mr. Ghost smiled faintly, did not answer Fangxing's question, and continued, and just now, when I wandered around the Dragon Bone Temple, I used my divine sense to investigate, and could be considered to have some gains, through the aura that the Jiuling King left behind, I finally understood what he was doing, haha, actually, what he did, was even simpler than we imagined, he only chose the sacrificial offering, took the initiative to touch this dark substance, and then used its qi and blood and soul to nourish it, using its flesh as a pill furnace, he was able to refine a neutralizing pill. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his palm in the starry sky, and immediately, wisps of aura gathered towards his palm, turning into the shape of a spinning void core. It was black and white, slowly rotating like a Tai Chi symbol, looking extremely strange. This was impressively the remnant aura of the void core that he had used his powerful spirit power to manifest the original appearance of this void core. After he had gathered the core chi from the starry sky, the surrounding creatures of darkness that had originally avoided the Dragon Bone Temple gradually began to gather closer, as if the aura that they were originally afraid of had disappeared. Mr. Ghost looked at the approaching creatures of darkness, but he only shook the void core in his palm, and the aura spread out, causing them to immediately avoid it again. This feeling was as if he was really holding a water-repelling pearl in his hand, and could make all the seawater retreat. The spirit as the fire, the qi and blood as the firewood, using a person to refine a pill. This Jiuling King is really ruthless. Mr. Lon and the others could not help but sigh softly, their voices filled with emotion. Now, they finally understood how the withered corpses they had seen along the way came about. They were not devoured by the dark matter at all. Although they looked similar, in reality, Jiuling King had used their bodies as pill furnaces, forcibly draining their qi, blood, and spirits. All the withered corpses were actually abandoned cauldrons. The insides of his withered corpses were all pale gold, which was the color that would only appear after being burned by the samadhi true fire. How ruthless was this method? Those were all his subordinates. After all, after refining this pill, their souls would probably be completely destroyed, and they would not even have the chance to reincarnate. However, Mr. Lon and the others did not have much time to sigh. Very quickly, they said excitedly, "Then what about us?" Mr. Ghost nodded lightly, looked outside the Dragon Bone Temple, and said in a low voice, "We just happen to have such a cauldron, don't we?" Swoosh! Without waiting for the others to react, Fang Xing's expression suddenly changed. Mr. Ghost was indeed extraordinary. He had seen through the Jiu Ling King's method of crossing the Sea of Stars. Unfortunately, the method was not simple. It required him to continuously use his subordinates to refine pills. Sacrificing one of his subordinates would guarantee his safety for a period of time. In other words, if Fang Xing and the rest wanted to use this method, they would have to sacrifice one of their subordinates to refine the same pill. However, the problem was that the nine-headed worm had countless subordinates that could be sacrificed. But who among them would willingly be refined into pills? Mr. Lon and the rest naturally had a suitable candidate, Lu So. Lu So had already been contaminated by the dark matter. Even if he could temporarily preserve his life, he would only be struggling at death's door. Moreover, refining the pill required someone to be contaminated by the dark matter. In this case, it was a good idea. However, Fang Xing did not agree. Mr. Lon and the rest were firm in their Taoist hearts. In order to become immortals, they would do anything. Not to mention that Lu So was just a suitable partner, they would not hesitate to sacrifice him even if he was a true friend or acquaintance. "I don't agree." Just as Mr. Lon and the rest turned to look at Lu So, who was sitting cross-legged outside the temple, Fang Xing's divine sense was transmitted to them. His tone was unusually firm. There was no sign of compromise. Swoosh! Mr. Lon and the rest turned to look at him. They could not hide the annoyance on their faces. "Haha, young friend Fang, now is not the time to be wasting time." Mr. Wen, who was dressed like a scholar, acted as a peacemaker. He saw that something was wrong with the situation, and the murderous aura in the air. So, he smiled and said, "We know that you and Elder Lu have a good relationship. Moreover, he saved your life in a moment of crisis. But, since we've set foot on this immortal path, it's important to pass through it. Elder Lu has been contaminated by that dark substance, and we can't save him. So, why don't we make use of him?" At this point, he chuckled softly and continued, "Furthermore, young friend Fang, you should also understand that Elder Lu saved you because he miscalculated the power of the dark matter. That was why he appeared to be using his life to protect you. In reality, he would never value your life more than his." "Of course I understand that. That old man is also wholeheartedly focused on becoming an immortal. There's no way he would risk his life to save me. It was just a momentary slip-up." Fang Xing smiled and met Mr. Wen's eyes. Then, he said, "But he still saved me." His words were simple, but they immediately put Mr. Lon and the others in a difficult position. Seeing Fang Xing's determination, they were rather irritated for a moment. Logically speaking, they did not need to make any other choice at this time. Look at the nine-headed bug. Among the subordinates that had followed him into the galaxy, which one of them was not loyal and devoted, willing to die in his place? But he had used him to refine pills just like that. Now, they clearly had the most suitable choice. They did not expect this demon to be so pretentious and talk about gratitude. "You're so sentimental. I really don't know how you managed to walk the path of cultivation for the past few decades." The withered old woman's expression turned cold. She laughed coldly and said, "I had thought that you juniors of this generation would have far more opportunities than we did in the past. You should be more mature, right? Now that I look at it, it's really disappointing. Perhaps you have too many opportunities and the path of cultivation is too simple. Instead, you're all indecisive and don't look like a real immortal. Now that Elder Lu is dead, you're not willing to release the young dragon to fill his position. You're also not willing to let us use Elder Lu to refine pills. What exactly do you want?" Her tone was cold and sinister as she spoke. She took a step forward and looked at Fang Xing with an unfriendly gaze. At the same time, Mr. Lon and Mr. Ghost looked at each other and slowly walked out of the temple. Mr. Wen hesitated for a moment, then followed the two of them out of the temple. Obviously, their target was Lu So. The current situation was obvious. Using Lu So to refine pills was far more brilliant than using the formation. Therefore, they naturally had a choice in their hearts. Although Fang Xing was hesitant, in their eyes, He was just being stubborn and did not need to care about him. Therefore, they understood each other's intentions with just a glance. The withered old woman came forward to keep an eye on Fangxing, while Mr. Lan, Mr. Ghost, Mr. Wen, and the others obviously wanted to directly capture Lu So and use him to refine pills. Swoosh, Fangxing's expression changed, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Naturally, he understood the intentions of these people, and he especially hated their arbitrary attitude, but these people were obviously determined to take him down and did not care about his opinion, especially the old woman with withered hair, who was looking at him sinisterly. Her eyes were full of mockery, and her divine sense even faintly transmitted to him. She sneered coldly, "Why are you looking at me like that? Hee, child, do you really think that you are someone important?" Along the way, this old woman couldn't stand your insolence. In my thousands of years of cultivation, there has never been a junior who dared to yell at this old woman. Now, I want to see how this old woman will stop you. Let's see what ability you have to oppose me. She smiled proudly, and her withered hair fluttered in the wind. She stood in front of Fangxing and looked like she could not break through 10,000 men. In that direction, Mr. Lan, Mr. Ghost, and Mr. Wen had already arrived in front of Lu So, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Their expressions were unfriendly, and it was obvious that they wanted to forcibly capture him to refine pills. It was unknown if Lu So had already sensed it, but his old face was full of pity. He did not seem to have any intention to resist. He probably understood that even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to gain any advantage from Mr. Lan, Mr. Ghost, and Mr. Wen, let alone now that he had been contaminated by the creatures of darkness. Do I really have to use one person to refine pills? In this situation, Fangxing seemed to have a sense of helplessness. He looked coldly at the withered old woman, and after a long while, he asked with his divine thought coldly. Of course. If there is no one to refine pills with, how can we cross the rest of the sea of stars? The withered old woman said with a sarcastic expression, the weak can't win against the strong. What else can you say? In this situation, she was sure that Fangxing would retreat. The weak could not win against the strong. Anyway, the sea of stars had to be crossed, and Fangxing obviously did not dare to release the dragon to replace him. Therefore, using the doomed Lu So to refine pills was the only choice. As long as one was not a fool, one would understand this. In the withered old woman's view, Fangxing would at most grumble and even try to resist. He would agree sooner or later. Moreover, she was not afraid of Fangxing's resistance. She could not wait for him to act quickly. Now it seemed that Fangxing was smarter than she thought. He only said a few words and had the intention to retreat. Once it's useless, you immediately shed all pretense of cordiality. You are indeed people with a stable Tao heart and are impervious to everything. Fangxing sighed in a low voice and glanced at Lu So again. Then, he turned slightly and walked into the Dragon Bone Temple. The withered old woman's smile became wider. She felt very happy to be able to force Fangxing to lower his head and see his helpless look. However, she didn't expect that Fangxing, who seemed to be unwilling to see Lu So being killed, suddenly jumped up and threw a punch at Fangxing just as he turned his body halfway, as if he couldn't bear to see Lu So being killed. That punch was launched in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before the withered-haired old woman, and it was indescribably ferocious. But who said that the weak can't win against the strong? Not only was the punch extremely abrupt, but it also carried indescribable killing intent and fierceness as it went straight for the withered old woman. At this moment, there was no longer any helplessness in Fangxing's eyes. They were clearly filled with ruthlessness. You still don't want to give up and do such a useless thing. Ridiculous. Fangxing's sneaky punch instantly arrived in front of the withered old woman. It was extremely abrupt, however, the withered old woman was also an experienced person. Naturally, she would not let Fangxing succeed so easily. Seeing such a punch from Fangxing, she opened her mouth and laughed silently. The withered hair on her head moved slightly, and suddenly, a demon general puppet appeared in front of Fangxing. It activated its Yuanying Dharma power to the maximum and opened its arms to hug Fangxing fiercely. Do you think you can change the situation with your little ability? The withered old woman's figure instantly retreated. At the same time, her withered hair wrapped around Fangxing from all directions like snakes and wrapped around Fangxing, In her opinion, even though Fang Xing's sudden sneak attack was slightly unexpected, it was useless and even laughable. It was naturally impossible for him to injure her, and she even wished for nothing more than for him to attack as soon as possible. Only in this way would she have the chance to teach him a lesson. Puff, the demon general puppet was smashed by Fang Xing's punch, but the withered old woman had already retreated, and withered hair came from all directions. The gap in cultivation was not so easy to make up for. Fang Xing was almost instantly countered by the withered old woman. But Fang Xing had obviously thought of all the plans before he made his move. When he was blocked by the demon corpse puppet of the withered old woman, he had already pulled out the skull on his waist. Just when the withered old woman used her strange hair to wrap around him, suddenly there was an earth-shattering dragon roar. A golden light shone from Fang Xing's waist, and a small dragon the length of an arm flew out. It grew bigger in the wind, and almost instantly became dozens of feet long. Its body was covered with golden light, and all the withered hair that was like a spirit snake was shaken off bit by bit. Haha, you finally let me out. The golden dragon, as soon as it was free, was full of ecstasy. Then, it looked at Fang Xing angrily. Looking at its eyes, it was obviously considering whether to slap him with its claws to take revenge for being imprisoned during this period of time. Let's get down to business first. Fang Xing didn't even look at the golden dragon as he suddenly roared explosively. The golden dragon, which was just about to stretch out its claws towards Fang Xing, seemed to be stunned by Fang Xing's roar. Oh! He quickly reacted and changed the direction of his claws, slapping towards the withered old woman who was dumbfounded at this time. The withered old woman, who did not take Fang Xing seriously and thought that she had him in her grasp, did not expect him to have such a trick. She thought that Fang Xing had imprisoned the dragon. Even if the dragon was released, it would take revenge on Fang Xing immediately. Moreover, the dragon clearly had this intention. The first thing it did after getting freedom was to look at Fang Xing angrily. It even stretched out its dragon claws, obviously intending to slap him. However, she never expected that the golden dragon actually listened to Fang Xing's roar. It did not have any temper at all and just slapped at her. It was too obedient. You are a dragon, why are you being trained like a dog? She kept cursing in her heart and was really frightened. She waved her hand to summon several demon corpse puppets in front of her and turned to escape. Facing this dragon, she did not have the slightest intention of fighting it head-on. Previously outside the dragon gate, this dragon had the ability to fight against 5 people alone. How could she deal with it? However, the appearance of this dragon was too sudden and its strength was really too strong. In addition, after being imprisoned by Fang Xing for so long, it was full of anger. It did not dare to vent its anger on Fang Xing, so it used her as a substitute. With a claw, wind, rain, thunder and lightning followed, and the demon corpse puppets in front of the dragon's claw were all crushed. Then, its body stretched, and the huge dragon's head suddenly reached the side of the withered old woman who was flying rapidly. The whole dragon's body rolled up, and it wrapped the withered old woman tightly like a dumpling. Crack, 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 the dragon's body slowly tightened. Nearly half of the withered old woman's body had collapsed, and blood spurted from her mouth. You want to rebel? Child, are you going to rebel? The withered-haired old woman was in so much pain that she wished she were dead. She was ashamed and angry at the same time. At this time, Mr. Lan, Mr. Ghost, and Mr. Wen, who wanted to attack Lu So, were stunned. They looked at Fang Xing and Ao Lai with vigilance. They did not expect Fang Xing's reaction to be so intense. Just a moment ago, he insisted that he would not release Ao Lai, but now he released Ao Lai and joined forces with Ao Lai to take down the withered old woman. They could not help thinking, could it be that this kid really has no awareness of the big picture? Is he going to fall out with us just because of a disagreement? Young friend Fang, why do you have to do this? Do you really not want to walk the path of immortality for the sake of a person who is bound to die? Mr. Wen was the first to shout. Magic symbols fluttered around his body as he frowned. He was obviously helpless and furious in his heart, but he didn't dare rashly go forward to save the withered-haired old woman. The path of immortality must be walked, and the sea of stars must be crossed. But who said that old Lu must be sacrificed? Fang Xing slowly walked forward in the starry sky with his hands clasped behind his back, his brows tightly knitted. You, Mr. Lan suddenly thought of something, and looked at Fang Xing with a solemn expression. Alas, you sacrifice your companion without hesitation when you see that he is no longer useful. You immortal seekers with a firm Taoist heart really have no sense of camaraderie. But, I understand you. You want to make the best use of old Lu because you feel that he is bound to die. That's simple. I don't want him to die, but I don't want to ruin our plan to cross the Sea of Stars either. So, I'll give you another choice. Now that this old woman is half disabled, do you think we should use her for alchemy, or just end her like this? Fangxing clasped his hands behind his back. His tone was cold, but the words that came out of his mouth were extremely cold. Child. How dare you? How dare you treat me like this? At this time, the withered old woman also understood Fangxing's intention. Her heart could not help but tremble as she screamed. Why? It's only natural to sacrifice others, but when it's your turn, do you feel that it's unfair? Fangxing turned to look at her, his voice full of sarcasm. In the starry sky, there was silence, and everyone looked at each other. They did not expect Fangxing to use such means. Before this, what the withered old woman said actually made a lot of sense. Now, they really needed someone to refine alchemy. Even Fangxing had to admit this. Without someone to refine alchemy, they could not cross the Sea of Stars. Crossing the Sea of Stars and even reaching the end of the immortal path was indeed the common goal of all of them. To some extent, Fangxing was even more anxious than the 5 old men, because the 5 old men only wanted to become immortals and reach the end of the immortal path. However, he wanted to catch up as soon as possible, catch up with the 9-headed bug, and rescue the dragon lady. However, he could not sit back and watch Lu So be refined into an alchemy pill, because the old man had just saved his life. Although Lu So had obviously miscalculated and was contaminated by the dark matter, he did not really want to risk his life to save him. However, he had saved him, and Fangxing remembered this favor. Between saving Lu So and crossing the Sea of Stars, there was no way to reconcile the conflict. Therefore, in this situation, Fangxing thought of another way. Since a useless person was going to be refined into an alchemy pill, he would first get rid of the old woman, or at least cripple her, and then use her to refine the alchemy pill. Only then could they solve the problem of how to cross the Sea of Stars. More importantly, with the alchemy pill refined by the old woman, they could use the aura of the alchemy pill to suppress the dark matter in Lu So's body, so that the old man could live a little longer. After all, the 5 old men did not really have a grudge against Lu So, which was why they wanted to use him to refine the alchemy pill. They were just making the most practical choice. Lu So was already contaminated by the dark matter and was going to die sooner or later, so they might as well make use of him. Now, Fangxing had given them a second choice, which was to cripple the withered old woman, making her even more useless than Lu So. After all, if Lu So could suppress the dark matter in his body, he could still give them some pointers in the Tao of formations, but the withered old woman had really become a useless person. This was the reason why the withered old woman was terrified. She realized that Fangxing's idea was really feasible. If she was in his shoes, she would probably agree to it too. At this moment, she could not help but complain incessantly. Her heart was filled with despair, and she was so scared that she almost went crazy. Alas, little friend Fang, why do you have to do this? In the silence, only the withered old woman's angry thoughts reverberated around. No one made a sound. After a long time, Mr. Wen turned his head to look at Lu So, and then at the withered old woman, whose body had almost been destroyed, and laughed bitterly in a low voice. However, even I have to say that your idea is really not bad. We only need one person to refine the alchemy pill. As for who it is, it really doesn't matter too much. Mr. Ghost also softly said, moreover, even I don't really want to sacrifice Elder Lu. After all, this senior's formation technique is peerless, and formation technique is the law of heaven and earth. In this starry sky, it will be of great use. Phew. After listening to these two people, Fangxing let out a long sigh of relief. The withered old woman suddenly lost all hope, and angrily roared. But before she could say a few words, Aolai's draconic body suddenly tightened, and immediately suppressed her divine thoughts. Sanner, hand her over. Oh yes, let her be stained with some dark matter first. Fangxing turned his head to look at Aolai, and whispered to him. Chi. Aolai's draconic nostrils spurted out 2 streaks of white gas, and it seemed as if it was very dissatisfied. Although it had always been in the divine palace, but it also knew what was happening outside. Therefore, at this moment, it very sensibly remained silent, and did not say anything. Of course, from the way it looked at Feng Xing, sometimes resentful, sometimes sighing, and also with some imperceptible admiration, it could be seen that at this moment, it seemed to have a better understanding of Feng Xing. Subconsciously, it was a little displeased with Feng Xing's instructions, thinking that when it was sealed in the divine palace, it had sworn countless times to teach Feng Xing a lesson the moment it came out. But looking at the current tense situation, it knew that it should not cause trouble, but if it obediently obeyed, it would seem that it was too spineless. After hesitating for a long while, it still decided to do so, but before it did so, it coldly transmitted a divine thought over. Humph humph, what you are doing is unnecessary. It can be seen that your Taoist heart is really not strong. Stop talking nonsense. This only means that I am more capable than you all. Feng Xing ignored it, coldly interrupted it with a sentence. Ao Lai was a little dissatisfied. He wanted to say, but I don't hate your way of doing things, but he didn't have the chance to say it now. So, he just shut his mouth, snorted coldly, and threw the withered old woman into the sea of stars. The withered old woman's body collapsed, and her cultivation was suppressed by Ao Lai's mighty aura of a half-step to genuine immortal. At this moment, she looked like a puppet, without any power to resist. Her body swayed and she was thrown into the sea of stars. Swoosh! 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 Once she entered the sea of stars, she was immediately sensed by countless dark substances. Eerie black tentacles stretched out, like mosquito needles, piercing into her body. In the past, this scene really looked like she was attacked by those strange creatures, but after Mr. Ghost revealed the true form of this thing, Xu Xiu then understood. Rather than saying that the withered old woman was attacked, it was more like her mana and even chi and blood had triggered the reaction of these dark substances, just like the suction force between the poles of the magnetic field. How dare, ignorant child, how dare you do this to me? The withered old woman was in so much pain, she screamed, her voice was extremely shrill, she struggled with all her might, but it was useless. In just an instant, the black substances on her body had already far exceeded Lu Shou's. Even the surrounding people couldn't help but furrow their brows. The fate of this withered old woman was truly shocking. At the same time, a deep fear of Feng Xing arose in their hearts. Originally, because of his low cultivation level, they did not think much of him, but now that they saw his methods, they knew that this boy could not be underestimated. Oh, be careful, you cannot be contaminated with too much dark substances, or else the quality of the pills refined will not be good. The withered old woman's fate was already unavoidable. Even Mr. Ghost could not help but frowned, could not help but opened his mouth and walked towards Ao Lai, but the content of his words was not to stop, but to remind Ao Lai not to overdo it. However, at this moment, Feng Xing suddenly raised his head and looked over, his brows tightly knitted together. Something not right? Get lost. Ao Lai threw the old woman into the sea of stars, without any delay, using his mana, pulled the old woman out, then his claws like thunder and lightning, cut off the black substance on her body, as such, left a lot of black substance in her body, difficult to get rid of, and just at this moment, Mr. Ghost caught up, seemed to remind him of something. Ao Lai was not polite to others, although Mr. Ghost did not seem to have any enmity, but he still disliked such meddlesome people. With a cold shout, the huge dragon tail swung towards Mr. Ghost, looking like it wanted to kill. Careful, and at the moment when he unceremoniously swung his tail, suddenly Feng Xing, who was watching coldly, his face full of bewilderment, seemed to sense something. His countenance abruptly changed, both eyes staring straight ahead, then his divine sense like tide surged out in all directions. The agitation spread throughout the star region. At the same time, he also stretched out his arms, hurriedly pounced forward. I can't really hurt him, why are you so nervous? Ao Lai was slightly surprised, somewhat discontentedly glanced at Feng Xing, did not understand why he was so nervous. It happened so suddenly, he thought Feng Xing wanted him to stop, in case he hurt Mr. Ghost. But what was unexpected was, after its tail lashed out, Mr. Ghost did not tactfully retreat, instead his figure suddenly changed like smoke, circled and circled in the starry sky, narrowly avoided the sweep of its tail and then flew forward, instead closing in, like a black mist, approached Ao Lai's enormous dragon head. At this moment, it could also be seen, this Mr. Ghost's attention was not on the withered old woman, it was clearly coming towards him. Damn it, so it's you. And when Mr. Ghost caught him off guard, approached Ao Lai, Feng Xing also suddenly extended his body, fiercely charged over. Although his cultivation was not as good as the others, but he had trained in supreme freedom scripture for a long time, his movements like a celestial, speed like lightning. At this moment his figure blurred. In a blink, he was already before Ao Lai, a punch towards Mr. Ghost. Hee, young friend, why are you so agitated? However, from the side, a cold laugh rang out. It was Mr. Lon, who had seemed to be expressionless and watching the show with cold eyes. Suddenly, his figure exploded and went straight towards Feng Xing. He raised his hand and formed a strange seal. He smashed it into the air and immediately, a terrifying wave spread out. Feng Xing was facing this wave. He lost his footing and was forced to retreat. In just a blink of an eye, he had retreated more than 1,000 feet. It seemed that he was even further away from Ao Lai. He was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. What are you trying to do? Ao Lai's reaction was not slow. When Mr. Ghost neared him, he was already alerted. After all, in his heart, other than Feng Xing, he had never trusted anyone before. Although he did not sense anything wrong, he still subconsciously turned to look at Mr. Ghost. At the same time, his body's monstrous power already gathered, and because of that, when Mr. Ghost stretched out a pair of sharp claws, quietly stabbed towards the back of his head, Ao Lai's dragon head suddenly swung out, turned back and struck. Boom! The power of that claw almost tore the starry sky. Numerous lightning gathered, as if splitting the sky and earth. Ao Lai's cultivation was already strong, half a step into true immortal. In addition to his true dragon blood, he was born with great supernatural power sleeping in his blood. Following the rise of his cultivation, this kind of great supernatural power was also awakening. Therefore, to him, he was almost invincible among the same level. When he was outside Dragon Gate, he could fight 1 against 5. At the same time fighting the 5 elders together. This power could be seen, and now, although Mr. Ghost's attack was a little unexpected, but this claw attack was still extremely terrifying, difficult to take it head-on. Mr. Ghost's cultivation was naturally not as good as him, but the strange thing was, he seemed to have an exceptional understanding of the Dragon Clan's battle instincts. Ao Lai's claw attack was like an antelope hanging its horn, untraceable. Not only was it powerful, it also carried a high level of martial arts. It should be extremely difficult to avoid and difficult to receive, but Mr. Ghost seemed to have sensed it beforehand. Before the claw reached him, he had already tilted his body to evade. His black fog-like body made a turn in the starry sky, turned back and again pounced towards Ao Lai. Boom! 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 Ao Lai's dragon head anxiously stretched out, his body flipped, wanted to widen the distance and then rage at Mr. Ghost. To him, his body had grown up. Naturally, the further away from the opponent the better, then he would be able to unleash his true skills. But Mr. Ghost with great difficulty was able to get close to him, also determined on this point. His body like a maggot attached to the bone, chased after his dragon head and refused to let go. He had made up his mind to engage in close combat with him, and this also happened to be Ao Lai's sore point. At that time outside Dragon Gate, he alone was enough to fight against the 5 elders, but now, the distance could not be widened. He actually could not do anything to Mr. Ghost for the moment. On the other side, Feng Xing was also engaged in an intense battle with Lan Xian. At this moment, he seemed to have discovered something, and his face was full of anger. As he shouted, he unleashed all of his techniques and rushed forward angrily. He had even taken out his skull and charged forward at all costs. However, it was clear that Mr. Lan had also made up his mind. His hand seals were formed, and divine abilities were unleashed. Meteorite rocks collided with Feng Xing's divine palace. After several consecutive collisions, the starry sky trembled. Feng Xing continued to rush forward, but was blocked again and again. He was actually forced to the point where he could not approach Ao Lai. What is going on? Mr. Wen was somewhat dumbfounded. Looking at the battle in the field, he was somewhat at a loss of what to do. At this moment, he was really at a loss, scratching his head in confusion. To him, Feng Xing had used thunderous means to injure the withered-hair old woman, using her to replace Lu Sou's life. This matter was naturally somewhat excessive, but even if it was excessive, it was not worth it for them to fall out. Moreover, the withered-hair old woman had been contaminated by the black substance. It seemed that using her for alchemy was not a bad thing, after all. From a certain point of view, compared to the withered hair old woman, Luso as a master of formations was somewhat more useful in the path of the stars. Everyone, why can't we talk things out? Why are we fighting here? How can we go down the path? Mr. Wen's forehead was full of sweat, staring blankly at the two battles. He could not help but speak up to persuade them. But, whether it was Mr. Ghost and Ao Lai, or Fong Xing and Mr. Lon, none of them had the time to pay attention to him. What is going on? Do you want to fight to the death? Mr. Wen could not help but want to intervene, but he hesitated for a moment, and did not know who to attack. He had been invited by Mr. Lon, but their relationship was not very close, and he was inclined to join hands with Fong Xing and Ao Lai in his heart. Therefore, this senseless battle had left him even more bewildered than shocked. So, he had to restrain himself until he understood the truth, and did not rashly help the other side. He only wanted to understand why Mr. Ghost and Fong Xing were fighting. So, it was you who wanted to harm me in the Sea of Stars, Fong Xing roared angrily. Although he was fighting Mr. Lon, his spiritual will was roaring at Mr. Ghost. You didn't hand me the rope to save me, but to take away the pocket world on my waist. Fong Xing's roar made Mr. Wen understand a little, and he looked at Mr. Ghost in astonishment. Just now, Fong Xing kept saying that if someone wanted to harm him, he would have to investigate to the end, but in the end, he did not find out. After all, he was also one of the suspects, and even one of the most suspicious people. But now, hearing Fong Xing's words, he understood that the person who wanted to harm him was actually Mr. Ghost, and from the looks of it, Mr. Lon clearly knew about it. What trick are these two playing? Mr. Wen's anger had risen in his heart. He did not mind that Mr. Ghost and Mr. Lon had attacked Fong Xing and Ao Lai, but he did mind that he had been kept in the dark. Hee, little Fong Xing, you are very good. Mr. Ghost did not refute and instead happily spoke. Right now his figure like black smoke, closely circled around Ao Lai and attacked. Clearly his cultivation was much weaker than Ao Lai, but not knowing what method he used, after nearing, he completely grasped Ao Lai's weakness, and also seemed to be incomparably familiar with Ao Lai. Every move of his supernatural power, every move of his martial arts, was firmly grasped in his hands, step by step. He seemed to be forcing Ao Lai into a corner, being restrained everywhere, almost unable to escape from him. How can Mr. Ghost be so powerful? Even Mr. Wen was shocked at this time. He had always thought that Mr. Ghost's strength was actually the weakest among the five of them, and only his spirit was powerful. But now he knew that Mr. Ghost was the weakest in terms of cultivation, but he was able to restrain Ao Lai in every aspect, especially after getting close to Ao Lai. Ao Lai almost didn't have the strength to fight back. Along the way, I have always wanted to get close to Ao Lai, but he was hidden too well by you, and I didn't have a chance, Mr. Ghost said softly, and looked at Ao Lai coldly, as if he was using a psychological attack. But, even though you are smart, you are still too inexperienced, Mr. Ghost said faintly, but he was still chasing Ao Lai, and his movements were like a ghost, closely following Ao Lai's dragon head. I have used all kinds of methods, but still couldn't force you to release Ao Lai, but I didn't expect that you would fulfill my wish for Lu So. There was a bit of regret in his voice, but more than that, it was disdain and pity for Fong Xing. Sigh, your Taoist heart is not firm, and you are indecisive. You have really made a big mistake on the immortal path, Mr. Ghost said, and stretched out his two hands, and his figure faintly swayed, and directly swept towards Ao Lai. You, who exactly are you? While Mr. Ghost and Fong Xing were talking, Ao Lai suddenly felt something, especially that lie, made his whole body tremble. Fong Xing had not exposed Mr. Ghost's identity, obviously because he was worried that Ao Lai would be distracted after hearing it, and Mr. Ghost would take advantage of him. But Mr. Ghost's words revealed a familiar feeling, and Ao Lai accurately captured it. My son, have you really forgotten mother? Mr. Ghost suddenly chuckled, and his divine sense became incomparably gentle. The layers of black fog on his body faded away, revealing his face. A devastatingly beautiful, incomparably charming face, but in Ao Lai's eyes, it was like a nightmare. After Mr. Ghost's black robe was removed, the rolling black mist around him also disappeared without a trace, and then, under the black robe, a breathtaking face was revealed, so beautiful that the stars in the starry sky dimmed. Time froze, especially Fong Xing, although he had guessed something, but when he saw this face, he still couldn't help but be shocked. You may This person who had been using the identity of Mr. Ghost and had been with them for nearly a year, was Sunlansi Dragon Mother Yu Mei. Along the way, Feng Xing had never stopped trying to figure out Mr. Ghost's identity, just like what Lu So said, even though these people had not appeared for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. But they were after all people who had achieved limitless glory in their previous lives. Their reputations were like the sun in the sky. How could they be unknown? Whether it was Lu So or Mr. Lan, Mr. Wen or even the withered old woman, they all had amazing pasts. Then Mr. Ghost, who was able to walk the celestial path shoulder to shoulder with them, couldn't be an unknown person. And now, the answer was revealed. Mr. Ghost was indeed not an unknown person. On the contrary, in this life, his reputation was even more resounding than the other four elders. After all, once the #1 beauty in the demon land, then married into the Xianxia Dragon Palace, climbed to the position of Dragon Mother, and then used all kinds of tricks, turned the dignified Xianxia Dragon Palace into a mess. The name of Dragon Mother Yu Mei. It was hard not to be famous, just that. No matter how Feng Xing guessed, he never guessed his real identity, because he thought this person had already left. The nine-headed bug stepped onto the path of immortality and moved the entire dragon palace of the Xianxia away. Countless dragon children, dragon grandchildren, and demon sea generals were also taken away. Who would have thought that the younger sister of the nine-headed bug, the dragon mother of the Xianxia, Yu Mei, would not be at the front, but would be going with them? And because of that, even though Mr. Ghost had revealed countless big and small flaws, he still didn't guess. How could she be here? The nine-headed bug was clearly walking in front. Why did she end up in Tianyuan? Because of these questions, Feng Xing didn't think it was her at first. Later, he guessed it, but he didn't understand why it was her. Just now, he did not dare to expose the identity of the Dragon Mother, Yu Mei, because she was too close to Ao Lai. It could be said that from the time she pretended to remind him, got close to Ao Lai, and then attacked him, it had only been a few breaths of time, but Ao Lai had already been in danger time and time again. Originally, when the Dragon Mother, Yu Mei, got close to him, she would launch an explosive attack to restrain Ao Lai, but Ao Lai was too vigilant, so she did not succeed in one move. It was not that Ao Lai's cultivation base was lower than hers, nor was his strength, but because she knew Ao Lai too well, and her movements were strange, her spirit was even more powerful. After she got close to Ao Lai couldn't use all of his powerful skills, and was forced to a corner by her, unable to use his most powerful supernatural power to suppress her, causing him to fall into a dead end. Feng Xing was worried that if he exposed the identity of the Dragon Mother, it would affect Ao Lai, and if he was careless, she would succeed in her attack. However, apparently, Dragon Mother had expected that. She didn't plan to expose her real identity at this moment. Therefore, she took off her black robe and revealed her beautiful face. After that, she gave Ao Lai a smile that left the deepest impression in his mind, sweet like a group of stars, but like a nightmare, deeply rooted in Ao Lai's heart. How? It's actually you. At this moment, Ao Lai couldn't help but be stunned, his expression unusually shocked. Good child, it seems like you really haven't forgotten about your mother. Yu Mei was waiting for such an opportunity. Her figure closed in, and silently, there was already a slender black needle under Ao Lai's dragon neck. It was only half an inch deep, and it didn't seem to hurt Ao Lai at all. However, if one took a closer look, they would discover that there were 9 such long black needles on Ao Lai's dragon body, nailed in different positions, and this was also what Yu Mei had taken advantage of during the previous battle to pierce into his body one by one. I'll kill you. Ao Lai was stunned for only a moment, and then anger rose in his heart. His pair of dragon eyes turned blood red. Of course, he couldn't forget Yu Mei, the woman who had ruined the Xianxia tribe. Although he didn't have a bad impression of this Dragon Mother before, he had heard from Feng Xing that what Dragon Mother had done to the Xianxia tribe was already very unbearable. Moreover, every time Feng Xing talked about it, he would exaggerate and describe it even more unbearable. Every time he talked about it, Ao Lai would be so angry that he vented his anger on the group of pigs. That kind of hatred had been engraved in his heart for a long time, so how could it be described with words? Boom! As soon as the anger rose, he swung his huge dragon head back, and the 2 horns on his head were like swords. Originally, he had been avoiding Dragon Mother and didn't want to die with her. However, at this moment, he was so angry that he didn't care about anything else. There was no other way to kill her at such a close distance. Therefore, he straightened up the dragon swords and stabbed towards her. Obviously, Umair had expected this reaction. Facing the invincible dragon horn swords, she didn't show any fear. Instead, she smiled gently. Her smile was so charming that it could enchant all living beings. In this smile, an indescribable power slowly spread out. It was driven by her powerful soul power, and her smile was the foundation. In a split second, it took away all the brilliance in the world. It was invisible and traceless, but it seemed to be everywhere. It was like a long tide, drowning Aolai completely, not to mention Aolai. Even Mr. Wen, who was standing aside and watching the battle, was mesmerized by it for a long time. Mr. Lan, who was blocking Fang Xing's way, had a crazed look in his eyes for a split second. She was so beautiful that she could topple a city, like a dream. Even Aolai was dumbfounded. The hatred on his face seemed to disperse like a tide in a split second. On his dragon body, the 9 long black needles swayed slightly, letting out silent buzzing sounds, which turned into Dragon Mother's laughter and entered his body. This was a part of Dragon Mother's charming skill. Her charming skill required the cooperation of sound. However, in the starry sky, sound transmission was impossible, and the transmission of divine thoughts couldn't achieve the same effect as sound. Therefore, she used the buzzing of the 9 silver needles to transmit her laughter into Aolai's body to enhance the charming effect. She was very satisfied with the result. Aolai's cultivation was the strongest, but he was still too young. Since my elder brother abandoned me and left me alone in Heaven's origin world, I was desperate. I didn't expect that my elder brother would treat me so well. We had been relying on each other for so many years, but when he had the chance to become an immortal, he abandoned his younger sister. However, I was surprised that you showed up in Heaven's origin world at that time. Dragon Mother giggled, as if she were the closest person in the world. She approached Aolai slowly, but was actually fast. I didn't expect that you're still alive. I didn't expect that you've recovered your mind, and your cultivation has skyrocketed. You're so terrifying. I really don't know who's capable enough to break my magic. But, it doesn't matter. As she spoke softly, she approached Aolai. Her hands that were as white as jade and as delicate as flowers stretched out from her sleeves. However, between her fingers, there were a few more hairpin flowers. These hairpin flowers looked ordinary, just like the hairpin flowers that the women in the world inserted into their hair bun. However, these hairpin flowers, being held in her hands, inexplicably gave a strange feeling as she slowly approached Aolai's head. If you dare to touch even a hair on it, I'll sell you to a brothel and make you do free business every day. In the distance, when Fang Xing saw the hair clip flowers, he was shocked, infuriated, and even scared. He screamed crazily. How could he forget that when he had first met Aolai, this mad dragon head had been wearing such a pearl hair clip? Later, in order to cure Deguzi, he even gave up the thunder pool of creation. Even so, he had to wait for decades to see Aolai, who had recovered his mind. Now that he saw this hair clip flower, how could he not be terrified? Boom. Boom. Boom, he had used all of his strength, and his magic power had been unleashed without reservation. He had used all of his magic weapons in the air, and they had turned into a long river that rumbled towards Fang Xing. It was a pity that Mr. Lan's eyes were bewitching. His sleeves were waving like a seal, and no one knew how many restrictive spells he had set up. He had completely blocked Fang Xing outside. The strength that Fang Xing had displayed was far beyond his imagination. He had wanted to take down Fang Xing, but he found that he couldn't. However, his cultivation was still there, so it was not a problem for him to stop Fang Xing. Moreover, the half-dead withered old woman and Mr. Wen were standing on the side in a daze. They didn't have the slightest reaction. Fang Xing watched as the hair clip flower approached Aolai. He couldn't do anything about it. This time, when the hair clip flower is on your head, don't take it off so casually. Dragon Mother smiled and walked to Aolai's side. She gently placed her palm on his head, and her voice was soft and charming, as if she was coaxing a child. Compared to before, you are now half a step away from becoming an immortal, and your magical powers are terrifying. You are more useful now. Whoosh. Aolai instinctively felt a strong sense of danger, and his dragon scales couldn't help opening and closing. However, under the enchantment that Dragon Mother had put in so much effort to display, he was momentarily stunned, and had no strength to resist. It's said that us siblings are the nemesis of your dragon clan. Now look, it's true. As Dragon Mother Umair pierced the pearl hair clip, history seemed to be repeating itself. The pearl hair clip had pierced Ao Lai's sea of consciousness, turning him into a monster that didn't recognize his own family and friends. He had even chased after the dragon lady. Now, he was no longer what he used to be. He was half a step away from becoming an immortal. What would happen if he was manipulated again? Sigh, the world's #1 calamity, the #1 beauty of the demon land that once stirred up chaos in the Kangland Sea is indeed powerful. Even Mr. Wen turned his head slightly, not looking at the scene of Ao Lai being pierced by the pearl hair clip. He had already decided to remain neutral. He would never offend Dragon Mother Umair and Mr. Lon. After all, Dragon Mother and Mr. Lon had obviously been in cahoots for a long time. Moreover, they had the upper hand now. Although they had deceived him previously, he believed that they would give him an explanation afterwards. Ha 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 ha, kill. 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 Kill this dragon and grind that little bastard's bones to ashes. On the other side, the withered old woman was shouting with all her might. Her face was filled with madness, and her eyes were filled with intense excitement. It was obvious that she, who had been tormented by Feng Xing and Ao Lai, was venting her hatred on Ao Lai's miserable state. At this moment, she even felt endless gratitude towards Dragon Mother Umair. She could not live anymore, so she only wanted to die with the two of them. Was I really wrong? At this moment, Feng Xing's heart sank to the bottom. He was currently blocked by Mr. Lon. He had used all kinds of methods to break through, but he could only watch Ao Lai being restrained by Dragon Mother Umair. At the same time, an indescribable sense of loss rose in his heart. Was he really the one who harmed Ao Lai this time? Dragon Mother didn't have a chance to approach Ao Lai. Although she had been trying all kinds of methods to get Ji Hao to release Ao Lai, she always failed due to various reasons. In the end, because Ji Hao insisted on asking Lu So to release Ao Lai, she released Ao Lai, which led to the current situation. In this case, was it a mistake for Ji Hao to save Lu So? Could it be that he really had to be like them? Once he made up his mind, he would cut off all his worries. The only time Feng Xing felt regretful was when he saw Dragon Mother Umair's pearl hair clip falling towards Ao Lai's head. This feeling almost made him waver in his usual way of doing things. But fortunately, something unexpected happened in this scene. Just as Dragon Mother Umair was about to insert her pearl hair clip into the ground, and it seemed that no one could stop her anymore, a deep voice suddenly echoed in everyone's heart, with indescribable heaviness and hatred. Do you think I'm dead? As this voice rang out, Lu So, who had been sitting cross-legged in the starry sky, suddenly opened his eyes. Swish, a sharp light shot out from the bottom of his eyes as he gazed at Dragon Mother coldly. Ever since he was contaminated by that black substance, he had been sitting beside the Dragon Bone Temple with his legs crossed, forcibly expelling it with his power. It seemed that his spirit consciousness had sunk into his sea of consciousness, and he couldn't even sense anything in the outside world. Even when Dragon Mother, Mr. Lon, and the others wanted to kill him and refine him into a pill, he didn't even open his eyes. He looked like a dead man, indifferent to the outside world. However, at this moment, when Dragon Mother Umair's plan was about to succeed, he suddenly opened his eyes. And at this moment, his body had already expanded, and his aura surged out like an erupting volcano. He seemed to have suddenly become more than 100 times bigger. With a muffled thunder-like roar, he swung his palm towards Dragon Mother. At this moment, Dragon Mother Umair was right above Ao Lai's head. The pearl flower in her hand was about to pierce down when she suddenly felt a terrifying aura coming from behind her. The sudden attack shocked her so much that her hair stood on end. She hurriedly turned around and struck out with her palm. However, she did not expect that the attack was too powerful. Lu So's cultivation was higher than hers, and the attack was a crazy attack that Lu So had mixed with endless anger and burned the remaining energy in his body. The power was also far beyond the limits of her defense. Boom! Without any suspense, Dragon Mother Umair was knocked back by this attack. She fell several 100 feet away, and the pearl hair clip in her hand flew to some unknown place. When she turned around, her face was filled with hatred, and her beautiful face was already distorted. You! How dare you ruin my plan? That shrill roar turned into a divine thought, spreading across the starry sky like flying needles. Since you dare to take me as a pawn and want to use me to refine pills, how can I let you do that? Compared to her anger, Lu Shou, who had just launched an attack, was obviously more furious than before. After striking out with his palm, he suddenly caught up with her in big strides and launched a series of crazy divine powers one after another. His voice was filled with endless anger and resentment. Before stepping on the immortal path, you all flattered me and showered me with extravagant praise, but after stepping on the immortal path, you all schemed and schemed against me. Long before the Dragon Gate, you all wanted to use me as bait to lure that young dragon to take the bait. Did you really think that I would forget about it if I didn't mention it at that time? Boom. 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 Boom, as Lu Shou charged at Dragon Mother with a thunderous roar, several formation flags flew up at the same time, like a battle formation, emanating a strong murderous aura. Just now, when you saw that I was stained with some dark matter, you impolitely wanted to refine me into a pill. Among the 5 of us who swore to work together, none of them objected. Instead, only a junior called Fiend came to protect me. Do you really think that I was ignorant at that time? Do you really think that I didn't know your ugly faces? Do you really think that I didn't know whether you were friends or foes? As he roared, streams of divine thoughts swept towards Dragon Mother like tornadoes. Dragon Mother, whose cultivation base was not as strong as Lu Shou's, was gradually losing ground under his powerful attacks. She could only yell anxiously, "Ridiculous! We are just looking at the big picture. Now, I am about to capture the divine dragon, and everyone has the hope of becoming an immortal. Are you really going to stop me? Screw your great plan of becoming an immortal." Lu Shou slapped forward with his palm, causing Ymaire's divine thoughts to be disrupted. His words could no longer be heard. His angry roar surged towards Ymmaire along with his divine abilities. "Why do you want to exchange my life for your chance of becoming an immortal? If you become immortals, then I will work for you and be used by you to refine pills. Then what will I become? I am the Grand Master of Formation of Heaven Yuan, a great cultivator who has shocked the world, Chen Zhulu. Do you think I am just a skeleton on your path of becoming an immortal?" Boom, with his last roar, Ymmaire was finally unable to withstand the Dragon Mother Ymaire's attack. She was knocked back like a broken kite and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, all her magic power and mystic arts had completely lost their original power. It was also this palm strike that destroyed the illusion that she had painstakingly created in an instant. It felt like a beautiful garden had been destroyed by a raging sandstorm. There was no longer any sense of beauty. For the art of charm, without beauty, there would be no power. Phew. Ao Lai, who had been stunned by Dragon Mother's charm, suddenly woke up. With a long roar, his dragon breath was like a sword. Whoosh! 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 The long black needles that had pierced into his body were forced out by the violent power in his body and instantly bounced off. As if he had just woken up from a nightmare, his entire aura was filled with fear and anger. Bitch, die. Ao Lai, who had just woken up, calmed himself down and let out a deep roar. He charged forward ferociously. His target was, of course, Ymmaire, who had just been knocked away by Lu Shou. The old hatred for the Dragon Palace and the new hatred for almost falling into her trap surged into Ao Lai's mind at this moment, turning into a surging and terrifying magic power. Rumbling, he spurted out a mouthful of dragon breath, which was like a long sword in the starry sky. With an irresistible power that was close to the realm of true immortals, the dragon breath pierced towards Dragon Mother's thin body. After putting some distance between them, Ao Lai's dragon breath was one of his most powerful magic powers, not to mention that Dragon Mother couldn't resist it anymore. "Don't kill her." Mr. Wen, who had been watching from the side, subconsciously shouted. He even wanted to rush over to save Dragon Mother. The sudden change of the situation overwhelmed him. Dragon Mother, who had the upper hand, was in danger in the blink of an eye. He didn't intend to stand on Dragon Mother's side, but he didn't want Ao Lai to kill Dragon Mother. After all, no matter who she was the only one who knew how to make corpse cores. Unfortunately, no matter what he thought, it was too late for him to save Dragon Mother. Lu Shou, who was in a rage, was standing in front of him. Moreover, Ao Lai's madness made Lu Shou very unwilling to provoke him. "Chen Zhulu, you. You deserve 1,000 deaths. You've destroyed all our hopes of becoming immortals. When Aoli's dragon breath pierced through Dragon Mother's body like a long sword, Mr. Lan, who was standing in front of Feng Xing, turned pale with fright. He abandoned Feng Xing in anger and disappointment and rushed over. Facing Aoli's dragon breath, he didn't dare to take it head-on. He hurriedly opened his small world and took Dragon Mother and Ymir into it to protect himself and Dragon Mother. Bang! They were shaken by the dragon breath, but at least they survived. At this moment, Feng Xing, who was pleasantly surprised, also caught up with them. Facing the small world from afar, he stood side by side with Aoli and Lu South. There was a mixture of shock and excitement on his face. It was almost impossible to express the joy in his heart. However, he clearly knew that this was not the time to be mushy. He just stared at Lu So and his face soon began to be filled with endless killing intent. He deeply gathered his Fa and then waved his hand angrily. Kill. Kill these two bastards. No one had expected that Lu So, who was almost sacrificed at the beginning, could turn the whole situation around at this moment. When Feng Xing, Aoli, and Lu So joined hands, the power of their divine sense was terrifying, especially Aoli, who had barely escaped from danger. He was like a mad dragon out of shame and anger, making Dragon Mother, who had once driven him mad, feel extremely pressured. She did not dare to take his divine sense head-on, so she could only hide in Mr. Land's micro-world and hold on. After all, her real cultivation was actually not as good as Aoli's. She could only get that chance just now because of her understanding of the dragon tribe. She had followed Aoli like a shadow, so that he could not get rid of her. Then, after revealing her identity, she used the charm skill when Aoli was distracted. Now that Aoli was on his guard, he no longer had the chance to get close to Aoli. Moreover, even if she could get close to Aoli, her charm skill would not work, because it would take too long to prepare. In other words, because of Lu So's attack, she had lost the only chance to control Aoli that she had painstakingly planned. Moreover, Lu So seemed to be desperate at this moment, and he even revealed a terrifying strength that was far beyond his usual self. He was basically burning his cultivation to fight fiercely, and he was more than 30% stronger than usual. As for Feng Xing, there was no need to mention him. When he was forced into a corner, he could display a terrifying ability that was beyond people's expectations, and it made people feel even more pressured. Now that the three of them had joined forces, they were able to take control of the situation on the battlefield. You are killing yourselves. Mr. Lan and Dragon Mother, who were hiding in the micro-world, roared, but they were slapped away by Aoli's claw, as if they were playing with a golden ball. You all deserve to die, all of you deserve to die. How can you not die? The withered old woman kept cursing, but she was almost half crippled, which did not help the overall situation. Mr. Wen was the one who had been wronged the most. He could only look on helplessly as Feng Xing rushed towards him with an awe-inspiring murderous aura. He shouted in fear, "Hey, young friend Feng, please calm down. I didn't do anything. I'm not your enemy, you didn't help me just now, so you're my enemy." Feng Xing roared and punched repeatedly. The dense Samadhi true fire rained down like a waterfall, filling the starry sky. Under such circumstances, Mr. Wen's cultivation base was not inferior to Feng Xing's, but he was unwilling to fight him head-on. So, he flew away to avoid Feng Xing's attack. He was a dignified high-tier transcending tribulation master, but he was being chased around by Feng Xing, a low-tier transcending tribulation master. It was a mess, really a mess. Aoli had almost fallen into Dragon Mother's trap, so he was extremely furious. Feng Xing was stopped by Mr. Lan, so he was full of anger. Lu So was almost concocted as a magic pill. The three of them had lost their calmness. They just wanted to kill as much as they could. They chased after Dragon Mother and used all their abilities to kill. Feng Xing, no matter how much you hate us, you should think about the big picture. Obviously, Mr. Lan and Dragon Mother returned. Dragon Mother had been silent since she was put into Mr. Lan's small world. Mr. Lan was obviously flustered and exasperated. The stable situation was ruined by Lu So it was not hard to imagine how he was going to deal with this mess. So, he urged the power of the small world to resist Aoli's crazy attacks. At the same time, he thought quickly and decided to start with Feng Xing big picture my ass. Little San, kill him for me. Hearing that, Fangxing became even more furious. He pointed at the small world with his claws and fangs. Roar, Aolai did not show any mercy. Hearing that, he attacked even more fiercely. Although he could not break the small world at the moment, the rumbling sound was enough to make the people inside suffer. I know you hate us now, but you can't disregard your own life for a moment of anger, can you? Under Aolai's furious attack, Mr. Lon sent a series of divine thoughts. The path to becoming an immortal is all about becoming an immortal. Apart from being an immortal, all alliances and relationships are just an illusion. So what if Yuji doesn't treat you well? Don't tell me that you don't want to live just because of this? Don't forget that if you kill us, you won't be able to use the Universal 6 Directions formation anymore. Apart from Yuji, no one knows how to refine the Yin Yang Corpse pill. We haven't even crossed the Star Sea yet. There's still a long way to go. We still need to join hands. Why don't we let go of this hatred and... Hearing that, Mr. Wen, who had been chased all over the place, could not help but stop. He sighed and said, that's right, even Lu So and Aolai could not help but slow down. What Mr. Lon said was right. The current situation was indeed as such. However, in order to cross the remaining Star Sea, did he really have to swallow his anger and join hands with them? Even at this time, you still think that we can join hands with you? Fangxing almost laughed when he heard that. His expression was cold. Even if I'm trapped here forever, I'll kill you first. Mr. Lon was rendered speechless by such a straightforward statement. Aolai, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He was a hot-tempered person. Now that he had heard what Fangxing said, why would he still be polite? His terrifying dragon aura was accumulated to the extreme. He charged toward the small world like a crazy demon. Why do you have to be angry for a moment? Mr. Lan's divine thoughts came again. He sounded a little helpless. I'm in this small world. You can't hurt me unless you use the divine palace to fight me. However, if you do that, you'll lose more than you gain. Why don't you sit down first and, who said that we can't hurt you in the small world? Mr. Lan's face really displeased Fangxing. He looked over coldly. Little San, push that bastard small world directly into the Star Sea. Fangxing's sinister words made Aolai overjoyed. Although he was half a step away from becoming an immortal and had extraordinary strength, he felt like a tiger trying to eat the sky with no place to attack. Mr. Lon and Dragon Mother Yume are hiding in the small world. He felt wronged. However, after being reminded by Fangxing, he had an idea. After all, they had explored the Star Sea before. It was indescribably dangerous. Even if they hid in the small world, they would not be able to avoid it. With this thought, he slapped his claws and pushed the small world into the Star Sea. This little devil is so ruthless. Mr. Lon, who was in the small world, also hurriedly flew into the small world to fight against Aolai. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Forget it. Since they have so much backbone, then let them be trapped here forever. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in the small world. It was Dragon Mother Yume, who had been silent all this time. After this voice, the small world was silent for a long time. It seemed that Dragon Mother and Mr. Lon were discussing something. After a long time, Mr. Lon finally sighed. That's the only way. They are indeed a group of short-sighted people. They deserve to be trapped here. At this moment, Aolai was accumulating a mouthful of dragon's breath, preparing to blast Mr. Lan's small world into the sea of stars. However, that small world suddenly turned nimbly, brushing past this mouthful of dragon's breath and escaping. It was as if it had turned into a shooting star, rushing straight to the other end of the sea of stars. At the same time, a loud shout rang out, "We have left, you have no hope of crossing the sea of stars." Swoosh, then, they rushed towards Mr. Wen. It was unknown what they had said to each other, but Mr. Wen's face revealed a trace of hesitation. He didn't resist when the pocket world arrived in front of him. Instead, he allowed himself to be pulled into the pocket world. Damn it. All of you should die, the withered-haired old woman was still cursing. However, when the small world rushed towards her, a giant hand reached out of it and pulled her in. Then, Mr. Land's small world turned into a dazzling ball of light and rushed straight into the sea of stars. Then, a small yin and yang dan appeared at the top of the small world. It was the yin and yang dan that Dragon Mother left in this place with the nine-headed worm. The yin and yang dan temporarily pushed away the surrounding meteorites and sank deep into the small world. What do you want to do? How dare you use my body to refine pills? Damn it. All of you should die. At the last moment when their small world rushed into the star sea, the shriek of the withered old woman was heard. Mr. Lon and Dragon Mother chose to directly enter the star sea when they were in a disadvantageous situation. In other words, they escaped. However, before they left, they took the withered old woman with them. Obviously, they wanted to use the yin and yang empty pill that could temporarily resist the dark matter to protect themselves. Then, before the empty pill was used up, they would refine the withered old woman into a yin and yang empty pill and cross the star sea. As for Fangxing and the others, they left them here. After they left, they could no longer use the universal 6 directions formation. After Dragon Mother left, no one could refine the yin and yang empty pill, since they could no longer persuade Fangxing and the others to cooperate with them. They wanted to use the star sea to trap them alive. This, Ao Lai, who was furious, calmed down a little after his opponent escaped. He looked at the vast star sea with a dazed expression. He was hot-blooded during the fight. Now that his opponent had run away, he obviously realized this problem. What method could they use to leave this place? The void was silent. In the vast star sea, only the 3 of them were left. The surrounding meteorites, because of the aura left by the nine-headed worm when it refined the yin and yang empty pill, had been captured by Dragon Mother with a secret technique and taken away. They had already gathered together. The area they were in was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was estimated that in 10 minutes, there would be no place for them to stand. Let's enter the Dragon Bone Temple first. Fangxing was expressionless. No despair or anger could be seen on his face. He was rather calm. The Dragon Bone Temple was not big. After closing the temple door, it could at least block the meteorite fragments outside, giving them a small place to stay. Of course, there was still no way out. It seemed like what Mr. Lon had said was true. If they were not willing to cooperate, they would really be left here. Other than being trapped alive in this void, there was no way out. Haha, the 2 of you really shouldn't have stayed here to accompany this old man to death. In the silence, Lu Shou also gave a wry smile. He looked gloomy and a little lonely. Although he had been contaminated by the black substance and would die for sure, he still felt sorry for Fangxing and Ao Lai. These 2 juniors are indeed not calm enough. They have defeated Dragon Mother and the others, but they have also fallen into a hopeless situation. Humph, hearing this, Ao Lai snorted coldly and didn't answer. He didn't like Lu Shou either. Lu Shou smiled helplessly. He turned to look at Fangxing, who was sitting on a shelf with his chin in his hand, as if deep in thought. Little friend Fang, what are you thinking about? Well, being called by Lu Shou, Fangxing came to himself from his thoughts. He said to himself, it's time to feed the pigs. How could he still consider feeding the pigs at this time? Fangxing's answer made Lu Shou not know whether to laugh or cry, and he even felt a little worried. Could it be that this kid also found himself in a dangerous place, and felt a little desperate, so he planned to stay here for a long time? However, no matter how weird Lu Shou and Ao Lai looked at him, Fangxing really opened the door of the palace to feed the pigs. As soon as the door of the palace was opened, the pigs inside could be heard squealing in hunger. Fangxing took some pig feed and went to feed them with a wooden spoon. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the pigs stopped squealing. He put down the food bucket and came out with 2 jars of wine. He threw 1 jar to Lu Shou. When Ao Lai wanted to catch it, he found that Fangxing was sitting on the stairs with the jar of wine in his arms, opened the mud seal, and started drinking. Say something. Looking at Fangxing drinking half a jar of wine without saying a word, Ao Lai couldn't help but say something. Say what? You were quite spirited when you were fighting with others just now. Fangxing rolled his eyes at Ao Lai. Are we really going to be trapped here? Ao Lai was stunned, and couldn't help asking. It's okay to be trapped here, Fangxing chuckled and said, I have a lot of supplies stored there, plus a group of live pigs. It won't be a problem to eat for a few years. Besides, we are cultivators, we won't starve to death even if we don't eat for a few hundred years. With the support of the spiritual essence and panacea, we can live for a long time, so you don't have to worry too much. I feel that we can still survive for 1,000 years. Even if we can survive, it won't work. Aolai became anxious when he heard this. He raised his huge dragon head and said anxiously, "We still have to save people, then you can go out by yourself." Fangxing rolled his eyes and continued drinking. Aolai was speechless. He put down his dragon head angrily, and then breathed out hot air. Sigh, it's all because of me that you've ended up like this. Lu Shou could not help but let out a long sigh. It's a pity that none of us know how to refine the yin yang pill. Otherwise, I wouldn't have long to live anyway. Without the suppression of the aura of the pill refined by the nine-headed worm, the dark matter in my body has begun to move again. If I can refine this body into the sun-moon pill, it's not impossible to help you two juniors cross the sea of stars. Yo, you don't want to become an immortal anymore? Fangxing grinned and looked at Lu Shou in a strange manner. Heh, you don't even have a life and you still want to seek immortality? Lu Shou let out a wry smile and shook his head. The so-called seeking immortality is just seeking immortality. There's a great horror between life and death, especially when you can choose to live. How many people can see through the life and death tribulation? There's a reason why the world calls sages sages. They're people who have seen through the life and death tribulation. As for us old farts, no matter how high our cultivation base is, we're no match for them because we're much weaker than them in terms of state of mind. However, the sad thing is that even if we can't see through the life and death tribulation, we still can't seek immortality. Just like me, hee, I'll be buried in the sea of stars. Alright. Why are you reciting poems when you're about to die? Fangxing laughed and interrupted Lu Shou's lamentation. You, humph, you're not worth teaching. Lu Shou's heart was set on seeking immortality and immortality. Now that he was stained with the black substance and his life was at stake, he did have some enlightenment. However, before he could express his enlightenment, he was interrupted by Fangxing feeling a little indignant. He picked up the wine jar and started drinking. Aolai was obviously very unwilling to accept his fate. After learning that he was trapped in this place, he was full of worries and did not say a word. Lu Shou was also full of sorrow. He drank alone and sighed. On the other hand, Fangxing was very pleased with himself and drank happily. He did not look distressed at all. After a long silence, Lu Shou could not help but ask, "Are you really not worried?" Fangxing turned around and looked at him. Worried about what? Lu Shou was speechless. After a pause, he said, "I'm worried that I'll be trapped here and turn into a skeleton in the starry sky." Fangxing blinked his eyes. After a while, he smiled and said, "I'm not trapped here, so what's there to worry about?" Sigh, you're such a careless kid. Wait, what did you just say? Lu Shou subconsciously sighed, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong and asked anxiously. Even Aolai suddenly raised his head and stared at Fangxing's face with his big eyes. Fangxing pretended to be calm as he looked at them and said, "I say, I'm not trapped in the first place. I'm just taking a rest here. You guys keep saying that the demonic woman is trapped in this sea of stars without me. I've never said that." Whoosh, Aolai and Lu Shou were stunned by his words. Their eyes gradually turned from surprise to ecstasy. "Do you know how to refine the sun-moon pill too?" Aolai suddenly said excitedly. He wanted to bump his head against Fangxing's face. When Lu Shou heard this, he was suddenly stunned. His expression was obviously very ugly, but he held back and did not say anything. It was hard to know what the old man was thinking, but he had discovered a problem. Even if Fangxing knew how to refine the sun-moon pill, it was obviously not good news for him to be able to leave the starry sky. After all, there were only 3 of them here. If Fangxing wanted to refine the pill, he would not use Aolai to refine the pill. He would still have to sacrifice himself. Even if he was grateful that Fangxing had saved his life, and he had volunteered to help Fangxing and Aolai leave if there was a chance, he would not feel good when the time came. Refining the sun-moon pill, Fangxing said with a smile as his eyes scanned Lu Shou from head to toe. Lu Shou's face immediately became a little gloomy. After a long time, he seemed to be a little withered and full of disappointment. Aolai was obviously startled as well. He realized this problem, but there was no joy on his face. Although he did not like Lu Shou and even regarded him as an enemy in his heart, Lu Shou had saved Fangxing, so he could not say that he wanted to use Lu Shou to refine pills. However, he did not want to give up this hope, so he kept hesitating in his heart and his eyes flickered. "Sai, if it's necessary, I don't mind giving up this body to send you away, but you have to promise me a few things." In the silence, it was Lu Shou who spoke first. The old man seemed to have made up his mind, and his expression was indifferent. What are the conditions?" Fangxing was slightly stunned and asked hurriedly. Lu Shou was silent for a while and said slowly, "First, if you use me to refine the pill, my body cannot be abandoned in the starry sky. You have to put it in a jade coffin, bring it to the great immortal world, and bury me there. I have been seeking immortality for a lifetime, so at least I can be buried in the deity land." "Of course." When Fangxing heard this, he chuckled and agreed readily. "Second, if you have a chance to return to Tianyuan," Lu Shou frowned and seemed to be thinking as he spoke. "I hope you can go to Nanzhan and Western Desert to look for my bloodline, the Chen clan of deer. Sai, ever since I went into closed-door cultivation and focused on becoming an immortal, I have not paid attention to the secular world. I don't know if my bloodline has been passed down. When I traveled the world, I made many strong enemies. Later, when I went into closed-door cultivation, everyone thought that I was dead, and I don't know if anyone came to cause trouble for them. In short, if you can find that bloodline, you have to promise me that you will help me support them and make them into a great family to make up for my unfulfilled responsibility." "Okay, that's not a big problem." Fangxing nodded with a grin and exchanged a glance with Ao Lai. He was not bragging. With his and Ao Lai's current cultivation and status, it was really not difficult for them to support a family. The third point, Lu Shou was deep in thought. After a while, he finally raised his head and said, "I believe that the formation of Tianyuan is top-notch, and I'm afraid that no one can compare with me except the seniors in Fusang Mountain. It's a pity that I have been unstoppable for my entire life, but I have not found a real successor. Before I die, I will give you all the knowledge of formation of my life. In the future, when you return to Tianyuan, you must find a successor for me to teach him all my knowledge of formation, and order him to establish a sect and worship me as his patriarch. In this way, it is better than living a nameless life." "Okay, that's not a problem," Fangxing agreed without hesitation, as if he could handle it. "Well, the fourth question, I hope you can go to the Pure Land. I once had a meeting with a fairy from the Pure Land." Lu Shou spoke again, but his eyes were a little gloomy, as if he was filled with endless emotions. All right, are you done yet?" Fangxing was a little impatient, and said while rolling his eyes. Lu Shou was so angry that his beard trembled, and he said angrily, "I'm ready to sacrifice myself to save the two of you. This is only my last wish before I die. I hope you can help me fulfill it. It's not a difficult task. Why are you? You're just a cultivator who seeks immortality. You've already cut off all your worldly concerns, so why are you still nagging?" Fangxing's face was filled with disdain, and his words made Lu Shou speechless. "Sai, if I didn't die today, I wouldn't know that I still have so many concerns other than seeking immortality." After a while, Lu Shou let out a wry smile and mumbled to himself, "Now that I think about it, I'm a lot luckier. At least I was able to make some arrangements before I died. At least I'm better than that old hag, who was refined into a yin and yang pill and didn't even have any last words. You've made too many arrangements, I can't remember them all." Fangxing rolled his eyes, crossed his legs, and drank from the jar of wine. Even Ao Lai was a little dissatisfied. He glared at Lu Shou and said, "How can you be so heartless? Forget it, the more I think about it, the more I think about it. It's meaningless." Lu Shou let out a soft sigh. He straightened his clothes and sat with his legs crossed, and said in a deep voice, "Do it." Fangxing looked at him strangely. "What do you want to do?" Lu Shou was startled. Using me to refine pills, Fangxing was even more puzzled. "I don't know how to refine pills." Lu Shou and Ao Lai were stunned by his words. They looked at Fangxing strangely, and they were a little angry. Fangxing let out a strange laugh and said, "I said I have a way to leave, but I didn't say that I have to leave now, and I didn't say that my way is to refine pills." After saying that, he rolled his eyes and said, "How stupid do you have to be to think of using that thing to refine pills? After talking for so long, this fellow actually doesn't know how to refine pills." Aolai looked at Feng Xing as if he was ready to scratch him if he did not agree with him. Lu Shou's face was flushed red. He was so righteous that he even made arrangements for his funeral. All he had to do was to offer his old bones and wait to be refined into pills to send these two juniors away. Yet, Feng Xing said that he did not know how to refine pills. He clenched his teeth and wanted to strangle Feng Xing to death. His eyes bulged as he stared at Feng Xing. He was prepared to strangle him to death if he did not give him an explanation. Who said that those who refine pills are idiots? Didn't the nine-headed goblin and the enchantress only want to refine pills? Aolai held it in for a long time. He seemed to be a little unconvinced and subconsciously retorted. The two of them are idiots to begin with. Feng Xing said without raising his head. He then threw the empty wine jar aside. Feng Xing's words revealed a lot of information. Lu Shou's eyes lit up as he stared at Feng Xing. His intuition told him that Feng Xing was not pretending to be calm. Instead, he was very confident. "Alright, old man, don't worry. Look at your dirty old bones. Even if I use you to refine pills, I won't be able to do it. I'll let you go this time. You don't have to act like a hero here anymore. I don't care if you have 3 wishes, 4 wishes, or 5 wishes. Just do it yourself. I do have a method, but it's different from the 9-headed goblins. I don't need to refine pills." Feng Xing seemed to have had enough of joking. He stood up and stretched as he spoke with a smile. "Really?" Aolai and Lu Shou raised their heads at the same time. Aolai was so excited that he almost knocked into the roof of the temple. "There's nothing to gain from lying to the two of you." Feng Xing rolled his eyes at them. He stood up and walked towards the bone box at the end of the temple with his hands behind his back. Hey, speak clearly." Aolai and Lu Shou were extremely excited at the same time. They hurriedly followed behind Feng Xing, as if they wanted him to say a few more words but were not afraid of disturbing him. However, the two of them, one old and one young, could not hold it in any more. It's obvious. What else is there to say?" Feng Xing sneered and raised his hand towards the bone box, as if he was going to open it. "Be careful." Aolai and Lu Shou were startled, and they both took a step back. The two of them knew that the bone box contained a meteorite stone. It was no different from the meteorite stones in the sea of stars outside. There was a terrifying black substance inside. They had guessed that the treasure inside the bone box had been taken by the 9-headed worm and placed into the meteorite stone as a trap. Now that they saw that Feng Xing wanted to open the bone box, they were shocked. They did not know why he wanted to open it, but then they thought that Feng Xing would not be able to open it himself. "Come and help." Feng Xing tried to open it, but it did not open. He turned around and scolded the two of them with an unfriendly expression. "Why are you opening the box? Isn't it the dark substance in the sea of stars?" Aolai's expression was solemn. Although he trusted Feng Xing, he could not help but ask. "I told you to do it, so do it. Why would I trick you?" Feng Xing did not explain and reprimanded him. "How many times have you tricked me along the way?" Aolai mumbled to himself, but after a moment of hesitation, he still cooperated with Lu Shou. In comparison, he was calmer than Feng Xing and Aolai. After all, he was already stained by the black substance, so he was not afraid of being stained by it. The three of them stood side by side next to the bone box and exerted their strength together. The lid of the box that was as heavy as a mountain trembled slightly before it was lifted. Aolai and Lu Shou both had the same thought. The moment the lid was lifted, they leaped from the ground and retreated hundreds of feet away. "What a disgrace." Feng Xing glanced at the two of them with a disdainful expression. The two of them were also slightly embarrassed. They slowly came closer and examined the box. "Why did you open it?" Feng Xing chuckled and said, "I'm only asking you, what's in the box?" Aolai and Lu Shou looked at each other with a strange expression. After a while, they said, "Isn't it just a meteorite?" Feng Xing sneered and said, "Wrong, this is a great opportunity, a great creation." Aolai and Lu Shou were stunned. They looked at each other and looked at Feng Xing worriedly, thinking that he had lost his mind. Based on the position of the bone box, everyone thought that the item inside must be something extraordinary, but they had already seen it. There was only one meteorite inside, and it was very likely that it had already been swapped by the 9-headed bug. Wasn't Fang Xing's words a little ridiculous and laughable? Could it be that this nine-headed bug was so kind that it placed a treasure inside for him? The treasure has always been here, and the nine-headed worm did not take it away. I don't even know if it has opened the box. Fang Xing's expression was very serious, and his expression was unusually solemn. Could it be that the meteorite is just a distraction? Lu So thought of a question and asked with a serious expression. The meteorite is not a distraction, but the creation, the opportunity, refers to this meteorite. Fang Xing replied with a smile, but his words were difficult to understand. Ever since I set foot on this immortal path, I've been thinking about what the ancestors of the dragon tribe would leave behind for their descendants. It's obviously impossible to say that there are only hardships and no opportunities on this immortal path. After all, it's their descendants who set foot on this immortal path, not their enemies. Moreover, when I crossed this sea of stars, I've been thinking about what they would leave behind for their descendants in the first half of this immortal path. After thinking about it for a long time, I finally understand. Fang Xing said in a low voice and pointed at the meteorite in the box. What do you think is in there? Lu So and Ao Lai were slightly taken aback when they asked this question. Meteorite stones were just ordinary meteorite stones, which could be found everywhere in the starry sky. There was nothing special about them, but the thing inside these meteorite stones was terrifying. At first, they thought that it was a kind of strange living creature in the star area that devoured human blood and power. But later, Dragon Mother inadvertently pointed out to them that this kind of thing didn't have intelligence, so it couldn't be counted as a living creature. Instead, it was a kind of dark matter. However, its nature was the opposite of living creatures and power. Therefore, it would be attracted to living creatures, just like the two ends of a magnetic pole. However, even if it was a substance, it had nothing to do with creation or opportunity, right? Haha, the ancestors of the dragon tribe are indeed very generous, Fang Xing chuckled in a low voice and then sighed softly. The creation they left behind is really amazing. Perhaps they also left a lot of magic treasures in the Dragon Bone Temple, but in any case, those magic treasures are not really great opportunities or creation. This creation is basically in the starry sky and cannot be hidden. It seems to be extremely dangerous, but in fact, it's a way of seeking survival in the midst of death. However, the ancestors of the dragon tribe are really proud and arrogant, so they refused to say it and just left it here. They probably wanted the descendants of the dragon tribe to comprehend it on their own. However, it's not right to say that they didn't have any guidance at all. They still left some clues in the most important place, the most important box, for their descendants to comprehend on their own. There is indeed a substance in these meteorite stones, and it's an extremely important resource. It's called deep earth, one of the original substances born in the chaos. When the chaos was first formed, clear air floated up and turned into living creatures, creating the vast thousand worlds full of vitality. The turbid ones floated down and turned into the stars, the sun, and the moon, stabilizing the universe. However, in addition to the clear and turbid chi, there are also subdivisions. The clear in the clear is spiritual chi, which creates the way of cultivation. Humans can become immortals, and demons can become humans, all because of chi. The turbid in the turbid is the deep earth mentioned in the legend. It's a substance that is completely opposite to spiritual chi. The Dragon Mother is right. Its relationship with spiritual chi is indeed the polar opposite of the magnetic pole. If I'm not wrong, we can definitely find an immortal tomb if we follow this star stream backward. After the genuine immortal in the immortal tomb dies, the spirituality in his body will transform, and that's why such a thick earth substance is born. If we use it for cultivation, we can make up for the shortcomings of the way of cultivation, and create a dignified way of combining yin and yang. Cultivation resources? Hearing that, Ao Lai and Lu So were stunned and could not close their mouths for a long time. This was clearly an existence that made them suffer so much that it could kill them. According to Fang Xing's words, it was a treasure, speaking of which, whose treasures were piled up in the void as if they were worthless. It was not that they did not believe Fang Xing, but his words were too shocking, and they did not dare to believe it. You deduced all these things? Ao Lai was also full of doubts. Although Fang Xing's words made sense, it did not sound reliable no matter how he looked at it. Humph, of course, I'm smart and astute. Of course, I also borrowed some help. Seeing that Ao Lai and Lu So did not believe him, Fang Xing had no choice but to answer honestly. What help? Ao Lai and Lu So asked hurriedly. With a smug smile, Fang Xing waved his hand in the celestial palace and took out an item. One is this star-secret gold encyclopedia that my godmother gave me, and the other is a treasure that I've had since I was young. With these two items, I was able to see through the origin of this item. Sigh. I knew you didn't calculate it on your own. Ao Lai and Lu So came to a sudden realization, and they looked at Fang Xing with disdain. Now, they believed him a little. However, what if there's a mistake? This thing is very dangerous, Lu So thought for a moment and asked in a low voice. Why don't you give it a try first? Anyway, you've already touched this thing, and if you fail, you'll die. Fang Xing's reply was extremely relaxed. Clearly, he had already thought about it. Try it or not, Lu So did not know whether to cry or laugh when he heard this. Damn it, he was really a little excited when he heard what Fang Xing said, thinking that there was hope for him to keep his life. However, after listening to Fang Xing's explanation, he realized that this fellow had no confidence at all and wanted to use him as an experiment. Furthermore, the reason he gave was really infuriating. What did he mean by using me as an experiment since I'm going to die sooner or later? I, Qin Zhilu, am a legendary array master of Tian Yuan, and I'm actually going to be played by you. He subconsciously wanted to refute, but when he was at the edge of his mouth, he let out a deep sigh. It seemed like there was no other way for him to live other than letting this little devil use him as an experiment subject, right? Obviously, Fang Xing did not consider that Yimo would reject him. After explaining his idea, he had already entered the God Palace to study it. It was not that Fang Xing was not clear with his words. It was just that he did not know much about the black soil hidden in the meteorite. When he first saw it, he did not even think of using the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror to look at it. It was only during the journey across the starry sky that he remembered that he still had the illustration of all things in the starry sky that the Lord God had given him. That was one of the main aids that the Lord God gave him. It was a copy of the illustration of all things in the galaxy that was made by the living beings of the God clan. To a cultivator who had never stepped into the galaxy, the importance of such an illustration was self-evident. The nine-headed bug obviously understood this as well. When he pledged his loyalty to the Lord God, the condition that he raised was this precious illustration. However, it was a pity that the Lord God was not easy to deal with. Although he had the illustration, he did not give it to him, and in the end, Fang Xing benefited from it. Of course, to Fang Xing, this was normal. After all, what was the relationship between the Lord God and the nine-headed bug? It was purely a business relationship. What about himself and the Lord God? That was the relationship between a godmother and her precious godson. If not me, who else would benefit from it? It was in the illustration that Fang Xing first connected the black substance in front of him with the legendary nether soil. The catalog recorded countless common resources and materials in the starry sky, but there were very few records of hidden soil. There were only a few words, and there wasn't even a picture. Naturally, Fang Xing couldn't compare it. More importantly, there was too much hidden soil, and the rarity of it was almost incomparable to the one recorded in the catalog. It felt like a mouse falling into a rice jar. He really couldn't believe that the rice that he would usually be happy with when he stole a few grains could become mountains and seas, and even drown him. It was only when he discovered the meteorite and the black substance in the bone box in the Dragon Bone Temple that Fang Xing began to have some thoughts. After all, although he had made all sorts of guesses at the time, they were just to muddy the waters. He actually did not believe that the nine-headed bug would set up such a senseless trap. As for why the immortal of the dragon clan placed the meteorite here, who knew if he was hinting something to the younger generation? With this thought in mind, Fang Xing re-examined the black substance and decided to use the Yin-Yang God and Demon Mirror. It was obvious that appraising this Yin-Yang Fiend God and Demon Mirror required a large amount of FA. Even he was a little reluctant to do so, but the result he obtained was very satisfactory. After a long period of deduction, he finally confirmed one thing. The black substance was indeed nether soil. Whether it was in the star catalogue of the Shin clan or in the Yin-Yang God and Demon Mirror, it was very precious nether soil, the turbidity of the turbidity, the nether soil that was opposite to spiritual chi like the poles of a magnetic field. The reason why it would devour the flesh and mana of cultivators was because the flesh and mana of cultivators contained powerful spirituality. The reason why the nine-headed bug could refine the yin-yang elixir and dispel the attraction of this substance was because it used a mysterious alchemy method. It used the spiritual chi of the quiet earth itself and the cultivators to refine a type of elixir that was in between reality and illusion. This type of elixir could also temporarily hide the ripples of spirituality on their bodies and prevent them from being attacked by the quiet earth. However, after the elixir was refined, it would be continuously consumed. The nine-headed bug kept refining this elixir along the way because every time he consumed one, he had to refine another. Fangxing did not know whether to laugh or cry at his actions. It was as if he had opened up an umbrella and was running with the gold falling from the sky. Of course, the reason was very simple. No matter how strong the nine-headed bug was, it didn't know what it didn't know. It didn't know that gold was falling from its head. It only knew that gold would smash someone to death if it fell on their head. Naturally, it had to escape. It was also because of this that he was so calm for such a long time. When the Dragon Mother and the others wanted to escape, he was eager to chase them away. Although he did not know that Mr. Ghost was the Dragon Mother at that time, he was already unwilling to share the truth with the bandits. Is it really feasible to use such a terrifying thing as a cultivation resource? At this moment, Lu So was still a little worried and nagged at Ao Lai. He felt that Fangxing was being childish. Anyway, I will try it on you first. Ao Lai nonchalantly rolled his eyes, and Lu So was so angry that he was rendered speechless. Sigh, so be it. Lu So made up his mind and decided to resign himself to fate. After all, nothing could be worse than his current situation. Although it's not very reliable, but I think the key to refining this kind of nether soil item should be. Fangxing came out with a scripture. He wore a glass mirror on his face and shook his head, looking like an old scholar. Wait, Lu So was shocked. Although it's not very reliable, what is going on? I said to try it first. What do you think is going on? Fangxing glared at Lu So and sized him up for a while before saying, your aura is still dissipating, and the nether soil in your body is beginning to stir again. If this continues, it will only take a few hours for the nether soil in your body to absorb all your chi, blood, spirit, and mana. At that time, the nether soil's ability to devour mana will almost disappear, and the main thing is that it will be full. At this time, I think it will be the key to refining the yin and yang pill that the nine-headed worm and the others mentioned. As Fangxing spoke, he patted Lu So's shoulder generously. But don't worry, I won't let you be sucked dry. I've thought about it just now. Did you try to expel this black substance but realized that your magic power could not expel it? Instead, no matter how much magic power you used, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean? Indeed. Lu So said seriously. I've tried many methods, but I realized that I can't expel it. That's for sure. How can Big Tough drive a fly away? Fangxing shook his head and said emotionally. Can you put it in another way? It's that the magnet itself can't drive that magnet away. Fangxing was obviously more confident as he spoke. His eyes glowed faintly as he said in a deep voice, so what you need to do is not to expel the nether soil, but to refine it and make it a part of your body, a part of your cultivation base, or in other words, a part of your magic power. Refine? Lu So was obviously stunned. He stared at Fangxing with his eyes wide open. That's right. Refine it, just like refining spiritual essence. However, Fangxing had a serious look on his face as he said in a low voice, when I first started on the path of cultivation, I was once schemed against by someone. A tormented spirit was planted in my body, and it tormented me quite a bit. Later on, I tried everything I could to resolve it, but I couldn't find a way. Later on, I was lucky enough to meet a good master. He taught me a technique that didn't kill the tormented spirit or strip it off, but directly refined it. Although the refinement almost failed, I managed to parasitize the tormented spirit with my true spirit, and finally resolved the crisis at that time. To a certain extent, this is somewhat similar to your current situation. I will pass that technique to you, and you can take a good look at it. Oh, if that's the case, thank you very much. Lu So was also an expert in cultivation. After listening to Fangxing's words, he naturally understood that it was feasible and quickly expressed his gratitude. However, when it was Fangxing's turn to teach him the technique, he suddenly fell silent and did not speak for a long time. "What's wrong?" Lu Shou asked after waiting for a while. He could not help but ask when he did not speak. "Nothing." Fangxing came back to his senses and said with a smile, "I suddenly thought of that old man." After saying that, he sat up straight and cleared his throat, and said in a deep voice, "I can teach you the technique, but there must be an explanation." Lu Shou was stunned when he heard that. "What explanation do you need?" Fangxing stared at him and said, "We can't just give you the secret technique of our sect." Lu Shou was dumbfounded by Fangxing's words. In the cultivation world, there was indeed a rule that the secret method should not be imparted easily. It could even be said that if the secret method of one sect was accidentally leaked, it could even lead to a bloodbath. However, he was a person who did not care about trifles because he wanted to become an immortal. Fangxing did not seem to be that kind of old antique, so he did not think that Fangxing would care about this. However, since Fangxing had brought it up, he had to ask carefully, "Then what should I do?" Fangxing's expression was solemn, but it did not take long before he smiled and winked at Lu Shou. "You should worship a master." Lu Shou was stunned when he heard that, and he immediately became furious. "I'm older than your ancestors, and you want me to worship a master? I won't teach you the technique if you don't worship me." Fangxing scratched his ear and said, "It's fine if it's other techniques, but this can only be taught by a master. Is your life more important, or is your face more important?" Ao Lai gloated at Lu Shou's misfortune and reminded him. Fortunately, Lu Shou was a person who had sacrificed everything in order to seek immortality. Although he felt helpless, he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. He let out a long sigh and stood up. He cupped his fists and said helplessly, "Disciple Chen Zhilu pays respect to Master Fangxing. Just call me senior brother." Fangxing waved his hand to stop him and sighed. "Your master is called Old Monster Wan Luo." Lu Shou, on the other hand, felt that he had gained something. At least he did not become the disciple of this little devil. However, it did not feel good for him, a reclusive old cultivator, to have such a kid as his senior brother. Moreover, he did not know who Wan Luo's master was. However, it was good to have a firm Taoist heart. As long as it was beneficial to him, he could be thick-skinned. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with having Wan Luo as his master. After all, Fangxing did not go back on his words. After Lu Shou bowed in the direction of Tianyuan, he sighed and imparted the secret technique to him. This technique was neither difficult nor easy, but it was actually the initial technique to cultivate the great yin-yang millstone. When Fangxing comprehended this technique all those years ago, he'd naturally exhausted a great deal of effort. However, with their current cultivations, it was as simple as piercing through a thin layer of paper. After all, they were already great cultivators that had undergone the heavenly tribulation, and their cultivation and experience were displayed before them. After listening to Fangxing's imparting of the technique, Lu Shou was enlightened. He slowly walked to the entrance of the Dragon Bone Temple and sat down cross-legged. Sigh, refining the nether soil and combining yin and yang. Won't my Tao foundation be changed as well? After thinking hard, he let out a long sigh and slowly circulated his Dharma power. Fangxing was right. At this moment, it was getting harder to suppress the nether soil in his body. He could only take it one step at a time. Yin and yang reverse, the sun and moon coexist, clear and turbid overturn, heaven and earth become one. Lu Shou's divine sense was transmitted. After a period of contemplation, he had added his understanding of the great yin-yang millstone. The principles contained in it were more profound than when Fangxing imparted it to him. From this, it could be seen that the old man was not a bad person. He knew the principle of returning a favor. When Fangxing imparted this life-saving technique to him, he made it more profound and profound. Then, as he cultivated, he turned it into divine sense and gently imparted it to Fangxing and Ao Lai. As for why he did not impart it after he had completed the cultivation, it was obviously because he was worried that he would fail midway and die. Cut off your mortal body and forge your immortal foundation. Even if you die 9 times, you won't regret it. Only leave one life and start over again. Lu Shou's divine sense became stronger as he continued to practice the technique. In the end, his power reached its peak. At this moment, his face suddenly turned serious. He held the yin-yang Dao seal with both hands, one above and the other below, in front of his chest. It was also at this moment that the beard on his chin moved without any wind, and surging immortal chi slowly surged over. A thick black cloud suddenly flashed across his face, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Failed? Aolai jumped in fright and hurriedly jumped up, wanting to make a move to save him. No, Fangxing grabbed him and said in a rare serious tone, "This is just the beginning." Aolai quickly suppressed his urge and stared at Lu So without blinking. Although he did not understand this technique, nor did he know how to refine the nether soil, he was still able to discern with his cultivation base. Once Aolai reminded him, he realized that Lu So's Dharma power had formed a whirlpool. It was like a hole that was sucking in the remaining nether soil in his body. It was as if Lu So had turned into a pill cauldron. The fire had reached its peak, and all that was left was the main ingredient. And the main ingredient was the serene soil. Hiss. 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 It seemed like an illusion, but it was also ringing in their hearts. Extremely clear threads broke through the air, and Lu So's entire body had undergone a great change. The blood that he spat out did not drift to the surroundings, but turned into blood-colored threads that wrapped around him like a spring silkworm. The threads continued to transform into various shapes in the air, and mysterious and indescribable runes floated and rotated around him, like smoke, and dreamlike. That's the manifestation of his entire body. Fangxing and Aolai were gradually attracted by the runes, and their faces were filled with silence and their eyes were blurred. Perhaps those talisman markings were just some meaningless marks in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of people with cultivations like theirs, they were able to see numerous traces of the Grand Tao from every single talisman markings, and they were able to see boundless clouds of the past like numerous dreamscapes. Gradually, the manifestation of the runes enveloped an area of 10 zhang around him, and it was extremely beautiful. Fangxing and Aolai had already retreated 30 meters, and they did not dare to approach him at this moment. However, there was a hint of joy in their eyes. At this point, Lu So was still alive, which meant that their deduction was true. In other words, the method of refining the nether soil was feasible. In fact, they could clearly sense that Lu So's aura, which was growing weaker and weaker, was becoming more solid at this moment, and his chi and blood, which were growing weaker and weaker, were surging like a tide at this moment. His aura seems to have changed. Aolai was of the true dragon bloodline after all, and his senses were extremely sensitive. He seemed to have discovered something and exclaimed softly. "That's right, he's no longer like a person, but like," Fangxing took over the conversation in a low voice, "a living being of the God clan." "And more like our dragon clan," Aolai said in a deep voice, and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. At this moment, the change in Lu So's aura was terrifying, and it could even be said to be earth-shattering. From Fangxing's point of view, the biggest change was the change in his aura, and he was actually leaning towards the living beings of the God clan. The living beings of the God clan were originally different from the human clan. One could grow into an existence that could dominate the universe by relying on the power of the bloodline, while the other needed to cultivate continuously, strengthen themselves step by step, and comprehend the Tao fruit. Now, Lu So was showing signs of transforming into a living being of the God clan, and he was in between the human clan and the God clan. Aolai sensed that Lu So was becoming more and more like the dragon clan. This resemblance was not in terms of the bloodline, but like the dragon clan, he actually possessed the ability to merge the human Tao, demon Tao, and God Tao. The dragon clan was originally an anomaly in the world. They were born as demons, but they comprehended the great Tao of the human clan, and then entered the starry sky and obtained great fortune, which allowed them to pass on the power of their bloodline to their descendants. This was also the reason why there would be one or two extremely powerful anomalies among the descendants of the dragon clan in every generation. Their power was originally similar to that of the God clan, and could be passed on. That kind of power of inheritance was very difficult for human cultivators to obtain, but now, Lu So clearly had this kind of aura. It's indeed necessary to refine the nether soil. This is a way to cut off one's mortal body. Even Fangxing could not help but feel enlightened at this moment, and slightly understood the profound meaning of the dragon clan's immortal path. Boom! However, just as he and Aolai were feeling emotional, they suddenly saw the virtual fire around Fangxing's Lu So suddenly flourishing. Soaring immortal flames broke through the sky, and its momentum was scorching the sky, but his aura began to wither rapidly, like a candle flickering in the wind. Did he go berserk? Aolai was taken aback, and his eyes shone brightly. Fangxing stared at Lu So for a while, and then growled in a low voice, "There's not enough nether soil." As soon as he said that, a palm force swept out diagonally and slammed open the door of the Dragon Bone Temple. At this moment, the outside of the temple was filled with meteorites that flowed in from the starry sky. As soon as the temple door opened, 3 to 4 meteorites squeezed in. Fangxing did not stand on ceremony. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then took out an immortal binding rope, wrapped a meteorite around it, and pulled it toward Lu South. Because the nether soil in the meteorite could devour Dharma power, he could not directly block it with his palm force, but with the help of external objects, he could slightly control it. When the meteorite approached Lu So, it immediately drew out the liquid-like nether soil and threw it into the flames around Lu South. It felt like a pile of medicinal materials was thrown into a Dan cauldron. Chi. The flames around Lu So were slightly weaker, but they were still burning fiercely. With a cold expression, Fangxing gritted his teeth and brought another meteorite to Lu So's side. Although he did not know alchemy, he knew that Lu So had activated his Dharma power and Qi and blood with Dharma power. Just like when a Dan cauldron refined the nether soil, the amount of nether soil must be balanced with Lu So's Dharma power. However, he did not expect Lu So to consume so much nether soil. Just a trace of this kind of resource that was born from the primal chaos was enough to take a person's life. However, when it was used as a cultivation resource, it seemed to be unable to satisfy the hungry beast, Lu South. A total of 10 meteorites were swept over, and the nether soil within them floated out like a snake. Just like what they had seen before, it began to tentatively come into contact with Lu South. It was obvious that it was attracted by Lu So's vital energy and blood. However, the strange thing was that it did not devour Lu So this time. Instead, it was being devoured by Lu So bit by bit. In the process, Lu So's aura became more and more strange. Sometimes it was strong, sometimes it was weak, and sometimes it was strange. In the end, his aura could no longer be sensed. The blood-colored runes and flames floating around him had also disappeared, leaving only him sitting motionlessly in the starry sky. It looked like there was no aura coming from his body, as if he had already passed away in a sitting posture, like a wooden statue. Is he dead? Aolai could not help but growl in a low voice. His expression was indescribably shocked. Fangxing also fixed his gaze on Lu So for a while, before he said in a low voice, "He's indeed dead." Aolai was shocked, and turned to look at Fangxing in confusion. If Lu So was dead, didn't that mean that Fangxing's decoy had failed? The first person had died, so what should they do next? However, before he could speak, Fangxing stood up and slowly walked toward Lu So with an ancient sword in his hand. There was a strange light in his eyes, as if he was very excited, as if he had seen a naked lady, but he has also been reborn. Fangxing walked up to Lu So, before he spoke in a low voice, and slashed down with his sword. With a chi sound, Lu So, who was like a wooden statue, was split apart by the sword, and a milky white light suddenly appeared in his flesh shell. "Haha, thank you, senior brother Fang, for slaying my mortal body." Within the milky white light, a person slowly stood up, and at the same time, Lu So's old but vigorous voice rang out. Under Aolai's astonished gaze, Lu So's flesh shell was cut in half like a layer of rotting flesh. However, a ball of milky white light floated out from the dead shell. The light then changed and grew in the void. After a few breaths, it turned into another Lu South. This Lu So had the same white hair and beard, and his appearance was no different from the previous Lu South. However, his aura had changed drastically. Although the source of his aura was similar, it was much thicker. In particular, there were streams of flowing light around his body, and there were masses of chaotic aura sweeping and dissipating. It was the epitome of an immortal. "How do you feel?" Fangxing asked anxiously as he looked at Lu So from head to toe. Lu So smiled and closed his eyes slowly. After pondering for a while, he opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "In the past, I walked on a single plank bridge. Every step I took led to destruction, and every step I took was a ladder to heaven. But now, I've set foot on the great Tao. I don't have to tread on thin ice, and I don't have to endure it. Tell me more clearly." Fangxing was so anxious that he pressed further. Lu So laughed and put his palms together again. He said in a low voice, 2,000 years ago, I've already passed 8 thunder tribulations. However, I didn't dare to pass the last one. I could only cultivate in seclusion and cut off all karma and opportunities, leaving the impression that I was dead. The reason was that I knew that the 9th thunder tribulation was a life and death tribulation that I couldn't pass. Although my state of mind was not strong enough, and my foundation was far from enough, I hid for 2,000 years. But now, I can calmly face the 9th thunder tribulation. The 9th thunder tribulation? Fangxing and Aolai were shocked when they heard this. It was hard to tell whether they were surprised or happy. The 9 tribulations were undoubtedly the biggest threshold on the path of cultivation before becoming an immortal. Every cultivator had different reactions when facing the 9 tribulations. For example, Aolai had fallen into a deep sleep in the thunderous pool of creation and reached the half-step immortal realm without passing a single tribulation. In other words, he had been undergoing tribulations ever since he fell into a deep sleep in the thunderous pool of creation. In other words, Fangxing's foundation was too strong and his momentum of cultivation was too strong. Therefore, he had passed 3 tribulations in a row. However, because his state of mind was not strong enough, it was difficult for him to pass the later ones. Luso, on the other hand, was different. When he was young, his cultivation was strong, and his momentum was like the sun in the sky. The first 8 tribulations were like a hot knife through butter, but when he faced the 9th tribulation, he suddenly realized that he did not have enough resources to survive the 9th tribulation. When the 9th tribulation came, he would disappear. Therefore, he had to cultivate in seclusion and cut off his karma to avoid the 9th tribulation. It could be said that to a certain extent, the 9th tribulation was a life and death demon for him, and he was far more terrifying than others. But now, he had refined the serene soil. Putting aside everything else, he had the confidence to pass the 9th calamity. How could the profound meaning in such a simple sentence be ordinary? It was basically giving him unlimited possibilities. In the past, he had walked on a single plank bridge, and he had reached the end of it. But now, there was a path leading to heaven under his feet. What about strength? Fangxing frowned and quickly asked the question that he was most concerned about. In terms of strength, Luso frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about what to say. After a while, he said, in the past, because I only focused on cultivating formations, I never had an advantage when fighting with others, unless I set up a formation in advance and waited for others to fall into the trap. Take Mr. Lon for example. He and I both have 8 tribulations, but Mr. Lon is a battle cultivator. If we were to fight, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves. But now that I'm in the same realm as him, even if my divine sense, martial arts, and ferocity are not as good as his, when it comes to fighting, it shouldn't be difficult for me to defeat him. Great. When Fangxing heard this, he was finally overjoyed, unable to contain his joy. Congratulations, junior brother. After a moment of emotion, even he had to focus, cupped his fists, and congratulated Luso. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. When Luso heard that, he was slightly stunned, and then he returned the greeting. He was in a good mood, and he called senior brother sincerely. Alright, it's really uncomfortable to speak in such a serious matter. San-er, come over quickly, it's your turn. After bowing, Fangxing waved his hand, as if he was not used to speaking in such a manner. He then waved at Aolai. Can you not call me San-er? Aolai walked over. He looked a little unhappy, but his expression was excited. You're the one who said not to call me brother-in-law. Fangxing rolled his eyes and scolded, hurry up, don't waste time. I always feel that it's unbearably vulgar, Aolai murmured, but he did not dare to be negligent, so he came over and listened carefully. Luso did not hide anything, and taught Aolai everything he knew when he was refining the serene soil. There was no need for Aolai to acknowledge him as his master. After all, in Fangxing's opinion, Aolai was his brother-in-law, and they were family. Although Aolai was arrogant and unruly, he knew what was good for him. Knowing that this was a serious matter, he memorized everything, and then followed the etiquette, thanked Luso, and slowly walked to the entrance of the temple. Because he wanted to cultivate the great Tao of the human tribe, he had already transformed into a human and was sitting at the entrance of the temple. Cultivate boldly, I'll watch over you. Seeing that Aolai was still a little hesitant, Fangxing looked solemn and sent a divine thought to him. Aolai was indeed a little solemn. After all, he was different from Lu South. Lu So had succeeded, but Aolai might not succeed. Moreover, refining the serene soil meant that one could either reach the great Tao of heaven in one step, or destroy one's physical body in another. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. However, when he heard what Fangxing said, he felt a lot more at ease, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He looked at Fangxing calmly, but his face was still expressionless. He raised his hands and slowly activated his Dharma power. Brilliant dragon power, bright great Tao. Following that, a low chant that sounded like a human's voice, but also like a dragon's voice rang out leisurely. Lightning suddenly shone brightly around Aolai. Traces of lightning that looked like flowing water appeared around his body. They gradually brightened and condensed into a shape. In the end, it seemed to have turned into a sea of lightning that spread far and wide, directly extending more than 100 feet away from the Dragon Bone Temple. In this sea of lightning, countless meteorite fragments were attracted over. The serene soil hidden in the meteorite fragments seemed to be attracted by a strong magnetic force. Like black waves, they were attracted by Aolai, as expected of the true dragon, to be able to attract so much serene soil at once. When Lu So saw this, he was dumbfounded and could not calm down for a long time. When he refined the serene soil, he had only refined about a dozen meteorite fragments before reaching a balance. However, Aolai had only just started, but he had already attracted dozens of meteorite fragments. The amount of serene soil in them was more than 3 times that of his. Moreover, unlike Lu So, who directly refined the serene soil with the true Samadhi fire, Aolai refined the serene soil with his lightning power. He had slept in the creation lightning pool for far too long. Unlike other cultivators, he did not cultivate the true Samadhi fire. Instead, he used his lightning power as his foundation. At this moment, he was using his lightning power and serene soil to cultivate a brand new great Tao of balance. In the eyes of Fangxing and Lu So, they watched as the dazzling lightning around Aolai slowly dimmed and became gentle. Its aura also changed drastically. That lightning, why does it look like? Lu So was the first to notice it. His voice was low and his face was full of surprise. Tribulation lightning. Fangxing was calmer than Lu So and said in a deep voice. He actually cultivated his own foundation into tribulation lightning. This dragon brat. Is this third prince trying to defy the heavens? Lu So could not hold back his excitement. His beard trembled as he said with a trembling voice. I've seen someone who could freely use the tribulation lightning to defend against enemies. However, she refined it into a Dharma treasure, Fangxing said in a low voice, and it looks like San Er's tribulation lightning is even more terrifying than hers. Looking at Aolai, he thought of the Divine Lord. The Divine Lord's Dharma power was unfathomable, and the Dharma treasures he refined were even more powerful. The most famous one was undoubtedly his immortal cloud of tribulation. It was a top-grade Dharma treasure that could produce tribulation lightning. It was an insult to call it an immortal artifact. It should be called a top-grade heavenly artifact that was as famous as a small world. However, it was still a Dharma treasure. Aolai's body was filled with the aura of tribulation lightning when he cultivated the serene soil. It was terrifying. Could it be that when his brother-in-law cultivated to the end, he would become a freak whose body was comparable to the immortal cloud of tribulation? Fangxing couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the appearance of that giant dragon that could destroy everything. The thunderous pool of fortune was a first-class creation in the world, and the serene land was also a first-class creation in the world. Aolai could be said to be the only one in Tianyuan who could obtain both of them at the same time. Perhaps even the ancestral patriarchs of the dragon tribe did not have such good fortune. Correspondingly, his cultivation prospects were probably not comparable to those ancestral patriarchs of the dragon tribe. Now, even Fangxing himself could not estimate how strong his brother-in-law would become in the future. He could only say that he was very, very strong. If this brother-in-law rebels in the future, I'm afraid no one can stop him. Fangxing also murmured, it seems that I have to pay close attention to his education. I have to teach him well so that he won't learn bad things in the future. Compared to Lu So, Aolai took a much longer time to refine the nether soil. Lu So used about 6 hours, while Aolai did not show any signs of stopping even after a day and night. More importantly, the amount of nether soil he refined was obviously more than 10 times more than Lu South. If Aolai and Luso were compared to an alchemy furnace, then the amount of nether soil he consumed was simply terrifying. It was completely beyond the imagination of a human cultivator like Lu South. Even Fangxing could not help but send a strand of divine thought to check if his brother-in-law had been possessed by the devil and died in the process of refining the nether soil. Fortunately, after a day and night, Aolai managed to refine the nether soil without any mishaps. When the amount of nether soil that Aolai refined had reached dozens of meteorites, a deep and long hum was heard. The pool of thunder sea that surrounded Aolai finally disappeared slowly. The thunder force that surrounded Aolai was no longer violent and even seemed a little inconspicuous. However, Fangxing knew that every bit of the thunder force seemed to contain a power that was 10 times more terrifying than before. It was like a treasured saber that was finally sheathed. A saber was not used to kill, but to hide. A saber that was hidden was far more terrifying than one that was displayed in front of him. In the future, I can't use Rattan to teach it a lesson. I have to use my love to influence it, Fangxing thought silently in his heart. The current Aolai was really not someone who could be provoked casually. When I was very young, I heard from my father that the true dragon bloodline, be it the thunderbolt manipulation skill or the rain summoning skill, is just an advancement skill that allows us to adapt to the great Tao of heaven and earth during our growth and to activate our bloodline. In ancient times, it was even conferred by the heavenly court as a divine ability to control the wind and rain. In fact, the most powerful divine ability of the dragon tribe is the chaotic dragon breath. Only by mastering this divine ability can the dragon tribe be qualified to challenge the immortal kings and conquer the ancient world of the dragon tribe. As the sea of lightning disappeared, Aolai's voice rang out softly. It was as if it came from the ancient times and carried a deep sigh. Only those who have mastered the chaotic dragon breath can be considered as dragons who have stepped into the celestial realm. But in the past, I simply couldn't understand. My royal father didn't understand the primal chaos dragon breath, and neither did my royal grandfather. It could even be said that our dragon clan's bloodline doesn't have primal chaos energy at all. If that's the case, how did we cultivate this primal chaos dragon breath? Now, I finally understand what's going on. As he spoke, the lightning around Aolai completely disappeared. Then, he stood up straight and walked back from the starry sky. At this moment, he looked ordinary and indifferent without the slightest bit of blazing sharpness. He was simply like an ordinary young man. However, as he walked forward, Fangxing and Luso's expression suddenly changed, and they instinctively took a step back. It was too terrifying. What he saw in his eyes was an ordinary person walking over. However, through their divine senses, they seemed to have seen a sea of chaos that could devour everything. There was even an indescribable light floating in Aolai's eyes. That light was formless, traceless, and colorless. It wasn't white, transparent, or black. Instead, it was a color that couldn't be described with words. Because this color had never appeared in the world before, there were no words to describe it. This was because it was all-encompassing and belonged to the color of chaos. How do you feel? After Fangxing instinctively took a step back, he hurriedly walked up to Aolai and asked in a deep voice. I feel like I can become an immortal. The chaotic color in Aolai's eyes gradually disappeared. After pondering for a while, he suddenly said this. Become an immortal? Fangxing was stunned when he heard that. He did not understand that concept. Aolai was obviously also thinking about how to prove it. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, previously, when I was sleeping in the creation thunderbolt pool, the power of my bloodline was stimulated, but I was still a distance away from becoming an immortal. The immortal I was talking about was not reaching the end of the immortal path, but a concept hidden deep in my bloodline, a realm. I always felt that there were many things that I was lacking. Although I was close to it, I could never cross it. But now, I feel that I can cross it, and I will become an immortal with just one step. However, there is still one thing missing, and that one thing is missing. What is missing? Fangxing was stunned when he heard that, and he instinctively followed up. I'm not sure either, but my bloodline tells me that I'm still missing that one thing. Aolai shook his head and suddenly laughed bitterly. Let's just say it's the east wind. After hearing that, Fangxing suddenly understood and looked deeply at Aolai. Everything was ready, and all that was missing was the east wind. Aolai could no longer be called a half-step true immortal. Because he was infinitely close to becoming an immortal, and all he needed was the east wind, a little help. Now, he was only 1/3 of the way to the immortal path, and he would definitely be able to find it later. Alright, it's my turn now. After a moment of silence, Fangxing could only pat Ao Lai's shoulder and walk forward. It was obvious that Lu Shou and Ao Lai had successfully refined the serene soil and obtained a great opportunity, so he was the only one left. Ao Lai and Lu Shou looked solemn when they heard that. They seemed to have something to say, but they did not dare to say it. Fangxing understood their worries. In terms of cultivation, he was indeed much weaker than them. Putting aside Ao Lai, who was infinitely close to becoming an immortal, even Lu Shou was an upper-level bodiless immortal who had gone through 8 heavenly tribulations. Fangxing, on the other hand, was only at 3 heavenly tribulations, 2 levels lower than a lower-level bodiless immortal. They had refined the serene soil, and with their cultivation as a foundation, they were naturally more daunting than dangerous. However, if they refined it on their own, no one could tell if there would be any deviation or loss of control. That was the truth. Although he was the one who proposed the method of refining the serene soil, he was still the most dangerous one. This night, I've given it a lot of thought and improved the method to make it more suitable for refining the serene soil. Now, I'll teach it to you. Although your cultivation is a little weak, and your ability to control it is a little insufficient, this method should be able to help you. Lu Shou spoke in a low voice, and a divine thought was sent into Fangxing's heart. Fangxing could not help but feel that Lu Shou had given a plum in return for a peach. This old man had made a detailed deduction during the time when Ao Lai was refining the serene soil. He had pushed the refining power that his dermic power, qi, blood, and spirit could achieve to the extreme. He had even calculated the amount of serene soil contained in each meteorite, as well as the amount of serene soil that his body could withstand. It was as if he was planning the firepower of a pill furnace, its capacity, and the maximum amount of pill materials that he could refine. All in all, 3 pieces? Fangxing pondered for a while, and he raised his head to look at Lu Shou. Lu Shou's face was solemn as he nodded and said, "That's right, 3 pieces, and at most 4 pieces. Otherwise, it will exceed your limit." "I understand." Fangxing nodded and agreed with Lu Shou's deduction. With his cultivation and dermic power, he could indeed only refine the amount of serene soil in so many meteorites. "I will also keep an eye on you." Ao Lai did not say much. He only said one sentence after he passed on his understanding of refining the serene soil to Fangxing. Fangxing understood. He patted Ao Lai's shoulder with a smile and said, "Good boy." Then, he walked out of the Dragon Bone Temple. At this time, Lu Shou had already flown out. He came to Chu Li's side with 3 meteorite stones that he had calculated in detail. He placed the 3 meteorite stones in a triangular shape beside Chu Li. Previously, anyone who touched these meteorite stones would die, but Lu Shou grabbed them with his bare hands and did not suffer any damage. It was as if he was holding an ordinary meteorite stone. After he placed them beside Fangxing, he made some calculations and set up a small but extremely mysterious protective formation. It was used to protect Fangxing and prevent him from being hurt by other serene soil. They all understood that Fangxing was in great danger when refining the serene soil. At this time, no one dared to be careless and did their best to protect him. "Life and death are up to me, not the heavens. How can a coward become an immortal? I'm going to start." Fangxing also made up his mind and said angrily. He then waved his hand and sat cross-legged in the starry sky. When Lu Shou and Ao Lai saw this, they backed off and gave him some space. Yin and Yang grind, the world is infinite. After slowly closing his eyes for a while, Fangxing raised his 2 palms, one above and one below, and slowly rotated them as if he was pushing an invisible grind. He circulated the yin-yang grind technique that old monster Wan Luo taught him, and he even used the grind technique of heaven and earth that he comprehended later on. For him who'd once had his Tao foundation shattered for an entire 10 years, this was simply a walk in the park for him. He'd used the technique of transforming the body into a furnace once when he was forging the 100-battle demonic weapon, so he was very familiar with it. Thus, he was more familiar with the starting position than Lu Shou and Ao Lai. He steadily circulated the true Samadhi flame, and then slowly drew the serene soil within the 3 meteorite stones into his body. Oh, in terms of comprehension of this technique, he's more familiar with it than we are. Moreover, he has our comprehensions from refining the nether soil as reference, coupled with my meticulous planning and the protection of the Grand Formation. Although his cultivation is slightly lower, he won't be in any danger. Lu Shou was slightly comforted when he saw Feng Xing's appearance, and he spoke in a low voice. Yes. Ao Lai was obviously unwilling to pay attention to Lu Shou, and he only responded with a deep voice. After a while, he couldn't help but say. I hope nothing happens to him. Haha, everything is under control, Lu Shou smiled as he consoled, but before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed drastically. For some unknown reason, the true samadhi flame that manifested on Feng Xing's body did not vanish when the serene soil entered his body. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it actually rose abruptly like an enormous flame in the starry sky. At the same time, the formation that Lu Shou had set up around him was suddenly smashed by a strange aura from his body, and then the countless meteorites in the starry sky surged towards him from all directions. What's going on? Ao Lai and Lu Shou's expressions changed at the same time, and they were shocked as if they'd lost their souls. Lu Shou had made a careful calculation and concluded that the amount of serene soil that Feng Xing could refine was at most 3 meteorite stones. In order to prevent any accidents, he had even set up a formation to protect Feng Xing. However, no one had expected that the refinement would go out of control as soon as it started. Countless meteorite stones seemed to be attracted by an invisible force and rushed toward Feng Xing in a mighty manner. The number was not just 3 or 5, but hundreds of meteorite stones. The number of meteorite stones had even exceeded Ao Lai's. Moreover, there were still meteorite stones flying toward Feng Xing from afar. Boom. Boom. Boom, 100 meteorite stones, 1,000 meteorite stones, 10,000 meteorite stones, more and more meteorites were attracted from afar. They covered the sky and the earth, and swarmed towards Feng Xing. At this time it was impossible to see where Feng Xing was. He was directly buried by all the meteorites. The piles of meteorites were attracted by an invisible force, and gathered into the shape of a constantly growing hill, like a great tomb. What the hell is going on? Ao Lai and Lu Shou were shocked at the same time. Their first reaction was to fly forward to rescue Feng Xing. However, as soon as they got close to Feng Xing, they sensed that countless meteorites were flying toward them from all directions, as if they were being sucked in by an invisible force. The meteorites formed a huge mountain or a grave around Feng Xing, wrapping him tightly in the middle. They were unable to touch Feng Xing from outside the mountain. Furthermore, the vast sea of stars seemed to be missing a piece, as more and more meteorites were flying toward them as if they were collapsing. This is not good. Let's retreat. Ao Lai and Lu Shou had no choice but to retreat for the time being. Then, they stared blankly at the scene in front of them. They did not know whether to call it spectacular or tragic. In short, the scene in front of them was far beyond their imagination. What exactly happened? Why did he attract so much of the serene earth? How could he refine so much deep soil with his cultivation of the third layer of the crossing calamity realm? Everything was a mess. Lu Shou and Ao Lai had no idea what was going on. They were in a daze in the starry sky. What shocked them even more were the specks of phantoms that appeared in the starry sky. When Lu Shou refined the nether soil, a large number of blood-colored runes spread over 100 feet, revealing the memories of his lifetime of cultivation. On the other hand, when Ao Lai refined the nether earth, his entire body transformed into lightning energy that stretched for almost 300 m, and it was like a sea of lightning. But at this moment, when Feng Xing was refining the serene earth, it suddenly manifested a world. There were mountains, raging seas, long rivers, blazing suns, and even various kinds of creatures. The projection of this world strangely revolved around the meteor stone tomb that Feng Xing was in and projected itself into the void. It was impossible to calculate the distance of this illusion. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles. It spread out. That mountain, why does it look so much like the pilgrimage mountain of the northern region of the Divine Prefecture? Lu Shou looked at the mountain in the middle of the illusion, and his expression was filled with astonishment. That sea is so real, and so familiar. Ao Lai also looked at it in a daze. He was completely confused, and his eyes were misty as he looked at everything. What the hell is wrong with this? Why did Feng Xing, who had the lowest cultivation, have all these strange phenomena when he was refining the nether earth? Even if a perfected immortal came, it would be difficult for him to create such a scene, right? Was it because Feng Xing's foundation was so deep that it was beyond their imagination, or was it because everything had gone out of control? I see. I see. At this moment, Feng Xing was in a state of ecstasy, and he could not wait to roar. He never thought that such a sudden scene would happen when he was refining the nether earth. When he first absorbed the nether earth into his body, everything was normal. To him, the nether earth was just like a tormented spirit that once wreaked havoc in his body. If he could refine it, he would refine it. If he could not refine it, he would use it as a parasite. He was very familiar with the process, and there would not be any accidents. In the beginning, it was indeed smooth. He activated all his Dharma power, and his body was like a furnace. His chi and blood were like firewood, and his spirit was like the mother pill. He slowly fused and refined the nether earth into his body. Lu Shou's speculation was very accurate. With his current cultivation of the tribulation passing realm, it was enough for him to refine 3 meteor stones. His cultivation was limited, and so was his chi and Dharma power. This meant that he could not refine too much of the nether earth, because the process of refining the nether earth was also a process to achieve a balance between himself and the nether earth. If there was too little or too much nether earth, it would lead to chi deviation and collapse. The reason why Lu Shou could calculate the upper limit of the nether earth that he could refine was because of this. However, whether it was Feng Xing or Lu Shou, they both missed one point, and that was Feng Xing's spirit, and it was because of this that Feng Xing encountered a problem in the process of refining the nether earth. When he started refining the nether earth, he had already sunk into his sea of consciousness, and was using his Dharma power. However, while others sunk into their sea of consciousness, he sunk into his realm of consciousness, because he cultivated the Taishang Dao scripture. His path of cultivation was already gradually different from other cultivators. It was hard to notice the difference on the surface, but in reality, it was like heaven and earth. For example, his realm of consciousness had long turned into an independent illusory realm that existed between reality and illusion. It could be said to be an independent world, and this was also the foundation that the Taishang Dao of alchemy had laid. Since then, although Feng Xing's cultivation had broken through the Yuanying realm, and he had embarked on the tribulation passing realm, this realm of consciousness had always been preserved. There were mountains, rivers, silent oceans, blazing suns, and even the projections of countless demonic beasts. It was full of vitality, although it was only a world that existed between reality and illusion. To a certain extent, it was more real than the real world. Even Feng Xing did not expect that when he was refining the nether earth, this realm of consciousness would also start to undergo earth-shattering changes. This realm of consciousness was the manifestation of his realm of consciousness. Simply put, it was related to spirituality, and was the shadow of the Taoist origin. Now, as the nether earth was refined, the Taoist origin naturally began to undergo the most fundamental change. When it was projected into this realm of consciousness, it was shockingly a world-shattering change. An indescribable black substance descended from the sky, and wisps of it impressively attached to everything in the realm of consciousness. And those existences, from an illusory shadow, gradually became real when they came into contact with the nether earth. At this moment, the realm of consciousness that was originally in between reality and illusion seemed to have broken a point, and it began to turn into reality. The nether earth actually began to transform Feng Xing's realm of consciousness towards the real world. This was simply too terrifying. Even Feng Xing did not expect this, and even after seeing it, he did not dare to believe it. The realm of consciousness was an illusion formed by the realm of consciousness, and the realm of consciousness was originally a projection of one's thoughts, so how could it become real? At this moment, his heart was filled with shock, and Feng Xing could only vaguely guess one thing. When the world was first separated, there was first the clear and turbid yin and yang qi, and within the clear and turbid yin and nether earth were respectively born. Little by little, there were various changes, and in the end, there was this boundless world, which was all-encompassing. As for living beings, they were undoubtedly the spirits born from the clear qi, and their thoughts were the spirits of living beings. It was the extreme manifestation of spiritual qi, illusory, and ever-changing. As for the nether earth, it was impressively a substance that was the opposite of human thoughts. It was lifeless, but it could devour everything, and it would never change. Simply put, the nether earth and the realm of consciousness happened to form two extremes in terms of nature, just like yin and yang. And now, when these two extremes accidentally came into contact, it actually revealed an unexpected situation. That was, The birth of a world, a real world, the realm of consciousness was originally between the illusory and the real. It had spirit but no substance, intent but no substance. But now, as the endless nether earth was drawn into Feng Xing's realm of consciousness, the various things in the realm of consciousness started to break through the illusory boundary and change towards reality, and this process could only be described as the mystery of creation. Compared to the vastness of the realm of consciousness, the amount of the nether earth was obviously too little. It was like filling up the sea with soil. No matter how much it was filled, it would always seem to be insufficient. But once this change occurred, it started to have its own rules, and an unimaginably enormous gravitational force was born out of thin air. Feng Xing's body had shockingly turned into a black hole, or rather, it had turned into a door from the real world to the realm of consciousness, and it started to absorb the endless nether earth into it without end, and in the eyes of Ao Lai and Lu So, this scene was undoubtedly too terrifying. How could a person refine so much nether earth? It was just like how no matter how much a person could eat, it was impossible for him to eat food that was bigger than his body, right? But what they did not expect was that Feng Xing was no longer refining the nether earth, he was using the nether earth to fill up a world. It could be said that from a point to a surface, gradually attracting. Feng Xing was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, and it started to create circles of increasingly large ripples. Starting from the 3 meteorite stones beside him, circles of powerful gravitational force started to attract them. From near to far, countless meteorite stones were surging towards him, piling up together. And the nether earth in the meteorite stones was flowing, and all of it gushed into Feng Xing's body in the middle of the big tomb in the starry sky, and then poured into his realm of consciousness. Waves of meteorite stones surged towards Feng Xing, and then left a large vacuum in the starry sky. From afar, it looked like a terrifying beast had appeared in the Milky Way, and it was drinking up the water in the Milky Way. Gosh! Is he really going to devour all the nether soil? Feng Xing, who was in the center of the whirlpool, was shocked by the strange changes that happened to his body. At this moment, he could neither speak nor transmit his divine consciousness. He could only observe and experience the changes. However, while he was experiencing and observing the changes, Ao Lai and Lu So, who had been watching from afar, were on the verge of tears. To them, watching the process of Feng Xing refining the nether soil was no different than watching a person devouring the sea. It was as if there was a huge black hole in his small body. The contrast between the sea and the thin body of a person was so strong, but that person could really devour the entire sea. This was so terrifying that it was unreasonable. This cheap senior brother of mine really can't be judged by common sense. Lu So could no longer use his own words to describe what he was feeling. After a long while, he could only sigh. He is creating a miracle, humph. What miracle? This is basically robbery. Hearing Lu So's sigh, Ao Lai finally said angrily after a long while. Lu So was stunned for a long while. Suddenly, he laughed silently. He really understood Ao Lai's feelings at this moment. Speaking of which, Feng Xing was really no different from robbery at this moment. Although Ao Lai was a descendant of the pure-blooded dragon, he did not know why there were so many nether soil on the ancient immortal path of the dragon tribe. For the nether soil, before understanding its nature, it was a tribulation and a critical juncture for those who crossed the immortal path. But after understanding its nature, this tribulation became a great opportunity. Regardless of others, at least Ao Lai had discovered that this nether soil was a necessary resource to cultivate the supreme mystique of the dragon tribe, the breath of the chaotic dragon. And after mastering the breath of the chaotic dragon, one could even challenge an immortal king with the body of a pure-blooded dragon. Just this alone showed how important this nether soil was to the dragon tribe. That was a precious resource that could allow the true dragon clan to advance even further. He really did not know how the great ancestors of the dragon tribe thought of storing such powerful resources in the starry sky. No matter what, it was on the ancient immortal path of the dragon tribe, and no one could take it away. However, the current situation made Ao Lai extremely depressed. If Feng Xing and Lu So really needed to refine some nether soil, Ao Lai would not refuse. After all, they were all in the same boat now. It did not matter if he let them bask in the glory of the dragon tribe. But now, Feng Xing was not basking in the glory of the dragon tribe. He was basically going to take away all the resources of the dragon tribe. Originally, Ao Lai was also very concerned about Feng Xing. However, as time passed, Fangxing's performance had completely exceeded the scope of their concern. Moreover, they could also see that although the process of Fangxing's cultivation was spectacular and terrifying, everything seemed to be unusually stable, so there was no need to worry about his safety. After Aolai ascertained the safety of Fangxing, he watched the vast sea of stars being devoured. His worry for Fangxing gradually turned into heartache for the dragon tribe's immortal path being devoured. The great fortune of the dragon tribe's immortal path was taken away by someone as if it was free. However, no matter how heartache he felt, he could not stop it. In fact, he did not dare to stop it casually. He could only look at it and sigh, breaking through the illusion and turning it into reality. As the endless serene earth entered the realm of consciousness, all the changes happened naturally. Fangxing instead became a bystander in a sense. His body seemed to have become a door that was only responsible for bringing all the serene earth into the realm of consciousness. As for the various changes in the realm of consciousness, they were naturally produced according to some kind of law. In fact, as the entire realm of consciousness turned from illusion to reality, some new laws were also born. It was as if there was a huge hand in the unseen world that was displaying the power of creation in his heart. In the realm of consciousness, time and space were both newly born and in a state of chaos. As a bystander, Fangxing even forgot the concept of time and space. He only watched and observed quietly. However, it seemed that he was not the only one observing the birth of all these things in the realm of consciousness. When the realm of consciousness underwent earth-shattering changes, an unknown number of existences that were originally hidden in the depths of the realm of consciousness were born. They quietly observed the birth of all these things. Some were lamenting, some were sighing. Has the supreme Taoist disciple awakened? Someone was surprised that this day had come so quickly. He had just woken up and asked in a daze. The great Tao is incomplete and the Taoist heart has yet to appear. How can the supreme Taoist disciple awaken? Someone laughed in a low voice. All of this seems like a coincidence. There are no coincidences in this world. There are only predestined events. A certain existence disagreed. Although his voice was weak, it was resolute and decisive. There are 4 out of 9 heavenly decrees. Even if one escapes, it can be seen that there will always be a trace of change in the great Tao. Nothing is eternal. Didn't we sleep here to see if this person is the variable chosen by the supreme Taoist? If everything is really predestined, then why do we have to linger on in this world? Although, all of this is really despairing. His words caused all the existences to fall silent. They didn't speak for a long time, and it was deathly silent. Sigh, after a long time, someone finally spoke in a light voice. All those years ago, the supreme Tao sects were removed from the world, and it finally caused this great calamity. No one in the myriad of worlds in the universe was able to remain unharmed, and even all of us who were idle like the clouds and wild cranes were swept into it, let alone the other figures that controlled the world. Strictly speaking, we were defeated. It was a complete mess. Perhaps some of the things we believed in were actually wrong. But, even if it was wrong, so what? Even though the Grand Supreme Path was annihilated and caused this calamity to sweep through the myriad of worlds in the universe in advance, it was also because of their annihilation that it left behind a trace of a variable in the grand scheme of the world, leaving behind one outside of the 4 nines. Although the plan to deceive the heavens was righteous and far-reaching, this old man doesn't think highly of him. After all, the old fellows were defeated. How much use can the children that were raised by pulling up seedlings to help them? So compared to the plan to deceive the heavens, I am more concerned about the trace of change left behind by the supreme Taoist. All of you are the same as me. You are not in a hurry to find a successor. Instead, you are staying here to sleep. You must have this goal. As one of the existences quietly released his divine sense, the others fell silent for a long time. To be honest, I'm not very optimistic about the variable chosen by the supreme Taoist. Me too. I agree with the person above. No one knew who started it, but a few people suddenly expressed their pessimism towards Fangxing. Someone even smiled bitterly. The supreme Taoist painstakingly left behind a variable in the great power of the universe. This variable was originally the blood and sweat of the 10 grand supreme immortals. They were counting on this child to reverse the great power of the universe and complete their last wish. We believe in the supreme Taoist because we believe in the 10 grand supreme immortals. However, I don't know if you guys have realized that the variable left behind by the Supreme Taoist has long been messed up. That's right. From the moment this child inherited the destiny of the Supreme Taoist, everything became unpredictable. Back then, the Supreme Taoist standards for choosing a successor were extremely strict. They should have chosen a near-perfect successor, but who would have expected this perfect successor to end up like this? This old man even suspected that he was sent by someone to destroy the Supreme Taoist's plan. However, the will of the 10 Grand Supreme Immortals still acknowledged him in the end. Not everyone acknowledged it. There was once someone who tried to fix the mess, but they failed in the end. I even suspect that the will left behind by the 10 Grand Supreme Immortals has no spirituality at all. They only know how to do things based on instinct and rules. Perhaps this is the brilliance of the Grand Supreme Immortals. Amidst the silence, an existence who had been silent all this while spoke. There are 50 great Daos. If one escapes, then the one that escapes is a variable. Under the will of the 33 heavens, the Supreme Taoist forcefully left behind a variable before the unstoppable catastrophe arrived. However, who can be sure that that variable won't appear again? This child might be a variable in the unseen world. The Supreme Taoist originally wanted to choose a perfect disciple, but this destiny ultimately landed on him. Who knows if this isn't predestined? Perhaps the Grand Supreme Immortal understood this point, which was why he approved of him. As soon as this will appeared, all the existences shuddered. Clearly, this person was extremely important. Senior Heavenly Devil, do you think highly of this child? After a moment of silence, I will ask this question. The existence who spoke earlier answered concisely, I don't think highly of him or not. He's the one who's chosen. There was another period of silence. It seemed like many existences were experiencing a psychological conflict. Sigh, actually, although this child has all sorts of unsatisfactory aspects, what he's done has indeed exceeded our expectations. Indeed, then why don't we give him what we've kept? We can give it to him. I just hope that he won't let down what little we have left. Although their opinions were different, some sort of resolution was undoubtedly gradually taking shape as the consciousness realm turned from illusion to reality. As for the current Fangxing, he was unaware of this exchange of wills. He was only quietly watching the formation of this world and comprehending the mystery of turning illusion into reality. When he saw everything forming, he wasn't troubled. However, when he looked into the distance and discovered that at the end of this real world, on the boundless sea, a strange 9-story tower was beginning to appear, he couldn't help but be shocked. He could completely control everything in his consciousness realm, but he knew nothing about that strange tower. When did I put such a strange tower into my body? He stared at it with a mind full of doubts. After a long time, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came to a sudden realization. Those are the fellows who owe me rent? These fellows usually hide in the foggy area and don't care even when I'm on the brink of death. They seem to be observing me and occasionally give me hints when they're happy, but they don't give me any direct help. If I survive, they'll live a good life, but if I die, they won't care either. They'll just move to another place. It doesn't seem like they want to live and grow with me. In fact, they don't even bother to see me. They sleep every day as if they're dead, living in a house that doesn't cost them anything. But now, they're clearly in my world. What does this mean? Do I have to pay the rent? Fangxing stared blankly at the strange tower at the end of the world and subconsciously walked toward it. He knew his own business very well. He had always been very concerned about these existences in the foggy area. However, in the past, there was at least a sword demon patriarch who could talk to him and pass him a few sword techniques. After the sword demon patriarch was taken away by the Divine Lord, he almost completely lost contact with the existences in the foggy area. Since these existences could appear in his world in the form of the strange tower, they must have the intention to meet him. Otherwise, Fangxing believed that, given their abilities, they could still hide from him even if his spiritual world materialized. Boom, even though this world had turned from nothingness into consciousness, it was still Fangxing's world, and all the rules were tied to him. The distance that seemed to be tens of thousands of kilometers away was crossed by him with a light step, and he was already very close to the strange 9-storied tower. Just as he was pondering how he should test the caliber of those mysterious existences, he suddenly felt a seemingly substantial pressure and celestial light from the strange 9-storied tower when he got close to it. He stopped in his tracks in an instant. He had a splitting headache. It was like a person who had just woken up from a dream and suddenly saw the scorching sun. His divine soul was almost torn apart. Fangxing felt excruciating pain just by standing there, let alone walking towards the strange 9-story pagoda. An invisible force stealthily moved over. Following that, an indifferent voice rang out from the strange 9-story pagoda, "Supreme Taoist disciple, I know you have many questions to ask, and we also have many things to tell you. However, the power of your divine soul is still too weak, and you cannot see our true bodies. Go back, wait until you have mastered the supreme sensing scripture, then come back to the court to meet our Dharma idol." When the voice rang out, Fangxing's unbearable pain faded away like the tide. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was still standing in the same place, as if he hadn't walked forward at all. As for the strange 9-story pagoda, it was still far away in the horizon. "My divine soul is too weak." Fangxing was a little confused by what he had just said. He had cultivated the supreme sensing scripture since he was young, and his divine soul had always been far stronger than his peers. Along the way to his current realm, his divine soul was not invincible, but it had always been rare to meet a worthy opponent. Now, he knew that only the mother of the sea dragon Umair was stronger than him in terms of divine soul, so he couldn't be considered weak. However, the existence in the strange 9-story pagoda said that his divine soul was so weak that he couldn't even see their true bodies. This was simply saying that a mortal couldn't directly see the Yuanian Grand Cultivators, right? When a mortal saw a Yuanian Grand Cultivator, he could only watch from afar and not come into close contact with them. Otherwise, the powerful spiritual power of the Yuanian Grand Cultivator would directly scatter the mortal's divine soul, or even collapse it. This was a natural huge gap, and now, the existence in the strange 9-story pagoda was talking about this gap. It was just that Fangxing was clearly not a mortal, but a grand cultivator who had passed the 3rd level of tribulation. "Why do we have to see your real bodies? Can't we just retract our awe-inspiring aura a little?" Fangxing was a little unwilling to give up, so he walked forward while shouting. However, there was no more sound coming from the strange 9-story pagoda. It seemed that the existence inside didn't want to talk to him anymore. And after trying twice, Fangxing could only give up angrily. His divine soul was indeed too weak, and this was even more obvious when facing the strange 9-story pagoda. Once he entered within 10,000 miles of the strange 9-story pagoda, he would have a splitting headache, and his divine soul would be unstable. He couldn't even take half a step forward. He also knew that if he forced his way to the front of the strange 9-story pagoda, his divine soul would probably collapse in advance. Sure enough, the one who owes money is the boss. Even I, the creditor, have disappeared. His heart was filled with hatred, and he could only secretly curse at the strange 9-story pagoda, full of dissatisfaction. However, although he was dissatisfied, he was also a little comforted. After all, since these guys were willing to show up, it meant that they had the intention to meet him. It was better than hiding in the fog and not caring about him. If he couldn't walk to the front of the strange pagoda to collect his debt, it was because he wasn't capable enough, and he couldn't blame anyone. Moreover, it wasn't like there was no hope. Those guys had already said that as long as he cultivated the supreme sensing scripture to the extreme, he could walk all the way to the front of the strange pagoda. This knowledge realm has actually turned into a real world. What is this? My small world, or something else? Putting aside the thought of the strange pagoda, he calmed his mind and looked around. With this look, he was pleasantly surprised. This place could no longer be called a knowledge realm, because this knowledge realm wasn't an illusion of his consciousness, but a real existence. Whether it was the towering mountain formed by the will of the pilgrimage mountain in the distance, or the great river formed by the 9th vein given to him by the dragon lady, or the vast sea formed by the dragon pearl at the end of the great river, or the endless vegetation formed by the wisp of woodwill given to him by Uncle Jen, or the blazing sun in the sky formed by the combination of the true Samadhi fire and his divine soul, or the golden solitary mountain formed by the vast metal will in the west of the world that pointed to the void like a long sword. All of them were incomparably real, no matter how he looked at it. This was a real world. As for the powerful demonic beasts that used to run around in this knowledge realm, they had disappeared without a trace. Fangxing understood that those demonic beasts were only projections in his knowledge realm because he had swallowed the myriad spirits pill, and they were between reality and illusion. But now, the hidden earth had turned the knowledge realm into a real world, but it couldn't turn those demonic beasts into real living beings. Therefore, after this world appeared, the projections of those demonic beasts were annihilated. This world had the embryonic form of a vast thousand worlds, but there were no living beings. Perhaps, I can let those pigs in first to try, Fangxing muttered to himself. There were too many things he needed to understand about this world. Although this world was created by him, it had always been by chance, and he himself was a little confused. The hidden earth has temporarily filled this world, I should go out. As this thought appeared, Fangxing raised his head to look at the sky. But just as he was about to return to reality, he was suddenly startled. I can't move. It was as if his real body was pressed down by a mountain, and he couldn't return to reality. But after being startled for a moment, he took a deep breath, and his gaze turned cold again. Boom, his entire body suddenly shot up into the sky. At the same time his aura appeared, the entire world was unintentionally affected, and a terrifying change occurred. No matter if it was the ground, the mountains, or the ocean, all of their energy was activated imperceptibly, and they were supported onto Fangxing's body, causing his figure that shot into the sky to become faster and faster, stronger and stronger, and it was vast and extraordinarily terrifying. The power of this entire world had been bestowed upon him alone. The movement has disappeared. He seems to have completed his cultivation. At this moment, Lu Shou and Ao Lai were floating in the starry sky, and they stared blankly at the scene in front of them. It seems, he has indeed completed his cultivation, Ao Lai also answered slowly. After a long while, he swallowed hard. The scene in front of them was too shocking. When Fangxing had first started practicing cultivation, his fleshly body had been the center, attracting countless meteorites to him, which had turned into a huge mountain, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that it was a huge tomb. However, as he practiced cultivation, more and more meteorites were attracted to him, and the huge tomb grew larger and larger. Eventually, it became a huge planet, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that it was a continent. It stretched out wantonly, stretching out into the starry sky. Almost half of the meteorites in the starry sky were now gathered in one place. As for Fangxing's physical body, it was located at the very center of this continent. Now that the meteorites were no longer attracted to him, it seemed like Fangxing had finished his cultivation. However, Ao Lai and Lu Shou could not confirm it, as they could not see where Fangxing was. He seems to be suppressed by the continent. Even if he finished his cultivation, he won't be able to come out, right? Ao Lai murmured when he discovered the problem. It was hard to tell if he was crying or laughing. Could this be a trap of one's own making? Lu Shou did not know whether to laugh or cry, and guessed carefully. The scene before them had truly surpassed their knowledge, and they were at a loss for what to do. However, just as they were discussing whether they should dig Fangxing out, they suddenly saw the boundless meteorite continent suddenly tremble slightly, and countless pieces fell off. It seemed like something was about to rush out from the continent, which instantly attracted their attention and caused them to stare blankly at it. He's coming out? Lu Shou asked in a low voice, his face full of shock. Before he could finish his sentence, the continent suddenly trembled again, and with a loud rumble, the force seemed to have triggered the starry sky, causing it to tremble. Then, cracks like a spider web appeared in one of the spots, and the cracks grew larger and denser. After a while, smoke suddenly filled the air, and a figure dashed out from the cracks. It looked like a new life form that had emerged from a boundless continent, breaking out of its shell and being reborn. A thin figure rushed out of the meteorite continent and instantly broke through the tens of thousands of miles between the surface of the meteorite continent and the starry sky, appearing high up in the starry sky. It was not until he stopped in the starry sky and looked down that Ao Lai and Lu Shou saw his appearance clearly. It was indeed Fangxing. He was thin and wore a coarse Taoist robe. His Taoist robe looked a little ragged, but his chi was so strange that it was hard to fathom him. However, the scene just now was so shocking that they subconsciously did not dare to approach Fangxing even though they recognized him. Silence. After Fangxing left the meteorite continent, he stared fixedly at it and did not raise his head for a long time. Ao Lai and Lu Shou were even more shocked. They were worried and bewildered and did not dare to speak for A long time. Damn it, who was the one who created this continent? After a long silence, Fangxing muttered as if he had just woken up from a dream. Ao Lai and Lu So felt a little speechless at the same time. After this guy came out, he did not speak. He was actually frightened by the meteorite continent in front of him. Speaking of which, it was indeed shocking. There was nothing else in this starry sky except for the meteorite continent that contained serene Earth. But now, a meteorite continent had suddenly appeared. Judging from its size, it was probably not much smaller than the Divine Land. In this starry sky, it was already a second-class vast star, which was very rare for such a huge size. When Fangxing began to refine the nether soil, there was no such continent around him, so it was normal for him to be shocked. How are you? Ao Lai and Lu So came over nervously from afar and hurriedly asked. Me? Fangxing turned his head and smiled when he saw the two guys. I'm fine. Everything went smoothly. Smoothly my *SS, Ao Lai could not help but spit out, look at what you've done to this starry sky. Lu So was even more nervous, what happened just now? I don't know. Fangxing wanted to explain, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he paused for a moment and then said with a smile. He actually wanted to explain the formation of the realm of consciousness, but in reality, even he himself was not very clear about it. Thus, after thinking for a while, he decided not to explain anything for now. He would wait until he explained the illusory world formed by the realm of consciousness. Strange. Lu So did not hear what Fangxing said at all. His old eyes were fixed on Fangxing, and he said with a puzzled expression, do you know that you have devoured more than half of the nether earth in this star ocean over the past month? I don't know how many times I've thought that you would definitely die a tragic death. But now that you've finally broken out of your seclusion, why is the aura of chaos on your body so weak? Not to mention Third Prince Ao, it's too weak even compared to me. Where did all the nether soil go? It's already been a month? Fangxing was startled and widened his eyes in disbelief. According to the calculation of time, it's 1 month and 7 days, Ao Lai added calmly and said, you should be concerned about what exactly happened to you, right? He and Lu So were indeed concerned about this problem. After refining the nether soil, anyone would experience a great change. Lu So had completed his great Tao. He, who had already dug out all his potential, now had a more solid foundation and could go further on the path of cultivation. On the other hand, Ao Lai's qi, blood, and dermic powers began to transform towards a brand new realm. He even saw the direction of cultivating the dragon clan's most powerful divine power, the chaotic dragon breath. He was infinitely close to the fairy dragon realm, but now, Fangxing was very different from them. There was not much chaotic aura on his body. He had clearly swallowed nearly half of the nether soil of the galaxy alone, but at this time, the change in his qi dynamic was the smallest. If one were to sense it carefully, one would realize that his body was more or less exuding an ethereal chaotic aura. That aura was overbearing and difficult to grasp, which set him apart from ordinary cultivators. Normally, it was already very extraordinary to be able to become like this. But compared to the great array he had created just now, this wisp of chaotic aura seemed too weak. I used the nether soil to fill up the world, how should I tell you, Fangxing thought to himself. He generally understood the changes in his body. Most of the nether soil filled up his spiritual realm, causing it to turn from illusion to reality. But his qi, blood, and magic had only refined a very small part of the nether soil, which was even worse than Lu So's. Something happened to me, but I need to study it first. I'll tell you when I understand it. Fangxing thought about it and said seriously. Then, he paused and muttered, I actually cultivated for more than a month. As if he thought of something, he raised his head and exclaimed, then didn't my pigs starve to death? Lu So and Ao Lai were speechless at the same time. They looked at him as if they were looking at a lunatic. Fangxing took it seriously. He hurriedly opened up the small world of the divine palace and entered it. He was really worried that the pigs had starved to death in this 1 month. But when he took a look, he was slightly stunned, and then he was furious. The pigs did not starve to death, but it seemed that they were too hungry in this 1 month. They had already broken through the pigsty and escaped. Each of them was wandering around the divine palace. At this time, no one knew how many delicious food and wine Feng Xing had stored in the kiln had been ruined. All of them were fat and oily, lying in every corner of the divine palace, groaning, "Aya, damn it." Feng Xing was extremely anxious. He raised his hand and produced streams of divine power, and pulled them towards the group of fat pigs. Strangely enough, when he raised his hand and released the divine light to cover the group of fat pigs, a strange scene suddenly appeared. Feng Xing originally wanted to use his supernatural power to capture those fat pigs that were causing trouble in the divine palace, and then throw them into the pigsty. As a result, just as he thought of this, he pressed his palm lightly, and when his supernatural power was activated, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared. All the fat pigs did not even have a chance to struggle. They fell into the whirlpool one by one, and after a moment of dizziness, all the fat pigs disappeared. Feng Xing raised his hand in a daze, and was speechless for a long time. With just a thought, he already knew where those pigs had gone to, the realm of consciousness. All the fat pigs had already appeared in his realm of consciousness. They were rolling on the grass, bumping into each other, and after being dizzy for a long time, when they sensed that there was no danger in the surroundings, they crawled back up while groaning. They slowly dug up the surrounding soil, and began to dig up the green grass on the ground to eat, as if they did not realize that they had already changed the appearance of a different world. He had actually unintentionally raised his hand and pulled that group of fat pigs into his realm of consciousness. He was still considering whether he should put this group of pigs into his realm of consciousness, and see if they could survive. If they could survive, it would mean that this part of his realm of consciousness had really become real, and could even allow living creatures to live in it. But now, he had actually unintentionally done it. Not only could that group of pigs survive in that part of his realm of consciousness, but they did not even notice any changes, and what was even more shocking was the method of putting this group of pigs into his realm of consciousness. The opportunity that he had unintentionally triggered was actually comparable to the most brilliant divine power in the world, and its power was powerful and traceless. The dark soil's orbit has been disrupted, and it has begun to drift in all directions. Quick, this kind of resource is very useful for cultivation, and can only be found by chance. Collect more. Outside the divine palace, Lu Shou's and Ao Lai's divine senses were transmitted. Upon hearing them, Feng Xing hurriedly stepped out of the divine palace. However, at this time, the originally vast stream of stars had lost its original trajectory and began to drift in all directions, like a scattered meteor shower, surging towards the surrounding star fields. It turned out that there was a mysterious force that caused the meteorites to always flow slowly in the same trajectory, so they would not scatter or go in the wrong direction. But now, almost half of the meteorites had turned into continents because of Feng Xing's fate, and the remaining meteorites no longer followed their original trajectory and began to drift in all directions. But now, because of Feng Xing's fate, nearly half of the meteorites had turned into continents, and the remaining meteorites no longer followed their original trajectory and began to drift in all directions. At this speed, all the meteorites would be completely scattered in about a few hours. In other words, when the next batch of people set foot on the ancient road of the Dragon Clan, this first obstacle would probably not exist. Lu Shou and Ao Lai must have realized this as well, so they wanted to collect more meteorite stones to preserve the serene earth. This kind of resource was really rare, and to any cultivator, it was something that could only be found by chance. Swoosh! 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 Swoosh, their actions were strange. Lu Shou gave Ao Lai a storage bag, and kept stuffing meteorites into the storage bag, but compared to the vast stream of meteorites that flowed into the depths of the star region, their actions were too insignificant. It felt like they were squatting by the riverside, scooping water into buckets one by one. Let me do it. Feng Xing only took a glance, and said in a low voice, before pouncing over. Catch pigs, he chanted in his heart, and kept recalling the circulation of his Dharma power when he caught the pigs, and then he flicked his sleeves. The long sleeves were thrown into the starry sky, and under the activation of Dharma power, they began to flutter majestically, and each sleeve was as big as a millstone. Then, in front of Lu Shou and Ao Lai's eyes, a terrifying scene appeared. A terrifying suction force suddenly appeared in the sleeves, and all the meteorites in the starry sky flew into Feng Xing's sleeves continuously, while Feng Xing's sleeves did not change at all, as if there was no end to them at all. What kind of magical power is this? Even with Lu Sou's cultivation and experience, he could not help but exclaim in shock. The great pig-catching skill, Fang Xing answered in a deep voice, and after a pause, he added in a low voice, it's also called the sleeve universe. Pig-catching skill? Lu Sou and Ao Lai almost became anxious when they heard this name, and they thought that Fang Xing was fooling them. But when they heard the word sleeve world, they were stunned in unison. To a certain extent, the technique that Fang Xing was using to absorb the soil in the starry sky like a whale sucking in water was really like the legendary great divine ability sleeve world. This divine ability was originally passed down from ancient times, and it had been mastered by many sects and great cultivators. It was one of the most famous divine abilities in the world, and it was even to the extent that in the Heaven's origin realm, there were probably at least 10 great cultivators that knew this divine ability. However, even though they were both using the Heaven and Earth sleeve, the difference in power was too great. If it was said that other people's Heaven and Earth in the sleeve was a small trick to capture chickens, ducks, and small animals, then the Heaven and Earth in the sleeve that Fang Xing displayed now was shockingly a great ability that could capture whales and pythons. Moreover, this was under the situation where he didn't know if he had used his full strength. At this moment, the starry sea of meteorites that filled the sky had lost their restraints and were flying endlessly in all directions. For Lu Sou and Ao Lai who were in the midst of it, it was like an ordinary person standing by the side of a great river. The bank of the river had completely burst, and they could only watch helplessly as the flood ravaged them. On the other hand, Fang Xing was currently using the carefree body movement technique to traverse across the starry sky. His two large sleeves bulged out with a rumbling sound. Wherever he went, all the meteorites would be drawn into his sleeves by a powerful force. It was effortless. I've seen this divine skill at least 10 times in this life, but only this one can be considered the real world in the sleeve. Lu Sou was a little dazzled at this moment, and could not help but praise in a low voice, like a giant beast swallowing thousands of miles, 2 big sleeves covering the universe. Only this divine skill of his matches the description of this divine skill by the ancient sages. It's really mysterious and indescribable. Instead of letting the soil fly, why don't we collect it first? Ao Lai also gave a low roar, flew out, and shouted, let's go help him. Lu Sou understood Ao Lai's meaning and flew out as well. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, dashed in 2 different directions at the same time. They repelled the falling meteorites back with their magical powers, trying their best to prevent them from flying away and pushing them to Fang Xing's side. At this time, Fang Xing's Heaven and Earth in the sleeve seemed to be getting more and more familiar with it. Not only was it very smooth when it was retrieving the meteorites, even the area covered by the sleeve was getting wider and wider. At first, it could only cover a few feet, but it gradually expanded. 10 zhang, 1,000 feet, 3,000 zhang, 10,000 zhang. Gradually, the Dharma power in his sleeves became more and more skillful, and the area covered by the gravitational force became bigger and bigger. It was as if there were 2 black holes in the sleeves, and it really had the momentum of swallowing thousands of miles as Lu Sou had said. Then, Lu Sou and Ao Lai cooperated in time to drive all the meteorites within their reach over, which made it easier for him to collect them. A steady stream of meteorites was sucked into his sleeves, and through his body as a bridge, they flowed into the consciousness realm. At this time, in the consciousness realm, there was originally only a sky and a sun in the sky. But at this moment, as a steady stream of meteorites flew into the consciousness realm, the sky began to be filled with stars. They hung in the sky, appearing endlessly gorgeous and exceptionally beautiful. From left to right, they covered the entire sky like a green carpet decorated with gems. Boundless, haha, amazing. In the strange 9-story tower under the starry sky, a certain existence sighed with emotion, as if he was quite moved. Now that things have come to this, I don't know whether I should praise this kid for his great fortune or his great ability. No matter what, being able to move all the scriptures of the ancient world of the Dragon Clan in one go shows how great this kid's fortune is. But I don't understand why the serene earth scriptures that should clearly exist in the dragon world would appear in this starry sky, and it would benefit this kid for nothing. He's really taken advantage of the Dragon Clan for hundreds of thousands of years. The ancient world of the Dragon Clan was once breached by the immortal king, and it might be related to that calamity. Or if it's like this, then the immortal path later might be even more bustling, not to mention the endless size in the strange 9-story tower. At this moment, in the outside world, Fang Xing, Ao Lai, Lu Sou, And the others had been busy for 7 days, and finally stopped. After all, the sea of stars was too vast and boundless. After those meteorites lost their original restraints, they scattered in all directions, and it was utterly difficult to chase after them. The 3 of them had joined forces, and with Fangxing's world in the sleeve as a foundation, they had been busy for 3 days, and they had barely recovered around 30% of the scattered meteorites. As for the rest, they had already flown further and further into the boundless starry sky, and it was difficult to collect them. At this point, the sea of stars that was originally densely covered with countless meteorites had become a vacuum. About 40% of the enormous and terrifying serene Earth resources had been refined by Fangxing alone, another 30% had been absorbed into Fangxing's world of consciousness, and the last 30% had fled into the starry sky. In the boundless universe, no one knew whose hands it would fall into, and who would benefit. You have to remember, these collected serene Earth are all our dragon tribes. Aolai recovered the last meteorite and ran back angrily. He looked at Fangxing and said very seriously, "Why?" Fangxing replied subconsciously. Aolai almost lost his temper. "Can't you just refine half of the serene Earth yourself and leave some for our dragon tribe?" This really made Fangxing a little speechless. Now that he thought about it, they only had so little, and he was not even willing to eat a few mouthfuls of them. All of them were treasures that were prepared to be left for his descendants. He forced himself to be a guest of the dragon tribe, and not only did he eat half of them in one go, but he also lost a lot of them. It was not easy for him to recover some of them, and if he were to take all of them away, it would indeed be a little too much. After thinking for a while, he sighed softly and said, "You really put me in a dilemma. Let's do things according to the principle." Aolai was stunned. "What principle?" Fangxing was serious and even had the demeanor of a grandmaster. He said seriously, "If it's someone else's things that fall into the hands of my Jiadao master, I will definitely not leave anything behind and take everything. However, if it's between friends, then I will give him face and only take half." "You can't even take half." Aolai was stunned for a while, and suddenly reacted. "We are relatives." He, who originally did not want Fangxing to be his brother-in-law, had to compromise now for the sake of the dragon tribe's grand plan. "This is what is troubling me." Fangxing scratched his head and let out a long sigh. He said, "Then I'll return you a small half." Lu Shou, who was at the side, laughed out loud. "You even snatch from your relatives?" Fangxing rolled his eyes at him. "Not to mention relatives, I've even snatched my own wife before. Back then, I emptied the 1,000-flowing sea." As he spoke, he had already turned into a stream of light and flew forward like a meteor. Aolai was so anxious that his ears turned red. He roared and chased after him. "You come back. You actually snatched my sister?" It was not very likely for Aolai to get the resources of the nether soil back. However, they had finally passed the first obstacle on the dragon tribe's path of immortality. They had been delayed for a long time, more than a month, and to be honest, they were a little uncertain. They were anxious to catch up with the dragon mother, the 9-headed bug, and the others. However, as they moved forward, they realized that for the vast path of immortality, a month's time was really nothing. It was like a drop in the ocean. They continued along the path of immortality. On the 3rd day, they found a withered corpse in the starry sky. It was small and thin, with withered hair. There was not the slightest bit of qi and blood in its body. There was only a shell left. It was none other than the withered old woman who had been taken away by the dragon mother previously. Looking at her current appearance, the dragon mother had extracted her spirit and refined it into a yin and yang pill. Her shell was casually discarded here. Sigh, how many Tao seekers are there in the vast path of immortality? Withered bones fill the starry sky, and morning souls sing every night. Lu Shou seemed a little sad when he saw the withered old woman's remains. He put away her shell and buried it on a nearby Earth star. Fangxing and Aolai tolerated him wasting his time, but they also understood that if Fangxing didn't stop the dragon mother in the beginning, Lu Shou would probably be the one who died here. He would also be thrown into the starry sky, without a body to collect. He had pursued immortality for the rest of his life, but he would probably die without a burial place. Not to mention that he couldn't go to the immortal realm, he couldn't even be buried in heaven's origin world. How miserable that would be. judging from Lu Sou's casual words, which sounded like a poem but not a poem, they seemed to see the changes in his heart. They wondered if this old man's desire for immortality, who had also pursued immortality for the rest of his life, had weakened. The path of immortality is long. Let's just do what we used to do, meditate in seclusion, and take turns to be on duty. After they set out once more, a boundless starry sky lay before them. Lu Shou suggested that instead of wasting their energy on this boundless journey, they should take turns to enter into seclusion and meditate, leaving only one person to be in charge of the direction. Now, firstly, they could save resources, and secondly, it was better than suffering day after day without an end. Even cultivators couldn't bear the feeling of desolation. That's not necessary. In fact, there are many things we can do in the starry sky. At this moment, Feng Xing put forward a different opinion. Most importantly, he took out the most precious thing. The Star Atlas Handbook of the Divine Lord. The starry sky seems to be boundless and desolate, but in fact, it's full of treasures. Reading the handbook that he had been reluctant to take out, Feng Xing smiled like an old man. To tell you the truth, I didn't know there were so many good things in the starry sky. Otherwise, I would have come out long ago. In the eyes of some people, the vast starry sky was a desolate land of death. In the eyes of Lu Shou and the others who wholeheartedly pursued immortality, this path was dull and boring. In the eyes of Ao Lai, this immortal path was full of confusion and unknowns. In the eyes of Feng Xing, this immortal path and the starry sky were like a treasure vault filled with treasures, just a little bigger. See? This was not just empty words. After stepping on the immortal path again, Feng Xing quickly made Ao Lai and Lu Shou understand what he meant. In this Celestial Clan's illustrated handbook, there are 372 types of gold mines and 467 different types of star soil. Most of them can be used to forge weapons. After adding them, the probability of divine weapons appearing will greatly increase. I believe you know that there have always been swordsmiths in Tianyuan who love to collect meteoric iron to forge swords. This is because the starry sky is far more abundant in all kinds of precious metals and immortal copper. Usually, they would be overjoyed if they could get 1 or 2 kilograms of meteoric iron, but what about us? Feng Xing was proud of himself. He raised his finger and swept across the starry sky. Everything around us is filled with them. Ao Lai and Lu Shou were stunned. At the same time, they realized that Feng Xing's words were not unreasonable. When they were in the Tianyuan realm, they were also interested in the meteoric iron of the starry sky immortal gold. However, now that they were in the starry sky, where everything was barren and desolate, who would still think of that thing? All they wanted was to reach the other side of the immortal path as soon as possible. Forging weapons is only a small part of the immortal path. There are many more treasures with unimaginable uses. The more Feng Xing spoke, the more excited he became. Usually, when we see so many treasures with owners, we have to snatch them for him. Now, in this vast starry sky, there are so many treasures without owners. If we are courteous to him, are we still human? Let's go. He stepped on the skulls and dashed towards the depths of the starry sky majestically. All the useful things have been taken away. Ao Lai and Lu Shou looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After a slight hesitation, they could only sigh and follow. Because of the 5 old men by his side, Feng Xing was selfish and was unwilling to share the starry sky illustrated handbook that he'd obtained from the Divine Master with great difficulty with them. Thus, he hadn't shown it to anyone. But now it was different. He only had his own people by his side, so he was in high spirits. Along the way, he started to explore all the great stars along the way, and he searched for the rare fallen iron immortal copper according to the records in the starry sky illustrated handbook. Every time he found a type of fallen iron immortal copper, he would be extremely excited, and it saved him from being lonely along the way. But then again, the reason why he was looking for these things was that the long journey was too boring. He was actually not interested in the fallen iron immortal gold. However, he had Lu Shou by his side. Lu Shou was not a combat cultivator. In this life of cultivation, he was more interested in all kinds of Qigong Den Jia, formation techniques, talisman refinement, and other unconventional skills than combat techniques. Moreover, he was able to cultivate formation techniques to such a level, which showed that he was extremely talented in these unconventional skills. Now that Fang Xing had found countless pieces of fallen iron immortal metal, they were all piled up in the divine palace. He was too lazy to care about them. He only knew how to compare them to the Starry Sky illustrated handbook to figure out how much these things were worth. On the other hand, Lu Shou's interest was gradually piqued. He began to sink his heart to explore the various extraordinary aspects of these fallen iron immortal metal. At first, he was only interested, but later, he gradually sank into it. He studied day and night, enjoying it. Fortunately, Fang Xing had brought a lot of random things on this trip. It could be said that he had taken all the resources of many orthodoxies. Usually, Lu Shou could find elixir furnaces, spiritual herbs, talismans, and the like if he wanted them. Moreover, he had a lot of them, which made Lu Shou feel no different from when he was in Tianyuan. In addition, Fang Xing's spiritual essence was quite abundant, so there was no need for him to cultivate in seclusion. He could focus on his studies peacefully, and he was no longer as depressed as he was before. There were many dangers along the way. In the past, it was the 5 elders who solved them, and Fang Xing ignored them. But now, they had to solve them themselves. Fortunately, without the 5 elders, there was a hot-blooded Ao Lai. He was originally a person who would feel uncomfortable if he didn't move around every day or 5 days. But now, he didn't need to remind them when they encountered any trouble. He would rush out and use his terrifying dragon tribe divine sense to solve the problem like a hot knife through butter. Not only could he solve the problem, but he could also train himself. Just like that, one greatly satisfied his hobby of robbing, one that greatly satisfied his cultivation needs. The last one also greatly satisfied his perverted idea of fighting his way through the celestial path. This journey to the stars really had the meaning of getting what they needed. It was really harmonious. Even Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh many times. It would be perfect if he could have a few more wives to accompany him on this journey and give birth to a little bandit to play with. It would be better than accompanying a messy old man and an overactive male dragon all day long, wouldn't it? It was also because of this thought that he began to miss Aosian more and more. After all, in this journey, he felt that this female dragon was the only one missing. There was no day or night in the starry sky. Even if one used the hour to calculate time, it would only be used as a reference. Thus, traversing through the starry sky would often make one feel as if time had frozen, as if one was stuck in a gap in time. Occasionally, one would think of calculating time on a whim, and only then would one come to a realization. Damn it, so much time had passed. It felt like only an instant. Fang Xing was a person who was too lazy to calculate time. His days were muddled, and he completely forgot to think about how long he had been traveling in the starry sky. He just generally felt that his sleeve world technique had been practiced to perfection, and he was quite familiar with the exploration of the realm of consciousness. Some of the elixir seeds stored in the divine palace had already blossomed and borne fruit in the realm of consciousness. Most importantly, the first batch of creatures in his realm of consciousness, which were hundreds of fat pigs, had been taught to the golden elixir state by him out of boredom. Another point was that Lu Shou lived up to his reputation as a formation cultivator. He used various kinds of fallen iron immortal gold as materials to slowly understand the various characteristics of Fang Xing's divine palace in detail. Then, he started to refine it. Gradually, the divine palace expanded from 100 feet of space to more than 10,000 feet, and then to more than 10,000 feet. Even Ao Lai could move around in it without transforming into a human form. However, after so many changes, Fang Xing and the others still hadn't caught up with the 9-headed bug, nor had they caught up with Dragon Mother, Mr. Lan, Mr. Wen, and the others. When they had nothing to do, they had discussed that Mr. Lan and the others had the star map that Fang Xing had given them at the beginning. Of course, Fang Xing had tampered with the star map, so it could lead them to the second pass of the Path of Immortals. However, from the second pass onward, the route had changed. Therefore, Fang Xing had said that they could probably catch up with those people in the second pass. However, to their surprise, there was no sign of the second pass after a long time. This Path of Immortals was extraordinarily long. However, when Fang Xing and the others had finally gotten used to the vast starry sky that entered their eyes, they finally encountered a scene that could tug at their heartstrings once again. They finally ended this journey that was so long that they didn't know how long it had been. Fang Xing, who was squatting on the skull and drinking lazily from the wine jar, suddenly raised his head. A huge nebula appeared in front of him. It was hazy and mysterious, as if it was made of silk. Under that nebula, a vast continent could be vaguely seen. It suddenly stretched across the starry sky. It was as if it had broken through space. Such a huge nebula appeared in front of Fangxing's eyes just like that. Outside the nebula, there was a white jade cloud platform in the starry sky. The cloud platform was carved with flowers and carved with jade, and it was extremely gorgeous. It was filled with the air of a celestial being, and it looked like the legendary immortal bridge. What the hell is this? The wine jar in Fangxing's hand slipped, and the wine silently floated around him. It's coming. Just as Fangxing was staring blankly at the scene before him, the light from the nebula had already swept over him. Then, on the cloud platform, a divine will suddenly rippled. Then, this ripple of divine will stirred up the other two divine wills, causing them to tremble at the same time. Their words seemed to contain an indescribable joy. Then, an ancient bell suddenly rang out from behind the cloud platform. There was no sound in the starry sky at all, but the bell rang out in an incomparably real manner. What's going on? In the skull below, Lu So, who was thinking about how to modify the divine palace in seclusion, and Ao Lai, who was helping him, also jumped out when they heard the bell. Then, when they saw the nebula and the cloud platform, they were stunned at the same time. How could there be such a place in the vast starry sky above the dragon tribe's path of immortals? The immortal chi was so strong that it was several times stronger than that of heavenly Yuan. It was just like the legendary Great Immortal Realm. My fellow cultivators, we've waited here for 30 years under the orders of the four lords. You've finally arrived. Right when the three of them were staring blankly and sizing them up with rapt attention, they suddenly heard loud laughter resounding from the cloud platform. Surprisingly, three figures leaped up high from the cloud platform, and they strode through the starry sky to greet them. Based on their appearances, it was surprisingly a Taoist, a monk, and a demonic woman. The Taoist had the bearing of an immortal, and his white beard fluttered in the wind. The monk wore a white monk's robe, and he possessed an extraordinary bearing. On the other hand, the woman was seductive to the bone and could turn all living things upside down. All three of them had joy that couldn't be concealed on their faces, and they grinned as if they'd reunited with old friends. You've really made us wait, Lord of Tongtian, Great Sage Fangxing, Third Prince Ao of the Dragon Palace of the Tsanglan Sea, Perfected Cultivator Chen, and 8 Tribulation Scattered Immortal. When they saw the three people approaching, Fangxing, Lu So, and the most combative Ao Lai all tensed up at the same time. Their dermic power surged, and they were ready to attack. They did not know how long they had spent in this starry sky. Now that such a strange place had suddenly appeared and they saw three familiar figures, they were shocked and vigilant. However, this vigilance turned into surprise when the three people smiled and said their names. The three people and 6 pairs of eyes stared at the three people like sharp swords. How do they know our names? This thought rose in the minds of Fangxing and the others at the same time, and they were extremely shocked. No matter how they looked at it, these three people were completely strangers, and judging from their aura, it was not because they had changed their appearances. In other words, these three people were indeed strangers, but they were ready to say their names. It was even to the extent that the three of them understood them very well. Because no matter if it was when they greeted Fangxing or when they called out Fangxing's name, it was always Fangxing who showed respect. In the eyes of ordinary people, Fangxing was clearly the weakest amongst the three of them in terms of cultivation and strength. Who are you people? Ao Lai's eyes were also coldly sizing up these three people. Suddenly, he spoke impolitely. Haha, Third Prince Ao, don't be nervous. Among the monk, Taoist, and woman, the Taoist shook the horsetail whisk in his hand and said with a smile, I am Yujizi, the third disciple of Taoist Master Dada. This is Master Buchan, the fourth protector of Great Compassion Monk. This is Tao Er, the seventh demoness of Dawei Demon Lord. The three of us have been here to welcome the three of you under the orders of the four lords for half a cycle of 60 years. We are overjoyed to see you today. What Taoist Master, Demon Lord, and Buddha Lord? This made Fangxing and the others even more confused. The three of them faintly exchanged spiritual thoughts, and their hearts were full of doubts. Especially when he heard the Taoist say that they had been waiting for him for half a cycle of 60 years, a storm was set off in his heart. Could it be that they had known that he was coming since half a cycle of 60 years? These words sounded too unreliable. 30 years ago, they didn't even know that he was coming. Could it be that there was really someone who could predict that he would come here 30 years ago? Hee, I know that the three of you surely have countless questions in your hearts, but there's no need to be anxious. You'll naturally understand once you meet the Tao Lord. The charming woman seemed to have seen through their thoughts. She smiled and said, now, follow us to the lower realm. Take a bath and rest. The 4 Taoist masters have been waiting for you for a long time. Every 3 to 5 years, they would ask for your arrival. This journey across the starry sky and the arduous journey must have been tough, right? From the bottom of my heart, I really admire people like you who have great perseverance. As she said that, she smiled coquettishly and turned her body, making an inviting gesture. It was really like a warm host welcoming guests. Fangxing, Ao Lai, and the others were even more puzzled. They really felt that they couldn't figure out what was going on. Ao Lai was the most hot-tempered, and he also believed that it was nothing good. He snorted coldly and was about to speak, but Lu So pulled him away without a trace. Then, he looked at Fangxing and transmitted his voice, these 3 people have such domineering cultivation. Although they haven't become immortals, they have touched the threshold. If it's before I refine the nether soil, I may not be able to control them. We must be careful, they may not have any good intentions. At this moment, Fangxing's mind was also spinning rapidly. After a long while, he secretly made a decision. Without batting an eyelid, he sent a divine thought to Lu So and Ao Lai. It's really strange, but this damn place just happens to be located on the immortal path. How can we just ignore it when we're right in front of it? It's not appropriate to fight directly. Let's go in and take a look first. We'll know if they're gods or ghosts. Maybe this is the second difficulty that the immortal map showed. We just have to be careful. As he said that, his face was already full of smiles. He gave a deep bow and said with a smile, thank you, the 3 of you. To be honest, I was really shocked just now. I've been in this starry sky for a long time, and I suddenly saw such a paradise. I thought it was an illusion, and I just came back to my senses. Please don't blame me, but what kind of dojo is this? Hee, the coquettish woman had already covered her mouth and laughed. The monk and the Taoist also smiled without saying anything. The coquettish woman, Yao Tao said, this is not a dojo. What kind of place are you searching for? The immortal realm? Lu So instantly understood the hidden meaning in her words. He was shocked and blurted out. Even Fangxing and Ao Lai had strange expressions. Congratulations to the 3 of you for achieving enlightenment. At this moment, the monk and the Taoist opened their mouths and bowed respectfully to congratulate Fangxing and the other 2, agreeing to the task. How is this possible? The same thought appeared in Fangxing and the others' minds at the same time. Their doubts were extremely strong. However, the monk and the Taoist did not want to explain further. Yujizi smiled and said, seeing is believing. Everyone who came here has the same thoughts as you. It's unnecessary for us to explain. Why don't the 3 of you see for yourselves? Monk Duken also smiled and said, I've already sent a voice transmission and ordered people to clean up the cave abode. Please follow me. After saying that, the 3 of them walked lightly in front. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind, and they flew towards the cloud platform with an ethereal air. Fangxing, Lu So, and Ao Lai exchanged a thought with each other and suppressed the questions in their hearts. They followed the 3 of them onto the cloud platform and walked down the white jade stairs. After 99 white jade stairs, they saw a platform. The 3 of them asked them to wait on the platform while they rang an ancient bronze bell on the stone platform. The sound of the bell spread out faintly. Not long after, they saw 3 jade carriages flying up from below. Impressively, they were immortal one as the horses, beautiful jade as the carriages, and a group of fairies holding zither and flutes around them. Let's go, the monk, the Taoist, and the woman accompanied Fangxing and the others to a jade chariot. A strong man at the side gave a shout, and the fairies around them began to play celestial Sanskrit music. It was melodious and pleasing to the ears. The celestial one let out a clear cry and pulled the jade chariot downwards. Everywhere the jade chariot passed, petals flew in the air, celestial talismans fell like rain, and dense celestial aura assaulted their faces. Endless strange mountains and celestial rivers could be vaguely seen through the clouds. It was truly a grand experience that they had never experienced before, and it was truly shocking. Tong Tian Dao Master, how does it feel to attain Dao? The one who accompanied Fang Xing into the jade carriage was the delicate Yao Tao. She smiled and had a strange fragrance around her. She gently leaned against Fang Xing and picked up a purple grape from the carriage with her slender fingers. She gently brought it to Fang Xing's mouth. Haha, exciting. Fang Xing laughed and swallowed the grape in one gulp. He even deliberately bit Yao Tao's slender fingers. Ouch, you bit me, Yao Tao let out a low cry and poked Fang Xing's left cheek. Fang Xing let out a strange laugh and reached out to grab Yao Tao's waist. He reached out and pinched her. It was soft and fragrant. Yao Tao didn't refuse. She covered her mouth and giggled. What are you doing? Behind them, Ao Lai stared at Fang Xing with wide eyes. His face was full of anger as he transmitted his voice to him. Judging from his angry tone, it was hard to tell if he had thought of his elder sister and came to denounce her on her behalf. Disguise. Do you understand? Fang Xing didn't even turn his head as he transmitted his voice to Ao Lai. Now that we're in a strange place, you have to be even stranger than them. Come, quickly learn from me. Ao Lai was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nostrils. He turned his head to look at the benevolent monk beside him and turned his head away in disgust. I really can't learn it. Someone is seeking immortality and achieving Dao again? Heavens, it's still 3 this time. The jade carriage first slowed down and neared the ground from the edge of the starry sky. Then, it slowly pulled up and flew forward. When it neared the ground, the immortal carriage flew through the sky, startling many cities and towns on the ground. The common people living on the ground all cheered when they saw this fairy-like scene. They burned incense and fired firecrackers. There were even people who, under the leadership of their elders, knelt on the ground and bowed to the immortals, praying for the immortals to bring good weather to the world and for everything to go smoothly for them. If not for the fact that we just descended from the sky, this old man would have thought that this is Tian Yuan. Lu So seemed to be extremely bewildered as well, and he transmitted his voice to Fang Xing. I still think that this is Tian Yuan. Fang Xing also transmitted his voice. He smiled as he hugged Yao Tao and teased her, but he was also secretly sizing her up. It was really too similar, whether it was the plains, the mountains, or the long rivers, or the cities built on the ground. The common people living in the cities were exactly the same as Tian Yuan. The only difference was that the immortal qi here was more than 100 times thicker than Tian Yuan. Therefore, not only were there cultivators with terrifying strength, but even the common people living here were also very strong. Fang Xing inadvertently glanced at a common person. That person did not have any cultivation, but his strength was comparable to Ling Dong. We need to report to the 4 masters that the guests have arrived. Fellow Taoists, please rest in this Duan Bulgur mountain and wait for the 4 masters to summon you. The jade carriage flew close to the ground, and after about 2 hours, they arrived in front of a towering mountain. There were several pavilions and pavilions built on the mountain, and they were extremely exquisite. The monk, the Taoist, and the demoness left the jade carriage and led them forward. When they arrived in front of a palace, they saw that there were already countless strong men and servants coming out to welcome them. All of them were very respectful, and they bowed down to welcome Fang Xing and the others. Is this really the immortal world? Lu So was extremely shocked at this time, and he could not help but transmit his voice to Fang Xing. Fang Xing's expression was also a little strange, but he could also see that the cultivation of this group of strong men and servants was actually at the Golden Core realm. There were even a few people who looked like managers, and their cultivation was impressively yuanying. Cultivators in the Gold Core realm and yuanying realm were just servants. Fang Xing, Lu So, and the others were slightly shocked. Even though they had reached the Tribulation realm and were rare grand cultivators in the cultivation world, Gold Core realm and yuanying realm cultivators were not common people. In the Tianyuan realm, Gold Core realm cultivators could establish their own sects in some small places and become famous patriarchs. Needless to say, yuanying realm cultivators were the behind-the-scenes patriarchs of some middle-level orthodoxies. It was absolutely impossible for them to be servants. Even if there were, only the ancient families like the 8 great families of the central region could have such a background. Besides, they were not called servants, but elders. But now, the people they saw were all genuine slaves, each one of them bowing and scraping their knees. Fellow Taoists, please take a rest in this mountain for the time being. Tomorrow, we will pay a visit to the master of the fairyland. The monk, the Taoist, and the demonic woman were also very polite. After talking to Feng Xing and the others, they turned around and ordered the servants to serve them. Welcome, exalted immortal. In the mountain, the rows of gold core realm cultivators and maids had already surrounded them and helped them into the hall. Lu So, Ao Lai, and Feng Xing had agreed on the way here that they would wait and see and adapt to the situation. They thanked the monk, the Taoist, and the demonic woman and let the group of maids help them into the hall. Then, they naturally burned incense, took a bath, and changed their clothes. The etiquette was so heavy that it was really like how the orthodoxies in the Tianyuan realm received their most solemn guests. However, the etiquette was not comparable to that in the Tianyuan realm. They washed their faces with spiritual liquid, fairy dew as frost, delicate eunuchs played the zither, and strong men carried the jars. It was no longer magnificent, but extravagant. After taking a bath, a banquet was set up in the hall. A middle-aged cultivator at the peak of Yuanying realm sat and welcomed Feng Xing and the others. He introduced himself as Leshan Sanren, the owner of this fairyland. Naturally, the dishes on the banquet were all delicacies and jade nectar fairy wine. The host was a cheerful and interesting person. He talked about Tao and Dharma with great enthusiasm, and kept urging them to drink. Feng Xing and the others naturally wouldn't let their guard down. However, since they had an idea, they didn't say anything and drank the wine. However, when they asked about the origin of this fairyland, the middle-aged Leshan Sanren refused to tell them the truth. He just smiled and said, "Sooner or later, someone will tell you about the fairyland. I'm just a small cultivator in the fairyland, so I don't dare to talk nonsense. I can only say that the three of you have gone through a lot of hardships to get here. It's really worth your decades of traveling in the starry sky." Fairyland for fairyland? Feng Xing, Ao Lai, and the others frowned slightly, but they didn't ask more. The fairyland banquet lasted until midnight. Leshan Sanren ordered people to send Feng Xing and the others to rest. After returning to the palace where they were staying, Lu So, who seemed to be a little drunk, immediately sobered up. He calmly flicked his fingers a few times and set up layers of Dharma formations to prevent people from probing. Then he said to Feng Xing and Ao Lai, "Strange, really strange. Could it be that we're really in the fairyland? But we've only walked less than half of the immortal path." Ao Lai also sneered and said, "Even if we've walked to the end of the immortal path, it should be in the ancient realm of the dragon tribe." Lu So suddenly looked up and said, "Could it be that we accidentally entered the 33 heavens of Taoism?" When he said this, there was a hint of excitement between his brows. After all, he was the successor of Taoism. The immortal path that he thought about was naturally the 33 heavens of Taoism. Now that he had embarked on the immortal path to the ancient realm of the dragon tribe, he actually had no choice but to do so. At this moment, he was quite excited and could not help but show it. If it's so easy for you to enter the 33 heavens of Taoism by mistake, can it still be considered a great immortal realm? Feng Xing looked at Lu So with disdain for his speculation. Lu So naturally knew that his speculation was not reliable. He chuckled to hide his embarrassment and said seriously, "No matter what, I always feel uneasy. After entering this place, every blade of grass, every tree, every slave, and every servant indeed have the demeanor of an immortal. Especially the dense immortal qi. I'm afraid that any place here is comparable to the famous mountains and rivers of Tianyuan. It's really very similar to the legendary immortal realm. However, I don't know why I don't feel the peace and joy of stepping into the immortal realm. Instead, I can't feel at ease. Could it be that this is the second barrier of our dragon tribe's immortal path?" Ao Lai interrupted with a solemn expression. "Does your dragon tribe have the ability to turn a macro world comparable to Tianyuan into the second barrier of the immortal path?" Feng Xing's words silenced Ao Lai again. As a matter of fact, when they first arrived, they had all considered the possibility that this might be the second test the dragon tribe had set up. However, after arriving on this land, they did not dare to think so. This land was just too vast, and it was filled with immortal mountains and countless living creatures. Along the way, they had used their divine thoughts to explore, but they could not even understand a single region. They were certain that this was a macro world, one with a cultivation level, and the number of living creatures was no less than that of the heaven's origin world. However, no matter how powerful the ancestors of the dragon tribe were, they could not have used a macro world as a barrier. In that case, it could only be said that some kind of accident had happened. Where did this immortal realm come from? Where did the human and demonic cultivators come from? As for the rest, how did those people predict our arrival 30 years in advance? Our dragon mother, Yumeir, and Mr. Lon also here? Luso repeated the question in a low voice and sighed. All in all, there are too many suspicious points. Let's just wait and see. Aoli nodded in agreement. No matter what, the questions that Luso mentioned really needed to be carefully considered. Of course, the most important question is whether these people can pose a threat to us. Fang Xing, on the other hand, chuckled and asked the most practical question. Aoli and Luso also pondered. This question might sound reckless, but it was really something that they had to consider. Their current strength could be said to be top-notch, and they rarely met a worthy opponent in the immortal realm. However, after coming to this world, the monk, the Taoist, and the demonic woman that they met could not be underestimated. All of them were on the verge of becoming immortals. As for the other gold core slaves, they did not take them seriously. They did not know whether there were other powerful figures hiding in the depths of this world apart from these people they met. All of this should be revealed tomorrow. The three of them did not discuss for too long. They sat cross-legged and rested, quietly waiting for the arrival of the next day. Fellow Taoists, did you rest well last night? I hope that you are ready to meet Taoist Master Meng today. On the second day, the monk, the Taoist, and the demonic woman arrived at the mountain and met with Fang Xing and the others. The Taoist said with a smile, "Yesterday, we have already reported the news of your arrival to the four masters. However, the Demon Master and the Buddha Master are still in seclusion. On the other hand, the Taoist Master is very happy and ordered me to bring the three of you to meet him today. Where we are now is not far from the celestial mountain where the Taoist Master cultivates, so it is convenient. Why don't we go and meet him now?" What Taoist Master and Demon Master? Fang Xing and the others were already mentally prepared, so they naturally agreed. However, they could not help but feel suspicious. When they first arrived here, they had heard them mention the Taoist Master, Demon Master, and Buddha Master. What kind of people were they to use such titles? It should be known that such titles were not something that could be simply said. They were not like Fang Xing, who was called Taoist Master because he had created the Severing Tao. Their titles clearly indicated that they were the masters of a large sect. The waters were deep, moreover, they had previously heard that there were four masters here. In that case, apart from the Taoist Master, Demon Master, and Buddha Master, who else was there? Fang Xing and Luso could not help but look at Aoli. They wondered if the remaining one was the Dragon Master. If that was the case, then together with the Divine Master of Tian Yuan, this place would be complete. What is the background of the Taoist Master that you mentioned? Fang Xing and Luso were just thinking about it, but Aoli asked impolitely. This young man had been in a bad mood because of such a change on his immortal path. Sigh, when Third Prince Ao mentions the Taoist Master, please don't be rude. The Taoist Ujizi, who was among the monk, Taoist, and Demon Master, reminded them with a smile. He did not lower himself to Aoli's level. He then said with a smile, "The three of you have just arrived at the immortal realm, so you might not understand. Let me explain it to you. The immortal realm is vast, and there are many cultivators. Be it humans, demons, Buddhists, or Confucians, they can all cultivate. The cultivators of each sect are led by a leader. They are the Taoist Master Dade, the Great Compassion Buddha, and the Great Might Demon Master. The Taoist Master cultivates at Wuliang Mountain and rules over the eastern immortal realm. The Buddha Master cultivates at Jingang Mountain and rules over the western immortal realm. The Demon Master cultivates at Kunlun Wood and rules over the southern immortal realm." As expected, he has established himself with the title of the Masters of the Taoist, Buddhist, and Demon sects. Fang Xing, Luso, and the others snorted coldly in their hearts. They secretly touched each other with their divine senses. You mentioned before that there are four supremacies in the immortal realm. In that case, who is the other one besides these three? Luso asked in a low voice as he bowed politely. Heh, that old man doesn't care about the affairs of the world, so I won't introduce him to the three of you. The Taoist Yujizi smiled and did not say anything else. Alright, I'll have to trouble the three of you to lead the way. Fangxing sized them up without batting an eyelid. When he heard this, he smiled gently, hinting to Lu so that there was no need to ask further. Whether he is a real Buddha or a false immortal, we will know when we meet him. The Wuliang mountain where the Taoist master cultivated was located in the eastern region of the immortal realm. It was not far from where Fangxing and the rest were staying. Once again, they boarded the jade chariot. The immortal one was the carriage, and the drums sounded. They flew across the sky in a grandiose manner towards the Wuliang mountain. Along the way, they passed by countless mountains, rivers, and prosperous cities. After about half a day, they arrived at a dense withered forest. After flying through the forest for a long time, their field of vision suddenly widened, and they saw a stretch of immortal mountains and peaks. It was filled with dense fog and immortal qi, and there were many strange flowers and plants that competed with each other in beauty. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge archway with the words Wuliang Mountain written on it. There were several Yuanying immortal generals standing guard around it. The esteemed guests have arrived. Open the immortal gate quickly, the Taoist, Yujizi, was very excited. When he arrived at the archway, he hurriedly shouted and ordered the immortal generals to open the gate. As for the other monk, Buchan, and the demoness, Yao Tao, they were obviously a little indifferent, and they kept looking back. The Taoist master is preaching Tao at the back of the mountain. Esteemed guests, please get off the chariot. Although the few immortal generals were only guarding the gate, their cultivation was at the peak of Yuanying. They were extremely powerful. At this moment, when they saw Fangxing and the rest, they were also gloomy and expressionless. They only shouted in a low voice and separated to the left and right. Fangxing and the rest got off the jade chariot and, accompanied by Yujizi, entered the archway. However, at this moment, one of the immortal generals who was guarding the mountain suddenly walked forward with a purple gold wooden plate in his hand. He said expressionlessly, "Esteemed guests, if you want to enter the Wuliang mountain, you have to follow the rules of the Wuliang mountain. You are not allowed to bring your small world into this place. Please leave it here and let me take care of it. When you come out, I will return it to you." Leave my small world behind? But Fangxing was suddenly startled and stopped his footsteps. Even Lu So and Aolai suddenly stopped at this moment and frowned. A small world was such a treasure that it could almost be regarded as the world's top Dharma treasure. Not all genuine immortals had one, especially Fangxing's small world. It had been modified by Lu So countless times and expanded several times. It was no longer what it used to be. Although it was not necessarily comparable to the Great Golden Crow's small world, it could be regarded as a first-class small world. It could be said to be the most precious Dharma treasure he had. But now, before entering Wuliang Mountain, this immortal general actually wanted him to stay. This was really forcing him. Ugh, it's my fault. It's my fault. I really forgot about this. Yujizi came to a sudden realization and hurriedly bowed. He smiled bitterly and said, "Wuliang Mountain does have such a rule. It's just that this small world is a treasure that not many people have, so I forgot about it. Fellow Fang, don't worry. You just need to leave the small world here. After visiting the sect master, you will naturally hand it over with both hands. There won't be any problems. If it really doesn't work, I will look after it for you." On the other side, Monk Buchan and Yao Tao both smiled at this moment, as if they were gloating. Fangxing glanced at the anxious Yujizi, then at the unmoving immortal general who was obviously unwilling to let him go. He smiled softly and shook his head. "Forget it, it's just a small world. It's not worth anything. Just leave it here." After saying that, he gently removed the skull from his waist and threw it onto the wooden plate. The immortal general and the others were slightly stunned, as if they did not expect him to be so straightforward. They bowed slightly and made way for him. "Thank you for your understanding, fellow Fang." Yujizi was filled with gratitude. He sighed softly and invited Fangxing and the others to enter. It was clearly just a memorial arch that didn't seem to be anything special, but when Fangxing and the others took a step in, they were immediately greatly bewildered. The 2 men and 1 dragon practically raised their heads at the same time, and lightly exclaimed, It turned out that when they stepped into this memorial arch, they immediately felt the immortal chi around them become 10 times denser, and they practically didn't need to breathe for strands of immortal chi to naturally circulate throughout their bodies, cleansing their bodies and minds, and even their spiritual power started to lightly vibrate and slowly increase. It was simply like a dream, as if they were directly immersed in immortal liquid. If we can cultivate here, then this is simply like a dream. Luso could not help but speak softly. There was a hint of intoxication on his face. Even Fangxing's heart could not help but beat wildly. Even Fangxing's heart could not help but race a little. If the density of the divine qi in this fairyland was 10 times that of the top grotto heavens in Tianyuan, then the density of the divine qi in Wuliang Mountain was more than 100 times that of the other places in the fairyland. For cultivators, this was simply a grotto heavens that they could only dream of. It was foreseeable that since the divine qi in this place was so dense, cultivating here would naturally be twice the result with half the effort. If it would take thousands of years in other places, it might only take a few years here. Especially when one had attained their level of cultivation, cultivation was even more difficult. So, when they arrived at this celestial realm, they were like fish in water. Haha, fellow Taoists, the Taoist master is currently preaching at the back of the mountain. Come with me. Yujizi also took a few deep breaths. Then, with a face full of smiles, he led the way. None of them rode on the clouds. They only walked along the stone path in the mountains. The deeper they went into the mountains, the denser the immortal qi became. There was an indescribable sense of comfort. They could not help but think that the longer they walked on this path, the better. They wished that they could never reach the end. In a place with such dense immortal qi, even if they walked for the rest of their lives, it would be a great thing for cultivators like them. As their gazes swept across the mountains, what they saw shocked them even more. In places with dense immortal qi, there were naturally more spiritual beasts and herbs than in other places. Fairy birds, jade rabbits, ganoderma, and snow lotuses could be seen everywhere like ordinary weeds and flowers. They dotted the cracks between the rocks and the mountains, arousing Fangxing's desire to rob. He clenched and unclenched his fists. Yujizi, who was leading the way, thought that he was nervous, but he did not know that he was forcibly suppressing his desire to rob. They stepped on the stone path, crossed the ladder, and crossed the immortal crossing lake. After walking for 3 hours, they finally arrived at the back of Wuliang Mountain. They saw the strange scene in the valley in front of them and heard the mysterious scriptures floating in the mountains. Everyone was stunned. The scene in front of them was exactly the same as what was recorded in the ancient records. The scene in front of them was exactly the same as what was recorded in the ancient books. In the valley, dozens of people were sitting cross-legged and listening attentively. There were men and women, old and young. Judging by their cultivation, more than half of them were in the crossing calamity realm. They were obviously powerful enough to dominate a region. But at this time, they all looked solemn and respectful, like children listening attentively. There was no other noise in the field except for the preaching. Even the spirit beasts that walked past them seemed to be full of intelligence. On the opposite side of the valley, there was a flat mountain wall that seemed to have been cut by a sword. There was a platform in the middle, and a white-robed Taoist was sitting cross-legged on it. He held a scroll of scriptures in his hand, and he had a smile on his face as he slowly recited the scriptures. Behind him, there were 2 weeping children holding horsetail whisks in their hands and zither in their arms. They stood quietly beside him, and there was a pill furnace by their feet, which was emitting a faint purple aura. The path of cultivation is to comprehend the heavenly Tao. The myriad of worlds are vast and boundless, but in reality, they are interlinked. When Fangxing and the others arrived, they were listening to the Taoist explaining a scripture. Originally, the 3 of them were somewhat vigilant and suspicious, but after subconsciously listening to a few lines of the scriptures, a different feeling arose in their hearts. They actually felt that what the old Taoist was saying was extremely profound. They even felt that their cultivation had slightly loosened at this moment, and they had a sense of detachment. They were certain that if they completely understood this truth, they would definitely become immortals in one step. This old man is clearly a perfected immortal, right? Luso's breathing gradually quickened, and he could not help but sigh in a low voice. To be able to say such a truth, I'm afraid he's an immortal king? I think so too, Aolai could not help but say, although what he's talking about is the truth of Taoism, it coincides with the cultivation of the dragon clan. Looking at their expressions, it was clear that they were somewhat infatuated. They seemed to be attracted by the white-robed Taoist's explanation, and their hearts were filled with shock and admiration. No. Something's not right. At first, Fangxing also felt that the scripture that the old Taoist was explaining was extremely profound. After listening to the scripture, it seemed that even the eighth scripture of the Supreme Elder that he had been unable to understand seemed to have loosened, and he was gradually entranced as well. However, he did not have the slightest bit of reverence in his heart, and he was also slower in being entranced than others. While Lu So and Aolai were gradually entranced, he had only just begun. Then, in a daze, he heard the two of them talking to themselves, and he was suddenly startled and woke up. Even if a real immortal king was here, he would not be able to make the two of them achieve enlightenment so quickly, right? The more Fangxing thought about it, the more shocked he became, and he could not hold back his suspicions any longer. Although the cultivation of the human clan and the dragon clan were similar, they were actually very different. No matter how reasonable the scripture that the old Taoist was explaining was, it might make Lu So feel deeply moved, and it might also make Aolai understand the truth, but it was really strange to say that it made the two of them fall into a state of obsession that they could not extricate themselves from. It was just like how it was impossible for a pie to fall on their heads from the sky. Wake up. Fangxing hurriedly sent a spiritual thought over, trying to wake the two of them up. Stop it, let me finish listening to this scripture. Lu So was disrupted by Fangxing's spiritual thought, but he did not wake up as he wished. Instead, he wanted to continue listening to the scripture. This person's words are very reasonable, you should listen too. Aolai also sent a voice transmission back, and persuaded Fangxing to listen with him. Judging from the fact that they still knew to send a voice transmission, their minds were not disrupted, but they really wanted to listen to the scripture. But when Fangxing saw this, he became even more anxious. He saw that everyone around him was behaving strangely. Although he was still clear-headed, he was at his wits' end. If he wanted to drag those two over and beat them up, it would be too obvious. It was extremely likely that he would end up making a fool out of himself. He immediately thought about it anxiously. Not long after, he came up with a bold idea. He pretended to listen for a while. Suddenly, he laughed loudly and clapped his hands loudly. As he laughed, he shouted, "Good, well said. That's 2F** King good, clap 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 clap." In the quiet valley, such an untimely sound suddenly rang out, and the scripture immediately stopped, and the Daoqi dissipated. Throughout the mountains and valleys, countless gazes looked towards Fangxing, and it was extremely strange. However, Fangxing acted as if nothing had happened, and stared back at those gazes. Why, can't I cheer for a good speech? It was supposed to be an ethereal lecture, but because of the sudden applause, the atmosphere was ruined. It was as if the ethereal immortal formation that enveloped this area had suddenly dissipated, and the sweet dream was interrupted. It was difficult to continue. Everyone stopped at this moment and turned to look at Fangxing, who was still clapping his hands and cheering. He did not seem to have any murderous intent, only dullness, which inexplicably made people feel an invisible pressure. Lu So and Aolai also woke up at this moment. They looked at each other with solemn expressions and did not know what to do. Haha, who is this little friend? The white-robed Taoist sitting on the stone platform also looked at Fangxing calmly and then said calmly, "Taoist master, please forgive me, you Jizi seem to be extremely terrified." He hurriedly prostrated on the ground and said, haha, please forgive me, Taoist master. I am a cultivator of Tianyuan, Fangxing. I have just entered the immortal realm and wanted to visit Taoist master. Coincidentally, I heard Taoist master's lecture and couldn't help but listen to a few words. After listening to it, it was really amazing. What you said was really too, King reasonable. Fangxing did not wait for Yujizi to introduce him. He had already walked forward and cupped his hands with a smile. He smiled and bowed to all directions. He wanted to be more polite and praise the white-robed Taoist, but when the words came to his mouth, he did not know what to say. He could only smile vaguely and walk forward as he spoke. He said, I was overjoyed when I heard something interesting and couldn't help but say good. I didn't expect to disturb you, old immortal. I am really sorry. Why don't you drink some water and continue? I will not interrupt you this time. Nonsense. How dare you disturb the Taoist master's lecture? This is unforgivable. Men on the left and right, why aren't you taking them down? This courteous speech did not anger the Taoist master, but among the people listening below, someone was enraged. With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeves and stood up. He was about to order his men to come down, and the people around him applauded at the same time when they heard this. Even Ujizi couldn't help but be stunned when he heard those words. He seemed to be in a difficult position. On the other hand, Fangxing squinted his eyes and smiled calmly. Ao Lai and Lu So, on the other hand, were shocked. They secretly circulated their magic power and were ready to attack at any time. Hee, don't be impatient. However, at this moment, the white-robed old Taoist master opened his mouth and smiled. You can't blame this young friend Fang. Actually, I was the one who sent someone to call them here. However, when I was talking about the crux of the matter, I got carried away and forgot about the time and neglected our esteemed guests. Haha, fellow Taoists, it's getting late. Why don't we leave now? 3 months from now, I'll come back here and give my sermon. Humph. After hearing the old Taoist master's words, the people below quieted down. However, they all looked at Fangxing with unfriendly gazes. After bowing to the old Taoist master, they went their separate ways. However, when they passed by Fangxing, their gazes were naturally unfriendly. Someone even cursed, we could have broken the Tao barrier after hearing the crux of the matter. Who knows where it seemed like this person was going to say something unpleasant, but Fangxing turned around and glared at him. He didn't continue. After everyone had left, the old Taoist master waved at Fangxing and the others from afar. He smiled and said, "You guys come." "You're quite arrogant," Fangxing cursed in his heart. He touched Lu So and Ao Lai's divine sense and flew forward to bow politely. That old Taoist truly had the bearing of a sage-like being, and his cultivation was unfathomable. When they approached closer, they felt that this person was even more like an insurmountable mountain, like a starry sky that couldn't be touched, and he actually gave off a feeling of being unable to help but want to prostrate himself. Moreover, they shockingly didn't feel the slightest fluctuation of dermic energy on his body, as if this person was born with this sort of bearing, and this caused them to be unable to help but feel even more astonished. Even Fangxing's mind was strained at this moment, and he didn't dare make the slightest mistake. The old Taoist master looked at them and smiled. 30 years ago, 2 of my old friends and I divined the fate of heaven. We knew that 3 distinguished guests would come. So, we sent a disciple to wait in outer space. Now that 30 years have passed, the 3 of you are finally here. This is the old man who divined that we would come? Fangxing was slightly shocked. He felt that it was strange. He really didn't want to believe that someone could predict that he would come 30 years ago. At this moment, the suspicion in his heart grew stronger. As for the 2 people beside him, Lu So obviously believed it. He looked at the old Taoist master with a look of worship. Ao Lai was also doubtful. He had a strange look in his eyes. Haha, the old immortal is really amazing. He could actually know what would happen 30 years later. This cultivation is really amazing. Fangxing laughed heartily and cupped his hands together with a fervent expression. Master knows 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future. What's so strange about him predicting that you would come? The old Taoist master didn't answer. Instead, one of the children behind him spoke. He looked at Fangxing with disdain. You little shit egg whose hair hasn't even grown out yet, why are you interrupting? Get lost. Fangxing glared at the child and cursed. The child was so angry that his face turned red. Fangxing ignored him. He turned to the old Taoist master and said with a smile, "To tell you the truth, old immortal, we traveled across the galaxy to reach the great immortal realm to become immortals. It's rare for us to meet old immortal on our way here. Let me ask you, how far is it to the 33 heavens? How much hardship is there on the way? Also, we've used up a lot of resources along the way. Can I borrow some money from you?" It's not good to borrow money directly, right? Lu So and Ao Lai had a strange look in their eyes. They held back their complaints but didn't dare to speak. They had experienced too many things with Fangxing along the way. They trusted him from the bottom of their hearts and didn't dare to disturb him. The two children behind the old Taoist master, as well as the monk, the Taoist, and the demonic woman standing not far away, were even more speechless. Haha, of course I know you're going to the great immortal realm. The old Taoist master took some time to accept Fang Xing's words. He chuckled and said, I've already predicted this 30 years ago. I was just waiting for you three idiots to come. Haha, if you're talking about becoming immortals, you're already in the immortal realm, so what are you still looking for? If you're looking for the Tao, then I'd like to ask you, what is the Tao, and where is the Tao? Where is the Tao? The old Taoist master inadvertently glanced at Lu So when he asked the question, as if hinting for him to answer. Lu So was slightly taken aback. He muttered to himself, the Tao is the truth of heaven and earth. What else can I say? Haha, that's right. The old Taoist master stroked his beard and smiled when he heard Lu So's words. He asked again, the Tao is the truth of heaven and earth. The primordial universe, humans, immortals, and Buddhas are all in heaven and earth. In other words, you've always been in the Tao. So why have you been searching so hard in your life? Why have I been searching so hard in my life? Lu So's eyes were filled with confusion. He could not help but follow the old Taoist master's words. Haha, you've been searching for the Tao to solve your doubts. In ancient times, this old thing has been searching for the Tao to live forever. He's afraid of death. The old Taoist master guided Lu So patiently and was about to explain it to him when someone interrupted him. He turned around and saw Fang Xing beaming at the old Taoist master with a smug expression. You can't put it that way, the old Taoist master frowned as if he wanted to rebuke Fang Xing. However, Fang Xing did not listen to him. He chuckled and continued, old immortal, don't bother with this old thing. He's become stupid after cultivating his whole life. I'm the one who doesn't understand. Old immortal, you said that this is the immortal realm, but where are the 33 heavens? Where are the immortals and Buddhas? Sigh, the old Taoist master looked at Fang Xing and shook his head. He did not continue with his Tao lecture. After a long while, he looked up at the starry sky and said in a low voice, this is the immortal realm, but not the 33 heavens. The 33 heavens have been destroyed. Because of a catastrophe, the ancient dragon realm, the western Buddha realm, and the primordial demon realm were all destroyed. As for us, we are the survivors who escaped from the great immortal realm. We found this place with great difficulty, and used our great mystique to build the great void immortal realm. We gathered the wandering cultivators from the various worlds, the cultivators from the lesser immortal realms, and continued to spread our Tao here. The great immortal realm was destroyed? His casual question gave Fang Xing, Lu So, and the others a fright. Their expressions were grave. The old Taoist master's words had answered their questions about the immortal realm. However, they were quickly drawn into an even greater mystery. How had the great immortal realm been destroyed? What exactly was the so-called catastrophe? That catastrophe. I can't say it. I can't say it. I don't dare to say it. The old Taoist master sighed deeply and said seriously, I can only tell you that this immortal realm is the immortal realm. After a pause, he added, and in this world, the only immortal realm. Fang Xing and the others were stunned and did not reply. Yu Jizi sighed and said in a low voice, fellow Taoists, the Taoist master did not lie to you. The immortal realm is here, and the Tao is here. Your path of seeking immortality has ended here. If you go any further, you will die. If this is the end of the immortal path, then where is the nine-headed bug? Ao Lai stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly shouted out in a low voice, and his expression was slightly anxious. Whoosh. He was just asking casually, but he did not expect that the moment the words nine-headed worm left his mouth, the scene would be in chaos. The two children behind the old Taoist master, Yu Jizi, Monk Buchan, Yao Tao and the surrounding celestial generals all had a drastic change in expression. Some of them even revealed their murderous intent and shouted loudly, how dare you? Don't you dare mention that ungrateful beast. The nine-headed bug had indeed been here before. Fang Xing, Ao Lai, and the others immediately understood from the expressions of the people from the immortal realm that they had guessed correctly. The nine-headed bug had also followed the dragon tribe's ancient path of immortals to this place. Moreover, from their expressions, it seemed like they had not been very happy with this place. How is he ungrateful? Quick, tell us. As soon as Fang Xing heard that shout, his entire face became a little more spirited, and he anxiously asked. Everyone fell silent again. They all looked at the white-robed Taoist master beside them, only to see that the old man was also a little dejected. He gently waved his hand, as if he did not want to mention the past. However, he called out to Yujizi in a low voice, as if he wanted Yujizi to tell him about the past. Yujizi naturally understood, so he took a step forward and said, I won't hide it from the three of you. Every few years or decades, there will always be some humans, demons, immortals, Buddhas, and so on who come through different paths. Our celestial realm has always been hospitable and never neglected them. Unfortunately, no matter how sincere we can't change everyone's hearts. Sigh. Hearing this, everyone around him sighed at the same time. Their expressions were a little comical. Yujizi continued, the king of Jiuling, or the nine-headed bug, came here in a small world of the Dragon Palace 30 years ago. My master, the virtuous Tao Master, the great compassion Buddhist Lord of the West, and the mighty demon Lord of the South, all thought highly of him. They talked about the Tao, immortals, Buddhism, and swords with him. It was a joyous occasion. When he heard that the immortal realm had been destroyed, he was extremely disappointed. The Tao Master even advised him that although the immortal realm had been destroyed, he could still become an immortal by staying in the immortal realm. 30 years ago? He could become immortal by staying here? Yujizi did not speak, but once he did, he immediately stirred up waves in the hearts of Fang Xing and the others. The first thing that shocked them was the time that the nine-headed bug had arrived in this immortal realm, 30 years ago? How was that possible? Back then, they and the nine-headed bug had stepped onto the starry sky immortal path one after the other. At most, there was a difference of more than 10 days of effort. Later on, they hurried through the starry sky until they reached the first major obstacle. They never dared to be negligent, and the distance between them and the nine-headed bug had probably shortened. Later on, the three of them did indeed refine the serene earth in the sea of stars, which delayed them for more than a month. But later on, the three of them had greatly increased their strength, and their speed had also increased. Although they had also collected a lot of meteoric iron star ores along the way, their overall speed had been increasing. In other words, even if the nine-headed bug really traveled very quickly and was ahead of them, it shouldn't make sense for them to arrive at the celestial realm 30 years earlier than them. After all, that was a long 30 years. How could they be left behind so far? Although she was shocked, Yujizi did not look like he was lying. She endured it and listened to him continue. On the other hand, Lu Shou's thoughts were completely captivated by the words seek immortality and attain immortality. His face was filled with infatuation. The reason why people sought immortality was because after becoming an immortal, their cultivation could improve further and transform into an immortal's body. What was even more tempting was that they could truly break through the tribulations of life and death and attain immortality. As long as they did not die, they could live freely forever. Because of that, the cultivators in the world sought immortality for various reasons, but the words immortality were definitely at the top of the list. Lu Shou was like that. Once he heard that immortality could also be achieved in the celestial realm, he could not help but be tempted. Yujizi was still panting when he mentioned the nine-headed bug. He did not notice the waves of shock in Fang Xing and the rest's hearts. He continued, when this person first heard it, he looked very sincere. He earnestly asked for guidance from the Tao Master and even expressed his willingness to become the Tao Master's disciple to seek the Tao of immortality. My master also thought highly of him. When he found out that he came from the dragon tribe's ancient path, he even promised him that he did not need to be my disciple. If he could comprehend the Tao, he could discuss with the other supremacies and give him the position of Dragon Lord. The position of Dragon Lord? When Aolai heard this, he could not help but tremble. Fang Xing reached over and pinched him. It was no wonder that Aolai was unhappy. The nine-headed bug was the main culprit behind the theft of the dragon clan's fortune. Yet, in the celestial realm, the nine-headed bug was purposefully named as the Dragon Lord. This was equivalent to acknowledging the nine-headed bug as the rightful owner of the dragon clan's fortune. Even if Aolai had no respect for the celestial realm, he couldn't help but feel angry when he heard this. He was extremely unhappy. However, after being pinched by Fang Xing, he also understood that this was not the time to be angry, so he forced himself to endure it. As for the old sect master, he was quick-witted and understood where Aolai's anger came from. He coughed lightly. Yujizi also came to his senses. He bowed to the old sect master and avoided this matter. He continued. No matter what, the Dao master and the other supremacies treated him well enough, right? Not only did they promise him, but all the children and nephews he brought were also accepted as disciples by the supremacies. They were brought along to cultivate. It was supposed to be a happy ending, but who would have thought that this person was actually harboring evil intentions? At this point, Yujizi gritted his teeth in hatred. He paused for a moment before continuing, this nine-headed bug is really a wolf with wild ambitions. He stayed in the celestial realm for 3 years and has always been devout in his pursuit of the Tao. No one was on guard against him. Moreover, he had an honorable status, so everywhere he went, everyone treated him with respect. However, who would have thought that just as everyone accepted him, he would commit such an evil deed that angered even the gods? He took advantage of the fact that the supremacies were cultivating in seclusion to sneak into the Sky Palace and kill the 4 senior brothers guarding the Sky Palace. He then borrowed the Dragon Palace small world and stole half of the immortal life sealed in the Sky Palace. He abandoned all his children and nephews and escaped from the 10 Extremities grounds. How hateful. That nine-headed bug deserves to die 1,000 times for his crimes. After hearing Yujizi's words, countless people around them became enraged and started cursing loudly. Fang Xing, Aolai, and Luso also looked at each other. They were all a little surprised. This was especially so for Fang Xing. After hearing these words, he felt a little admiration for the nine-headed bug. This person was amazing, with different standpoints, the words they said were naturally different. From Yujizi's mouth, he said that the nine-headed bug was an ungrateful person who had deceived them and stole their trust. Moreover, he was ruthless and did not hesitate to sacrifice his own children and nephews. However, in Fang Xing's ears, he heard a different story, and he felt that his story was most likely true. When the nine-headed bug first came to the celestial realm, he was probably also confused, feeling about the same as them. In the beginning, he was probably intimidated by the experts in the celestial realm and did not dare to be too arrogant. These people told him that the celestial realm had already been destroyed and this was the only celestial realm left. He definitely did not believe them, but he did not say anything and feigned civility. The children and nephews that came with him said that they were brought by the High Lords to cultivate. They were probably held as hostages, however, this person was clearly very capable. He did not show it on the surface and used 3 years to earn these people's trust. He also found out some secrets about the celestial realm and then made a move to steal the celestial realm's precious treasure. He sacrificed the lives of the children and nephews that were brought by the High Lords to escape the celestial realm. This forbearance, this ruthlessness, this perseverance, this determination, was truly admirable. Sect Master, I don't know if I'm being rude, but I wonder what the nine-headed bug stole half of the celestial realm's life is referring to. In the silence, Fang Xing and the others did not speak. After a while, Luso hesitantly opened his mouth. After hearing about that beast, all you care about is what the celestial realm is? A child behind the old sect master asked coldly with an unfriendly tone. Luso was immediately speechless. The child was straightforward, and his questions really put him in a difficult position. Indeed, if he was so impatient, it would make it seem like he was up to no good. If we don't know what he stole, how would we know how much damage he caused to the celestial realm? Fang Xing smiled and said to the old sect master, "Am I right, old immortal?" Since the 3 of you have questions, there's no harm in telling you." The old sect master did not seem to be on guard. He chuckled and said, "Actually, the so-called celestial realm is the inheritance that we brought with us when we escaped from the great celestial realm. It can also be said to be a type of fate. Cultivation in the world is not just about becoming a true immortal. One also needs the support of the celestial realm to truly live forever and become a true immortal. The few of us brought the celestial realm's heavenly palace and sealed it in the celestial realm's heavenly palace. It was originally prepared for these juniors, but we didn't expect that nine-headed bug to sneak into the heavenly palace while we were unprepared and wanted to steal the celestial realm's heavenly palace. Although we discovered it in time and only managed to steal half of it, it was still a great loss. Sigh, what pained this old man the most was why he did that. If he cultivated properly, why would he need to guard against the celestial realm's fate? Fangxing directly ignored the old sect master's last few words, but his eyes flickered slightly. This was the first time he had heard of the celestial realm. However, when he thought about it, if becoming an immortal was so easy, then countless cultivators wouldn't have pursued it their entire lives. For example, Lu Shou and the other old fellows had guarded this path for thousands of years, but they still wanted to risk their lives to walk this path instead of cultivating in heaven's origin. This was because no matter how hard they cultivated, they couldn't truly become immortals. They lacked something necessary to become immortals. Now that he thought about it, Fangxing vaguely guessed that the thing they lacked was the celestial realm. This nine-headed worm is simply an ungrateful son of a bitch. He deserves to die 10,000 times over. It serves him right that he can't become an immortal in 8 lifetimes. Fangxing didn't know how long he thought about it, but he suddenly began to curse angrily. His words flowed like a river, and his anger was unbearable. Even the people from the celestial realm around him felt a little embarrassed. They couldn't help but have a good impression of this person who scolded the traitor of the celestial realm. They felt that this was how the three of them should act after hearing about the past. Fangxing also didn't know how long he had been cursing. When even Ao Lai and Lu Shou couldn't take it anymore, he finally asked with a serious expression, "Old immortal, where is the heavenly palace?" This? Isn't it a bit too obvious to ask about the location of the heavenly palace? Lu Shou and Ao Lai's expressions were very strange when they heard Fangxing's words. Even the people from the celestial realm looked at each other. They originally had a good impression of Fangxing, but because of his question, all of that disappeared. Back then, the nine-headed bug was a guy who put on a good front. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to gain the trust of the celestial realm's supremes in just 3 years. However, although this bandit was especially ruthless when he scolded the nine-headed bug, wasn't his performance a bit lacking? Looking at his 2 bright eyes, everyone believed that if this guy knew the location of the heavenly palace, he would probably sneak in that very night. The heavenly palace used to be in above heaven and was worshipped by celestial realm cultivators. However, after the disaster of the nine-headed bug, it was hidden by the supremes. Other than the 4 supremes, no one knows where it is hidden. Don't ask about it. Yujizi was also a bit angry. He coldly snorted and replied with a slightly displeased tone. You're implying something. Fangxing turned around and glared at Yujizi with dissatisfaction. He sneered and said, "Am I that kind of person? Actually, I'm just a bit curious about what the immortal life that can make one become an immortal looks like. If I can take a look at it, then this trip won't be in vain." His frank words made it difficult for others to reply. Yujizi also turned his head away and didn't say anything. Haha, the immortal life is prepared for the younger generation. Let alone taking a look, even if I gave it to you, what use is there? The old sect master saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, but he chuckled softly and said, "I'm a bit dissatisfied with that junior Jiu Ling King, but it's not because he stole half of the immortal life, but because I feel sorry for the 4 disciples he harmed." This kid really went a bit too far. When I first met him, I told him that as long as he cultivated well and had the foundation to become an immortal, the immortal life would be left for him. He was originally very talented and had a high chance of becoming an immortal, but in the end. Master, why are you still feeling sorry for that ungrateful beast? Back then, you imparted to him the path of immortality, guided him on the path of cultivation, and even planned to give him an immortal life. But in the end, he betrayed you and deserved to die 10,000 times for his crime. Behind the old Dao Master, the child cursed angrily, as if he felt indignant for the old Dao Master. Haha, everyone has their own fate. He has his own obsession. Even I can't say anything to him. The old Taoist master waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to mention the past. After hearing about the immortal fate, Fangxing kept thinking about it. At this time, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Immortal old immortal, you said that the immortal fate is for juniors, but do we count as juniors as well? Do you have a share?" His question was too direct, and it caused many people to roll their eyes at him. The old Tao master smiled benevolently and said, "Those who haven't reached the Tao are all my juniors. Of course, all of you are. However, I am also thinking for your sake. The immortal fate has great luck, but it also has great calamities. Once the merits are enough, refining the immortal fate will naturally allow one to be reborn and become an immortal. However, if the merits aren't enough, forcefully refining the immortal fate will bring great danger to oneself. Thus, I have always advised my disciples not to think about becoming immortals in one step, but to calm down and comprehend the grand Tao. When the merits are enough, even if you don't say anything, us old geezers will still give you the immortal fate, so why are you so anxious?" The old man's words were always mysterious, so Fangxing didn't pay attention to him and only listened to the main points. When he heard old Taoist master's words, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He calculated all the possible outcomes, but his expression did not change. He only signaled Lu So with his eyes, bowed together and said with a smile, "Then how should I cultivate merit?" "Cultivating merits is simple," the old Taoist master chuckled and was about to explain. At this time, the child next to him suddenly said, "Master, the Tao cannot be easily passed down. Have you forgotten about the nine-headed bug?" The old Tao master was slightly startled and didn't say anything else with an awkward expression. The child looked at Fangxing's group and bluntly said, "Our immortal realm is a peaceful place. Everyone only seeks the Tao and is untainted by the mortal world. As for the immortal fate inheritance, it is a fair competition. Whoever has enough merits will have the chance to inherit the immortal fate. There is no reason for outsiders like you to immediately hand over the immortal fate to you. If you want an immortal fate, it is very simple. You have to be like us and become a disciple of a master. You will inherit the Tao and meditate. If you can comprehend the grand Tao, then the immortal fate will be given to you. You still have to become a disciple," Fangxing muttered to himself. Obviously, he was a little unhappy. The old Tao master laughed and said, "The Taoists do have such a rule, I forgot about it." His words were very open and didn't seem to be forcing them, but Fangxing sensed something different from his words. Whether he wanted the immortal fate or not, it seemed like he had to become a disciple of a master. The immortal realm was full of evil and it wouldn't be easy to leave. After all, they didn't even know where to go. Plus, there were still many questions that they hadn't figured out. Their top priority was indeed the same as the nine-headed bug. They needed to go along with them and gain their trust before acting according to the situation. Even if we become his disciple, it's not a big deal. Let's listen to his grand Tao first. Lu So also transmitted his thoughts at this time. His thoughts were similar to Fangxing's. Then let's become a disciple. Fangxing did things quickly and made up his mind. He didn't even ask for Ao Lai's permission before he smiled and bowed deeply. "Master, please enlighten me and dispel my doubts. I'm willing to become the Tao Master's disciple and ask for the Supreme Tao." When Lu So saw him bowing, he hurriedly bowed deeply as well. Ao Lai, on the other hand, was quite unhappy and frowned. As a dragon who always maintained his dignity as a member of the dragon clan, it was really difficult for him to understand why these two shamelessly bowed just like that. It was only after he was kicked by Fangxing that he unwillingly bowed slightly. Although he still didn't say anything, his attitude showed that the three of them were obviously willing to become the Tao Master's disciple. He, well said, well said. Stand up, the old Tao Master seemed to be in a very good mood. He laughed and raised his hand. The child behind him said, "Since you've become the Master's disciple, you should cultivate diligently and comprehend with all your heart." Seeing that the master-disciple relationship was about to be settled, at this moment, auspicious clouds suddenly scattered in the distant sky and a faint golden light appeared. At the same time, two deep voices came from afar. "Why are you in such a hurry to become the Master's disciple?" I've heard that the esteemed guests have arrived, so I've specially come to see you." "I hope I haven't neglected the esteemed guests." When he heard these two voices, the old Tao Master's expression suddenly changed and he raised his head to look at the sky. The child, Yujizi, the celestial general and the others beside the old Taoist master also frowned tightly. Their expressions seemed to be slightly unhappy, but there was even a hint of anger that they did not dare to show. On the other hand, Monk Buchan and Yao Tower, who were standing not far away, originally had slightly unhappy expressions and did not say a word. However, at this moment, joy appeared on their faces, and they also seemed to be slightly relieved. They flew into the sky, towards the auspicious clouds, and knelt down in the air. "Welcome, Master's Dharma carriage." This person's magic power isn't low. Feng Xing, Lu Shou, and the others were also stunned and turned to look at the sky. As the auspicious clouds descended on Wuliang Mountain, the clouds gradually dispersed and revealed two people on the clouds. One of them was a monk with a big belly and a smiling mouth. He had a huge mouth and big eyes, and he sat on a black lotus platform. His body was huge, probably no less than 30 feet tall. There was a faint golden light flowing on his body, which made people subconsciously feel that his body was made of gold. Although he looked extremely fierce, he looked amiable. There was a contented smile on his face, and he touched his belly as he slowly descended on the mountain. On the other side was a middle-aged man in a green robe. His expression was rather sinister, and his gray hair was loose. He did not have anything on him, and he looked extremely carefree. Unlike the monk, this person exuded an imposing aura without being angry. His gaze occasionally swept past the mountain, and when the middle-aged man's gaze fell on him, he felt a chill run down his spine and subconsciously took a few steps back. Then, he cupped his hands and slightly lowered his head. What was even more shocking was that the old Taoist master's cultivation was already extremely terrifying. Even Feng Xing and the others could not determine the depth of his cultivation. However, when these two people arrived, they were shocked to find that they did not lose to the old Taoist master. They were all unfathomable people. Although he had never asked them directly, Feng Xing suspected that these three people should have already become immortals. "Haha, my two old friends are here. It's a good time for you to attend the ceremony. This old man has taken in 3 new disciples." The old Taoist master waved his sleeve and stood up. He took the horsetail whisk from the boy's hand and bowed to the two people from afar. "Haha, old ox, you didn't do this properly. The two of us were almost deceived by you." The smiling monk let out a ha-ha and threw his head back and laughed loudly. However, there was no laughter in his voice. The man in the green robe was even more direct. He sneered and shouted, "That's pure bullshit. It wasn't easy for 3 good people to come, but you want to take it all for yourself? Where did you put the 2 of us? Especially when you sent people to intercept the letters that our disciples sent to us. You're shameless to the extreme." "Nonsense. When did this old man send people to intercept the letters that were sent to you?" The old Taoist master seemed to be slightly angry. He waved his sleeve and shouted coldly, "You know in your heart whether you did it or not." The man in the green robe did not give in and slowly approached. His gaze swept past Feng Xing and the others like lightning, and it was like a whip lashing through the air. He said in a cold voice, "But if you want to take these 3 for yourself, you'll have to ask me if I agree or not." Why would someone come to steal a disciple? The appearance of the smiling Buddha and the sinister green-robed man was beyond the expectations of Feng Xing and the others. They even felt that it was absurd. Initially, they wanted to worship this Taoist master as their master to gain his trust temporarily. They wanted to see what his so-called great Tao was, and more importantly, to see if there was any way for them to obtain the so-called immortal life, or at least to find out more information about the immortal life. They did not expect that such a tacit and insincere act of worshipping a disciple would be stopped by these 2 powerful figures. Moreover, they looked furious, as if someone had stepped on their tail. Even without an introduction, Feng Xing had already guessed the identity of these 2 people. To be able to rebuke the Taoist master, their status and cultivation were not weaker than his. Naturally, they were the other 2 supremacies, the great compassion Buddha of the western region and the mighty demon lord of the southern region. 3 of the 4 supremacies of the celestial realm had already arrived. Only the last one had yet to show up. Their attitude, on the other hand, was extremely puzzling. In the cultivation world, fighting over genius disciples with extraordinary natural endowments was a common occurrence, and it was even to the extent that there was no lack of stories of 2 old cultivators fighting for the sake of a successor. It was mostly because taking a genius disciple would not only allow the disciple to inherit one's divine abilities, Tao arts, the disciple would even be able to protect the disciple after the disciple grew up. But now, even though these 3 people had assumed the posture of fighting over a disciple, it didn't make others feel honored or protected in the slightest, and it was instead filled with an indescribable feeling of absurdity. Why, Does it look like a beast fighting for its prey? Fangxing's heart sank slightly. He did not say anything and only watched quietly from the side. Old demon, monk, now that things have come to this, isn't it too much for the two of you to come here and cause trouble? The old Taoist master was interrupted by these two people and was rebuked in front of him. It was obvious that he was enraged and shouted, "The three of us have already made an agreement. Anyone who comes to the celestial realm will be the first to find the disciple. 30 years ago, we knew that they were coming, so we sent our disciples to wait for them. This is fair and just, no one took advantage of us, right? Now that they are here, you two are in closed-door training. If you are late, how can you blame me for snatching your disciple? Humph, this old man has always been doing things according to the rules. Rules my ass." The sinister middle-aged man, or more accurately, the great might demon lord, coldly rebuked, "Since they were discovered by our disciples at the same time, it's the same as the three of us discovering them at the same time. Naturally, they belong to our three sections. How can we allow you to keep them to yourself?" Virtuous Pathmaster shouted angrily, "A disciple is a disciple. How can he represent the three of us? Haha, I'm the inheritor of our Tao arts, and my vital energy is related to it. How can I not represent the three of us?" For a moment, the three of them argued and chattered endlessly. Virtuous Pathmaster's face turned red as he argued with the Buddhist Lord and the Demon Lord. As the three of them argued, the other disciples kept quiet out of fear, and no one dared to say a word. As for Fangxing and the others, they were already looking at each other in dismay. The situation was very obvious. Virtuous Pathmaster wanted to monopolize the three of them, while the Buddhist Lord and the Demon Lord disagreed and insisted on a piece of the pie. This scene was quite ridiculous. Logically speaking, the Buddhist Lord and the Demon Lord had no intention of monopolizing the three of them. It just so happened that the Taoist Master and the Buddhist Lord had one each, but the Virtuous Pathmaster refused to budge no matter what. Even though it was clear that he was at his wit's end, he was still stubborn. Under such circumstances, there can only be one result. As a bystander, Fangxing had already figured it out. Virtuous Pathmaster clearly didn't have the ability to convince the other two, nor did he have the ability to deter them. Therefore, no matter how much they argued, there could only be one result: the three of them would each take one, and the three of them would be divided. However, after witnessing this scene, Fangxing's heart stirred slightly. He didn't want to let them have their way. His mind spun rapidly as he thought to himself, the most important thing now is to muddy the waters and stall for time. It's more important to figure out the tricks in this immortal realm. Old Ox knows, no matter what you say today, there's no reason for all the benefits to go to you alone. Since the two of us came together, there's no reason for us to return empty-handed. There's no point in arguing any further. Let's divide the three equally." Sure enough, after arguing for a while, the great might demon lord shouted coldly, his voice resolute and decisive. "Haha, Demon Lord's words are reasonable. This is the fairest way to deal with it. Pathmaster, please don't pester us endlessly, alright?" The smiling Buddha also laughed and clapped his hands. "The three of us are eager to pass on our teachings and want to replenish our sects with new blood. Although it's a good thing, if we lose our composure in front of the three juniors, it'll be easy for them to laugh at us." Hearing the warning hidden in the smiling Buddha's words, the Virtuous Pathmaster fell silent with a complicated expression. He was clearly unwilling, but he understood in his heart that it was impossible for him to monopolize the three disciples today. Without any other choice, he could only bitterly make a decision and was prepared to admit to this matter. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard the child with the lowest cultivation among the three disciples say with a smile, "I've seen the joke, but it's not because the three of you are arguing, but because the reason for your argument is too laughable, isn't it?" When the three old men quarreled, no one dared to make a sound. As soon as Fangxing spoke, he attracted everyone's gazes. Some were surprised, some were angry, and some were ridiculing. All of their gazes fell on his smiling face. Looking at their expressions, it was as if someone was about to reprimand him. Who was he to interrupt when the three high lords were quarreling? Fangxing also knew what everyone was thinking. His words attracted everyone's attention, and he immediately continued, "I haven't been cultivating for long, but I understand a principle in the cultivation world. Although the heavens, earth, monarch, and master are the last, for cultivators, the master is greater than the heavens. When cultivating in Tianyuan, you can disrespect the heavens, you can kill monarchs, and there are even some cultivators who cut off their family ties to focus on cultivation. However, I've never heard of anyone who dares to disobey a master. Once you call him master, it's like the end of the world, the rock will rot away. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the crowd. Although he spoke with conviction, for a moment, no one dared to doubt him. After all, what he said was the way of respecting one's teacher, no one dared to refute him. They could only quietly wait for him to continue, and this was the effect that Fangxing wanted. As he spoke to this point, the corners of his mouth twitched inadvertently, carrying an imperceptible sneer. He continued, and just now, the three of us have clearly acknowledged the Taoist master as our teacher. After that bow, our relationship as master and disciple has been set. Yet, the two seniors suddenly came out and wanted to separate us. Although you are eager to pass on your teachings, but I don't know, with your actions, where do you place our respect for our teachers? Boom, the power of his words was not small. For a moment, everyone's expression froze, and no one spoke for a long time. According to reason, looking at the three high lords' forcefulness and urgency, Fangxing would definitely not be able to interrupt their quarrel. The bystanders had already determined in their hearts that he had no right to interrupt the opinions of the three high lords. However, when it came to arguing, who had Fangxing lost to? Before he spoke, he had already thought it through. He would first put on the hat of respecting master and disciple, and then put on the fact that the three of them had already bowed to the great virtue sect master. Then, he would use this as a foundation to question the other two high lords, and not allow anyone to refute him. After all, the three of you are all sanctimonious. Do you dare to publicly say that respecting master and disciple is wrong? Of course, no one knew if the words master is greater than the heavens were what Fangxing was thinking. In any case, back in Tianyuan, his name in the way of teaching was not very good, and almost everyone knew that he had committed the act of killing his master. That's right, the smiling Buddha and the black-faced green-robed man were momentarily stunned by Fangxing's words, and were speechless for a long time. The great virtue sect master, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Originally, he was already unable to hold his ground, and was prepared to accept the situation where the three of them would each have a disciple. However, he did not expect to unexpectedly receive such a strong support from Fangxing. Moreover, this person who originally had no right to speak had actually said something very reasonable. This made him feel as if he had picked up a pie that had fallen from the sky. After being slightly startled, he immediately said righteously, "That's right, old demon, monk, did you too hear that? No matter what you say, we have already bowed to our master and disciple, and the inheritance is destined by the heavens. How can you snatch it away?" The smiling Buddha and the black-faced green-robed man were truly infuriated. Both of them did not immediately speak, and it was obvious that they were thinking quickly in their hearts. When Fangxing opened his mouth, it really exceeded their expectations, and they also fell into a deadlock. As for Lu So and Ao Lai, they also somewhat understood Fangxing's intention. At this moment, they were both silent, and quietly observed the situation. Haha, this little Tanyu, of course, it is right to respect your master and Tao. However, the cultivation of mortals is nothing more than seeking detachment and freedom. Naturally, one should cultivate a suitable method for oneself. Even though the three of you have bowed to your master and disciple, but you can't just abandon the Tao because of this bow. This old monk feels that there is a hidden Buddhist aura in your body, and it is rather suitable for our Buddhist inheritance. Don't tell me that because of the master's Tao, you are going to give up the treasured mountain of Buddhism? After a while, the smiling Buddha was the first to speak. Without changing his expression, he looked at Fangxing with a smile. Fangxing's heart was alarmed, and he did not look at his eyes. He casually sneered and said, "What detachment and freedom? It sounds nice, but it does not mean anything. The three of us are all here to seek immortality. Becoming the Tao Master's master is also to cultivate the great Tao, to inherit the immortal life. What is the point of learning Buddhism? So it is for the immortal life." Fangxing's seemingly unintentional words caused the smiling Buddha and the black-faced green-robed man to be slightly startled. They looked at each other, and then the smiling Buddha smiled and said, "Little Tanyu, you are wrong. There are 3,000 great Daos, but they all lead to the same destination. If you want the immortal life, why do you need to rigidly adhere to the Taoist inheritance? Even if it is the supreme truth of Buddhism, or the supernatural power of the demon race, when cultivated to the extreme, it can still allow you to inherit the immortal life. That's right. The immortal life was originally brought by the three of us from the great immortal realm. How could it belong to that old cow-nose alone? Even the black-faced green-robed man spoke with a sinister tone and agreed with the smiling Buddha's words. Is this the reason? Fangxing was very satisfied with the smiling Buddha's words, and he purposely put on a contemplative look. The smiling Buddha's heart calmed down. He chanted the name of Buddha and struck while the iron was hot. To cultivate and seek the Tao, naturally, one must find the one that is suitable for oneself. It is only right for you to choose a suitable inheritance for yourself. Who can stop you? Is that so? Fangxing felt that the time was right, so he purposely put on an awkward expression and pretended to think for a while. Then, he suddenly said, then why? Don't we first see what the immortal life is like? Which inheritance can help us obtain the Tao faster? After so many twists and turns, it was the immortal fate again. Fangxing's words silenced everyone at the scene, including the three supremes. They were not idiots and could faintly feel that the direction of this debate was led astray by Fangxing originally. The three supremes were the ones who accepted disciples, so the immortal fate that was supposed to be divided equally was taken by the Tao Master. Then, when the Buddhist Lord and the Demon Lord arrived, after a round of debate, the Tao Master was reluctant to give up. Then, what should be divided and couldn't be taken by himself. During this process, the three supremes only needed to come to an agreement. Why would they need to ask for the opinions of Fangxing and the others? It was like three people eating a fat chicken. Why would they need to ask for the chicken's opinion? However, this was a very simple matter, but because of Fangxing's interference, it went astray. Originally, it was the master choosing the disciple, but now, it was the disciple choosing the master. Moreover, when faced with Fangxing's reasonable request to see the immortal fate, the three supremes didn't know how to reject. As for Fangxing, at this moment, he chose to remain silent. Since the other party didn't speak, he didn't speak either and only watched calmly. There were many strange things about this immortal realm. The more the other party spoke, the easier it was for him to find some clues. Why are the three supremes so troubled? Ao Lai suddenly sneered in the midst of the silence. Could it be that the three of you are all watching here, afraid that we will run away after taking the immortal fate? Or perhaps, that immortal fate was already stolen by the nine-headed bug, and the immortal realm no longer has it? Fangxing wanted nothing more than to pat his brother-in-law's head and praise him. Although Fangxing was usually arrogant, wild, and sometimes a little stupid, his question was right on point. Now that he was playing the good cop, he needed Ao Lai to play the bad cop. Fangxing followed Ao Lai's words and looked at the three high lords. There was a hint of suspicion in his eyes, but he remained silent. Nonsense. Ao Lai's words didn't allow the three supremacies to remain silent. The Demon Lord snorted and said in a low voice, the Tao discussion is held once every 10 years in the celestial realm. At that time, the immortal realm will invite the immortal fate for the juniors to pay their respects. Everyone can see it, so how can it be fake? However, an immortal fate is of great importance, so it naturally can't be viewed at will. However, the three of you can be considered to be lucky because there are still 3 months left before the Tao discussion begins. At that time, you'll naturally be able to see what sort of appearance and miraculousness your immortal fate possesses. Tao discussion every 10 years? Fangxing was slightly startled and turned to look at Yujizi. Yujizi subconsciously explained, the Tao discussion is a grand event of the immortal realm. The three supremes will teach and answer questions, and the disciples will cultivate diligently. Every 10 years, they will gather together to discuss the Tao. At that time, not only the three supremes, but even the 4 supremes will come. Among the disciples of the 3 sects, if there is someone who can surpass the ordinary and obtain the unanimous approval of the 4 supremes, they will become immortals and inherit the immortal fate. From then on, they will live forever and create their own sect in the immortal realm. They will be called the 5th Supremes. If it is said that there is a Tao discussion every 10 years, could it be that no one has succeeded after so many years? Fangxing keenly noticed this problem and hurriedly asked. Ujizi was startled, then he frowned and unhappily said, "The four supremes created the immortal realm not long ago. Even though the disciples are diligent, no one can surpass the crowd. Naturally, no one can inherit the immortal fate. However, you don't have to worry. Right now, there are many talents in the immortal realm. My senior brothers are also people with very high cultivation. I'm afraid there will be a result soon. Maybe during this Tao discussion, a true immortal will be born." Oh, Fangxing faintly smiled and nodded. The three supremes also had serious expressions. No one spoke for a long time as if they were thinking about something. This is a bit difficult. If we can't see the immortal fate, how will we know which inheritance is suitable for us? Fangxing scratched his head and appeared to be quite distressed. He waved his hand and said, "We can't do nothing before the Tao discussion begins. There's no other way. We can only respect our teachers and follow the Tao master to cultivate. After all, we have already gone through the ceremony of becoming his disciple." "That's right." The virtuous Tao master was very happy and nodded in agreement. However, the Buddhist lord and the demon lord's expressions did not look good. They could see that Fangxing was deliberately stirring up trouble, so they hated him very much. However, in this situation, even though they knew that he was stirring up trouble, there was no effective way to deal with him. They could only anxiously think in their hearts. If they couldn't think of a solution, then today's matter would not end well. Haha, even if we don't look at the immortal fate, there is still a way for you to choose the inheritance that is suitable for you. The smiling Buddha had a kind expression on his face. Not long after, a smile suddenly flashed between his brows, and he opened his mouth with a smile. Fangxing turned to look at him and subconsciously raised his eyebrows. He was already prepared to quarrel and decided to refute the monk no matter what he said. However, even he didn't expect that when the smiling Buddha opened his mouth, he was suddenly stunned and couldn't refute a word. "At the end of the day, the three of us are so anxious because we want to bring glory to our sect and inherit the great Tao," the smiling Buddha said. "Of course, more importantly, it is for the good of the three of you. If the three of you obtain the legacy and become true immortals, although our sect will gain glory because of this, it will be more beneficial to you, isn't it? Haha, if that's the case, the most important thing is to choose the most suitable inheritance for you. That's simple. There's no need to look at the immortal fate before making a decision. Let's do it this way. The three of us will each bestow our inheritance to you, and you can slowly comprehend it. The inheritance of the three sects has its own reason. After you cultivate it, you will naturally understand which inheritance is more suitable for you. Isn't this not perfect?" Fangxing was stunned and shocked. He really didn't know how to respond. Even Aolai and Luso were dumbfounded. They felt that their worldview had been cleansed. Wasn't it too generous to impart the three sects, especially for the three of them? They all understood the principle of techniques should not be imparted easily. Previously, when Luso wanted to learn Fangxing's Yin-Yang millstone, he had to first become the disciple of the deceased Wan Luo before he imparted it. Now that they were in the immortal realm, why were the supremacies so generous and imparting the techniques without a word of disagreement? They even considerately asked him to cultivate it first and then discuss if it was suitable. Even the great virtue sect master and the great might demon lord were a little surprised and turned to look at the great compassion Buddha. The Lord of Great Compassion Buddha, on the other hand, was very certain. With a kind smile on his face, he nodded at the two of them. The two of them did not say anything, as if they agreed with this decision. They quietly turned their heads to look at Fangxing and the others, waiting for their reply. "If I tell Jin Liuzi and the others about this in the future, no one will believe me." Fangxing already didn't know how to describe his feelings. "Are you learning or not?" Luso transmitted his voice and asked in a rather surprised and uncertain manner. "I still feel that something is strange. Let's join forces and fight our way out." Aolai also transmitted his voice. He was eager to give it a try and fight directly. "Learn." Fangxing made up his mind and made a decision. Idiots don't take advantage of the situation. Since they want to teach me, why shouldn't I learn? This decision was made after a period of consideration. Looking at the current situation, it was naturally not good not to learn. It was also good to understand the background of the three High Lords. After all, if they really fought, in this celestial realm, not to mention the 3 High Lords with unfathomable cultivation and the unknown 4th High Lord, there were a lot of other nascent soul cultivators who had passed the tribulation. Even if the 3 of them were not the same as before, they would not be able to gain any advantage. They could only act according to the circumstances. In that case, thank you, 3 supremacies. Fangxing bowed deeply and thanked them politely. The 3 exalts glanced at each other, and then the Tao Lord of the virtuous Tao Lord dispersed the unrelated people, leaving only the 6 of them behind. After that, the Tao Lord of the virtuous Tao Lord glanced at Lu So and said, "You cultivate a pure Taoist inheritance, so it should be the most suitable cultivation technique for me. I'll pass my boundless Tao transformation technique to you for now. Once you've memorized it, you can learn other techniques." "Thank you, Master," Lu So hurriedly agreed and bowed respectfully. On the other hand, the smiling Buddha, Great Compassion Buddha, said to Fangxing, "When I saw you, I felt that you were fated to be with Buddha. I'll pass this technique to you first. If you really feel that it's not suitable in the future, you can go and take a look at the inheritance of the other 2, alright." There was nothing wrong with Fangxing's agreement. The dragon clan is also a demonic species born from birth. Although they have their own great Tao, their nature is no different from that of demons. My East Emperor unification art is the only cultivation method for demons to shed their beast shells and nurture their spirituality. In fact, it's the most suitable cultivation method for you. Originally, there was no need to waste so much effort for you to choose, but since I've already said it, I'll teach it to you first. If you're really not satisfied with it, you can learn other cultivation methods. The black-faced green-robed Great Might Demon Lord also had a solemn expression as he spoke to Ao Lai. These 3 Supreme Lords were straightforward people. They said they would pass on their cultivation techniques, and they did so immediately. Using their divine senses as a guide, they passed on the scriptures. Not long after, the cultivation techniques of the 3 sects had already been imprinted into Fangxing's and the other's sea of consciousness. Then, they swapped positions and passed on the cultivation techniques of the other 2 sects to them. When the sun was setting in the west, the 3 cultivation techniques had already been passed on. The scriptures of the 3 sects were firmly imprinted in their sea of consciousness. During this process, the 3 of them, who originally had doubtful expressions on their faces and wanted to see through something fishy, gradually became solemn as the 3 cultivation methods were taught. In the end, they even couldn't help but reveal a deep sense of bewilderment. What's going on? There's nothing wrong at all. It's indeed the profound and mysterious true meaning of the 3 sects. Fangxing and the other 2 were more or less suspicious of the 3 masters. To put it bluntly, they wanted to know what they were up to. Moreover, their cultivation was extraordinary, and 2 of them had already touched the edge of becoming immortals. Although Fangxing's cultivation was lower, he had inherited the Taisheng scriptures since he was a child, and his understanding of the way of cultivation was not inferior to Lu So and Ao Lai. Therefore, they were very sure that if there was something fishy in the scriptures, they would definitely be able to detect it with their knowledge. However, after receiving the inheritance of the scriptures of the 3 religions, they were completely confused and felt as if they had seen a ghost. This was indeed the true meaning of the 3 religions, and it was indeed the supreme inheritance. Based on their insight, even if they only got a part of it, they would be able to confirm this immediately, let alone the complete inheritance. Moreover, all 3 of them had their own foundation. Just as the 3 masters had said, Fangxing was destined to be with Buddha, and the Buddha fruit that should have been given to Xianxia was still with him. Ao Lai had the bloodline of the dragon tribe, which was an anomaly among the demons. Lu So had devoted himself to cultivation for thousands of years, and his understanding of the meaning of Tao had reached a kind of meticulous and harmonious state. Therefore, when they inherited the ecstasy technique, the Eastern Emperor unification technique, and the infinite Tao transformation technique respectively, they were completely dumbfounded. For example, when Fangxing had just obtained the inheritance of the Eastern joyous art, he'd immediately felt that even the Tao fruit within his body seemed to have sensed the profundities of this scripture, and it actually faintly sensed it. It trembled lightly as it resonated and fused with his bloodline. Something was wrong. There must be something fishy in these 3 scriptures. Given how vigilant Fangxing was, he did not believe that such a good thing would fall on him for no reason. After all, these three scriptures were supreme cultivation techniques that would definitely give rise to a bloody massacre if they were thrown into the Sky Origin realm. Countless old freaks would risk their lives to fight for them, and countless great orthodoxies would immediately shelve them after obtaining these scriptures and not allow others to take a glance at them. It could be said that just these three cultivation techniques were sufficient to become the foundation of an ancient orthodoxy, and they were truly extremely precious. How could they be so easily passed down to others? They knew that there was something fishy about it, but it just happened to look so perfect at a glance. The suspicions in the hearts of Feng Xing and the others were simply strong to the extreme. After completely inheriting the three scriptures, the three of them all fell silent. For a very, very long time, no one spoke. Haha, 3 days should be enough time for the three of you to make your choice, right? The great Might Demon Lord laughed in a low voice. His eyes flickered, and he exchanged glances with the other two reverends. He instructed in a low voice, "Send these three esteemed guests back to the forgotten secular mountain first. Have someone take good care of them. We'll wait for their answer 3 days later." Although the subordinates were all subordinates of the Great Might Demon Lord, they respectfully agreed after hearing the Great Might Demon Lord's words. Then, Yu Jizi, Monk Bu Chen, and Yao Tao led Feng Xing and the others out. At this moment, Feng Xing and the others were clearly still immersed in the scriptures, unable to extricate themselves. Just like Lu Shou, who was obsessed with the meteoric iron forging technique, they could not sense anything from the outside world. They knew that if there was a problem, it would definitely be in the scriptures. Therefore, they focused on studying the scriptures, and did not care about anything else. Haha, that kid named Feng Xing is a bit difficult to deal with. After the others left, only the Great Might Demon Lord, the Buddha Lord, and the Demon Lord were left in the back mountain of Wuliang Mountain. However, they had no intention of leaving. The three of them stood quietly in the air until Feng Xing and the others were out of sight. Only then did the Great Might Demon Lord suddenly let out a low sigh. He chuckled softly and praised Feng Xing, as if he was very appreciative of Feng Xing, who had quarreled fiercely with him just now. Haha, for those who have come to this fairyland, whether they are demons or divine monks, which one of them is not full of vigilance? The Buddha Lord chuckled and said, after all, to suddenly arrive at such a place that is like a fairyland, and there are so many good things waiting for us. For those cultivators who have been cultivating like foxes for their entire lives, I'm afraid this place is more suspicious than a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, right? But it's useless. Since we established our realm for 1,000 years, we have taken in many small immortal realms, wandering families, ascetic monks, and tribal god clans. Among them, there is no lack of great wisdom. But apart from the 9-headed bug, who has escaped? But isn't it useless to take in so many people? The Great Might Demon Lord sneered and said, small immortal realms, wandering families, ascetic monks, tribal god clans? It's useless. The Realm Lord is not satisfied with them because they have lost the protection of fate. Only these people from the ancestral land of Tianyuan can make the Realm Lord satisfied, right? After all, that is the hometown of the immortals of the primordial era, and also the tomb of the saints of the primordial era. It is good fortune that no other domain in this universe has. But it's ridiculous. The creatures of Tianyuan don't know this, and instead want to become immortals. If they don't want to become immortals, how can we have a chance? The great compassion Buddhist Lord chuckled and shook his head. He waved his sleeves and said, let's wait for them for 3 days. Even though these three people are so vigilant, they never thought that the trap they have been guarding against is the scripture itself. There is no problem with the scripture at all. I even want to worship the Tao Lord. At this moment, an entire day had passed since Feng Xing and the other two were sent back to the Forgotten World Mountain. After being imparted with the scripture, the three of them had been obsessed with studying it. Although they did not dare to cultivate it as usual, the more they studied it, the more they felt that it was unfathomable and contained the ultimate truth. This was especially so for Lu Shou, who had cultivated for thousands of years. At this moment, he could not help but feel deeply grateful to the virtuous Taoist master because of this Taoist scripture. If the Taoist master was right in front of him, he might really kneel and kowtow to the Taoist master. What was the most important thing to a cultivator? There was no doubt that it was the truth. Compared to the most original truth and doctrine, even divine powers and dharma treasures were just side branches. and now, the inheritance that the three of them had received was the most original truth and doctrine. I have a feeling that the infinite Tao transformation technique does contain the most original truth of Tao. If I cultivate it, I might really be able to touch the highest realm. Tao. When that time comes, let alone becoming an immortal, I won't even become an immortal king, because a person who has obtained Tao is not someone that an immortal or an immortal king can compare to. When Lu So raised his head, his eyes shone brightly. I want to cultivate this technique. Aolai could not help but be alarmed. Even Aolai couldn't help but be alarmed at this moment. This East Emperor unification technique is really powerful. It actually contains the great Tao that the primordial beasts comprehended, and the original great Tao that transformed from a demon into a human. Even my dragon bloodline has been triggered by the principles contained in this scripture. I have a premonition that if I cultivate this technique, I will be able to comprehend the most powerful Tao of the primordial demon Tao. At that time I will be able to comprehend other things by analogy, and even directly comprehend the strongest realm of the dragon race, or perhaps, advance to the next level? The more he spoke, the more serious he became. He could not help but look at Fangxing. I want to cultivate this technique too. You can't. At this moment, Fangxing was also sitting cross-legged on the ground with a dazed expression. His face was originally full of confusion, but when he heard the words of the two of them, he was suddenly shocked. He hurriedly raised his head and shouted, "You must not cultivate it, you must endure it, you must not." Why? This scripture is very perfect. Lu So could not help but raise his head and refuted Fangxing. It's because it's too perfect. Fangxing lowered his voice, clenched his teeth, and fiercely said, this young master, have never believed in pies falling from the sky, and I have never believed in the kindness of others. If these three scriptures were stolen by me, then I would believe it. However, these scriptures were given to us by those three old fellows. I don't believe that they have such good intentions. I am certain that there is definitely a problem with these scriptures. We thought so at first too. Aolai could not help but speak. He said in confusion, but we've already studied it for a day. The more we study it, the more we feel that there's a profound truth in this scripture. There's nothing wrong with it. The truth is right in front of us, but we don't study it. It's really, he could not continue his words. Obviously, his reason was telling him that he should believe in Fangxing, but the temptation of the East Emperor integration skill had made him unable to resist. Fangxing also understood this. Aolai originally cultivated in the thunder pool of creation, and his cultivation increased rapidly, but his mind was much weaker than theirs, so he naturally could not resist the temptation. On the other hand, Lu So had cultivated for thousands of years, and the Taoist scriptures had been deeply embedded in his divine soul. Now that he saw the infinite Tao transformation skill, he was just like a drunkard who had not drunk for a long time seeing a jar of peerless wine. After all, his cultivation was the lowest, and he had not cultivated for a long time. In addition, the Buddha fruit originally belonged to the little monk Xianxia, who had only left it with him. Therefore, the temptation of the ecstasy technique was far less than that of the other two. Faintly, he had somewhat guessed the intention of the three masters. How vicious, no wonder the three of them imparted the technique so easily, and everything seemed to be in good terms. It turned out that they were absolutely certain that after the three of them obtained the scripture inheritance, they would definitely comprehend it, whether it was to find the trick in it or to be curious about its content. Once they started to comprehend it, it would be impossible to get rid of it. Faced with the temptation of the supreme Tao in their hearts, they were destined to cultivate this skill, and as long as they cultivated it, Fangxing believed that there would definitely be problems. I can't help it anymore. If I can understand the Tao in the morning, I can die in the evening. Even if this skill is not appropriate, I have to find out the truth. Just as Fangxing was anxiously thinking, Lu So suddenly shouted in a low voice, looking extremely anxious. In the ears of Fangxing, it seemed that he had suddenly given up on a certain chord in his heart. Trouble. The higher one's cultivation was, the closer one was to the immortal stage, the harder it was to resist the temptation of the three scriptures. Even so, Fangxing also felt that the scripture of the ecstasy technique was extremely attractive. It gave him a feeling that it seemed to contain all the Buddhist doctrines. As long as he practiced this technique, he would be able to reach the most profound realm of the Buddhist doctrines step by step. Then, he would become immortal or Buddha with a single thought. However, he still had a grudge in his heart. His desire to pursue Tao was not so urgent. Even the resonance of the Buddhist doctrines was not strong enough because the original owner of the Buddha fruit was not himself, but Xianxia. Therefore, he was the only one who could barely control himself at this time, but Lu So and Ao Lai were different. The stronger they were, the stronger the temptation of the scripture was. The three high lords were very powerful. They had already calculated everything that would happen after they passed on their cultivation. They knew that the three of them would not cultivate immediately after receiving the scripture. Instead, they would try to decipher and comprehend it, trying to find some kind of flaw or trap. During this process, it would be enough for them to immerse themselves in the scripture and cultivate the temptation of the scripture step by step until it reached its strongest state. Now, Lu So was the first one who could not control himself and was ready to start practicing this technique. The moment Fangxing saw, he jumped in fright and jumped up hurriedly. Although he did not have any concrete evidence to prove that there was something wrong with the scripture, his intuition told him that he could not practice it. As soon as he started practicing, he would fall into the trap of the person who passed on the scripture. Little senior brother Fangxing, there's no need to stop me. You ought to be able to discern that I'm not bewitched by the scripture at this moment. On the contrary, I feel that I'm extremely clear-headed, and I'm even closer to the Tao than ever before. It's even to the extent that I feel that I'll be able to touch it very soon. So, please don't stop me. Lu So had naturally seen through Fangxing's intention. Before Fangxing could say anything, he had already spoken in a low voice. Fangxing did intend to stop him, but after hearing his words, he was slightly stunned and did not dare to step forward. He knew Lu So was telling the truth, he was not bewitched. His mind was clear, and his realm was normal. He was just affected by the profound principles in the scripture. I want to cultivate too. Before he could finish Lu So off, Ao Lai suddenly spoke in a low voice with an embarrassed expression, I have already started cultivating. When I saw the qi and blood circulation method in the East Emperor unification skill, I couldn't help but, bastard. Fangxing suddenly let out a loud shout, but it gave Ao Lai a fright and he did not dare to continue speaking. Fangxing said angrily, you two bastards, can't hold it in anymore? It was even shorter than they had expected. They had estimated that it would take at least 3 days for you to lose control, but in the end, you fell for it in just 1 day? Old Lu, you son of AB*TCH. Didn't you want to seek immortality and immortality? In the end, after seeing such a scripture, he wholeheartedly pursued the Tao and ignored everything else. And you damn worm, stinky loach, your sister is still in someone else's hands, and you want to stay here and cultivate some laborious skill? Are you going to ignore her? Both of them were a little hesitant. They could feel the anger in Fangxing's heart. It shouldn't take too long to comprehend this Tao. Perhaps, if I cultivate this skill, it will be of great help to get my sister back. After a long time, they answered embarrassedly. It seemed like they were just lucky. Fangxing took a deep breath and suddenly fell silent. He knew very well in his heart that he couldn't convince the two of them now. It was only because the two of them respected him that they had the patience to talk things over with him. Otherwise, he would have thrown himself into cultivation without a care for anything else. Moreover, no matter how much they respected him, if he insisted on stopping them from cultivating, he would probably wear down their patience bit by bit. In the end, there was even a possibility that they would fall out with him. More importantly, even he himself was deeply tempted by the Buddhist ecstasy technique. In his mind, there were still 2 other scriptures that he didn't dare to think about. Because perhaps after he came into contact with the Taoists' boundless Tao transformation technique or the Eastern Emperor unification technique, the temptation would multiply. At that time, even he wouldn't be able to resist. This kind of feeling really made him feel angry. This kind of hidden danger that could not be touched, seen, or even determined was the most annoying. Even if he had a body full of brute force, he would not be able to do anything about this kind of danger. You don't stop us, right? Lu So had already spoken at this moment. Perhaps, the 3 supremacies really do not have any ill intentions? Yes, maybe we are thinking too much and are just scaring ourselves. After all, if they really have any evil intentions towards us, there is no reason for them to impart such a profound cultivation method to us. After all, after cultivating this cultivation method, our comprehension will deepen and our strength will increase faster. This is disadvantageous to them. How could they be so stupid as to impart 3 scriptures to us so easily? Aolai also tried to explain, but he did not seem to realize that he was already vaguely exonerating the 3 supremacies. Alright, say no more. Fangxing suddenly calmed down and let out a long sigh. His expression also became calm. Lu Shou and Aolai were slightly startled and turned to look at him with a strange look. Actually, I can understand that you want to cultivate these 2 skills. But after all, you have to consider the overall situation. Are we really going to stay here and not leave? Little San, are we not going to save your sister? Fangxing calmed down for a moment, and earnestly advised, so, we can practice the cultivation method, but we have to make sure that we don't waste too much time here. Come. Let's discuss first, and see if it's possible to comprehend the essence of this cultivation method in a month's time. Lu Shou and Aolai were initially worried that he would stop them, but after hearing his words, they were immediately overjoyed. Yes, that's right. As long as we study hard, we might be able to comprehend it very quickly. Yes, I feel that the scriptures are actually only separated by a thin layer of paper. As the 2 of them spoke, they came forward and showed that they would be very satisfied as long as Fangxing agreed to let them cultivate, so they were very perfunctory about what would happen next. Although Fangxing was also very dissatisfied, he did not show it on his face. He just raised his hands and quickly drew a few lines in the void, as if he was writing something. Come and take a look at this scripture, Fangxing said without raising his head. Lu Shou and Aolai were both very curious and approached together to take a look. Just when the 2 of them were within 100 feet of him, Fangxing's hands that seemed to be drawing talismans were suddenly raised at the same time. Then, his 2 big sleeves suddenly swelled up and covered the 2 of them like 2 huge windmills. Lu Shou and Aolai were both dizzy from the scripture, and they were not suspicious at all. At the same time, their heads were pressed down by Fangxing's hands that were hidden in his sleeves. Then, the pig-catching skill was executed, and 2 passages suddenly appeared under his sleeves. Boom. Boom. Shockingly, it was a daunting experience without mishap. These 2 people were actually directly captured by Fangxing and brought into his knowledge realm. Phew. After completing this step, Fangxing heaved a deep sigh of relief, feeling a little apprehensive. What he had done just now was too dangerous. In terms of cultivation, he was much weaker than the 2 of them. In terms of strength, it was hard to tell who would win. As for the pig-catching skill, or the heaven and earth in the sleeve, although it was elusive and powerful, it was still a divine ability. If the 2 of them had noticed him when he was executing it and resisted, he would have been in big trouble. If he was not careful, he would have been injured by them and even aroused their suspicions. Fortunately, the 2 of them trusted him, so he had succeeded in one fell swoop. If you want to cultivate, then do it in my realm of consciousness. After taking the 2 of them into his realm of consciousness, Fangxing immediately activated the mighty force of the world to suppress Aolai and Lu Shou. Then, he casually pulled out 2 pigs who had cultivated to the foundation establishment realm, took a few strands of Aolai's and Lu Shou's divine souls and blood, and ordered them to change into Aolai and Lu Shou's appearance. Then, he casually set up a formation to conceal their auras. Wait here, I'll be back soon, Fangxing ordered in a low voice. Then, he waved his sleeves and flew out of the palace to the mountain. Eh? Where are you going, sect leader Tong Tian? Fangxing's aura was too powerful. As soon as he appeared in the air, someone immediately asked him in a low voice. That person was the master of the Wangfu Mountain, a grand cultivator at the peak of Yuanying. He smiled and bowed politely. Haha, the 2 of them are obsessed with cultivation. I'm bored staying here, so I'll go out for a walk. Fangxing laughed. Without waiting for his answer, he turned into a flowing light and flew out of the mountain. While flying, he even prepared a few flying swords, ready to attack at any time. However, unexpectedly, the master did not stop him. He just asked a question and then concealed his aura. Master, are we really not going to stop them from going out? In the cave residence where the master cultivated, a little boy asked in a low voice. He was a little worried. Haha, just let him go. The mountain chieftain chuckled softly and said, "Anyway, his small world has already been taken away, so he can't leave this paradise. Moreover, his two friends have already been poisoned by the miasma, so it's hard for them to turn back. However, it doesn't matter. If he wants to go out for a walk, let him be. Since he has accepted the inheritance of this Tao technique, there's no reason for him to escape the miasma. Now that we're monitoring him too closely, we might disturb him and cause him to hesitate and stop cultivating. This is the reason why the three High Lords placed them here with us instead of keeping them by their side. Let him be, just watch over the other two. Looks like I've covered it up for the time being." After Fangxing left the forgotten secular mountain, he turned into a stream of light and flew among the clouds until he reached a deep mountain tens of thousands of miles away. He then descended and looked back. The void was silent and there was no fluctuation of aura. He looked up at the sky and felt that no one was searching for him. Only then did he believe that he had temporarily escaped the grasp of the few supremacies. Or perhaps, the three supremacies were too confident in their divine abilities and thought that as long as he accepted the inheritance, there would be no hope for him to escape. Therefore, they did not keep a close eye on him, lest he became suspicious. "I should take this opportunity to explore the mysteries of this immortal realm," as Fangxing thought to himself. He secretly used the ghost-obscuring eyes and flew out of the deep mountain with a different appearance. When he escaped from the forgotten secular mountain, he didn't have any plans at first. He just felt that staying in the forgotten secular mountain was a very dangerous thing to do. Once he calmed down, he couldn't help but think about the inheritance of the three divine skills. He couldn't help but have a desire to cultivate. However, he knew that this desire was very dangerous. Therefore, he decided to go all out. After suppressing Lu So and Ao Lai, he simply slipped away. Firstly, he wanted to explore the celestial realm, and secondly, he wanted to be distracted. After concealing his aura, Fangxing walked on the immortal realm. Although he did not fly, he still walked for thousands of miles. He observed the structure of the immortal realm and the starry sky above the continent. There were too many unfathomable things in this fairyland. If he continued to wander around, it would be hard to predict the outcome of the battle. Fangxing had never been the kind of person who would not shed a tear until he saw the coffin. Thus, when he realized that the opponents in this fairyland were all so strange and he could not deal with them easily, he had the intention to escape. He pulled Lu So and Ao Lai into the realm of consciousness, and asked the two Fat Foundation establishment disciples to disguise themselves as them to make up the numbers in the forgotten secular mountain. He had decided to escape into the starry sky when the time came. However, it was not an easy task to escape. The starry sky was vast. How could he randomly choose a direction to escape in? If they were to be lost in the boundless starry sky, it would probably be even more torturous than continuing to stay in the celestial realm. What Fangxing wanted to do now was to find out exactly where to leave in order to continue on to the next section of the immortal path. The nine-headed worm seems to have escaped to a place called the 10 Extremities. Could that be the next section of the path of cultivation? Fangxing thought to himself. He felt that the nine-headed bug's choice was worth considering. What made him feel helpless was that the nine-headed bug was a top secret in this celestial realm, so it was hard for him to ask about it. After walking for half a day, Fangxing wandered around the celestial realm. He felt that everything was normal, and it was no different from Tianyuan. It was still a country of mortals, and the orthodoxy of cultivators was at the top. It was a scene of prosperity, and nothing seemed out of place. Occasionally, he noticed that there were many different kinds of living beings in this celestial realm. He even saw some living beings from the celestial realm. At the moment, it was just like the legendary celestial realm where humans, demons, and Buddhas interacted calmly with each other. There was no sign of disharmony at all. The nine-headed bug escaped 30 years ago, so it's not easy to find out. Where is the Dragon Mother now? As Fangxing walked on this continent, a question gradually arose in his heart. From the beginning, he did not believe the nonsense that the supremacies said that they had predicted their arrival 30 years in advance. The reason why the people here knew that they were coming was definitely because someone told them that the three of them were behind them. And the person who revealed this information was definitely the Dragon Mother. This was because even if the nine-headed bug was suspicious, it was impossible for it to accurately say that the three of them were coming. The one who knew that the three of them were on the path of immortals behind them was definitely the Dragon Mother. Moreover, since the people here had waited for them for 30 years, the Dragon Mother probably wasn't sure if they were coming or not. She only said that they might come, and she didn't know when they would come. However, if the Dragon Mother had come to this world a long time ago, why didn't he hear any news about them? Unable to think through all these questions, Fangxing became more and more doubtful. To a certain extent, it was impossible for him to solve these questions with his own guesses. However, he didn't dare to stop now, because if he did, the strong temptation of the scriptures would invade his sea of consciousness, and he wouldn't be able to control himself. During this process, Fangxing could only wander freely in this celestial realm. To seek immortality for a lifetime is like a basket filled with water, 30% lamentation and 70% regret. If I reincarnate again, how can a spiritual pill compare to a beauty's mouth? However, in the process of wandering around, on the third day, a ballad suddenly reached Fangxing's ears. The voice was clear and melodious, but it carried an indescribable mysterious aura. More importantly, in Fangxing's ears, it sounded very familiar. It immediately cleared up his muddle-headed mind, and he subconsciously followed the ballad. The long mountain road gradually lowered, and in the end, he came to a valley in a drizzling rain. He saw the flickering lights in front of him, and it was extremely luxurious. Following the lights, he saw a glorious palace in front of him. In front of the palace, there was an elegant scholar sitting cross-legged and playing the zither. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and he looked very elegant. What was more terrifying was his cultivation, which had reached some kind of mysterious realm that was close to Tao. He seemed to have also sensed Fangxing's arrival. When Fangxing walked to 100 feet in front of the palace, he raised his head and looked forward with a smile. At this glance, Fangxing was immediately startled. That person had an imposing appearance and was handsome. Surprisingly, it was someone he was familiar with. Sad wind and bitter rain messed up my mood, and I met an old friend in a clay stove and hot tea. My little friend Fangxing, long time no see. The man laughed and extended his hand to invite Fangxing to come forward. After the initial shock, Fangxing's face suddenly became slightly cold. After a while, he chuckled in a low voice, stepped forward, and said, "It's indeed an old friend, Mr. Wen. I didn't expect to meet you here." The scholar playing the zither in the rainy night was Mr. Wen. He had never seen him since he left with Dragon Mother and the others. He didn't expect that he would meet him in this fairyland, and that this man had become so sage-like. Previously, he was clearly at the 8th layer of the Crossing Calamity realm, which was a bit weaker than Lu So. But now, it seemed that his cultivation was not the same as before, and he had an indescribable Taoist connotation. "You didn't expect that I'd been waiting for you for a long time." Mr. Wen smiled and put away the zither. Then, he sighed and said, "I've been waiting for you since I heard that you've arrived in this fairyland. Why is it only you? Where are Dragon Mother, Yu and Mr. Lan?" Fangxing stepped into the palace, and slowly sat down on a futon. Then, he turned his eyes and asked in a low voice. There's no need to look. I'm the only one in this palace. The two of them may have died in the starry sky." Mr. Wen raised his hand to summon 2 cups of hot tea. Then, he gently placed one in front of Fangxing and said with a smile. "Huh?" Fangxing was startled as he heard this. He looked at Mr. Wen in disbelief. The Dragon Mother was much stronger than Mr. Wen in terms of the strength of her spirit and the ability to sense danger. But, Mr. Lan was much stronger than Mr. Wen in terms of strength and the protection of his small world. Therefore, Mr. Wen should have been the one to die. But, he hadn't expected that these words would come out of Mr. Wen's mouth. This made Fangxing puzzled. He couldn't help but look at Mr. Wen's face with suspicion. Tell me the truth." Mr. Wen gently smiled and said, "There are too many dangers in the starry sky. But, the human heart is even more dangerous. Meiji refined the old witch into a yin and yang pill when we were crossing the sea of stars. That pill could resist the dark matter, but it wasn't enough for us to cross the sea of stars. I didn't expect that they would target me at that time. They wanted to refine me into a second yin and yang pill. I couldn't resist them even if I wanted to. But, who would have thought that the sea of stars would suddenly change and scatter in all directions? The meteorites were like a tide. They split into 4 or 5 pieces, and rolled backwards. I survived because of that. But, I was also separated from the other 2. After many hardships, I managed to escape to this fairyland. Then, I met a wise master and learned the great way. But, the 2 Taoist friends who wanted to borrow my life to survive were separated in the sea of stars. I haven't seen them since then. The god of fortune makes fools of people, so, I was the one who saved his life. Fang Xing was startled. He now knew what Mr. Wen meant by the upheaval of the sea of stars. Wasn't he the one who caused the upheaval of the sea of stars? Fang Xing's heart was full of doubts as he met an old friend in the middle of the night. There were too many questions he wanted to ask. But, he felt that it was too easy to meet this person. So, he didn't know what to ask first. He hesitated for a long time, and then said with a smile, "It seems that you've profited from your misfortune. You've been living a good life. So, what do you want to ask me?" "Haha. Young friend Fang, you're a straightforward person. You've hit the nail on the head." Mr. Wen smiled and said, "To be honest, I've been waiting for you here. The first reason is that we've come to this fairyland. And, we're old friends. So, I'd like to meet you. I hope young friend Fang can forgive me if I've offended you in any way. But, the second question is to enlighten you. The great way is right in front of you. Young friend Fang, you mustn't hesitate at this time." Fang Xing was startled. He looked at Mr. Wen and said, "You've come to advise me to practice the 3 inheritances?" Mr. Wen replied with a smile, "Of course. Do you think there's any benefit in practicing them? Look at me." He raised his hands after he said that. Then, his aura was revealed. His aura was as deep as the sea. It was unfathomable. Mr. Wen's face was full of smiles. He seemed to be in high spirits. Suddenly, a crackling sound was heard in the night sky outside the hall. A lightning streaked across the horizon, and the world became as bright as day. Mr. Wen's expression changed as the lightning streaked across the sky. He was still smiling. But, he opened his mouth in silence. "Save me." A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The drizzling rain made the night look as bright as day. Mr. Wen's expression drastically changed. Fang Xing saw the shape of his lips, and the shock in his heart couldn't be said to be any less than the tides and seas. However, he felt that something was wrong at this moment. His expression didn't change at all, however, he quickly thought of something in his mind. He then looked up at the sky. Why did Mr. Wen take advantage of the lightning strike to ask for help? With Fang Xing's current level of cultivation, he naturally understood that when lightning streaked across the sky, the aura of the heavenly thunder would disturb one's spirit. Even the mightiest of divine thoughts would be affected when lightning streaked across the sky. For cultivators, the divine thoughts were like eyes. They could see anything they wanted to see. Lightning was an existence that could temporarily distract the eyes. Mr. Wen had seized the opportunity when the lightning streaked across the sky to call for help. It was obvious that he was hiding from something. However, Fang Xing was constantly on guard. He was certain that no one was spying on him. So, what was he hiding from? "Haha, young friend Fang, you've only seen me, so I'm sure you'll understand. Back then, my cultivation might have been a bit lower than Mr. Lan and the others. But now, my cultivation is close to that of an immortal. How could they possibly compare to me?" Mr. Wen laughed heartily after the lightning strike. His expression was as calm as ever. It seemed as if the scene of him crying for help was just an illusion of Fang Xing's. His voice was bright and clear. His sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He said, "This is only the result of my 30 years of meditation on the boundless great way. I feel that my cultivation is surging, and I'm close to the immortal path. Young friend Fang, you're a genius of Tian Yuan. Your aptitude is much higher than mine. You mustn't miss this opportunity to become an immortal." Fang Xing's expression remained indifferent even though all sorts of thoughts were surging in his mind like a volcano. He remained calm for a long time. Then, he looked at Mr. Wen's face and said with a smile, "So, you were the one who revealed our whereabouts 30 years ago?" Mr. Wen was startled. He shook his head and replied, "Not at all. I thought that you were already buried in the sea of stars. I only told you that there were several juniors behind the immortal path. The three supremes were the ones who predicted your arrival. It wasn't me, sure enough, someone leaked our whereabouts, and it wasn't them who figured it out, Fangxing thought. He had a general answer. Hee, little friend Fang, I've said all that I have to say. Since we're old friends, please don't disregard my words. Don't turn a deaf ear to my words. Mr. Wen looked at Fangxing's expressionless face. It was unknown whether he was disappointed or hopeful. He forced a smile and gulped down the cup of hot tea. Then, he sighed and said, "The great Tao is merciless. Time flies. I must go back and study the Tao. Of course, I must study the Tao. But, I can't avoid owing a favor." Fangxing seemed to have made up his mind at this time. He sighed and said. Mr. Wen was startled. He looked at him with a puzzled expression. You had an ulterior motive when we crossed the Sea of Stars. You instigated the Dragon Mother to use me for alchemy. Have you forgotten? Fangxing slowly opened his mouth and brought the cup of hot tea to his mouth. When did I? Mr. Wen was puzzled. He couldn't understand what Fangxing was saying. He had been kept in the dark when the Dragon Mother wanted to use people for alchemy. He hadn't intervened at all. Moreover, the Dragon Mother had her eyes on Lu South. It had nothing to do with Fangxing. So, why was this little devil lying through his teeth? Fangxing didn't wait for Mr. Wen to ask any questions. He interrupted him and said, the entire Tianyuan knows that I'm a very vengeful person. I can remember things as small as sesame seeds for the rest of my life. Do you think I've forgotten your enmity with me? Or, do you think that I won't cause trouble for you if we become good friends in the future since we've come to the immortal world together? Ridiculous. You stinky scholar. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you for coming to see me? Mr. Wen's head was spinning. He didn't know what Yi Shiwen was talking about. Crackle, however, Fangxing didn't bother to explain. He jumped up and swung his palm towards Mr. Wen's head. He had used the Dragon Clan's lightning manipulation technique. The lightning power in the world had been drawn by him, and had enveloped Mr. Wen's head. Then, he said in a heavy voice, I'll kill you to vent my anger. Mr. Wen was surrounded by a sea of lightning as soon as Fangxing's palm hit him. Mr. Wen understood Fangxing's intention. His face turned deathly pale as he shouted, You can't. Fangxing was a man who would do anything once he thought of it. So, there was no need for him to be polite. He threw himself towards Mr. Wen, and his magic power surged towards Mr. Wen to suppress him. Mr. Wen's cultivation was extremely frightening. Fangxing couldn't compare with him. But, he was trapped in the sea of lightning. Moreover, he knew what Fangxing was planning to do. So, he didn't dare to fight recklessly. So, he was suppressed by Fangxing in a split second. Realm Lord, save me, Mr. Wen screamed. His screams reverberated far and wide, the sea of lightning around Fangxing rumbled for a long time. Then, it slowly receded, and Mr. Wen was revealed. Fangxing's palm had landed on Mr. Wen's head. Mr. Wen's spirit had vanished. It seemed that his spirit had been destroyed by Fangxing's sneak attack. Only his body was left. You've tried to frame me. But, you still dare to come and see me? You've got guts. Fangxing sneered. He slowly withdrew his palm. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he spoke to himself. Then, he looked around vigilantly as if he had just killed someone. He muttered, Which son of AB*TCH is this realm lord? He turned around to leave. But, he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly turned around and slapped Mr. Wen's body. The Samadhi true fire ignited, and Mr. Wen's body was burnt to ashes. Then, he smashed it with his palm. Then, he said to himself, There's only one immortal life. You've cultivated 30 years earlier than me. So, how can I leave you behind to compete with me? Then, he turned around and looked into the rainy night sky. The main hall was empty except for a zither and 2 teacups. Clang, the zither suddenly emitted a soft sound after Fangxing left. It seemed as if an invisible hand was playing it. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by him? At this time, Fangxingji was flying in the direction of the forgotten worldly mountain. On the surface, everything seemed normal, but part of his divine sense had already sunk into his world of consciousness. A person had appeared in his world of consciousness, and he was saying anxiously, also, why do you have a pocket world? Ever since the disaster of the nine-headed bug 30 years ago, small worlds are no longer allowed to exist in the celestial realm. Logically speaking, no matter what, they would not allow you to keep a small world with you. How did you manage to keep it? This person was Mr. Wen, who had been killed by Feng Xing. He was alive and well in Feng Xing's realm of knowledge. The only difference was that his appearance had greatly changed. When he was in the immortal realm, he was handsome and had a cultivation close to that of an immortal. But now, in Feng Xing's realm of knowledge, his appearance had greatly changed. His entire body had become as thin as a stick. Even his qi was almost exhausted, like a candle in the wind. Feng Xing had no doubt that Mr. Wen, who was once at the 8th level of tribulation passing, could not even compare to a foundation establishment cultivator. I have my own methods. Feng Xing replied coldly, you don't have to worry. Even if someone had been staring at us earlier, it would be difficult for them to discover anything. My small world isn't good at many things, but it's good at deceiving others. Even if others saw us, they would at most be suspicious, but they wouldn't be able to find any evidence. Now, tell me, who are you hiding from by being so careful and acting mysteriously? He looked up at the sky and said in a low voice, the three great masters shouldn't be watching me, the Taoist, Buddhist, and demon masters shouldn't be watching me. Mr. Wen smiled bitterly. He looked up and said, but have you forgotten that there are 4 great masters in the immortal realm? The 4th great master? Feng Xing was startled. He frowned and asked, what is that thing? Mr. Wen sat down cross-legged with a dejected look on his face. He looked around, shook his head, and said with a bitter smile, I don't know what that thing is. I didn't even know of its existence before I started practicing the boundless Great Way art. I've only felt its existence now that I've reached a deeper level of cultivation. It's omnipresent and omnipotent. Only a small world can isolate itself from its prying eyes. I didn't expect you to have a small world. So, I asked you for help because I was delusional, all right. Don't talk nonsense. Feng Xing interrupted him. He stared at Mr. Wen, how did you end up like this? Dao miasma, or Dao poison. Mr. Wen's voice was filled with grief and indignation. I've become like this because I practiced the devil's secret art, huh? Feng Xing's mind tightened, practicing that secret art has made your secret art scatter? Scatter my secret art? It can't be. Mr. Wen smiled and shook his head, practicing the secret art will help you achieve the Dao. Achieve the Dao? It was Feng Xing's turn to be shocked. He looked at Mr. Wen in disbelief. Yes. Mr. Wen nodded and smiled bitterly, achieving the Dao means losing myself. Speak clearly. Mr. Wen's confused answer made Feng Xing's heart sink. After a long while, he urged in a deep voice. Mr. Wen pondered for a moment, then said with a serious expression, I was scattered by the stars in the sea of stars and escaped from the clutches of Dragon Mother and Mr. Lon. I had to travel alone in the vast starry sky. Fortunately, I had seen the star chart in Dragon Mother's hand, and I have a good memory. So, I reluctantly followed the original direction. But after 7 days, I was sucked into a boundless dark cloud. That cloud seemed to be a door that someone had deliberately left on the path of immortality. I couldn't feel the existence of time and space in that cloud. I was muddle-headed and arrived in the immortal realm. Mr. Wen pondered for a moment, then said with a serious expression, I escaped from the clutches of Dragon Mother and Mr. Lon. Boundless dark cloud? Feng Xing was startled. He pondered for a long time and finally thought of a possibility, boundless? Mr. Wen was startled, what is boundless? Feng Xing calmly replied, I've read about it in the Starry Sky handbook that the Lord God gave me. There is an existence in the boundless starry sky that can absorb everything, time, and even light. It is like a hole in the starry sky. Sometimes, it is like a teleportation formation in the starry sky. It can send people to an unknown distance, but sometimes, people will be annihilated as soon as they enter it. That hole is called boundless by the Taoists. It is an existence that corresponds to the primal chaos. The primal chaos gives birth to everything, and the boundless devours everything. The handbook says that there are some supreme existences in the great immortal world who know how to use the power of boundless. They can even use that kind of terrible power? Mr. Wen's expression was solemn. He seemed to be filled with sorrow and fear. After a long while, he slowly shook his head and said, "The dragon tribe must have used that power to create a door on the immortal path. I was sucked into it and thought that I was going to die. I didn't expect that I would appear in front of this immortal domain in a daze. The nine-headed bug had just stolen my immortal life and left. I was imprisoned for a while. Later, they felt that I was still useful, so they let me out. I told them everything I knew in order to make myself useful, including you and the dragon mother, so, it has been almost 30 years, Fangxing nodded. He now understood where these 30 years came from. It was obvious that the ancestors of the dragon tribe had set up an infinite door after entering the Sea of Stars. It was a shortcut that could transport people for a short distance. Mr. Wen had fallen into this door. The nine-headed bug must have gone through this door as well. However, Shermu had refined the Sea of Stars and caused a great change in that part of the starry sky. The infinite door was connected to the surrounding starry sky. So, it drifted away with the passing of the Sea of Stars. Therefore, Shermu didn't have this shortcut even though he had obtained a great fortune in the Sea of Stars. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. This was the truth. Shermu understood this, but he didn't say anything. He continued to ask, "How did you feel after cultivating the infinite Great Way art?" "Bitter. Unspeakably bitter." Mr. Wen's expression became very dignified as he said this. He then said in an awe-inspiring tone, "I had received the Taoist's boundless Great Way art. I thought that I had hit the jackpot. I was very happy. I had some doubts in my heart. But how could I restrain my thirst for the Great Way after I had received the Taoist's heritage? I didn't persist for long before I began to cultivate. I felt the joy of attaining the Great Way art in the beginning. I felt that many difficult problems in cultivation were easily solved. I felt that I was infinitely close to the Great Way art. I felt that I was only one step away from becoming an immortal." Mr. Wen had a nostalgic smile on his face as he spoke of the past. His haggard appearance made one's hair stand on end. His voice slowly lowered as he spoke, "This old man isn't stupid. I practiced the boundless Great Tao transformation art. My cultivation speed was much faster than others. 6 years after I arrived at the immortal realm, I arrived at the Tao discussion conference. I used a wondrous method to defeat all my opponents and obtained the qualifications to inherit the immortal fate, hee. I thought that the nine-headed bug was a joke at that time. Why would it steal the immortal fate?" Mr. Wen forced a smile and said, "Wouldn't he have received the immortal fate if he had cultivated properly? His losses outweighed his gains. Later on, I realized that I was the foolish one. I indeed had the qualifications to get close to the immortal fate. When I tried to inherit the immortal fate, I felt the sensation of attaining the Great Way art. It was hard to describe. It was as if I had absorbed the entire world into my body. It was as if I had become the great Emperor Pengu of the ancient era. I could control the laws of the world, and I was omnipotent. I knew that I had attained the Great Way art at that time. That feeling was so real." Fangxing didn't interrupt him and let him speak calmly. But no matter how real the feeling was, it was still just a dream. Mr. Wen's voice was a little bitter. "I woke up from that dream 3 days later. I discovered that I had lost almost all of my cultivation, including my own fate as a living being. My magical power and my body didn't belong to me anymore. I realized that I didn't refine the immortal fate or the world, it was the immortal fate that refined me. I felt joy at attaining the Great Way art at that time because I felt what it felt when it refined me. I should have been annihilated in the Great Way art and disappeared from this world. Alas, I have to thank all of you." Mr. Wen forced a smile as he spoke. He looked at Fangxing and said, "He must have felt that I was still useful to him, so he didn't completely refine me. Instead, he left this broken life to wander around the domain of immortals, neither alive nor dead. It's been 30 years since I found the fourth reverend of the domain of immortals. He's an omnipresent and omniscient being. He gave me a hint to find you and tell you about the joy of the Tao. He also advised you to cultivate the Tao as soon as possible. What happened to your magical power?" Fangxing asked in a low voice. He still remembered the first time he had met Mr. Wen, and how terrifying his cultivation base had been. However, after entering this small world, Mr. Wen completely changed. He lost all of his cultivation and magical power and became like this. You still don't understand? Mr. Wen forced a smile and said, that magical power isn't mine. It belongs to the fourth reverend. He has an immortal fate, so he has control over all of its powers. He can give it to me if he wants to. He can take it away if he wants to. I'm nothing more than a puppet, but a puppet with some consciousness. Mr. Wen smiled bitterly and said, that magical power isn't mine, it belongs to the fourth reverend. He was clearly a living person, but he had been refined into a puppet. Mr. Wen's words caused Fang Xing's hair to stand on end. And after listening to this, he finally understood Mr. Wen's words. Attaining the Great Way art was equivalent to losing oneself. Cultivating the techniques passed down by the three reverends could indeed help one attain the Great Way. However, that kind of attaining the Tao was not truly attaining the Tao. The Tao was comprehending the Tao, the blossoming of one's own cultivation. But this kind of attaining the Tao was giving someone else's fruit of the Tao to you to comprehend, and then when you thought you had attained the Tao, someone else took everything away. Everyone's Great Way was different in this world. Only attaining one's own Great Way could be called attaining the Great Way. The true Great Way gave people great freedom and joy. However, this kind of Great Way gave people great restraints and terror. This kind of Great Way could only be called an evil Great Way even if it was the Great Way. I've been worried ever since I found out that all of you have come to this celestial realm. I was afraid that all of you had already fallen. However, I'm relieved after seeing you. You're not too deeply poisoned and you still have some strength to resist. This gave me hope. Even if I had to risk being discovered by the fourth exalt, I still wanted to ask you for help. However, I didn't expect you to be so capable as to secretly leave a small world here. Now, I don't have any other requests. I only beg you to take me away from here. Mr. Wen's expression was extremely urgent. He looked at Fang Xing with a pleading expression. I can't go yet. Fang Xing slowly shook his head after listening to him. Mr. Wen became anxious. Why? You can't defeat them. Even the Jiaoling King can't defeat them. You can resist this miasma, and you have this small world. This is your only chance to escape from this place. You can't miss it. I can barely resist this miasma, but those two can't. Fang Xing lowered his head and smiled bitterly. He led Mr. Wen to another place. There were two bronze pillars above a black sea. A person was tied to each pillar. They were Lu So and Ao Lai. Both of them looked like they were in extreme pain. Black smoke was rising from their bodies from time to time. The black smoke was burning the pillars and the iron chains. It was a very strange scene. Fang Xing said in a low voice, both of them have obtained that kind of inheritance. They can't help but want to cultivate it. I suppressed them here by force. But, I found that the temptation in my small world has turned into a kind of miasma. It's like a curse. It's impossible to get rid of it. After saying that, he gently shook his head and slightly spread out his sleeves. Surprisingly, a faint black smoke also rose from his body. I also have this kind of miasma on my body. The only difference is that I can suppress it for the time being. Fang Xing's expression became dignified. He then said the most important thing, I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape if you don't cure this miasma. Mr. Wen's face was full of despair. He staggered backwards, it's over. This miasma can't be cured. If this is a kind of poison, then it's directly planted in the heart. Mr. Wen's words had given this strange Taoist miasma an accurate description. Perhaps it was the Tao miasma, or perhaps it was a curse. In short, it was something that would make people lose control of themselves. In fact, even if they had heard about the fearsomeness of this cultivation method from Mr. Wen, they still couldn't help but practice it. They knew that they would die, but they still practiced it. This was because after inheriting this cultivation method, there would be a kind of poison, or perhaps a curse, planted on one's Taoist heart. The stronger one's Taoist heart was before, the stronger the temptation would be now. It could be said that these cultivation methods were not harmful in themselves. In fact, he also had a very deep understanding of the Great Path. However, it just so happened that when this inheritance fell on someone who had cultivated, it would form a terrifying power. It was like a seed had fallen on the cultivator's Taoist heart, sucking away all the flesh and magical power and growing a Taoist fruit that belonged to someone else. If this was a kind of tribulation, then this was undoubtedly a kind of mental tribulation for cultivators. These 3 cultivation methods had drawn out the tribulation of the cultivator's Tao heart, and turned it into a powerful poison. To some extent, he was using the cultivator's own spear to attack his own shield. Could it be that I've fallen into an unsolvable tribulation just because I've listened to this scripture? Fangxing was in a daze. He didn't know what to do. Their cultivation was too weak, and their knowledge was too limited. Fangxing had been through many trials and tribulations all his life. He had seen many open and hidden attacks. His vigilance could not be said to be weak, and his methods could not be said to be weak. However, he had still inexplicably fallen into a trap. Even after falling into a trap, he had spent a lot of effort to figure out why he had fallen into a trap. This was a trap that he had fallen into due to his innate lack of knowledge. He had fallen. Fangxing couldn't help but admit that he had fallen into a trap for no reason. However, he still couldn't accept this result. Was there really no solution? There is probably a solution, Mr. Wen muttered to himself. Mr. Wen's words attracted Fangxing's attention. The higher the cultivation of this miasma, the heavier the heart tribulation. Just like me, when I first obtained this technique, I couldn't even bury my entire body into it. Even though I knew that it might be inappropriate, I didn't care. But later on, more than half of my cultivation was taken away, and the heart tribulation faded. Only then could I maintain my rationality and speak to you here. If you want to remove the heart tribulation for them, say no more. Fangxing didn't wait for Mr. Wen to finish speaking, and interrupted him. His face was as cold as ice. He understood what Mr. Wen meant. This man was trying to encourage him to escape. Mr. Wen believed that the only way to solve the problem of the heart tribulation was to disperse his cultivation. Then, he would be able to get rid of the heart tribulation. His cultivation was the weakest among the 3. So, his heart tribulation was also the weakest. But, he and the others would be crippled if they followed Mr. Wen's method. They wouldn't be able to improve their cultivation. In fact, they would be crippled for the rest of their lives. And, they wouldn't be able to cultivate for the rest of their lives. Fangxing wouldn't accept this method even if it was effective. Oh, I don't want to give you this advice. But, there's no other way. Mr. Wen smiled bitterly. This immortal territory is extremely strange. How can we get rid of it so easily? We may have a chance to escape now. But, we won't even have a chance if we continue to wear it down. You have this inheritance in your body. It's like a deadly poison in your heart. It could flare up at any time. You won't be able to compete with the other reverends. To be honest, they don't need to think about suppressing you even if they suspect you. They can just wait for you to die from the poison. I have to admit that the creatures in this immortal territory can use a vicious method, but it's also a very clever and vicious method. Mr. Wen was getting more and more desperate as he spoke. His words were like ice that had descended upon Fangxing's heart. That can't be right. How did the 9-headed worm do it? Fangxing had one good thing about him. The more desperate the situation was, the calmer he became. Mr. Wen had been grieving for a long time. But, he had begun to think of a solution. He had thought of the 9-headed worm. That guy had also entered this immortal territory. Fangxing didn't believe that the other reverends hadn't done anything to him. But, how had he managed to escape? The 9-headed worm? Mr. Wen smiled bitterly. How can we compare to him? He looked at Fangxing and sighed. I know that you and 3rd Prince Ao have set foot on this immortal path. You want to be enemies with the Jiaoling King. But, I want to ask you this. Do you really understand the greatest demon in the last 10,000 years? The greatest demon in the last 10,000 years? Fangxing was shocked by Mr. Wen's words. He looked at him in disbelief. He had always known that the 9-headed worm was very powerful. But, he had never thought that he would have such an awe-inspiring title. That's right. The Jiaoling King can't be underestimated. He has a short lifespan, but his cultivation is unparalleled. I think he is the strongest among the 9 saints of heavenly origin. Moreover, I don't think anyone among the 9 saints of heavenly origin would be able to defeat him. Perhaps only the top few would be able to suppress him. At the very least, I know that Mr. Lon mentioned that even his brother, the great sage Goli, is afraid of the Jiaoling king. He said that only the old sage Fu Sang can defeat him in the northern demon land. Mr. Wen suddenly opened his mouth and said with a yearning look, "People of this world may not know much about this 9-headed insect. You only know how he plotted to seize the Xanglan Sea. However, I know that he was active 4,000 years ago. He was only a young demon who had cultivated for 100 years at that time, but he had already made a name for himself. The 9-headed insect clan wasn't one of the 8 great bloodlines of the demon race at that time. However, he and his sister had made a name for themselves in the following 1,000 years. They had suppressed the 8 great bloodlines of the demon race. How could he be so powerful?" Fang Xing couldn't help but be startled. He himself had grown up from nothing. He knew how difficult it was. It was really blood and tears at every step, and there was even indescribable luck in between. That was how he was able to achieve what he had today. He had never underestimated himself and thought that he was quite capable. Therefore, he was unwilling to believe that there would be another person like him, who had started from nothing and climbed to the top step by step. There was a rumor that the 9-headed bug had obtained an ancient inheritance. Mr. Wen told him everything he knew. "You should know that the immortals were banished from the starry sky after the great war between the immortals and the sages. Some of them left behind inheritances, and the Jiaoling king was one of them. It's very likely that it was the complete inheritance of one of the ancient sages. Legend has it that he used that inheritance to dominate the world and defeat all the heavens chosen. However, he seemed to have comprehended something and disappeared at the height of his glory. He didn't try to turn the 9-headed insect clan into a great demon clan. He reappeared in the world as an honored guest of the Blue Wave Sea and the brother-in-law of the Dragon Monarch. I think you already know what happened after that." Mr. Wen explained everything he knew. "You should know that the immortals were banished from the starry sky after the great war between the immortals and sages. I suspect that the Jiaoling king's strength, spirit, and heart had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Therefore, the lord of the immortal realm didn't dare to bully him too much. He even tried to use the title of Dragon Sovereign to tempt him. However, he obviously didn't fall for it. I don't know if he didn't accept the 3 inheritances from the beginning, or if he used his own spirit to resolve the heart tribulation. In short, he wasn't controlled and didn't fight against the lord of the immortal realm. Instead, he stole the immortal's life and fled. The price he paid was that he left behind many of his nephews. Alas, it's a pity that we don't know the powerful spirit technique that the siblings are proficient in. Moreover, the Dragon Mother has been separated in the starry sky. Otherwise, the Dragon Mother would have received the spirit inheritances of her brothers. She might have been able to resolve the heart tribulation, although everything was just speculation. Fang Xing finally had some understanding of the 9-headed bug. That fellow is truly extraordinary. No matter if it's because the immortal realm was afraid of his strength and didn't force him to inherit the 3 grand Dao arts, or if he relied on his brilliant soul technique to deal with the heart tribulation after he inherited the 3 grand Dao arts, it at least proves that he didn't rely on luck to escape the immortal realm, and it was a form of true ability that I'm unable to compare to. Of course, what he did was also somewhat cruel and merciless, but it was something that he didn't want to do. Even though he was so powerful, he didn't want to fight against the immortal realm. Therefore, he sacrificed his nephews and left without caring about their lives. Although he did have a chance to escape now, he didn't want to sacrifice Lu So and Ao Lai, so he stayed. Actually, if that's the case, if we can find you Mayor, there's still hope to resolve the heart tribulation? After pondering for a long time, Fang Xing suddenly said in a low voice with his brows tightly knitted together. Their spirit technique is extremely powerful. It's possible that they can resist and resolve the heart tribulation. But, Mr. Wen forced a smile and said, "We were separated in the Sea of Stars. What are the chances of her surviving?" Fang Xing didn't raise his head and said, "You were able to reach the immortal realm alive. They have powerful spirits and a small world. Why can't they?" Mr. Wen was startled. Then, he said, "I'm afraid that they have already left even if they managed to reach this place alive. The Dragon Mother, you Mayor, should have sensed that there's something wrong with this immortal realm. So, it's very likely that she would have taken a detour to leave this place. Or, she could have used Mr. Land's small world to deceive people and sneak away. There's no reason for her to stay here. Mr. Wen's words were very reasonable. But, Fangxing frowned and didn't agree with him. After a long while, he slowly nodded and said in an unquestionable tone. She must have been here if she survived. She must have never left. Mr. Wen was stunned. Why are you so sure? Fangxing's mouth curled into a strange smile. An uncle can abandon his nephew. But, how can a mother abandon her child? The nine-headed bug stole the immortal life and ran away. Did it leave behind many subordinates and nephews in this paradise? Fangxing muttered to himself as he asked Mr. Wen, do you know where they are now? The people who were abandoned by the nine-headed bug? Mr. Wen was startled. He pondered for a long time before replying, I've never seen those people, but I've heard of them. The nine-headed bug came to this paradise and wasted 3 years. Most of the soldiers, nephews, and subordinates that he brought with him were taken in by the 3 high lords. They kept them by their side to practice under the pretext of giving them pointers. But, everyone knew that they were afraid of the nine-headed bug. So, they took them as hostages. But, no one had expected that the nine-headed bug would be so ruthless. He would have seized the opportunity to steal the immortal life and run away. He didn't even spare those people a second glance. Logically speaking, since the nine-headed bug has escaped, those hostages should have been executed. But now that I think about it, that might not be the case. This is a fairyland, after all, and on the surface, it still pays particular attention to peace and joy. They probably wouldn't do something so vicious. And to the 3 high lords, people who haven't even crossed the tribulation stage, even if they've inherited the Tao, their tribulation of heart probably wouldn't be that powerful. They wouldn't be able to comprehend the Tao very quickly either. So I guess that those people are probably still being detained somewhere in the name of cultivating in seclusion? Very well, that's pretty much what I'm guessing. Fangxing made his decision. He waved his sleeve and flew away. I'm going to look for them. Mr. Wen hurriedly chased after him. Why are you looking for them? Fangxing's laughter came from afar. To look for his mother through his son, Fangxing didn't explain much to Mr. Wen. He had already returned to the paradise. The forgotten worldly mountain was right in front of him. He stepped on a cloud and slowly descended. Then, he swaggered back to the main hall. The lord of the forgotten worldly mountain smiled and didn't say anything to Fangxing. The 2 Fat Foundation establishment disciples were happy to see Fangxing return. They didn't know that their cheap master had almost sold them off. You 2 can go back. Fangxing hardened his heart. He released the 2 disciples and Lu So and Ao Lai. Since I can't stop you from practicing, I won't force you. Why did you? Ao Lai was about to speak when he was released. As soon as Ao Lai was released, he subconsciously wanted to speak, but Fangxing suddenly raised his head to look at him and said coldly, I am your brother-in-law, and I will never harm you. You can choose not to understand me now, but if you dare to doubt me, I will slap your face. Now, if the 2 of you want to cultivate, then cultivate. You don't have to care about anything else. In short, I will watch over you. Lu So and Ao Lai had been suppressed in Fangxing's spiritual realm for 2 days. It was impossible for them to say that they didn't have any resentment. However, before they could vent their resentment, they saw Fangxing's dignified expression. Moreover, they weren't crazy or stupid. They knew that what Fangxing had done was for their own good. Therefore, they couldn't bring themselves to reprimand him. However, after they heard that Fangxing wanted them to practice in seclusion, they glanced at each other and decided to follow Fangxing's instructions. Fortune favors fools. It's all thanks to my cleverness. Fangxing looked at the cooperation between the 2 of them and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed deeply and decided to ignore them. After thinking carefully about the plan, he summoned the boy of the forgotten secular mountain and asked him to prepare 3 invitation cards for him. He placed them on the steps in front of the main hall and quietly waited for the arrival of the 3rd day. At noon the next day, inside and outside the forgotten secular mountain, there were all kinds of celestial music and bursts of Buddhist Sanskrit. The figures of the great demons appeared. They were the 3 masters who had agreed to meet 3 days later. Each of them occupied a piece of the sky. It could be said that the momentum was so grand that everyone in the Forgotten Secular Mountain knelt down. Outside the Forgotten Secular Mountain, there were also many people, including humans, demons, immortals, and Buddhas. Some of them came to observe the ceremony, while some came to celebrate. After all, the three supremacies had each accepted 3 disciples, which seemed to be a grand event for this fairyland. The last time such a grand event happened was already 30 years ago. The Forgotten Secular Mountain was completely surrounded, and it seemed to be extraordinarily lively. Haha, young friend, what do you think? The 3 masters each occupied a sky and looked at Fangxing, who was sitting on the steps. The scene was very grand. However, Fangxing, who was sitting below, didn't change his expression. He held up the 3 invitation cards and said respectfully, "I've thought it through. It's rare that the 3 masters think so highly of us and want to accept us as disciples. Where else can we find such a good thing? The 3 of us have already found a suitable technique for ourselves and are just waiting to become your disciples and listen to the great Tao. Now, the 3 gifts have been prepared and I hope that the 3 supremacies will accept them. However, I hope that the 3 supremacies will forgive those 2 fellas for being too impatient. They can no longer hold themselves back and have started to cultivate. I wanted to ask them to come out for the ceremony, but they refused to come." Oh? When the 3 reverends heard this, there was no anger on their faces. Instead, there was a hint of joy on their faces. Virtuous Tao Lord and Great Might Demon Lord looked at each other and extended their divine senses into the hall at the same time. Soon, they sensed Lu Shou's and Ao Lai's qi and blood. They were overjoyed. To them, the more useful a person was, the more powerful the heart tribulation would be. Lu Shou and Ao Lai's heart tribulation was so strong that they didn't even participate in the ceremony of apprenticeship and only wanted to cultivate. This meant that the potential of the 2 of them was far beyond their expectations. This was great news. As for the Great Compassion Buddha Lord, he looked at Fangxing with a little regret. He thought to himself, why did I choose such a person? Compared to the other 2, the disciple I chose has the lowest cultivation and the heart tribulation is also the lowest. When the time comes to use him in the future, he would probably be the weakest. However, with so many people watching the ceremony, the show naturally had to go on. The 3 masters looked very gentle and dignified. The Tao master laughed and said, "It's a good thing that the 2 idiots are so immersed in cultivation. Let's dispense with the formalities and let you do it on their behalf. After the ceremony, you can wait for the 2 of them to come out of seclusion and then go to the Tao realm and the demon realm to cultivate. As for you, you can go to the Buddha realm." "That's easy." Fangxing agreed casually. As if he suddenly thought of a problem, he said with a strange expression, "However, before I officially become your disciple, I have to admit something to the 3 masters. I accidentally did something bad in these 3 days. What bad thing?" The 3 supremacies looked at each other before the Buddhist Lord chuckled and asked. They naturally knew that Fangxing had left the mountain in these 3 days, but they did not use their great magical powers to spy on him. Firstly, with their cultivation and realm, they could not spy on Fangxing without him noticing at all. If they forced themselves to look at him, it might make him suspicious. Secondly, in this immortal realm, there were naturally people in charge of everything, so there was no need for the 3 of them to worry. "I killed someone." Fangxing sighed softly, looking very regretful. "Speak." The Buddha Lord and the other 2 masters looked at each other and spoke in a low voice. "Okay." Fangxing nodded his head in agreement, then swept his gaze around and angrily said, "On the way here from Tianyuan, there was a bastard surnamed Wen who tried to harm me. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to survive. I originally thought that he had died in the Sea of Stars, but I didn't think that I would run into him in this immortal realm. This bastard actually dared to shamelessly say something about writing off all our grudges, and even said that he would take care of me in this immortal realm. Haha, what a joke. Do I need him to take care of me? There are 3 kinds of people I hate the most in my life. The first is those who want to kill me, the second is those who want to bully me, and the third is those who want to bully my friends. He's practically all 3, so why should I be polite? I'll kill him when he's not paying attention." These words were spoken boldly and confidently, but they left the 3 masters dumbfounded. "The person surnamed Wen you speak of is Wen Dingyuan from Tianyuan, right?" After a long while, the virtuous Pathmaster finally said in a deep voice, 30 years ago, this person took me as his master and wished to pursue the great Tao. Oh, I'm sorry, but how are we going to settle this debt? Fangxing smiled and said that he was sorry, but there was no hint of remorse in his heart. What else could they do? The three masters cursed Fangxing in their hearts for being a busybody. How could the three of them not know that Mr. Wen had been harmed? However, Mr. Wen was already a cripple, so if he died, then so be it. Could they really blame him? If Fangxing hadn't mentioned it, it was likely that no one would have asked him. However, he just had to say it in this situation, so they had no choice but to put in some effort to cover it up. Old grudges are all demonic obstacles. Those who seek the Tao must not be too stubborn, but in the future, you have to. Without a choice, the three masters still had to say a few nice words to cover it up. However, Fangxing's true purpose was revealed at this time. He smiled and said, although it is a demonic obstacle, it is one that must be resolved. Otherwise, if I keep thinking about it every day, how can I still have the mood to cultivate? Three masters, and my dear master monk, to tell you the truth, I have never had a grudge against anyone in my life. Today, I've been bullied, so I have to kill him that very night. This one has already been killed, so that's fine. However, I heard that the nine-headed bug's subordinates and nephews are still imprisoned in our immortal realm, right? Whoosh, the nine-headed bug's name was far too resounding in the immortal realm. Once he mentioned it, the world immediately fell silent and then went into an uproar. Those guys also have an irreconcilable grudge against me. Fangxing circulated his magic power and his voice spread throughout the realms. If I don't kill them, I don't think I can cultivate this Tao. He had never seen such a disciple. Not even a title had been decided, and he was already asking to kill. If you really want to kill, then go ahead. After all, to a certain extent, to the three high lords, the descendants and subordinates left behind by the nine-headed bug were just sacrifices. In reality, they were far less important than Fangxing and the other two. Moreover, in terms of crime, these people were accomplices of the nine-headed bug, so killing them was not a big deal. However, the key point was that he had said it in front of everyone in the hall, which made things difficult. The three high lords, who had always presented themselves as sages, could not possibly promise him that it was not a problem and that he could kill those people to vent his anger, as long as they could obediently follow him to cultivate. What nonsense. As a cultivator, nurturing one's heart is the most important thing. How can one be so vicious? The three high lords were silent for a long time because of Fangxing's words. Then, it was the master of Dade's sect who scolded Fangxing coldly. Don't hold a grudge in your heart. Cultivate well. If there is a chance, we will allow you to meet those people and resolve this grudge. However, holding a grudge like this is not beneficial to your cultivation. I hope you will curb your murderous intent and cultivate your heart and mind in the celestial realm. Haha, alright. Fangxing had already expected this answer. He smiled and said, then when do you plan to let me meet them? We will discuss it properly. Why are you in such a hurry? The three high lords looked at each other and scolded Fangxing in a serious tone. Then, they left together. Haha, isn't it tiring to put on an act? Fangxing laughed coldly. He was a little non-committal as he watched the three supremacies leave into the distance. He gently shook his head. He knew that the three reverends would not agree to his request in front of so many people, but he also knew that they would agree to his request. It was just that he did not know how they would do it. After all, they wanted to take the three of them as their disciples, and it was a perfect opportunity. Only he was a variable, so there was no reason for them not to try to appease him as soon as possible. Moreover, Lu So and Ao Lai had already started their cultivation, and they could sense that his heart tribulation was getting heavier and heavier. They could also sense that they would not be too suspicious of him. Now, the news that he was going to kill nine-headed worm's sons and nephews had been spread out. Fangxing didn't believe that someone in the dark could sit still. If Dragon Mother was still in the immortal realm, how could she let him kill her children and grandchildren? This woman had schemed against him so much in the Star Ocean. Now it was his turn to scheme against her, wasn't it? Strange, why is this kid so murderous? Does he really have to kill the nephew of the nine-headed bug before he can cultivate? At this time, the three high lords who had left the immortal realm were also discussing. They felt that there were many doubts in their tone. In my opinion, we don't need to care about this kid. Among the 3 heavenly origin creatures, the other 2 are under our control. Only he is so troublesome. He clearly obtained the inheritance long ago, but he has been resisting it all this time. He's not as docile as we expected. In my opinion, he's not an easy person to deal with. He might be the second 9-headed bug. If we rely on him too much, we might fall into his trap. In my opinion, we should just ignore him and let him cause trouble. Sooner or later, he will be swallowed by the Tao Miasma, the great might demon lord said coldly. He was somewhat disdainful of Fangxing. Yes, with the 9-headed bug as an example, we should be careful. The virtuous pathmaster also nodded lightly, agreeing with the demon lord's opinion. They were all very intelligent and naturally weren't that stupid. They didn't believe a single word that Fangxing said, but at the very least, they wouldn't completely believe him. Although they didn't know that Fangxing was bent on killing the nephew of the 9-headed bug, they were unwilling to cooperate with Fangxing from the bottom of their hearts. First, they found it troublesome. Second, they were worried that Fangxing would do something malicious and ruin their plan in the end. However, while the 2 of them had the same opinion, the Buddha Lord beside them was annoyed. The smiling Buddha was still smiling, but his smile was a little sinister and terrifying. The 2 of you say it so easily, but where do you think this Lord is? This time, there are 3 disciples, 1 for each of us. The 2 of you had it easy, but when it's my turn, the 2 of you are hiding at the side and watching me make a fool of myself? To tell you the truth, the more I look at this kid, the more I feel that he's suitable to be our Buddhist sacrifice. What nephew of the 9-headed bug? What mirror of the 9-headed bug? This Lord can't be bothered to care. It's better to appease him and let him cultivate faster. Hearing the Buddha Lord's words, the virtuous pathmaster and the great might demon lord were somewhat noncommittal. The Buddha Lord laughed coldly. Don't ignore it. Although that kid has also been poisoned by this Lord's Buddhist miasma and will become an obedient little monk sooner or later, the longer he resists, the more troublesome it will be for me. I'm not afraid that the offerings I offer to the Realm Lord won't be as good as the 2 of you, but I want to know that if the Realm Lord finds out that the 2 of you purposely didn't cooperate and ruined the offerings that should have been offered to him, I'll certainly suffer a bit, but do you think the 2 of you will have a good ending? As soon as these words came out, even the Tao Master and the Demon Lord's expressions changed. After a long time, they sighed softly. All right, let him be. Just don't let him kill all the immature offerings. Junior brother Fangxing, just now Master sent a message. Considering that it's not easy for you to cultivate and that you have obsessions in your heart, it's even more difficult for you to transcend. He can't bear to see you sink into the sea of sin and wants to see you live a carefree life. Therefore, he wants to resolve the hatred between you and the few little dragon kings of the Sea of Blue Waves. He hopes that you can meet them tomorrow morning and have a good talk with them to resolve the hatred. Don't worry about it anymore. On the night after the 3 reverends left, the disciple of the great compassion Buddha, Monk Buchen, arrived at the forgotten secular mountain to meet Fangxing. Although the monk kept saying things like resolve and forgive, Fangxing could tell that there was something different going on. It seemed that someone really wanted him to cultivate faster and couldn't wait to agree to all his requests. However, at this point, his heart was still not completely at ease. At night, he sat cross-legged at the entrance of the main hall with a jar of wine in his hand and waited quietly for the whole night. He was waiting for the dragon mother to find a way to contact him. The nephews of the 9-headed worm, who were the dragon princes who had occupied the dragon palace of the Sea of Blue Waves, such as Ao Kuang and Ao Bai, were the biological sons of the dragon mother, Yu Fangxing didn't believe that the dragon mother could be so heartless as to watch them being imprisoned in the fairyland and on the verge of death. Therefore, he guessed that if the dragon mother survived the Sea of Stars and came to this fairyland, she definitely hadn't left yet. She must be hiding in the dark and thinking of a way to rescue her sons. Those sons and grandsons were still there, which meant that she hadn't succeeded yet. At this moment, Fangxing wanted to force her to meet him so that he could borrow the method of her divine soul. To be honest, this method wasn't very reliable, but Fangxing still did it. Even though he didn't have any evidence to prove whether the dragon mother was in this fairyland or not, he still decided to do it. If he succeeded, he could force the dragon mother out and force her to cooperate with him. If he failed, he would just kill those mixed blood sons and grandsons. Anyway, he wouldn't feel bad about it. Feng Xing waited until the dawn of the second day before he opened his eyes. However, all he saw was silence around him. There was no change at all. The dragon mother didn't contact him in any way. He didn't know whether she was really not in the fairyland or she was determined to not give up until she saw the coffin. She just refused to meet him. Feng Xing didn't care anymore. He slowly stood up and stretched, then kicked over the wine jar beside him. He glanced around coldly and murmured to himself, "If you don't show up, I'll teach you a lesson." When he said this, his voice was full of murderous intent, and his expression had never been so cold before. But just as he entered the hall, he heard a clanking sound outside the doorsill, and a small stone rolled in. It was an inconspicuous pebble that could be found anywhere. However, when Feng Xing saw the stone, his expression slightly froze, and then he laughed in a low voice. "You finally showed up," he looked at the stone and said softly. No one answered him, but a strand of hair that came out of nowhere gently brushed past his face. Feng Xing stretched out 2 fingers, pinched that strand of hair, and then put it into his sleeve. "Do you know how much risk you're taking by forcing me to meet you like this?" When that strand of hair was put into Feng Xing's spiritual realm, he found a shocking change. Suddenly, there was magic power on it, and it turned into the appearance of a woman. It was the beautiful dragon mother, but her figure was faint. Obviously, it was a clone. Moreover, it was the kind of clone that was afraid of being discovered, so it had limited its spiritual power to the greatest extent. To some extent, it could only be used to send some messages. "I don't care how much risk you're taking. Anyway, if I'm in trouble, don't think about it." Feng Xing looked up at the dragon mother and sneered, "When did you come to the fairyland?" 30 years ago. The dragon mother answered very frankly, and said in a low voice, "In fact, when that fool surnamed Wen came to the fairyland, we also came. However, unlike him who rashly broke into this place, when we entered this fairyland, I sensed the residual aura of my brother, so we didn't show up. We wanted to observe first and let that fool explore the way, but we didn't expect that the things that followed were so terrible. We didn't dare to show up again, and hid in the small world for 30 years. You haven't rescued him in 30 years? Feng Xing laughed and looked at the dragon mother with a bit of disdain. Originally, we had figured out all the situation, and we were going to rescue him when the Tao discussion began, the dragon mother replied softly, and then looked at Feng Xing with extreme hatred in her eyes, "Until you used such a vicious and sinister method." Well, don't say that. Feng Xing was a little embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, "I'm a little shameless at most, I don't have to be vicious, right?" When it came to whether Feng Xing was vicious or shameless, it was very difficult for the two of them to reach a consensus. After an awkward silence, Feng Xing decided to talk first. He blandly glanced at Dragon Mother, coughed and said, "Cut the crap. Since you've been hiding in the dark for the past 30 years, you must know a lot about the immortal realm. You must know that we're here. Hee, if I'm not wrong, you must be hiding in the dark to watch us make a fool of ourselves, right? Anyway, if I were you, I would definitely do that. Or, you've been waiting for us to distract the attention of the immortal realm so that you can save your people. Haha, no matter what, since I've forced you to come out, you must know what I want from you, right?" While speaking in a low voice, he looked at Dragon Mother from head to toe and said, "Say something, won't you? You want me to help you detoxify the miasma of Tao?" Dragon Mother answered straightforwardly. However, she showed an indescribable sneer on her face when she spoke. Feng Xing slightly nodded and said, "You should know that if you can't help me, I'll kill all your sons, right?" You. Dragon Mother's look changed dramatically, even showing a terrifyingly cold look. Feng Xing, on the other hand, looked straight at him without any change in his expression. Judging by Dragon Mother's look, Feng Xing knew that this woman wouldn't be willing to cooperate with him. She wouldn't even tell him the truth. Additionally, he didn't have time to waste on her. Therefore, he forced her into a dead corner with one sentence. "If you don't want to help me, I will kill all of your sons. If you don't want to help me, I will kill all of your sons." It was that simple. We're not friends, so of course, we're not friends. So, you should know that I'm telling the truth, right? Facing Dragon Mother's ferocious eyes, Feng Xing smiled faintly and said. Dragon Mother fell into silence. She was really helpless about Feng Xing. Back when she tried to set him up in the universe, he escaped and left them in the universe. However, unexpectedly, he not only escaped, but also destroyed the entire universe. Even she was almost affected. Later on, she came to the immortal realm in advance. Being scanned by the omnipresent consciousness in the immortal realm, she spent 30 years to find where her sons were imprisoned and made a meticulous plan to rescue them. However, she never thought that she would be forced out by this B***** at the last moment. This little bastard was definitely not a good person. He was the kind of person who would drag others down with him if he was unlucky. Realizing this, Dragon Mother didn't doubt his words at all. I do know how to remove the Tao miasma. Remaining silent for a long while, Dragon Mother slowly opened her mouth, but you have to help me save them first. Hearing the first half of Dragon Mother's words, Fangxing suddenly felt relieved, as if he had lost all of his strength. After waiting for such a long time, he finally got an answer. That feeling of relief was so strong. However, hearing the second half of Dragon Mother's words, Ji Hao sneered, now that it's come to this, let's not treat each other like fools, alright? Could it be that I'm really that stupid? Just because of your words, I painstakingly helped you save someone. In the end, after saving someone, you casually stood me up. Do you think there's such a good thing in this world? Dragon Mother frowned, what do you want then? Fangxing answered straightforwardly, help me save the two bastards in there first, then I'll help you save those B******. Hearing the word bastard, Dragon Mother raised her eyebrows and was infuriated. But after a while, she forced herself to calm down and said coldly, do you think I will allow you to betray me after I help you save the girl? You're not stupid, but neither am I, then there's no other way. Fangxing replied faintly, every time I encounter this kind of negotiation that is neither up nor down, I can only take advantage of it. It's settled then. You heal them first, then I'll help you save them. At most, I'll just swear that I won't lie to you. In your dreams. You have quite a few sons. Fangxing suddenly raised his voice, staring straight at Dragon Mother, I can kill them one by one, until you feel sorry for them. You. Dragon Mother abruptly stopped talking, but everyone could see the anger in her eyes. After a long while, Dragon Mother finally sighed slowly, as if she finally admitted that she couldn't gain any advantage from Fangxing in the negotiation. One of them was shameless, while the other was insidious. Dragon Mother, the insidious one, was obviously not as shameless as Fangxing in many aspects. Although she felt wronged, she had to follow his plan. After considering for a long while, she sighed slightly and said, alright, now that things have come to this point, even though we have a deep-seated hatred, we have to get out of this fairyland first. Why do we have to be so confrontational? I won't lie to you. I do have a way to deal with that miasma, but I can't cure them directly. I can only tell you. Tell me. Fangxing pressed on, daring not to relax even a little bit. Dragon Mother raised her head and said, you have to swear that you'll help me save those people. I swear, if I break my promise, I'll let that 9-headed worm smoothly pass the path of Tao of immortality and ascend to become an immortal. Fangxing followed without any hesitation. Hearing him, Dragon Mother was stunned. In fact, it's not difficult to turn into that miasma. Dragon Mother pondered for a while and answered, the higher your cultivation, the stronger the miasma will be. Therefore, you just need to disperse your cultivation. Crack. Before Dragon Mother finished, Fangxing, who was slowly drinking from a wine jar, abruptly smashed the jar beside Dragon Mother's feet. The broken pieces of the jar splashed in the air along with the wine, startling Dragon Mother. She couldn't say anything else. Bitch, if you want to play, I'll play with you. Don't bullshit me. Fangxing stared at Dragon Mother with a cold and gloomy look in his eyes. The flame of anger in his heart wasn't fake at all. This Dragon Mother actually wanted to play tricks on him in this situation. What she just said was exactly the magic that Mr. Wen told him about before. As long as he dispersed his cultivation, he would naturally lose the Tao miasma. Who the hell didn't know that? Did he really need this woman to tell him that? Fangxing's heart was already in his throat. Hearing Dragon Mother's words, he couldn't hold back his fury anymore. He didn't even bother to pretend to be polite, instead, he directly tore off Dragon Mother's face on the spot. Eh? Why are you so mad? Being startled by Fangxing's sudden fury, Dragon Mother's face also changed. After quite a while, she chuckled and changed her tone. I didn't say that dispersing one's cultivation base is the only way. It's just that it's the simplest way. Apart from that, there are other ways, but they're not as simple as this one. Furthermore, everyone can use it. That's right. Seeing that Fang Xing was looking at her indifferently and had no intention of speaking, she laughed self-mockingly and continued, "You have so much confidence in me. Is it because my elder brother's escape from the immortal realm gave you hope?" Fang Xing remained calm and collected. He didn't even raise his eyebrows. Dragon Mother said, "You're right. My brother has indeed detoxified the Dao miasma." Pausing for a second, she added, "Or, he didn't suffer from the Dao miasma at all. It's daybreak now. When Monk Buchan comes to find me, it'll be time for us to set off. You can talk as much as you want." Fang Xing couldn't stand this woman keeping him guessing anymore, so he said blandly. Dragon Mother was truly startled. Her arrogance faded a little as she waved her hand and said, forget it, why do you have to make it so awkward? To tell you the truth, the way to detoxify the Dao miasma is very simple. The so-called Dao miasma is nothing but a mental trial. You want to attain the Dao, but you don't have the Dao, and the inheritance in the immortal realm points you the way to seek the Dao. Therefore, you are cursed, and you will sink deeper and deeper, until you step on the evil path. It's like you are a bachelor for half of your life, and suddenly, you see a beautiful girl taking off her clothes and posing in front of you. You will be enraged, and you will pounce on her even though you know there's something fishy going on. No matter how tense the situation was, Fang Xing couldn't help but stare blankly when he heard this analogy. His expression became extremely marvelous, and then he gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely, "This analogy is really amazing. This young master is convinced by you." While saying that, he looked at Dragon Mother from head to toe and sighed, "If I didn't know that you are the mother of so many kids, I might have already pounced on you." I'm your mother-in-law." Dragon Mother spat at Fang Xing, seeming to be a bit shy. Her face was so red that it seemed to be bleeding. The reason why my elder brother didn't fall for those people's tricks is not because of how strong his spirit is, but because he already has his own way and can't be invaded by any evil. Therefore, the miasma is useless to him. After I rescue my children, I will also use this method to make him stop his cultivation temporarily and meditate on the Tao. When he has his own way and understands his own way, he can continue his cultivation. Have my own Tao. Fang Xing was dumbfounded. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long while. It was true, with his current cultivation and experience, he could naturally tell whether it was true or not. Hearing Dragon Mother's words, he knew it was true, but the Tao. How many people yearned for the Tao but couldn't get it? How could his own Tao be so easy to get? You've said so much, let me teach you another lesson. Dragon Mother smiled and added, if you want to attain the great Tao, you actually have a direction to follow. The inheritances of the three religions are the ways to seek the great Tao. However, they lead to the great Tao of others. If you cultivate the inheritances of the three religions, but fail to fully understand them, you will become someone else's great Tao. However, if you can truly understand them and create your own great Tao from them, they will be controlled by you instead. As for whether you can truly understand them or not, it's your business, and it has nothing to do with me. Looking at Fang Xing, who was lost in thought, Dragon Mother grinned and said, all in all, different paths lead to the same destination, and many principles are interlinked. You should be able to tell whether what I said is true or not. About the Dao miasma, this is all I can do for you. I can only point out a way for you. If you really want to solve it, you have to rely on yourself. Think about it carefully. If you keep delaying your cultivation, it will only slightly slow down the speed of you entering the Dao miasma. It won't solve the problem of your body. Instead, you should be more daring and cultivate directly. Moreover, if you cultivate the three inheritances, you might be able to turn the tables on yourself. As she spoke, her expression turned solemn. As for the matter of helping me, you must remember that there's no harm in telling you now. My sons are imprisoned in the lower reaches of the Dark Sky River. I've already scouted out their locations over the past 30 years. Unfortunately, there's an extremely mysterious existence in the upper reaches of the dark sky river. Its spirit is so powerful that it's practically omniscient. When it pays attention to you, the entire immortal realm can't hide from it. Only a small independent world can isolate itself from it. When he's still in Black Sky River, I don't dare to make a move to rescue him. However, I've noticed that he leaves Black Sky River once every 10 years to participate in the Tao discussion, so I've been waiting for this opportunity. I'm waiting for the moment he leaves Black Sky River. You've already sworn an oath earlier. I've helped you, so you naturally have to help me as well. I don't expect you to risk your life for me, but I only hope that you can do better and divert his attention during the Tao discussion so that I can rescue my child. Until now, after countless schemes, Dragon Mother finally told Fangxing all her plans. After that, Fangxing cheered up and asked her some more questions, keeping all the arrangements in the immortal realm in mind. After that, they bid farewell to each other. The spiritual power on Dragon Mother's clone disappeared as it turned into a strand of hair, gently falling to the ground. No one can help others. I can only remove the Tao miasma by myself? If I cultivate the inherited supreme magic to the extreme, or even make a breakthrough, I can turn the situation around. Murmuring the precious advice he got from Dragon Mother, Fangxing slowly sat down with his legs crossed and a solemn look on his face. Doesn't it mean that only the three of us can help ourselves, and nobody can help others? Did you really tell him everything you know? Translator, WQL Editor, Alim. After Dragon Mother's clone disappeared from Fangxing's spiritual space, the small stone, which had rolled into the hall where Fangxing stayed, also left silently. Countless cultivators on the mountain didn't notice it at all. Therefore, the being inside the small stone was extremely careful. Not until it was far away from the Wang secular mountain and came to a valley that no one paid attention to, did it stop and start a discussion in a low voice. Apparently, Mr. Lon was asking questions. I've told him what he should be. I've told him. Whether he can understand it or not, I've told him what he should be. It's up to him whether he can figure it out by himself or not. Dragon Mother answered in a relaxed and satisfied tone. We have to be careful. That little devil is definitely not a person who is willing to see himself in trouble while others enjoy glory. If he feels that he has no way to escape from the quagmire that is the immortal realm, then I reckon that he will definitely find a way to completely mess up our plan. Only when everyone is in trouble will he be satisfied. Therefore, I feel that we should really help him. No matter if he is a friend or foe, we should at least wait until we leave the immortal realm and enter the starry sky before we have a thorough battle of magic, Mr. Lon sighed. Dragon Mother and Dragon Mother were rivals, however, at this moment, he started to side with Fangxing. Hearing this, Dragon Mother sighed softly and said, How could I not know this? What I told him just now was from the bottom of my heart. That's how the miasma of Tao works. Others can't help him at all. Only by cultivating the great Tao can he not be confused by others' miasma of Tao. If he wants to get rid of the miasma of Tao, he has to cultivate the three inheritances to the extreme, or even make a breakthrough. If he fails, he is destined to be controlled by others. If he can make a breakthrough, he won't have to worry about anything. However, when I told him about this, I didn't tell him anything. It's not that I don't want to tell him, but I'm afraid that he will doubt me. Doubt him? Hearing Dragon Mother's words, Mr. Lon was slightly stunned. Dragon Mother slightly sighed and said, Right, the little bit I didn't tell him was exactly the thing that could kill him. You. Are you sure that Dragon Mother told you everything she knew? At the same time, in Fangxing's spiritual space, the skinny Mr. Wen had been called over by Fangxing. He had been listening to Fangxing in a daze. Based on his experience, he could almost tell whether Dragon Mother was telling the truth or not. However, hearing this answer, he might as well say that he didn't hear it at all. According to what she said, the miasma of Tao can be detoxified. But isn't it too difficult? Not to mention other things, how can it be so easy to cultivate the infinite great Tao to the extreme? To cultivate his own great Tao from the three inheritances, not to mention that it's wishful thinking, it's also a fantasy. Everyone in the world pursues the great Tao, but how can the great Tao be found so easily? Besides, even if one of the three of you can do it, how can the other two do it? The more he spoke, the more desperate he became. Moreover, you don't have much time left. In less than 3 months, the Tao discussion assembly will be held. At that time, they will force you to inherit the immortal fate. If you haven't found your Tao heart, as Dragon Mother said, it will be time for the immortal fate to take everything away. Mr. Wen's words made Fang Xing fall into silence. The more he thought about it, the more desperate he became. Even though Dragon Mother had pointed him out and given him a seemingly feasible path, it was still a difficult path. First of all, this method could only save him, but not the other two. To put it simply, even if Fang Xing found the Taoist heart, he could only save himself. Lu Shou and Aolai would not benefit from it at all. They would still fall into the devil's trap if they were to fall into it, and their immortal life would be taken away from them in the end. For Fang Xing, who refused to give up Lu Shou and Aolai and escape alone, wasn't this a problem that could not be solved completely? The second problem was that if he didn't do it, there would be no hope at all. However, if he did it, there would be no possibility of turning back. The more he cultivated, the deeper the Tao miasma would be. If he couldn't find his own dawn in this Tao miasma, he would be completely immersed in it, and eventually lose all his Tao foundation and magic power. He would even lose any hope and possibility of resisting. After all, it was already very rare for Fang Xing to maintain his rationality now. If he also went to cultivate but failed to find the Tao heart in the end, then even his last bit of rationality would be gone. If this was described as a road, then it would be a road of death and danger with an unknown future. It was like the situation of being chased from behind, and there was a wasteland in front of him. He could either directly break through the wasteland and find the legendary road of survival behind the wasteland, and escape with his life, which would also include the enemy's path of retreat. Otherwise, he would be buried in the wasteland, and wouldn't even have the chance to turn back and fight with the enemy. Now, Fang Xing was standing at the edge of the wasteland, and his heart was filled with doubts, and he was hesitating whether he should step into it or not. Actually, that woman didn't tell me one thing. After a moment of silence, Fang Xing said in a low voice, she was afraid that I would misunderstand, so she didn't dare to tell me. Mr. Wen waited for a long time, and then heard Fang Xing's words. He hastily asked, what is it? Fang Xing sighed in a low voice and said, we don't have to rely on ourselves to save ourselves. For example, if we want to resolve the Taoist miasma of old Lu and my brother-in-law, it is also possible. At the very least, we can stop them from being so obsessed with the Taoist miasma that they are captured. Mr. Wen was startled. He hastily asked, how? Fang Xing turned around and looked at him. Then, he suddenly said, let me ask you first. What does this miasma look like? Mr. Wen didn't understand why he had suddenly asked this question. He tightly wrinkled his brows and shook his head. However, Fang Xing answered by himself. He forced a smile and said, don't you think that it looks like a chain on the neck of an animal? It does look like it. Mr. Wen forced a smile and nodded in agreement. This miasma would grow crazier and crazier in one's heart as soon as it entered one's ears. It would be difficult to get rid of it. Wasn't it just like a chain on the neck of an animal? It would be firmly chained to the slaughterhouse or the prairie. It would be led to wherever it wanted to go, that's right. Fang Xing clapped his hands and said, it's because he's like a chain that there's a slight possibility that I can help them. Simply put, I'm holding their chains firmly in my hands. In this way, even though they can't get rid of the miasma, they can still temporarily suppress it and prevent the miasma from clouding their minds until one day, they have the ability to break free from the chains. Mr. Wen suddenly understood Fang Xing's intention. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Do you mean? Fang Xing nodded and said in a deep voice, that's right. He then raised his head to look at the sky of the spiritual realm. The expression on his face was as tranquil as the starry sky. I can only get rid of this miasma if I practice this inheritance to the extreme, or even make a breakthrough. I can't avoid the fate of practicing one of these 3 inheritances. I'm bound to fight for it. So, I might as well make a big gamble. His voice was the manifestation of his thoughts. In this world of consciousness that belonged solely to him, it spread out like muffled thunder. I want to practice these 3 inheritances at the same time. I want to transcend the doctrines of the 3 religions at the same time. Fang Tanyue, the junior brother Fang? The next day, Monk Buchan came to Fang Xing's palace as promised, intending to accompany him to He Tianhe to take revenge, so that he could focus on his cultivation and avoid delaying the Lord Buddha's plan. However, he did not expect that on the second day, he would not get any response even after calling him several times. Feeling a little suspicious, he was about to step into the palace to have a look. Unexpectedly, as soon as he approached the palace, he felt the flow of qi and Buddha's light. Looking inside, he saw Fangxing sitting cross-legged in the main hall, cultivating. He was immediately startled and overjoyed. Not daring to go in and disturb him, he hurriedly flew away to inform the Lord Buddha of this great news. The boy has begun to cultivate before he has time to go to Xianxia. The Buddhist Lord was a little surprised and asked in disbelief when he heard this. It's absolutely true. My master's compassionate Buddhist Dharma has reformed the hostility in the boy's heart. Monk Buchan congratulated him, and then went to Mount Lv with the Lord Buddha again. The result was, of course, a happy one. The three creatures who had come to Tianyuan had now begun to cultivate at the same time. Not to mention the other two, the little devil sect leader Tong Tian, who had caused a lot of trouble, was already a pleasant surprise. The Lord Buddha had been thinking about how to appease him and make him fall into the trap as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, he was easier to deal with than he had imagined. As soon as the Tao miasma appeared, he immediately entered into a state of cultivation and could not be shaken even by thunder. It's settled. Quickly seal the place. Before the Tao discussion, no one is allowed to disturb the three of them. Amidst the pleasant surprise, the Buddhist Lord immediately summoned the Virtuous Path Lord and the Great Might Demon Lord. After the three of them looked at the scene before them, they immediately made a decision. Originally, they planned to bring the three of them with them to cultivate, just in case something unexpected happened. However, now that they saw that the three of them were extremely talented and had a strong Tao miasma, they were all immersed in their cultivation methods and could not extricate themselves. Instead of waking them up and taking them away, it was better to maintain the current situation and keep them here to cultivate. After all, the appearance of them working hard to cultivate was not fake. They were really immersed in cultivation. Haha. In the past 1,000 years, I've never looked forward to the Tao discussion as much as I look forward to it this time. The Great Might Demon Lord let out a low chuckle, a gratified expression on his face. The Virtuous Path Master sighed with emotion. The heavens are truly on our side. Realm Master should be satisfied this time, right? Haha, this old monk didn't believe that the kid could escape from my Buddha's palm. Now, it seems that everything is settled. Great Compassion Buddha Lord seemed to be the happiest of them all. Currently, Fangxing was completely unaware of everything that was happening outside. After making up his mind, he didn't waste any more time. He started to cultivate and comprehend. For example, Lu So and Ao Lai had chosen one of the three inheritances to cultivate, and they were deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. But at this moment, Fangxing was extremely daring and ambitious. Surprisingly, he started to comprehend the three inheritances at the same time. He first read through the Art of Extreme Joy, then the Boundless Tao Conversion Technique, and the Eastern Emperor Convergence Technique. When he finished reading all three scriptures, he repeated them in his heart many times before he started to comprehend the principles and techniques recorded within. Trying to comprehend the true meaning recorded within, a horrifying and strange feeling came over him like a tide. It was a kind of joy that was close to attaining the Tao and the fear of facing the unknown. It was as if he had suddenly encountered the biggest problem on the path of cultivation. As long as he could comprehend this problem, he could break through the barrier between heaven and man, break away from the realm of mortals, and truly enter a realm that he dreamed of. More importantly, he was actually so close to this realm that he felt that he could break through it with a light touch of his finger. Cultivators all had their obsessions. For example, for the sake of a certain principle, scholars would tirelessly and painstakingly study. For example, for the sake of the Buddhist principles in their hearts, monks would sever their ties with the mortal world and accompany the ancient Buddha. For example, for the sake of a formation master, they would forget to eat and sleep, not knowing day and night. It could be said that the achievements of these people were inseparable from their stubbornness. For cultivators like Lu So, who were able to reach their current realm step by step, they were naturally the best among such stubborn people. Their obsessions were especially strong, and this Tao miasma, to a certain extent, was aimed at their obsessions. To them, there was no temptation stronger than the feeling that they were about to attain the Tao. Fangxing was considered a different kind of person. He had never been interested in learning, but after all, he was a great cultivator who had reached the tribulation realm step by step. How could he not have a desire to attain the Tao? More importantly, now that he had cultivated 3 Taos at the same time, the temptation was 3 times stronger. Therefore, after he started cultivating, it could even be said that he fell deeper than Lu So and Ao Lai. Then came the trouble. Each of the 3 inheritances was broad and profound, and in terms of knowledge and foundation of the 3, Feng Xing was the weakest. Therefore, he was like a little formation apprentice who had just learned mathematics. Suddenly, he began to unravel the most brilliant formation theory in the world. He only felt that there were doubts and difficulties everywhere. Not to mention fully comprehending it, he did not even know where to start. Feng Xing, who was originally ambitious and wanted to comprehend the 3 inheritances by himself, could not help but feel a sense of confusion. Knowledge is the most difficult thing in the world. Damn it, I seem to have just done the stupidest thing in my life. With my brain, how could I possibly understand these inexplicable principles? Old Lu, Ao Lai, you 2 bastards, you have caused me so much trouble. Deep in his heart, Feng Xing wanted to curse their ancestors. He could not help but feel regret in his heart. However, it was useless to regret. Since he had stepped into this place, he could only walk this path to the end. There was no way out. Therefore, no matter how sad and discontented he felt, he could only clench his teeth and walk on. In the outside world, Feng Xing was sitting cross-legged with his eyebrows tightly knitted. His face was full of confusion. He was sitting cross-legged in the sky. His body was covered with different kinds of talisman characters. They were fluttering around him as if there were countless fireflies flying around him. These fireflies were constantly splitting up, and more of them were gathering around him. His appearance was extremely mystical. Mr. Wen and Feng Xing's group of fat pigs were hiding in the small world. They were looking at him in a daze. Mr. Wen was sighing heavily. It was unknown how many times he had breathed out. Every talisman represents a principle that he has yet to understand. These principles extend to even more principles. Now it seems that it is very difficult for him to comprehend the true meaning of the 3 religions and find his own way. He gently shook his head with a look of despair on his face. It is almost impossible. Is it really not possible? At this time, Feng Xing was also having a hard time holding on. He felt as if a tide of endless despair was surging in his heart. He almost wanted to give up and walk along the hidden path of the 3 inheritances. He wanted to go with the flow and not care about it. However, he also knew that if he did that, he would be fated to be refined by the immortal fate. He would have no chance of survival. However, his heart did not want to do so, but there was nothing he could do. The principle of Buddhism is to go deeper and deeper. It is not necessary to follow the precepts just to be stubborn and lose one's true self. Just as Feng Xing was about to go crazy, a gentle voice suddenly rang in his ears. The strange words spoken by this voice were like a bright lamp that suddenly solved one of the doubts in his heart. At this time, the talisman that represented a certain principle in his heart suddenly burst like a bubble and turned into specks of light that entered his body. Even Feng Xing's gloomy expression suddenly became a little clearer. Haha, Taoism talks about inaction, but it does not mean doing nothing, it means doing something along the way. Another cold voice rang in Feng Xing's ears and softly explained, dispelling one of the doubts in Feng Xing's heart. Another talisman shattered and turned into specks of light that entered Feng Xing's body. Demons seize life from their own kind, seize food from their own kind, seize luck from the human race, seize life from the heaven and earth. All kinds of different voices suddenly rang in Feng Xing's ears, dispelling countless doubts in his heart. This sudden scene had shocked Feng Xing to the extreme. It was as if countless university professors were preaching to him in a flash. They were using their principles to open his mind, and their knowledge to teach him. And now, these countless doubts had been solved. What's going on? Mr. Wen's eyes were wide open in shock. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He was shocked to see that a tall and strange tower had appeared at the end of this world. It was emitting a lot of light. A lot of shadows escaped from that strange tower, and surrounded Feng Xing. Some of them looked like Buddhas, some looked like middle-aged Taoists, and some looked like strange demons. They were faintly discernible as they sat cross-legged in a circle around Feng Xing, and were preaching the Tao in a low voice. Feng Xing's expression was one of surprise and joy at the same time. He had never thought that he would receive the help of the beings in the strange tower at such a crucial moment. He was used to fighting alone. So, he wasn't used to having someone lend a helping hand when he was in despair. How did you? He wanted to ask. He had a lot of questions to ask. We've always looked on coldly from the sidelines. We don't care about your life or death. So, why are we helping you now? The existence inside the strange tower seemed to understand Fangxing's doubts, and softly asked. Another existence didn't wait for Fangxing's answer. We weren't willing to help you when you encountered a powerful enemy or caused a disaster in the past. That was your problem. We didn't have a reason to help you. First, we didn't have a good relationship with you. Second, we would have messed up your destiny if we had acted rashly. But now, you're cultivating and seeking the Tao. We are happy to teach you. Unwilling to help me, but willing to teach me, Fangxing found it hard to understand such a complicated sentence. However, he vaguely figured out something. Anyway, this group of people had indeed appeared at this time. They would not directly solve the trouble he had encountered in the fairyland, nor would they help him, Lu So, Ao Lai, and the others to resolve the heart tribulation. They would not directly tell him the truth about the fairyland or help him leave. They would only appear beside him when he was about to comprehend the true meaning of the three legacies and tell him all their knowledge and cultivation. They would help him comprehend the three legacies and cultivate the three divine skills to the extreme. This unexpected surprise moved Fangxing, and his heart was filled with hope again. He calmed himself down and forced himself to put away all the distracting thoughts and quietly comprehend the true meaning of the three legacies. No matter if it's Buddhism, Taoism, or Demon Tao, all of them originated from the primeval times and experienced a few tens of thousands of years of history until now. All of them have become enormous inheritances that cover everything and correspond to the Heaven Tao. No matter how knowledgeable a cultivator is, it's impossible for him to perfectly comprehend all the principles and comprehensions within every single inheritance by himself. You were utterly mistaken when you wanted to transcend by yourself earlier, a soft voice rang in Fangxing's ears, answering the doubts in his heart. Seeking Tao doesn't necessarily mean surpassing everything. In fact, in the continuous cultivation, finding one's own direction and answering one's own doubts is the attainment of Tao. All living creatures in the world can attain Tao. Countless murmurs and countless wisdom were transmitted to the bottom of Fangxing's heart at this moment. The universe is vast, boundless, and full of wonders. It may be possible to find two identical leaves in this vast universe, but it is impossible to find the same Tao. Those voices could not be heard by outsiders at all, because every single sentence contained great truths. If they were conveyed using ordinary words, perhaps it would be a long and eloquent speech, but it would not even be able to express 1/10,000th of it. As such, they could only use a method similar to the transmission of divine sense to directly imprint these comprehensions and truths into the bottom of Fangxing's heart. Then, he would slowly comprehend them, and then use the wisdom gained from this comprehension to connect the three great legacies, inherit the three great doctrines, and resolve the endless questions and obstacles in his heart. Mr. Wen and the group of fat pig disciples were staring at the sky in a daze. They saw Fangxing sitting cross-legged in the void. They also saw the phantoms that were constantly appearing around Fangxing. They could even feel that these phantoms were chanting scriptures, describing the Tao, and imparting their wisdom and comprehension to Fangxing. They might be able to catch a few words from time to time, and then comprehend some of the truths. However, it was impossible for them to truly comprehend the great fortune that these phantoms had bestowed upon Fangxing. Of course, these few words that they had obtained by chance were also a great fortune for them. But, for Fangxing, this couldn't be described with the word fortune. This should be a kind of inheritance, right? Even Mr. Wen didn't know how to define it. He could only stare at the scene in the sky in a daze. He didn't know what to feel in his heart at the same time. He was envious to death, and he worshipped to death. The Tao is all-encompassing and ever-changing. It's impossible for the common people to attain the Tao completely. They can only pick one scoop and find the Tao that suits them. Father and son, master and disciple. Even if they are from the same sect. Even if they practice the same divine powers and receive the same knowledge. But, the Tao won't be the same. For a master and disciple, the master has attained the Tao, and has imparted it to the disciple. However, if the disciple only accepts the master's Tao, and doesn't have his own understanding, then he will never attain the Tao. Only by obtaining one's own wisdom from the master's Tao can one be considered to have attained one's own Tao. After all, the master can teach the way to seek the Tao, but the master's Tao belongs to him alone. The disciple can carry it forward, but he can't inherit it completely. The Tao miasma you've encountered is probably because someone has used their own Tao as a bait to lure away your fate and bloodline. It seems that the Tao is first, and can be touched at any time. But, in fact, it's going in the opposite direction, and you're getting further and further away from the Tao. You have to learn from that Buddhist monk in this aspect. He has great wisdom. After obtaining the Buddha's fruit, he first deposited it with you, but didn't refine it. That's because he has already understood this truth. After obtaining the Buddha's fruit, he can travel thousands of miles in one step, and achieve the Buddha's body. But, he will never be able to cultivate his own Buddha's fruit. There's no high or low Tao, good or bad, and there's no good or evil. There's no big or small Tao. Obtaining the Tao is achieving the Tao. The methods of the three sects are only three different ways to seek the Tao. In the end, the pursuer is the same truth. All sorts of truths and wisdom that Feng Xing had never thought of surged into his sea of consciousness, causing him to frown tightly as he strenuously tried to comprehend them. It had to be said that the existences in his sea of consciousness were really too powerful. Even though they didn't execute any divine abilities, nor did they reveal their realms, they only transmitted some wisdom and truths, and it revealed their foundation. And all these wisdom and truths, in the end, transformed into a sentence. If you seek the Tao, you don't need to follow the teachings of the three sects, and you don't need to bitterly cultivate divine abilities. You only need to seek answers from your heart. In the end, the voice became louder and louder, heavier and clearer, like the morning bell and evening drum, resounding in the heart. The universe, the myriad of worlds, all contain the Tao, and the Tao can be hidden in the heart. After the last sentence surged into Feng Xing's sea of consciousness, he suddenly opened his eyes. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had just seen something extremely terrifying. However, there was an uncontrollable look of ecstasy in his eyes, as if he had obtained some amazing treasure in an instant. He was even a little excited, as if he had snatched the entire world into his hands when he was just a small bandit in the Ghost Smoke Valley, and he was extremely touched. The heaven and earth are hidden in the Tao, and the Tao is only in the heart. He couldn't help but speak with an excited expression. Then, he scolded with hatred, and here I thought it was something amazing. As he scolded angrily, the worry on his face was swept away, and what followed was a face full of smiles. So, I've long obtained the Tao, it's just that I didn't realize it in the past, so, the Tao is just finding back what I already have. With that thought, Feng Xing suddenly waved his hand, and endless divine power surged. There was a whoosh, and an item flew from outside the realm of consciousness. It fluttered like a large flag, and when it landed in his hand, people realized that it was a piece of robe, and there were lines of scriptures on it. Feng Xing held it in his hand and unfolded it to take a look. Countless runes began to appear in his eyes. The seventh scripture of the Highest Supreme is called the Highest Supreme Tao-Seeking Scripture. It can deduce all the laws in the world, and it can change to the extreme, and this is the eighth scripture of the Highest Supreme. In reality, it is about returning to the natural state, to deduce the Tao heart from all things. No wonder I couldn't understand this scripture in the past. It's because I haven't reached the realm yet, and I still don't know how to see the world with my heart. I only wanted to stride towards the sky, but I never thought about where the end of the sky was, and where the reason I walked towards the sky was. If you want to obtain the Tao, you only need to ask your heart. This scripture is the meditation about Tao in the Highest Supreme Scripture. Its name is the Highest Supreme Heart Questioning Scripture. Feng Xing held the scripture written on the robe, and suddenly burst into laughter. His voice was transmitted to the realm of consciousness. Below, Mr. Wen and the fat pig disciples were dumbfounded, and couldn't speak. They couldn't understand what was happening to Feng Xing, however, they saw that the countless phantoms around Feng Xing all looked happy. Some of them cupped their hands and bowed to Feng Xing, some nodded, and some laughed soundlessly. It seemed that they had seen some changes in Feng Xing's body that made them feel gratified, and they seemed to be congratulating Feng Xing. After that, their figures slowly faded, and turned into streams of light that flew back into the strange pagoda. The light on the strange pagoda disappeared, and no one knew where it had gone. Only Fangxing was left in the void. However, Fangxing was alone at this time. He held the robe in his hands, and softly chanted. His body was emitting a spiritual light in all directions. The fiery talisman characters that had been flying around him in the sky had started to shatter like stars, and were absorbed into his body. Time seemed to have stopped, and the void seemed to have frozen. Mr. Wen raised his head to look at Fangxing, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. There was no concept of time and space around Fangxing at this time. It could even be said that they could clearly see Fangxing now, but they were no longer sure whether he was still there or not. It could be said that a moment had passed, or it could have been a few months. Fangxing had already read the words on that piece of robe many times. Sometimes he cried, sometimes he laughed, and he engraved them in his heart. Finally, at a certain moment, he suddenly raised his head, raised his hand, and threw that piece of robe into the air. Then, as if it had completed its mission, the spiritual light suddenly dissipated, and the cloth was torn into pieces, turning into fine powder that fluttered in the air like butterflies. Fangxing's face was full of disdain and ridicule at this time. His eyes were filled with a cold light. What Tao? It's all nonsense. The Tao has always been a very simple matter. But, it's getting more and more complicated because of some people. I'll slap whoever dares to mention the word Tao in front of me in the future. I'll slap him until his face is covered in blood. As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, the mysterious light that had shrouded Mr. Wen and the fat pig disciples for an unknown amount of time suddenly dissipated. They finally regained their freedom. The fat pig disciples lay on the ground, groaning and groaning. Mr. Wen stood up with an excited look on his face. He raised his hand and shouted, "Fellow Taoist Fang! Have you attained the Tao?" Fangxing looked at him with a puzzled expression. He hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Mr. Wen was overjoyed. He hastily asked, "May I ask, what is your Tao?" Fangxing wanted to speak, but his face suddenly turned red. He chuckled and said, "I'm embarrassed to tell you." Time flew by without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the decennial Tao discussion of the celestial realm had arrived. And this time, the main characters of the Tao discussion of the celestial realm were undoubtedly Fangxing and the other two. The day before, the disciples of the three high lords, Yu Jizi, Monk Buchan, and Yao Tao had come together with the decrees of the three high lords, ordering them to participate in the Tao discussion of the celestial realm. Fangxing and the others had indeed come out of seclusion as promised and accepted the decrees with great respect. They did not show any signs of disobedience, and they were as respectful as three marionettes. When Yu Jizi, Monk Buchan, and Yao Tao saw this, they were naturally overjoyed. They reported everything to the three high lords that very night, and the weight in their hearts was lifted. On the second day, early in the morning, the celestial phoenix jade carriage arranged by the mountain master of Seclusion Mountain stopped at the foot of the mountain. They picked up Fangxing and the others and flew all the way to the flying celestial lake in the center of the celestial realm. The flying celestial lake was a mysterious place in the celestial realm. The celestial chi was flourishing, surpassing the other famous mountains and great rivers. Moreover, its location was right in the middle of the territories of the three high lords, and it was very close to each of them. Moreover, it did not belong to any one of them. According to Yu Jizi, every Tao discussion of the celestial realm would be held here. As they rushed to the flying celestial lake, they saw that the ground below was also surging with people. Regardless of whether it was the common people or the cultivators, they were all like ants as they rushed forward madly. However, the grand event that happened once every 10 years was approaching. Every living being in the celestial realm was excited, and they had traveled thousands of miles to come here to watch the ceremony. To a certain extent, the celestial realm Tao discussion of the celestial realm could be called a gathering of the celestial realm. The three of us greet the three masters. The flying celestial lake was not far and they arrived in about an hour. From afar, they could see 4 huge mountains in front of them. In the middle of the mountains, there was a huge lake that was shrouded in celestial chi. On the peak of 3 of the mountains, Dade Virtue Taoist Master, Great Compassion Buddhist Master, and Great Might Demon Master were leading a group of their disciples and were stationed at the peak of the mountains. Fangxing and the others rushed over from afar and stopped in front of the mountains. Fang Xing and the others got out of the carriage and bowed respectfully to the three of them like puppets. Haha, good, very good, Dade Virtue Daoist Master and the other two supremacies looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. It was obvious that they were extremely satisfied with these three disciples. Logically speaking, Fang Xing and the others had not cultivated for a long time and had not heard much from the three of them. However, when they looked at their chief flow and their spirits, they realized that the three of them were already muddle-headed and in a state of chaos. This was a sign that they had already cultivated the three great legacies, and it meant that their expectations were not wasted. It was better than they had imagined. Come, come, come. The three of you, come and sit beside us. The three supremacies looked at them with satisfaction and waved their hands to call Fang Xing and the others over. Fang Xing and the others did not hesitate and went to stand behind them. They were obedient and respectful, and they were really no different from the other disciples beside them. The three supremacies were even happier when they saw this scene. They even used their divine senses to check and found that the three of them were indeed not hiding anything, and all of them seemed to have been deeply affected by the Tao miasma. They relaxed even more and waved their hands. Countless immortal concubines and maidservants rushed forward, each holding a Taoist robe, and they covered Fang Xing and the others. At first glance, their fluttering sleeves, jade crowns, and long ribbons really made them look like immortals. It was just that it gave people a vague feeling that they were dressing up as sacrifices. Just like how people in the countryside always like to cover a pig's head with a piece of red cloth when offering sacrifices to the heavens. In the past 1,000 years, the Tao Discussion Conference has been held countless times, and I don't know how many races have been invited to participate. I don't know how many outstanding people have participated in the Tao Discussion Conference. Unfortunately, there were those who appeared for a short time, but there were not many who could truly inherit the immortal fate. The only one who had hope was the nine-headed bug, but 30 years ago, it caused the disaster of the nine-headed bug and lost the immortal fate forever. The virtuous Tao Lord seemed to be a bit emotional, and he gently sighed and said, "Fortunately, there are gains and losses. 30 years ago, the nine-headed bug caused a huge mess in the immortal realm, but now, in less than 30 years, the three of you have arrived. Moreover, all of you are from the immortal heaven origin, and you all have great luck and wisdom. You have cultivated the three great inheritance techniques very well. This time, this old Taoist has very high expectations for all of you. I hope that when the Tao Discussion Conference begins, all of you will perform well and receive the Realm Lords. Immortal fate. We will definitely not disappoint Master's expectations." Fang Xing and the other two could only agree in unison and bowed again. Haha, don't say any unnecessary words, the old man will definitely be satisfied. The Great Might Demon Lord sneered and interrupted the Tao Lord's words, then he waved his sleeve, "Return to your positions." His voice was not loud, but it traveled far like a thunderclap, rolling from the horizon into the distance. In an instant, the originally noisy crowd of cultivators quietened down. Countless gazes were directed at the three of them, and the atmosphere was extremely strange. Then, the Great Might Demon Lord, the Great Compassion Buddhist Lord, and the Virtuous Tao Lord slowly rose into the sky and bowed towards the south. "We respectfully invite the Realm Lord to descend." After this shout, the crowd below suddenly bowed towards the south, and their voices were like a tidal wave. "We respectfully invite the Realm Lord to descend." At this moment, the docile and obedient Fang Xing, who was like a marionette, suddenly turned his head and looked towards the south. He had observed that there were a total of 4 mountains beside the flying celestial lake, and 3 of them were guarded by supremacies. Only the 4th mountain was still empty, and there was not even a single disciple or follower. There was only a lone jade chair sitting there, and that must be the mysterious 4th supremacy's seat. From the looks of it, the 4th supremacy's status seemed to be much higher than the other 3 supremacies, and he would only appear after the 3 of them bowed to him. This made him want to see what this person looked like. Suddenly, there was a vague sound of crashing waves in the south, empty and breathtaking. It was also at this moment that all the immortal realm beings lowered their heads, and no one dared to look. Even Fang Xing was very careful at this moment, and he resisted the urge to raise his head to avoid being discovered. After a full 10 minutes of silence with his head lowered, the virtuous Tao Lord said softly, "All right, the Realm Lord has arrived." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and once again bowed towards the southern mountain peak, and raised their heads. Fangxing also hurriedly raised his head and glanced inconspicuously. However, this glance caused him to be taken aback once again. On the southern mountain peak, the jade chair was still placed there, and not even a strand of hair could be seen. Where was the arrival of a supremacy? However, when he looked around, it was as if there really was a divine being descending on that jade chair. There was not the slightest change in their expressions. All of them were extremely respectful. After bowing to the southern mountain peak, they returned to their seats and waited obediently. "It's about time, why don't we invite the heavenly palace out?" The virtuous Tao Lord spoke and discussed with the other two supremacies. After the three of them exchanged their opinions, they stood up and formed hand seals at the same time. Their astonishing cultivation erupted, and they pointed towards the flying immortal lake in the middle of the four mountains. Then, there was a loud rumble, and the lake water below began to churn. Then, under the water, a palace rose higher and higher, and it shone with a brilliant immortal light. It directly flew out of the lake and rose into the sky. It was a dilapidated bronze palace, but above it, there was an immortal light that made one's heart tremble. Any living being, including Fangxing, when they saw this palace, felt as if they were being swept by an immortal wind. He suddenly had an urge to bow down towards this immortal palace. Is this the immortal fate? Fangxing's heart couldn't help but beat wildly, and he tried his best to suppress it, not allowing himself to reveal too much excitement. Ever since he entered the immortal realm, he had been asking around for the location of the heavenly palace, but he didn't expect it to be hidden at the bottom of the lake. However, this was fine. After waiting for so long, he finally saw what the heavenly palace looked like. Haha, the opportunity for transcendence has arrived. What are you waiting for, silly child? The great compassion Buddhist Lord narrowed his eyes as he looked at the heavenly palace that flew straight into the sky. He chuckled and said to Fangxing, "All right, then I won't wait any longer." Fangxing took a deep breath, took a step forward, and slowly flew towards the sky. The Buddhist Lord felt that something was wrong with his answer. He was slightly startled and looked at him suspiciously, but he didn't say anything. As Fangxing soared into the sky, a dozen figures also rushed out from the other three mountains and rose into the sky. They must be the people who participated in the Tao discussion conference this time. There were monks, Taoists, humans, and demons. There were even a few who obviously had the bloodline of the god race. Lu So and Ao Lai were among them. It could be said that there were all kinds of strange things. The only similarity was that these people all had a sense of respect for the heavenly palace. Another characteristic was that all of them had extraordinary cultivation. Among the dozen people, other than Fangxing and the other two who were more eye-catching, there were actually 3 or 4 who had passed the heavenly tribulation. The rest were also in the Yuanying realm. The bloodline of the god race was also extremely powerful, and some of them were actually not weaker than the god race small saints that Fangxing had seen before. Cultivate hard, achieve Tao, and ascend as an immortal. As they rose into the sky, there was suddenly a tidal wave of shouts from below. Looking down, all the people who were watching the ceremony, whether it was the mortals in the celestial realm, the cultivators, or even the disciples of the 3 religions, at this time, all of them had a look of madness on their faces. They were shouting loudly at these people, and their faces were full of worship, as if they wanted to be in their place. I think the realm lord should be satisfied with the offerings this time, right? At this time, the virtuous sect master, the great compassion Buddha, and the mighty demon lord also looked up at this time, and at this time, their expressions were intoxicated. At this time, all the people who participated in the Tao discussion conference looked up at the heavenly palace in the sky, and did not dare to look away for a moment. Only Fangxing could not help but be attracted by the cheers below, and then he lowered his head to take a look. With this look, his whole body trembled, and then he let out a long sigh, and his heart was already depressed. There are no mountains full of immortals, Buddhas, and saints, only demons and ghosts. Ever since they came to this celestial realm, Fangxing had not seen the true face of this world. However, now that the heavenly palace had appeared and they were all flying toward it, they inadvertently lowered their heads and saw a shocking scene. Even he was shocked by what he saw. Since this was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality, he did not shout out. Instead, he quickly raised his head and rushed 10 feet below the heavenly palace along with the other participants. Then, they all sat cross-legged in the void and stared at each other. Their eyes were filled with hostility and determination to obtain the celestial life. Before coming here, they had all been informed of the rules. The procedure of the Tao discussion was that all the participants would discuss Tao in the air. Every time someone explained the grand Tao and was favored, the heavenly palace would open its doors and invite them inside. Then, as long as they could inherit the immortal's fate, they would be able to become immortals. If they failed, the next person would enter the heavenly palace. Every single one of them had solemn expressions on their faces, but no one spoke for a long time. Obviously, they didn't want to be the first to be targeted. However, after sitting silently for a while, an old man at the peak of the nascent soul realm in a robe was finally unable to restrain himself and was the first to speak. He said in a low voice, "The purpose of this meeting is to discuss the Tao, but none of us have attained the Tao, so how can we speak nonsense? You only need to explain your understanding of the formation. My master studied under the virtuous Tao Lord and cultivated the immeasurable Tao transformation technique. Immeasurable is the opposite of the power of destruction, also known as a black hole. It can devour everything, but it doesn't completely destroy everything. There is a mystery behind it." As soon as this person spoke, everyone else listened attentively and tried to find flaws in his words to refute him. However, since he had the qualifications to participate in the Tao discussion, the man's cultivation naturally wasn't weak, and he thoroughly studied the boundless Tao transformation technique. Even though the boundless Tao transformation technique was a Taoist inheritance, it secretly conformed to the principles of the heavens and the earth. The person who created this divine technique had probably sensed a type of principle of change within the boundless annihilation and obtained the Tao. Thus, the foundation of this inheritance lay in the understanding of boundless. The man from the small immortal world just happened to be skilled in this Tao, and what he said was extremely reasonable. In the starry sky, although the small celestial realms couldn't be said to be endless, they were numerous. The closer one was to sky origin and the great celestial realm, the more small celestial realms there were, and vice versa. Now, all the small celestial realms near sky origin had been conquered by the god clan, but there were still many small celestial realms in the starry sky. The man who spoke now came from a small celestial realm with a deep foundation. Chaos gives birth to all things, and immeasurable devours all things. However, chaos is the strongest destructive force in the world. Immeasurable instead contains all sorts of possibilities. It can help people teleport hundreds of millions of kilometers away, and it can also contain a myriad of worlds and destroy time and space. It can be seen that yin and yang are unstable, and life and death are uncertain as well. There is nothing absolute in the world. We cultivators should comprehend the laws of the world between existence and nothingness. Once he opened his mouth, the cultivator's words flowed like a river, and his words were clear and logical. However, at this moment, an old man in a black robe next to him sneered, "We of the God clan are born in the starry sky, and we don't have much reason to talk about. However, we know that the starry sky and the universe are ever-changing. As living beings, we should only try our best to survive. Our bloodline is flourishing. You seem to be full of reason, but how much of it is your true understanding? You're just boasting shamelessly, so shut up." The cultivator who spoke earlier was immediately enraged and shouted coldly, "You're just a slave, and you dare to scold me?" The God clan's expression also changed greatly. "In front of the great Tao, all living beings are equal. How dare you scold me as a slave? Haha, one of you wants to talk, and the other thinks it's inappropriate. You both entered the wrong path. How can you comprehend the truth?" Someone next to him also spoke, but he directly reprimanded the two of them as if they were useless. At this moment, Feng Xing, Ao Lai, and Lu So were all sitting obediently. It seemed like the three of them were planning before they acted, and none of them were in a hurry to speak. However, in reality, Feng Xing was a little tired after listening to them for a while. He looked toward the south without batting an eyelid, as if he was waiting for something. He was not interested in the war of words at all. At this moment, there were already 5 to 6 people who joined the discussion. They were engaged in a war of words, and they were having a great time arguing. At this moment, countless people below were listening to this discussion of the Tao, and they seemed to be intoxicated. Sometimes they nodded with wild joy, sometimes they shook their heads in disdain, and they seemed to be listening to the profundity of the Tao. But very few people noticed that the great virtue Tao Lord, Buddhist Master Great Compassion, and Demon Lord Great Might had expressionless faces, and when they occasionally glanced at each other, they revealed a wisp of disdain. It was as if they were three great scholars that were listening to a few children boasting shamelessly about profound knowledge. Even though they pretended to be interested on the surface, they were utterly indifferent in their hearts. The Tao should be in action, indescribable, unfathomable, mysterious, and only in a little bit of understanding. The people in the hall argued for a long time, and finally, one of them activated his awe-inspiring mana and shouted. His voice was like thunder, suppressing the others. At this moment, inside the heavenly palace, there was a sudden dong. The sound of a bell rang out, and it seemed to contain the Tao accumulation. At the same time, the wooden door of the heavenly palace opened with a squeak. A ray of spiritual light descended from the sky and landed on the head of the cultivator from the small realm. For a moment, flowers were falling from the sky, and celestial music filled the air. It was as if the heavens had opened up a path for him to enter. He is the first to enter the heavenly palace. Everyone who was discussing the Tao was filled with astonishment and indescribable envy as they looked at the cultivator from the small celestial realm. Ha ha, thank you for the favor of the heavenly Tao. I have no regrets in my life. The cultivator from the small celestial realm was also shocked for a moment. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. He clasped his fists at the others, then flew toward the heavenly palace and entered the entrance. Below him, tens of thousands of people were shouting excitedly. Countless people even knelt down and raised their hands. They prayed to the cultivator who had entered the small celestial realm, and their cheeks were covered in tears. It can't be, Feng Xing muttered in his heart. He felt a bit lazy as he looked at the heavenly palace with a cold gaze. The others also looked up with rapt attention. They couldn't help but look worried. Deep down, they were worried that the cultivator had inherited the immortal fate. If that happened, they would no longer have a chance to become an immortal. For them, this immortal fate, or more accurately, half-immortal fate, was their greatest hope of becoming an immortal. So this is how the Grand Tao should be understood. Even though I haven't obtained it, if I hear it in the morning, I can die in the evening. After waiting for a long time, they suddenly heard the sigh of the cultivator from the heavenly palace. Then, it became silent. The other people discussing the Tao revealed expressions of envy and joy. They were envious because from the sound of the cultivator's voice, it was clear that he had seen the Grand Tao and resolved the doubts in his heart. From a certain perspective, he had obtained the Grand Tao. They were happy because this person clearly hadn't refined the immortal fate. In other words, he had failed. This meant that there was still hope for the rest of them. This time, let me go first. I cultivate the Eastern Emperor unification technique, which is the way of cultivation for demons. Although I am from the Celestial Clan and the Demon Clan are actually quite similar. Cultivating this technique will solve the biggest doubt in my heart in this world. Almost at the same time the voice of the first person's failure came from the heavenly palace, someone else immediately began to speak. Listening to his eloquence, it was clear that he wanted to use the Eastern Emperor unification method as the foundation to explain the Grand Tao. However, at this moment, Feng Xing also had an idea. He patiently waited for others to enter the heavenly palace because he wanted to see what was going on first. Now that he had his answer, he naturally didn't have the patience to listen to the nonsense of these people. Seeing that the god race being was about to speak, Feng Xing suddenly interrupted him. What is your biggest doubt? The god race being was startled and looked at Feng Xing with fear. Of course it is why I was born, and why I was born. He clearly saw Feng Xing as a great enemy. In fact, most of the people that were discussing the Tao had taken Feng Xing's group of 3 to be great enemies. However, Feng Xing clearly didn't care for him. After hearing his words, he sneered and said, "You were born because your father met your mother. You will naturally know such a simple question once you get married. Why do you need to ask?" This extremely vulgar words enraged the god race being. I am discussing the Tao here, yet you insult me like this. What is the meaning of this? Someone next to him took this chance to attack Feng Xing. Vulgar, what right does he have to discuss the Tao here? Haha, it seems like a being from heaven's origin doesn't have the root of wisdom. Feng Xing was still calm as the mockery on his face grew. Suddenly, he channeled his mana and his voice was like thunder, suppressing all of them. He said loudly, if we really discuss the Tao is inclusive. The grass, the tree, the chicken, and the dog are all in the Tao. Our words, actions, tears, and laughter are also in the Tao. The Tao doesn't distinguish between elegance and vulgarity, between high and low levels. Then why can you use words that sound impressive but are actually **t to discuss the Tao, but I can't use words that sound real but aren't nice to hear? Fang Xing suddenly said this in a serious manner, and it really silenced everyone. A person who looked unreasonable suddenly said something that seemed to make sense. It immediately made it hard for people to refute. At this moment, there was a clear bell above their heads, and the wooden door of the Sky Palace opened with a squeak. How is this possible? The people discussing the Tao with Fang Xing were shocked and even angry. How can he stand out so easily? Fang Xing, on the other hand, was too lazy to care about them. He just looked up at the beam of spiritual light that was descending on his head. He sneered in his heart, a bunch of idiots, can't you see? It's not you guys fighting for the Tao, it's choosing its people. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt a little proud. I must be delicious in its eyes. Haha, I didn't expect this old monk to be the first one. The great compassion Buddhist Lord was startled when he saw Fang Xing follow the spiritual light into the heavenly palace. Then, he rubbed his round belly and smiled. He looked very proud of himself. However, the three of them knew that the others in this Tao exchange conference were merely props, and the three beings from heavenly Yuan were the ones in charge. The great compassion Buddhist Lord was a little unhappy that he had obtained Fang Xing, but he didn't expect that he would be the first one to be chosen. This meant that even among the three beings from heavenly Yuan, his aura was extremely unique. This piqued the interest of the realm master, and he decided to use him to whet his appetite. Since he can't run away, it's too early to talk about this. Let's see who the realm master is most satisfied with. The virtuous pathmaster and the great might demon lord were not very satisfied. They chuckled and focused their attention on the Tao exchange conference. On the other hand, most of the people discussing the Tao below the heavenly palace were furious. To them, entering the heavenly palace first was an incomparable honor, so they naturally didn't want to be taken first by someone else, especially the kid from heavenly Yuan. His words were tricky, and although he made people choke, he didn't say anything convincing. The fact that the heavenly palace had chosen him made them feel even more dissatisfied. However, they couldn't help but think that even the cultivator from the small immortal realm couldn't inherit the immortal fate. No one had inherited the immortal fate in the past 1,000 years, so this kid might not be able to do so either. After all, deep in their hearts, there was a feeling brewing. The immortal fate belonged to no one else. It was precisely this thought that was deeply rooted in their hearts that caused batch after batch of them to advance wave after wave, and none of them retreated. At this moment, Lu Shou and Aolai looked unmoved on the surface. Their expressions were filled with endless desire and envy, as if they couldn't wait to pull Fang Xing down and enter the heavenly palace themselves. However, there was a hint of worry in their eyes. Is this the immortal fate? After Fang Xing stepped into the ancient bronze hall, the wooden door behind him automatically closed. He took a step forward and scanned his surroundings, only to find that the interior of the ancient hall was extremely quiet. Not even a speck of dust could be seen. The decorations inside were also extremely simple, or perhaps it could be said that there were no decorations at all. It was completely empty. There was only a praying mat placed in the middle of the hall, and above the praying mat, there was a colorful ball of light. From time to time, various kinds of brilliant light would be emitted from the ball, causing the surroundings to be filled with colorful light. It was extremely beautiful, as if it could directly shine into one's heart, causing one's heart to yearn for it after seeing it. It's like a ball of light that's in between reality and illusion, but it gives off the feeling that it has released all the principles of the world, Fang Xing thought to himself as he slowly walked over. He sat on the praying mat and raised his head to look at the ball of light. At this moment, he was already very close to the ball of light. As he raised his head, he felt that the color of the ball of light was getting darker and brighter. It was as if his entire body was wrapped up in it, as if he had directly left the ancient hall and entered that colorful world. His entire body no longer existed, as if he was in a wonderful place, and everything was so perfect. Come, open up your everything, offer your everything. A certain consciousness gently opened its mouth, trying its best to seduce Fang Xing, and whispered in his heart. What you cultivate is my Tao. What you have been dreaming of is my Tao. If you painstakingly seek it alone, go through thousands of tribulations, and travel across the starry sky, you will never have your own achievements. The end of that path, that Tao fruit, you will never be able to reach it, and you will never obtain a result. But now, I will give you a chance, offer your everything, give it all to me, give it to me, and you will obtain the Tao. Come, the Tao that you have been painstakingly seeking is right in front of you, offer your everything to me. The ethereal voice rang in his ears, and it was extremely tempting. It was clearly asking for something, but it also sounded like a gift, as if it wanted to give everything in the world to Fangxing. It was also at this instant that the Tao miasma that had started to disturb Fangxing's mind from time to time after he inherited the divine techniques of the three sects had reached its peak at this moment, causing Fangxing to have a feeling that he wished for nothing more than to immediately open up to it and give everything he had to it. It was as if she had fulfilled her biggest dream by giving everything she had to him. At this moment, the eyes of Fangxing, who was sitting cross-legged on the cattail hassock, also seemed to be filled with endless confusion. However, when the countless tentacles extended from the ball of light toward Fangxing's sea of consciousness, Fangxing, who seemed to have lost his mind, suddenly raised his head and laughed mockingly. Why won't you give it to me? Why is the refinement taking so long this time? In the outside world, on the three mountains, the great might demon lord frowned and said with a serious expression. The virtuous path master chuckled softly and said, the beings from this heaven's origin are blessed by the heavens. They have the fortune of being born in the home of immortals and the fortune of growing up in the tomb of the saints. However, they are very different from the rootless waters of the small immortal realm. Their cultivation levels may vary, but their fortune is unfathomable to outsiders. To the realm master, these beings from the heaven's origin are undoubtedly the best sacrifices. 30 years ago, the man surnamed Wen had already satisfied the realm master, forcing us to find more beings from the heaven's origin for him. Now that we've finally found 3 more, how can the realm master not enjoy them slowly? Haha, eating delicacies is always slow. The great compassion Buddhist lord sighed and said in a low voice, it's a pity that it won't be easy to find others after obtaining these 3. The current heaven yuan is like a pool of muddy water. If we go there, we'll probably be dragged into it immediately and not even a speck of us will be left. The realm lord probably doesn't want to be targeted by those powerful figures, so it looks like we can only suffer for a long time, the great might demon lord sneered. Even if we want to go to heaven yuan, we won't be able to find it. How can it be so easy to return to heaven yuan, which has been hidden by those people? 2 of the 4 paths of immortality have been destroyed. The Taoist path has been forcefully occupied by others and no one dares to approach it. As for the dragon path, it can only be obtained, but not returned. Even if the realm lord wants to go to heaven yuan, where can he go? It's better for us to stay here and suffer for a long time, quietly waiting for an outcome. Perhaps after hundreds or thousands of years, everything will calm down and we'll have a chance to live again. Everyone understands this logic, but I'm afraid that the realm lord will be addicted to it and force us to find living beings of heaven yuan for him. Haha, isn't there still a group of living beings of heaven yuan imprisoned in the Black Heaven River? They even have the bloodline of the dragon clan. It's a pity that their cultivation is a little low. They're like unripe fruits that the realm lord doesn't want to enjoy so soon. But we don't have to worry. When the time comes, we'll train them well and see if we can raise their cultivation. When the time comes, they'll be able to satisfy the realm lord's craving. The 3 of them secretly transmitted their thoughts and discussed what to do in the future, quietly waiting for the heaven palace to come out with an outcome. However, they didn't expect that there was a huge change brewing in the Black Heaven River. To the south of the celestial realm, there was a vast river that went straight to the heavens. The river water was as black as ink, the complete opposite of the celestial realm. In the river, there was a place where black waves wreaked havoc. There were dozens of black iron pillars erected, and dozens of people were tied to them. They were washed by the Black Heaven River all day long and suffered all kinds of pain. They were the descendants of the Dragon Clan and the Demon General of the Sea Clan who had been abandoned by the 9-headed bug. Back then, the 9-headed bug had stolen half of the immortal life and only brought the eldest princess of the Dragon Clan out of the heavens. All the subordinates and nephews were abandoned here. In a rage, the realm lord of the celestial realm devoured most of the subordinates left behind by the 9-headed bug, leaving only these dozens of people behind. They were imprisoned here and forced to pass on the teachings of the three schools. They were ordered to cultivate here and only leave when their cultivation reached a certain level. 30 years of pain and torture had long caused these descendants of the dragon clan to suffer greatly. Their hearts were filled with despair. And now, the Tao discussion conference that was held once every 10 years had begun. The existence at the end of the Black Heaven River had temporarily left, and they had also lost the fear that they usually felt when people looked at them with greedy eyes. However, with their own cultivation and their physical bodies that had been tortured for 30 years, they could only suffer bitterly here. They were completely powerless to escape this ghost hell region. Splash, the Black Heaven River surged with a kind of desolate charm. It was like the wailing of malicious spirits day and night. They were already tired of listening to it, and it was even about to become a nightmarish sound of the river. However, it suddenly attracted the attention of the people tied to the iron pillars. Their drooping heads suddenly lifted up and looked down in disbelief. "My children. You've suffered." At first, they thought it was an illusion, but the voice gradually appeared. In the surging Black Heaven River, as the waves surged, a small stone shot high up into the air. Then, it paused for a moment before growing larger and larger, turning into a meteorite the size of a small mountain. A black door appeared on the meteorite, and a beautiful figure suddenly rushed out from within the door and complained mournfully. "Mother?" 4 to 5 hoarse voices rang out from the stone pillars at the same time when they saw the figure. They were surprised and delighted. "My children, I've come to save you." At this moment, the beautiful figure unleashed her great power without holding anything back and mobilized the endless water in the Black Sky River. Like giant hands, they directly swept up the stone pillars and pulled them towards the huge meteorite. "Oh no, someone's causing trouble in the Black Heaven River." At this moment, the three supremacies who were waiting for Fangxing to be devoured at the Tao Exchange sensed the unusual movement in the direction of the Black Heaven River at the same time. The three of them were shocked and immediately turned to look at the Black Heaven River. Their faces were filled with shock and bewilderment. They could not imagine who would cause trouble in the Black Heaven River at this time. Who would dare to cause trouble in the Black Heaven River? Were they not afraid of being crushed? The nine-headed worm? In the void, on the empty southern mountain, a voice suddenly rang out. It was extremely mournful. Swoosh, the three supremacies paled when they heard that. They knew that it was the Realm Lord's voice. Why did the Realm Lord mention the nine-headed worm's name? Could it be that the one causing trouble now is the nine-headed worm? Is the disaster of the nine-headed worm from 30 years ago going to happen again? For the immortal realm that had lived too comfortably for over 1,000 years, the disaster of the nine-headed bug 30 years ago was a heart-wrenching pain. To a certain extent, it could even be said to be a nightmare. Because of this, when the invisible fourth exalt suddenly sensed the changes in the Black Sky River and sensed the aura of the Dragon Mother, he shouted the words nine-headed bug. From the Buddhist exalt, Taoist, and demon exalt, to the commoners in the immortal realm, they all turned pale with fright. Then, they all fell into chaos. Those with cultivation had already leaped into the air and looked towards the south. At this moment, the Dragon Mother, who had personally witnessed her child's suffering, had already exerted her greatest magic power to uproot the stone pillars one by one and put them into Mr. Land's meteorite stone. As the stone pillars were uprooted, the waters of the Black Sky River surged uncontrollably. The waves rose like a black whip slapping the blue sky. What's going on? Is the nine-headed bug back? Isn't it enough for that bastard to harm us once? Is he going to harm us again? No, it's not the nine-headed bug. Although the aura is the same, it's much weaker. Amidst the shouts, the attention of the entire Tao discussion had shifted. The 4 mountains were in chaos. How dare you, how dare you? Take her, take her. In the void in the south, the invisible realm master's sharp voice rang out again as he roared angrily. Taoist disciples, come with me to subdue the demon. The Taoist master of the virtuous Tao sect didn't dare to be negligent. He flew up and let out a loud roar. He was the first to turn into a ray of light and flee towards the south. Below him, all the disciples of his sect turned into rays of light and followed closely like a meteor shower. Buddhist disciples, follow me. On the other side, the great compassion Buddha Lord and the great might demon Lord did not dare to be negligent. They roared at the same time and flew forward to stop them. The nine-headed bug from 30 years ago had left a deep impression on them. It killed a disciple of the three schools and took away half a celestial life. To the usually calm celestial realm, this was simply infuriating. More importantly, this time it was a 9-headed bug. This made them even more frightened. The realm master was furious. The Tao master, the Buddhist master, and the demon master did not dare to be careless. They rushed out and followed the realm master's orders. They wanted to capture the 9-headed bug that dared to disturb the celestial realm. Rumble. The celestial realm army was like a waterfall, rushing towards the south at the same time. It was a magnificent sight. On the other hand, no one paid any attention to the Tao discussion assembly, and it became quiet. However, those who were participating in the Tao discussion were hesitating at this moment. They didn't know if they should go and help. Let's go, let's go. On the Black Sky River, the Dragon Mother took action. She pulled out several iron pillars and saved her children. Then, she prepared to save the sea demon generals who were tied to the stone pillars. After all, she had already taken action, so she naturally had to save as many as she could. These sea demon generals had different cultivation levels, so they were not completely useless. However, the iron pillars in the Black Sky River were not so easy to pull out. Moreover, the Realm Master's reaction was too fast. Almost at the same time she took action, she was discovered. As soon as Mr. Lon turned his head, he saw the mighty army coming from the north. Even with his cultivation at the peak of the tribulation passing stage, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Especially the monk, the Taoist, and the demon who were charging at the front. Their chi activity was flowing, and they were powerful and terrifying. They were many times more powerful than him. It should be known that these were the three great experts that even King Jiuling did not dare to face directly, so he did not dare to have a taste of what it was like to be enemies with these three people. He became more and more panicked, and he hurriedly shouted, "They are going to catch up soon. Dragon Queen, save me." The sea demon generals who were tied to the iron pillars were shocked and screamed at the top of their lungs. After being trapped for 30 years, this was their only chance to be rescued. How could they be willing to let it go? They are so fast. The Dragon Mother was also very shocked. She couldn't help but shudder when she saw the Immortal Realm army coming from the north. Originally, she'd planned her plan for a long time, and she was extremely confident in it. The Immortal Ascension Lake of the Tao discussion was an entire large region from the Black Sky River, and it was probably even larger than the entire Divine Continent. If those people wanted to rush over, it would require a few hours at least. Yet now, she shockingly noticed that the boundless vital energy that was like a tide had actually arrived extraordinarily swiftly, and it seemed as if they'd utterly broken through the restraints of space. It was like they'd shrunk the earth into an inch, and a single step was a few tens of thousands of kilometers, and they would rush over in an instant. Even if the three supremacies had really become immortals, they shouldn't be able to travel so fast, right? The Dragon Mother was even a little puzzled. However, in this critical moment, and her son had already been rescued, she really didn't dare to waste any more time. She glanced at the sea demon generals who had yet to be rescued with pity, and then she made up her mind. She knew that they had always been loyal to her, but now, in order to get out of here, she had to abandon them. After all, she couldn't bury herself and the children she had just rescued here for the sake of a few subordinates, right? Let's go. After making her decision, the Dragon Mother didn't look at the sea demon generals anymore. She turned around and went into Mr. Land's small world. Then, the mountain-like meteorite instantly shrunk and turned into a shooting star, flying straight into the sky along the Black Sky River. Dragon Queen, save me, don't go, Dragon Queen, I've been so loyal to you, but you actually want to abandon me at this time. The sea demon generals who had been abandoned immediately felt despair, and some of them even burst into tears. Where are you going? Where are you going? Before the Dragon Mother and Mr. Lon could escape, the omnipresent voice of the Realm Lord rang out. The swirling Black Sky River surged up and turned into a huge water wall in front of them. Mr. Lon didn't even wait for the order. He directly rammed his head into the wall, smashing the Black Sky River and some demons in it into pieces, and hurriedly ran away. However, soon, countless powerful demons rushed out of the Black Sky River and blocked their way. However, they weren't much of a threat to Mr. Lon and the others. What made Mr. Lon and the Dragon Mother especially glad was that the Realm Lord's voice kept ringing in their ears. It seemed to be anxious and angry, but until now, they only saw it stir up part of the river and summon some demons to block their way, but it didn't do anything. Go after them, go after them. Catch them and kill them. The Realm Lord's voice was still ringing in the ears of the three supremacies impatiently, as if urging them. Don't worry, the disaster of the nine-headed bug won't happen a second time, the virtuous Pathmaster roared loudly and sped up again, riding the wind and clouds as he rushed forward. Behind him, the great Compassion Buddha and the great Might Demon Lord arrived together. The Immortal Realm army rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. But just as they were getting closer and closer to Xianxia, the shrill voice of the Realm Lord that had been ringing in their ears suddenly disappeared. After a few breaths of time, the voice rang out once more, and it was even more shrill and terrifying than before. Not good, save me, save me. The shrill voice reached the ears of the three supremacies, and they were immediately shocked. What kind of existence was the Realm Lord? Why would he suddenly ask for help? Turn back, that brat. Damn brat, how dare he, you. How dare you steal my immortal life? The Realm Lord's voice rang out again, sounding both terrified and horrified, as if he was about to cry. Not good, something happened to the Sky Palace. The hearts of the three supremacies trembled at the same time, and they turned to look in the direction of the flying immortal lake in disbelief. From the Realm Lord's reaction, they could tell that something had happened, and it was even more serious than the nine-headed bug that saved them at the Black Sky River. It had actually threatened the Realm Lord, and they quickly thought of the heavenly origin lifeform Fangxing, who was waiting to be devoured by the immortal life in the Sky Palace. They originally thought that he would be devoured without a hitch, but who would have thought that something unexpected would happen? Turn back. The Realm Lord kept urging them, so they didn't dare to be careless. With a roar, they hurriedly turned back and rushed back to the Sky Palace. The disciples and others below didn't even understand what was happening. Some turned back, while others were still rushing forward. It was a mess, and countless people were knocked off the cloud carriages by their companions, screaming as they fell. Quick! Quick, stop him! The three supremacies wanted to turn back, but it wasn't that fast, and they were still a distance away from the flying immortal lake. However, the Realm Lord clearly couldn't restrain himself any longer, and he let out a shrill scream. The mournful voice drifted through the air, as terrifying as a female ghost. However, only the dozen or so cultivators preparing for the Tao discussion and the confused commoners below could hear it. They didn't understand what was happening, and they didn't even know who the voice belonged to. They all looked left and right, trying to find the speaker. Quick, stop him, the voice rang out again, extremely shrill, anxious, and impatient, like a crazy woman. At the same time, the celestial palace in the sky seemed to be torn apart by some kind of power. It suddenly exploded, and the palace's walls and dome flew in all directions, revealing everything within the palace. Then, the cultivators and the people of the celestial realm below saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. On a praying mat floating in the air, there was a youthful-looking person. His mouth was even bigger than his head, and he was trying his best to swallow a ball of light that was 3 times bigger than his entire body. He looked like a toad swallowing the sky. Why are so many people seeing me? Fangxing, who was focused on swallowing the gigantic ball of light, also noticed the changes in his surroundings. He glanced at his surroundings and blushed slightly. It seemed like he knew that his current table manners were not very elegant, but he could not bear to spit it out. He immediately took a deep breath, opened his mouth wider, and forcefully stuffed the ball of light into his mouth. It was not that he did not want to become bigger and directly swallow the ball of light, but if he became bigger, the ball would naturally become bigger as well. This was determined by nature. Right now, he could only use this unreasonable method to forcefully swallow the ball of light and snatch it away from the hands of a certain consciousness. What is going on? Not only did Fangxing swallow a lot of energy, but it also shocked everyone around him. Almost everyone stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. They felt that it was extremely absurd, but they could not laugh. What was he doing? If he wanted to inherit the immortal's fate, did he have to use such a direct method? Moreover, he seemed to have won the sparring session earlier. Logically speaking, he should be the one inheriting the immortal's fate, right? However, who was the voice that resounded in the void? Who was it that was so anxious for everyone to stop him? Primordial fruit of Wei, the great Tao is like a lock. Living beings of the immortal realm, heed my command and come save me. At this moment, the voice in the void seemed to be unable to hold back anymore. No one knew what he did, but suddenly, a mysterious aura was emitted from the ball of light. It shook the void and sent a will that was like a divine decree into the hearts of everyone who had cultivated the three divine techniques. As soon as this will appeared, it immediately changed their minds, causing them to suddenly have a strong desire to immediately stop Feng Xing and stop him from continuing. This desire was as strong as the miasma. How dare you harm my life? You deserve to die 10,000 times. More than 10 silhouettes soared into the sky at the same time, each of them activating their powerful mana. Their momentum was earth-shattering. But at this moment, Lu So and Ao Lai, who were originally mixed in with the dozen people, suddenly opened their eyes. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, leaped high up at the same time and blocked in front of Feng Xing. Lu So waved his sleeves and suddenly hundreds of formation flags appeared in the air, turning into a large formation in front of everyone. Ao Lai directly revealed his original form, a golden dragon roaring in midair, a chaotic aura condensed around him, and an invisible dragon might that made people shudder spread out. Tao Lord Skirich, who would dare to obstruct him? Both of them roared at the same time while their gazes swept towards the surroundings, and it terrified all the other participants, causing them to not dare move forward. Impossible, impossible, how can you all go against my will? The voice in the void shouted again, and it was filled with deep panic and confusion. Of course, it's because Feng Xing was still holding half of the immortal fate in his mouth, but he transmitted his voice through the void with his divine sense. He seemed very proud of himself. My will is stronger than yours. One of them is my junior brother, and the other is my brother-in-law. How can they not listen to me? You. How can you remove their Tao miasma? This doesn't make sense. The voice shouted in fear, as if it still could not believe it. Until now, haven't you realized that your Tao miasma is useless against me? Feng Xing burst out laughing. I already have my own Tao, how can you affect me? Even if you have your own Tao, you can only protect yourself at most. How can you steal my will toward the other Tao embryos? The voice was anxious and angry, and it even seemed to be exasperated. However, the angrier it was, the more pleased Feng Xing was. His laughter spread throughout the celestial realm. If it was someone else, of course not, but if, while using his divine will to shake the void, he suddenly shot up into the sky, taking the giant immortal fate with him. While he was still in the air, he raised his hands and instantly formed a strange seal. Then, he slowly pressed his hands against the void, and at the same time, he pushed his divine will to the extreme. His voice was like thunder, rolling across all the realms. My Tao has always been about stealing. As the voice echoed, the seal slowly pressed down, and the world rumbled endlessly. The Tao discussants that had been tempted by the immortal fate and were going to stop Feng Xing at all costs suddenly felt their heads hurt, and they desperately held their heads as they struggled. It seemed like something was being forcefully pulled out from their heads by Feng Xing, and then some other will was poured into them. Before that will took root, they obtained an unprecedented sense of clarity. What happened? What exactly was that feeling just now? After struggling, the cultivators looked around in disbelief. They all looked like they had just woken up from a dream. It was indeed like they had just woken up from a dream. At this moment, they were like lustful ghosts who had forgotten about the law and morality, and had raped a woman without a care for anything else. However, after the rape, the fire of lust had subsided, and they looked at the tragic scene in front of them and thought of the serious consequences. They were immediately shocked and afraid, and they were deeply regretful. They didn't even understand why they had done that before. How dare you demons harm the realm master? Quickly capture them. At that moment, the Tao Lord Virtuous Path and the others finally returned. The vast army of immortal realm experts surrounded the area. On the other hand, Feng Xing paid no attention to them at all. He just glanced coldly at their faces, and then his face was suddenly covered in ridicule. He said to the cultivators who had just woken up from a dream, to think that all of you wholeheartedly wanted to seek the Tao and wished for nothing more than to prostrate yourselves in worship, pour out your hearts, and offer everything you have. Now, take a look at what these things are. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly let out a muffled roar and opened his mouth even more forcefully, and he forcefully swallowed the ball of light. After that, his eyes lit up like torches, and it seemed like a blazing flame was burning within them. He opened his palm and swiped forcefully from left to right. It was as if he had really grasped some mysterious power. As his palm swiped from left to right, the celestial realm underwent a terrifying change. It was clearly a dreamy celestial realm filled with abundant celestial chi and vitality, but as his palm swiped across, it suddenly turned into a dark land of death filled with billowing black smoke and a foul stench. This place was like a half-destroyed star. There were swamps and corpses everywhere. There was no moon in the sky, and there was no light from the stars. There were only some strange vines extending everywhere. Where were the immortals and Buddhas? Where were the simple commoners? All the commoners were wisps of ghosts. They didn't know that they were already dead, and they were all dancing like demons. All the disciples of the Shou clan were corpse demons and bone demons. Their bodies reeked of a foul stench, and they glared at the living beings. As for the so-called virtuous sect master, great compassion Buddha Lord, and mighty demon Lord, they had also transformed into their original forms. The virtuous sect master was a goat that had turned into a spirit. He stood in the air and bleated. His goatee fluttered in the wind, and he did look a little like an immortal. As for the steaming Buddha Lord, it was actually a fat toad with a big belly, lying on the lotus seat and making croaking sounds. As for the demon Lord, he was simply a god race creature with a rotten body. The flesh on his face had rotted away. It was no wonder that when he transformed, he maintained that expressionless look. There was not much flesh on his face, and he couldn't make any expression at all. With a swipe of his hand, he broke the illusion and returned it to reality. The vast celestial realm had suddenly become worse than hell at this moment. Everything was made up. In the entire celestial realm, only the Tao discussants were real. How is this possible? Is this an illusion technique? How could someone cultivate an illusion technique to be so realistic? Have we been living in an illusion technique in the past? Why can't we see it at all? Who exactly was it that created such a terrifying world? Who has such powerful divine abilities? The Tao discussants, including Lu So and Ao Lai, were completely stunned at this moment. Their faces turned pale, and they almost vomited. Even though they had seen the truth with their own eyes, they dared not believe it. After all, their cultivation was not low. How could they have lived in such a world created by an illusion without realizing it? How could there be someone in this world who was good at such a powerful illusion technique? Perhaps even the legendary immortal king wouldn't have the ability to confuse them so thoroughly, right? Kill it, and take back my immortal life. In the dead silence, the sharp voice sounded again. It was exasperated, and it kept urging. Give me back my celestial realm, give me back my celestial realm. All the fiendish demons in the netherworld roared in unison as if they had gone mad. They charged forward majestically. In particular, the goat that had turned into a Tao master, the toad that had turned into a Buddhist master, and the corpse demon that had turned into a demon master unleashed their mighty devil chi and forcefully changed back to their original forms. The surrounding environment was also changing from time to time, turning into the celestial realm at times, and revealing its original appearance at other times. All the devil chi, or rather, the immortal chi, was continuously reinforcing the bodies of the three supremacies, causing their cultivation bases to continuously rise and expand. The ferocious might that seemed to have materialized tore through the surrounding void like a sharp blade. Lu So and Ao Lai's expressions changed at the same time, and their battle intent surged. Even though the entire world was fake, the terrifying power of the three supremacies was real. It didn't seem to be their real power, but some kind of reinforcement. However, this reinforcement was also real power. At such a terrifying moment, Fangxing seemed to be rather composed, and he seemed to have expected everything since the beginning. Do you want to fight me? He chuckled softly as his gaze swept across the faces of the three high lords playfully. Then, he slowly put his hands behind his back with a faint smile on his face as he said leisurely, I'd been listening to all of you talking about the nine-headed bug earlier, but I really want to say that a mere nine-headed bug is nothing. After experiencing my abilities, all of you will definitely miss that fellow who only knows how to steal things. To be honest, Fangxing looked down on the nine-headed bug, although the nine-headed bug had left a deep impression on the celestial realm, to the point where they were both shocked and angry at the mere mention of it, and even called it the nine-headed bug's calamity. when they thought about it carefully, what did the nine-headed bug do? All it did was feign civility and deceive the celestial realm's trust, then sneaked into the heavenly palace that hadn't been hidden yet when they were unprepared, killed a few people, stole half a celestial life, and finally abandoned its own subordinates to flee into the starry sky. What a disgrace! As the ancestor of bandits, Fangxing didn't think that the nine-headed bug was anything powerful at all. Surround him, kill him, but at this time, the celestial realm beings clearly didn't have the resolve to do so. They looked at Fangxing with extreme hatred. Under the lead of the three supremacies, countless demons and monsters surrounded Fangxing and the others in midair, and they kept pressing forward, compressing the encirclement. As for the fourth realm lord, who seemed to be everywhere and invisible, his voice rang out in all directions, screaming and urging his subordinates to charge forward and kill Fangxing. Brother-in-law, the two of us will protect you. Let's find a chance to kill our way out of this world. Ao Lai transmitted his voice in a low voice, and the cold murderous intent in his eyes slowly swept across the surroundings. However, although this domain is filled with killing intent and danger is hard to distinguish, I've now seen its essence. It's just a piece of shattered land. It's just that it's enveloped by some kind of mysterious force. That's why there are all sorts of changes. It looks like the creatures here are all terrifyingly powerful, but this old man reckons that they can only show off their might in this domain. They'll be safe as long as they can charge out, Lu Shou also said coldly. Back then, the nine-headed bug must have discovered this, which was why he risked everything to steal the celestial life and escape. He wasn't afraid of the celestial realm beings chasing him, because he had already determined that the people in this celestial realm couldn't possibly leave. Fellow Taoists of the Heaven's Origin sector, thank you for breaking our inner demons. I hope that we can fight our way out of the immortal realm together. Even those 10+ participants who'd recovered their sobriety at this moment couldn't help but send voice transmissions to each other and request to join forces. Although they were currently surrounded, they each possessed extraordinary strength. Clearly, they still had some confidence that they could charge out. Hee, who said I'm going out? When Fangxing heard their urging, he sneered and his eyes shone with a cold light. You. When the others heard this, they were immediately shocked and looked at Fangxing in disbelief. Fangxing didn't conceal his ambition, and he glanced at the surroundings with a ghastly expression as he laughed in a low voice. Even though this isn't a true immortal realm, and it's only an illusion, it faintly reveals some glow of treasures. Moreover, how could an ordinary person be able to create such an illusory realm that's sufficient to pass off as real? Just now, I devoured half of their immortal lives, but it's still not enough. This half of their immortal lives is probably not the most precious thing here. It's only some sort of Dharma treasure or pill. The more precious thing is still in the depths of this broken world. Although his voice was suppressed, it couldn't conceal the excitement in his words, and his eyes even looked directly into the depths of this world. Isn't this too daring? Whether it was Lu Shou or the other participants, all of them gasped when they heard this. After they regained their senses, they were extremely shocked by what Fangxing had done. When they thought about how they'd been bewitched as soon as they'd entered this realm, they'd almost lost their minds, and they'd lost everything. However, this kid's cultivation was clearly lower than theirs, but he'd somehow gotten rid of the Tao miasma, devoured their immortal lives, and even saved them. He'd gotten rid of the illusion and seen the truth. This was even more powerful than the nine-headed worm from 30 years ago, but judging from his appearance, he was still not satisfied. It was obvious that he would have won if he could escape now. But judging from his appearance, he still wanted to go deeper. Was he out of his mind? Haha, brother-in-law, I'll listen to you. On the other hand, Ao Lai was even more excited as he listened. He couldn't help but laugh coldly as his battle intent soared. Very well, let's kill our way in. Fangxing couldn't be bothered to discuss with the others. He laughed and decided on the plan with Ao Lai. The others were already complaining incessantly, but Lu Shou couldn't possibly abandon Fangxing and Ao Lai and leave on his own. No matter how crazy these two seemed, he had to stay with them until the end. What the others didn't know was that although their Tao miasma seemed to have been dispelled, it was actually because Fangxing had used his Tao fruit to influence their minds. It was as if they had ropes around their necks that were originally held in the hands of the realm lord, but now, Fangxing had taken over their ropes and was still holding on to them. Although Fangxing didn't control them maliciously like the realm lord, his will was still able to influence these people. It was this will that made these people willing to stay with him even if they thought his actions were crazy. Set up layers of formations, don't let a single one of them escape. The discussion between Feng Xing and the others only lasted for a few breaths. The fiendish demons of the immortal realm were already prepared and charged at them. As the three lords of the Supremes loudly set up the formation, countless fiendish demons had already been divided into several groups. The most common malicious ghosts and spirits surrounded the outer circle, while the inner circle was made up of the fiendish demons that had turned into the cultivators of the immortal realm and had some cultivation. Further in were the corpses and demons that had turned into the disciples of the three religions, while the most powerful fiendish demons of the immortal realm and the three lords of the Supremes charged at them. Boom! Within the formation, black smoke billowed and demon chi surged into the sky. It was as if a group of demons were dancing in a frenzy and had a vicious aura that could devour everything. Their formation was mainly for defense, mainly to prevent Feng Xing and the others from escaping. However, no one expected that as the three lords of the Supremes charged at them, Feng Xing and the others also roared and attacked at the same time. They charged into the depths of the formation and all of them pushed their strength to the extreme. Not only did they not escape, but they also wanted to attack. Boom! 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 They were like arrows that pierced fiercely into one direction of the heavy encirclement and attacked fiercely. Kill them all, drink their blood, eat their flesh. Although the fiendish demons were caught off guard, they quickly reacted and revealed their menacing claws and demon wills. They surrounded Feng Xing and the others like a tidal wave. However, around Feng Xing and the others, a dozen figures immediately dashed out. They were the 10 participants of the Dao discussion. All of them roared angrily and unleashed their great mystical abilities to fight against the fiendish demons. Tumbling and rolling, a bloody battle began. It was as if the wind and clouds were raging and the sky was changing colors. Stop them! Stop them! At this moment, the realm lords who were everywhere seemed to have seen through the intentions of Feng Xing and the others and roared loudly. That voice was filled with boundless terror and terror. Daluo Buddha hand, assist you to transcend. The one closest to the direction where Feng Xing and the others were charging from was the fat toad that had transformed into a Buddha. Although it had transformed into a Buddha again, it didn't have the slightest bit of benevolent and transcendent Buddha nature. Instead, it gave off an indescribably gloomy and ferocious appearance. It raised its 2 fat hands into the air, then expanded to thousands of feet and slammed straight down. Under the huge palms, countless Buddhist runes flickered and changed. It was just that its entire body was covered in a black light, as if it could destroy everything. All of you go forward. I'll stop him. Facing the terrifying attack of the Buddha, Lu Shou's beard fluttered and his eyes were solemn as he charged forward. I've just refined the serene earth and the star sea and consolidated my foundation. Now, I'll use you to test my techniques. Although Lu Shou's aura was much weaker than that of the fake Buddha, who was not much weaker than a perfected immortal, he showed no fear at this moment. His old face was gloomy and he raised his sleeves high. Countless array flags flew out from his body, one after another, almost covering the entire void. Then, they gradually connected, like a celestial cloud. The palm of the fake Buddha was forcefully stopped by the celestial cloud and could not sink down. Eastern Emperor Tai, great mighty heavenly dragon, eat my attack. However, just as the Buddha was stopped, the skinny and sinister-looking great mighty dragon lord also charged forward. He formed a seal with his hands and his corpse aura was like a demonic sword, slashing towards Feng Xing and the others. I've turned from a deity into a corpse, and under the guidance of the realm master, I've turned from a corpse into a demon. I've already obtained the 2 great magical powers of the god tribe and the demon tribe. I'm an anomaly in this world. I'd like to see how you're going to withstand my attack. The monstrous demonic aura slashed towards them from afar, almost as if it could split the entire world in half. It was indescribably terrifying. However, just as the sword was about to reach Feng Xing, golden light suddenly shone from the side. Endless flowing fire was accompanied by a dragon's roar and endless sparks. At this moment, a pair of dragon horns rushed out and blocked the demonic sword that seemed to have the power to split the heavens and earth. It was Ao Lai who had blocked the attack for Feng Xing. His dragon eyes were filled with endless mockery. What a mortal corpse or demon! You're just an odd beast. How can you compare to the most noble bloodline of the dragon tribe in this world? Boom, with just one sentence, the dragon horn swords collided with the demonic sword in the great mighty demon lord's hand. In the midst of the chaos, everyone's attacks were blocked. Fang Xing, on the other hand, was relaxed. His sleeves fluttered in the wind as he charged forward until the great virtue sect master, dressed in Taoist robes and wearing an ancient crown, stood in front of him and blocked his way. "I thought you would run away, but you're seeking your own death." The great virtue sect master's expression was one of mockery and joy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Although I don't know how you managed to seize the immortal fate, you're only at the 3rd level of the tribulation passing stage. Where did you get the courage to cause trouble in my immortal realm? Why aren't you kneeling and waiting to be captured?" He was only at the 3rd level of the tribulation passing stage, but his opponent had the strength of a true immortal. Speaking of which, the great virtue sect master's words were not wrong. However, after hearing this, Fang Xing couldn't help but reveal a hint of mockery on his face. His smile was extremely strange. He gently rolled up his sleeves and lowered his head to look at the lines on his palm. Only then did he raise his head to look at the gloomy-faced Taoist master of the virtue sect. He laughed coldly and said, "Before I make my move, I want to ask you. Have you ever tasted the feeling of having an entire world smashed into your face?" The celestial realm beings who thought that they were going to escape realized that Fang Xing and the others were actually rushing inside. Instead, they were going deeper into this broken world. Facing the seemingly endless celestial realm beings, or rather, demons, this was a typical path to death. The master of the great virtue sect, who had originally blocked Fang Xing's path, thought that Fang Xing wouldn't even be able to resist his strength. But now, the master of the great virtue sect was looking at him with a particularly mocking gaze. The master of the great virtue sect couldn't help but feel a little confused. "I have to admit that most of the beings from Tianyuan have some ability," however, he was obviously very confident in his own strength. He sneered and stepped forward. "At least I'm better than you guys who are just bluffing. Do you really think that I can't see through your true nature?" Fang Xing also waved his large sleeves, and his magic power slowly surged. "You seem to have an unfathomable cultivation, but in reality, you're just blessed by a certain existence with the power of the celestial demon. I really doubt that your true cultivation has reached the tribulation transcendence stage, haha." The master of the great virtue sect actually laughed when his true form was exposed. "Childish. So what if you see through my true form? My cultivation may not be much higher than yours, but I've been blessed by the realm master with my magic power. When I circulate the celestial demon chi, it's not inferior to a perfected immortal's. It's endless and endless. You're just a mere tribulation transcendence stage cultivator. Where do you get the courage to rebel in front of us?" As he shouted, he suddenly let out a roar. The power of his palm was monstrous, and it directly slammed towards the top of Fang Xing's head. This slap was impressively a seal with one hand. It actually had the power to blot out the sky and the earth, and it directly smashed towards the top of Fang Xing's head. This seal was one of the seals recorded in the Boundless Tao transformation art, and it was called the Sky-Flipping Seal. Under the guidance of the beings in this strange tower in the realm of consciousness, Fang Xing had thoroughly cultivated the 3 great divine skills, comprehended the teachings of the 3 religions, and found his own Tao heart. Moreover, this Tao fruit was not a Tao heart in the ordinary sense, but a comprehension of the realm, which could be directly called Tao. Fang Xing naturally had a deep understanding of the 3 great divine skills passed down in the immortal realm, so he recognized this seal at a glance. He knew that it was a seal that condensed all one's magical power into one place and merged with heaven and earth. Although it was only a seal, its power was endless. It was as if the power of a part of the sky had been pulled over, and with a single seal, it suppressed the opponent. "I'm laughing because you haven't even passed the 9 tribulations, yet you have the guts to preach the Tao to all living beings." In the face of this seal, Fang Xing chuckled. He formed a seal with both hands and slammed it toward the virtuous path lord. Boom. Boom, seal against seal. It was as if 2 parts of the sky were attacking from afar. They collided in midair, and endless heavenly fire burst forth. "I have endless immortal demon chi, what do you have to fight against me?" The power that the virtuous path lord displayed grew stronger and stronger, and it was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. However, Fang Xing only took a deep breath, and then a strange smile appeared on his face. I have a world. Boom, both of them raised their powers at the same time. The Dade Virtue Path Lord's figure seemed to have turned into a black hole. In the depths of this broken world that resembled a ghost realm, an immeasurable amount of power surged out and flowed into his body. That feeling was like pouring a river into a lake, causing the power in his body to grow stronger and stronger. It was simply beyond anyone's imagination. He was indeed even more terrifying than a true immortal. That seal technique was also extremely powerful, as if it was as heavy as a continent. However, as Fang Xing waved his sleeve, a strange force field emanated from the depths of his body. It actually drew in the void and turned into phantoms. Then, the phantoms became increasingly real and detailed, and they actually formed a large world that was full of vitality. With him as the center, it abruptly spread out above this broken world. Then, as it became increasingly real, the power of this world also became increasingly heavy, and all the power was added to the seal technique. This? What kind of remarkable ability is this? The Virtuous Path Lord was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out of his sockets. His face was filled with panic as if he had seen a ghost, and he shouted in a hoarse voice, "How could you possibly have a small world with you? No. No, this isn't a small world. How could a small world be so powerful?" Crack crack, as he roared, he formed a seal technique, and countless cracks appeared on it. No matter how powerful the immortal demon Qi was, it could not compare to the weight of a world. It was directly crushed by Fang Xing's seal technique, and then all the concepts of the seal technique were completely shattered. In contrast, Fang Xing directly traversed the void, and then, after controlling the power of the entire world, the concept of the seal technique he used became even more real, and the power was even greater. It was directly added to his own body, and he directly slapped it towards the Virtuous Path Lord's face. Boundless Tao, heaven and earth hide. No matter how much confidence the Tao Lord Virtuous Tao Lord had before, he was now as flustered as he was terrified. He was utterly terrified to the point that he didn't dare to take Fang Xing's attack head-on. He directly let out a loud cry, and as thousands of clones concealed themselves in this broken world like ghosts. He borrowed the earth and laws of this world to conceal his figure. To a certain extent, he was also borrowing this world to endure Fang Xing's strength. Haha, hide? Can you hide? Fang Xing revealed his ferocious nature at this moment, and he gritted his teeth and sneered, "You hide in this world, so I'll break this world." After speaking, he directly clenched his fist and it descended from the sky with a rumble. Then, he rode on the endless power of this world and directly smashed it towards the broken world below. The weight of this punch was indescribable. It was as though a meteorite, which was the size of 10 pilgrimage mountains, had descended from the sky and directly smashed into the ground. That kind of power seemed to be able to create another hole in this broken world. An indescribable shock wave rose from the depths of this world and countless deep abysses were split open. "Come out! Come out! Come out!" At this moment, Fang Xing was like a savage beast of the stars, and without reason, he bombarded the world with one punch after another. Every punch was like a huge star falling from the 9 heavens, crashing into this broken world. Countless punches landed, and it was as if countless stars were descending. Crack crack crack, the earth rumbled, the abysses cracked, and countless demons fled in all directions, as if doomsday had arrived. Even Lu So, Ao Lai, and the rest were so frightened that they slowed down the speed of their fights with their opponents. At this moment, their opponents were obviously not in the mood to compete with them. They all fearfully kept their distance from Fang Xing, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They stared blankly at the way Fang Xing punched, and they were already at a loss for words. Is he really going to break this world? Is he still King human? This is the kind of demonic beast that can run amok in the starry sky in the legends, right? And looking at this shocking scene, all the living beings in this fairyland felt their hearts turn cold, and even their roars became softer. Before seeing this scene with their own eyes, who would have thought that Fang Xing, who seemed to have the weakest cultivation, would have such a barbaric side to him? This kind of power was not something that someone of his cultivation could possess. Perhaps it had already surpassed the perfected immortal level. Most importantly, it was that kind of unreasonable temperament. Anyone who saw his ferocious expression at this moment would never doubt that he would really destroy this broken world. It was as if I wanted to fight with you, but you hid in your house and refused to come out. Then I would tear down your house and force you out. Terrifying. Terrifying. Putting aside the fact that under Feng Xing's violent attacks, the Taoist master of the virtuous path was almost scared out of his wits, and he did not dare to show his face at all. Like an earthworm, he desperately burrowed into the depths of this broken world, afraid that he would be affected by Feng Xing's enormous power. Even the voice of the realm master of the fairyland that was everywhere was filled with shock. He actually has the power of a world. He is not hiding a small world, he is a small world. No, not a small world, it's a large world, he has a large world. Ha 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 ha. After the endless fear, he suddenly laughed shrilly, and his voice was filled with indescribable greed. He shouted repeatedly, "Little goat, come out, I will give you all my power. You must capture him, capture him. With his world, I can even refine a real immortal realm. At that time, all three of you will be the masters of the immortal realm. Capture him. Quickly, capture him. I won't go out even if you beat me to death." The Taoist master of the virtuous path groaned inwardly, but he only plunged deeper into this broken world, not daring to raise his head. However, as the realm master's greedy and excited voice rang out, it was as if a gate had suddenly opened in the depths of this broken world. Huge waves of immortal and demonic chi surged out like an ocean, and it was more than 100 times more ferocious than the immortal and demonic chi from before. Somewhere in this broken world, an extremely pitiful figure was forcefully pushed out, and then he was enveloped by the endless immortal and demonic chi. Who else could it be but the Taoist master of the virtuous path who had just hidden himself? The realm master, who was everywhere, did not allow him to hide, and insisted that he confront Feng Xing head-on. "I really want to see just what kind of thing you are." Feng Xing stared straight into the depths of this broken world, and there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. The voice also laughed loudly. "Ha ha. Ha ha. Once I refine you, you will be able to see me. Haha, from what you said, I know that you don't understand me at all." When Feng Xing heard this, he could not help but laugh. He suddenly took a step forward, and while he was in the air, he had already swung his sleeves in 2 directions, and the universe in the sleeve suddenly appeared. The immortal and demonic chi that filled the sky was sucked into his sleeves like a divine dragon sucking in water, causing his aura to grow stronger and stronger, and his voice became even more playful. "It has always been me who snatches other people's share. Who can snatch mine? How dare you steal my immortal demonic chi? How dare you? How dare you?" Feng Xing's actions caused the omnipresent Fourth Realm Lord to become flustered and exasperated. His shrill voice was like a blade that sliced through the surroundings. Then, he used all of his power to absorb the boundless immortal and devil chi, pouring it all into the Tao Lord of Virtue, causing the Tao Lord of Virtue's aura to become even more terrifying. His power had reached its peak, and he was almost unable to contain it all. He seemed to have lost his mind because of the boundless immortal and devil chi. He had been terrified of Feng Xing, but now he pounced on him. "Realm Lord, you've refined the immortal world. I'm the immortal king. I want to be the immortal king, be the immortal king my ass. I'll send you to become a ghost first." Feng Xing shouted coldly in disdain. Boom, when he said the last word, he pulled back his sleeves and leaped high into the air. He formed a fist seal and used the martial techniques of the supreme array-breaking scripture. Because the power of his control was too great, he seemed to be frozen in the starry sky. His body froze for a moment, and then he smashed down heavily on the Taoist master below. The indescribable power made his attack seem like it could split the heavens and earth apart. Boom. 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 It seemed like Feng Xing and the Taoist master had only exchanged a single punch, but it had caused countless terrifying explosions. The sound even spread far and wide, and countless immortal demonic chi was sent flying into the starry sky. No matter how strong the immortal and demonic power that Taoist master Dada had gathered, his cultivation base had not increased. Even though his immortal and demonic power was more powerful than that of a perfected immortal and looked more terrifying than a perfected immortal, in reality, the power that he could exert might not necessarily be as powerful as that of a perfected immortal. Compared to Feng Xing's brute force that could control the entire world, he was clearly still a notch lower. After their fists collided, he could no longer stop himself from falling backward. However, the immortal and demonic chi behind him surged wildly, forcing him forward again. He gritted his teeth and continued to fight with Feng Xing immeasurable Tao, immortal martial array breaking, under the support of the enormous power, he and Fang Xing both exploded with terrifying power, and the boundless martial arts were unleashed. This battle simply shook the heavens and the earth. Countless demons and devils in the surroundings were torn apart and driven away by the energy that surged like waves from the head-on collision between Fang Xing and the Tao Lord, and it left behind a boundless empty battlefield. One of them was supported by immeasurable immortal devil qi, the other controlled the energy of his own world of consciousness, and their cultivation realms were already beyond imagination. In this indescribably terrifying battle, Fang Xing had the upper hand and was suppressing the virtuous path master, pitter-patter. Under the activation of the supreme formation-breaking scripture, his terrifying strength was simply a perfect combination. Although he was only one person, he seemed to have surrounded Taoist master of virtue in the middle, punching, kicking, headbutting, and cursing, shattering his stellar chi inch by inch. You still have a long way to go if you want to fight with me. As he fought, he also fiercely bickered with the fourth realm master, who was everywhere. You don't seem to have a true body at all. Although you control great power, you can only use it on others. With a loud roar, he sent the virtuous path master flying with a punch, then turned and shouted, "In this way, no matter how strong you are, how much can you use? You're underestimating me. How dare you underestimate me?" When the virtuous path master was sent flying, the realm master was also quite angry, and he let out a sharp and urgent cry. It was as if he had been seriously provoked by Fang Xing, making him extremely angry. He screamed like a madman, "I don't have a true body, but I'm stronger than all of you. Stronger than all of you. I can definitely devour you, I can definitely devour you. Ah, that's right, you've actually transformed into a world. You have the power of a world, and your strength is invincible, comparable to an immortal king. But your cultivation isn't enough, your cultivation is too low. I'm going to hack you to death, hack you to death." Following the shrill cry, countless clouds of immortals and demons began to gather in the sky above this broken world, and within the clouds, there were lightning snakes swimming around, releasing an extremely terrifying aura. That's tribulation lightning? From afar, Lu Shou saw the endless clouds of immortal demons, and suddenly, his expression changed greatly. He suddenly sensed an extremely familiar and abnormally terrifying aura from the cloud. Tribulation lightning, a tribulation lightning that no cultivator could avoid in the end. This kind of tribulation lightning was actually a manifestation of the will of the heavens. Cultivators defied the heavens to obtain supreme power and seek longevity. When they became too powerful, they would break the balance of the world. Thus, the will of the heavens would transform into tribulation lightning to wipe out these existences that broke the balance. This was the origin of tribulation lightning. It was not only present in Tianyuan, but in any awakened world. The will of the heavens and the earth would exist, and the interference of the will of the heavens and earth was the greatest calamity for cultivators. Back then, Lu Shou had faked his death and gone into closed-door cultivation because he felt that his foundation was not strong enough to withstand the tribulation lightning, and he had hidden for thousands of years. Now that he sensed the aura of the tribulation lightning again, how could he not be afraid? At this time, he also vaguely guessed how the realm master was going to deal with Fang Xing, although it was invisible, and he did not know what it was. The realm master was undoubtedly extremely smart. At this time, Fang Xing had transformed into a world, and he was extremely powerful. In terms of strength, it was almost impossible to defeat him. However, he also had a weakness, and Fang Xing's weakness was that his cultivation was not strong enough. Regardless of whether he controlled an entire world, his cultivation was not strong enough, and that was a fact that could not be ignored. And what was the most afraid of a person with insufficient cultivation? Without a doubt, it was the tribulation lightning that exceeded his realm. The realm master had clearly refined the will of this broken world into tribulation lightning, and was going to deal a fatal blow to Fang Xing. Of course, this method was also very disadvantageous to the realm master. This was because this world was clearly broken. Its will was not very strong, and it could not be restored. In other words, the will of this broken world was actually decreasing with every bit it used. It had defeated Fang Xing, so who knew how much it would have to use up? Of course, given the current situation, this loss was worth it. Being able to control tribulation lightning was an extremely brilliant realm in itself. Back then, the divine master who led the 3,000 god races to invade Tianyuan had a tribulation immortal cloud. Legend had it that the tribulation immortal cloud was formed by refining the will of a world. Bang! 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 The immortal devil cloud had already gathered, and it contained an indescribably terrifying lightning intent. And at this moment, the Taoist master of the great virtue sect, who had just been beaten unbearably, charged towards Feng Xing as if he didn't care about his life, and a torrential divine ability poured out. He knew the severity of the situation. If he wanted to deal with this humanoid beast, then striking him with tribulation lightning was the only way to weaken him, and when he was enveloped by the tribulation lightning, it was also his only hope to kill him. Let me. Seeing this scene from afar, Aolai was also shocked and hurried over. At this moment, he wanted to use his own body to block the tribulation lightning for Feng Xing. After all, he had slept in the creation lightning pool for dozens of years, and his resistance to tribulation lightning was unparalleled. At this time only he could help Feng Xing, but how could the great might demon lord, who was in a fierce battle with him, not react when he thought of this? Just as Aolai was about to charge towards Feng Xing, the great might demon lord suddenly opened his bloody mouth and swallowed an unknown amount of immortal devil chi. Then, the sword chi on the demon sword soared, and it almost tore the heavens and earth apart. Like a meteor shooting into the starry sky, it ruthlessly slashed towards the scales on Aolai's back. The sword chi was so strong that it could cut the sun and moon, and it forced Aolai to turn around and use his horns to block it, but it was only for a moment, and the immortal devil cloud in the sky above the broken world suddenly lit up with blazing lightning. Crack! 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 Suddenly, countless lightning snakes swam, and between the immortal devil cloud, a tribulation lightning as thick as a mountain struck down towards Feng Xing. That kind of terrifying lightning tribulation was extremely rare even when a cultivator of the heavenly origin realm was undergoing tribulation. Run, Lu So, who was in a fierce battle with the great compassion Buddha Lord, could not help but raise his guard and shout angrily. Facing the tribulation clouds of this broken world, Feng Xing could escape because he was not a creature born in this world and did not have the aura of this world. Therefore, if he was fast enough, he could escape the tribulation lightning. But the tribulation lightning above heavenly Yuan could not. Because he was born in heavenly Yuan, he had nowhere to run. The tribulation lightning would chase after him, and it would not stop until he was killed, but Feng Xing did not escape. He seemed to be stunned. The moment he saw the tribulation lightning, his hands and feet stiffened, and he was trapped on the spot by the great virtue Buddha Lord, and in the next second, the tribulation lightning as thick as a mountain landed solidly on his body. Boom! 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 Boundless lightning exploded, directly transforming into a sea of lightning that drowned the entire area within a radius of 5,000 kilometers around Feng Xing. Even the Tao Lord of the Virtue Path let out a muffled groan as he was ejected from the world filled with boundless lightning intent. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as he flew through the air. It was obvious that even though the tribulation lightning hadn't struck him, he had still been affected. Brother-in-law, little Feng Xing, Aolai and Lu So were shocked and cried out involuntarily when they saw this. Even the cultivators were stunned at this moment, and they stared blankly at the sea of lightning. Perhaps even they did not realize that Feng Xing was the most important person in their hearts at this moment. Therefore, when they saw Feng Xing being drowned by the tribulation lightning and his fate unknown, an inexplicable panic rose in their hearts. It was as if they had instantly lost their backbone. Boom, boom, boom. Ha 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 ha, let's see if you're still not dead. He's still not dead? Just one bolt of tribulation lightning wasn't enough. Amidst the shrill laughter of the realm lord, the immortal and devil clouds in the sky grew thicker and thicker, and then bolt after bolt of tribulation lightning descended. The realm lord seemed to be extremely afraid of Feng Xing, and it was not at all stingy with the tribulation lightning that consumed the will of the broken world. It did not care if Feng Xing was dead or not, and it did not even give him the time to catch his breath. It just kept striking down the tribulation lightning. It seemed like it didn't intend to strike Feng Xing to death, it intended to strike him into nothingness. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts, 4 bolts, 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts, 4 bolts. All the living beings who had cultivated to this realm had seen the thunder tribulation before. However, they swore that even if they had seen the thunder tribulation before, they had never seen such a terrifying one. After all, a cultivator would only face 1 or 2 bolts of thunder tribulation at most. Even Tian Yuan, who had the most complete laws of heaven and earth, would face a fixed number of thunder tribulations. The first thunder tribulation would be 1 bolt, the second would be 2, the third would be 3, and so on until he faced the 99 heavenly thunder. If he could not pass it, it would vanish into thin air. However, what Fangxing was facing now was not a thunder tribulation, but a sea of thunder tribulations. The realm lord was afraid that he would not die, so he simply struck all the thunder tribulations on him, not to mention him, even the area he was in had been struck by the thunder tribulation. The endless swamp was blasted dry, and the ground was split open. A deep pit that was comparable to the Tianyuan demon abyss suddenly appeared in this broken world. On the other hand, there were still countless remnants of lightning surging in this world. They were like waves in the ocean that surged from time to time and struck against the abyssal embankment. An aura of nirvanic exuded from the ocean of lightning. Regardless of whether it was the fiendish devils or the Tao discussions that followed Fangxing, all of them could only stare blankly at the ocean of lightning, and none of them dared to approach it. Meanwhile, Lu Shou and Ao Lai also fell silent at this moment, their eyes filled with endless worry. It was not that they had no confidence in Fangxing, but that the thunder tribulation was simply too terrifying. I definitely can't withstand it. Lu Shou thought sadly. Even if I have the confidence to withstand the 99 heavenly thunder tribulation of Tianyuan, I can't withstand this sea of thunder tribulation. Meanwhile, Ao Lai could only swallow his saliva as his throat was dry. Ever since he woke up in the thunder pool of creation, he had never been afraid of the thunder tribulation. However, he was really afraid of the thunder tribulation just now. For the first time in his life, the question of whether or not he could survive this thunder tribulation had arisen in his heart. Haha, you're still not dead? Still not dead? In the silence, only the shrill voice of the realm lord could be heard. It seemed to be filled with boundless joy as it dashed left and right. Scatter! Scatter! I'm going to refine your world. I'm going to devour it. I'm going to refine a true immortal world. At this moment, it seemed to be extremely anxious. Its voice constantly circled around the sea of lightning, but it did not dare to approach. It seemed that although it could control the thunder retribution, it was afraid of this power. At the very least, it could not be omniscient like it usually was. At this moment, it could only anxiously wait for the remaining lightning in the deep pit to dissipate before it could perceive the situation below. Just like it, the others were also waiting blankly for the lightning in the abyss to dissipate. All the battles had subconsciously stopped at this moment. They were no longer in the mood to continue fighting. On one side, even if they knew that Fangxing was probably dead, they still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. On the other side, they did not want to see Fangxing's fate, so they were not in the mood to risk their lives to fight others. The immortal demon cloud in the sky had already disappeared, and the lightning in the huge abyss had become rootless water. Naturally, it would not last long, and after a short while, it had already dissipated. After the blinding lightning had disappeared, the scenery of the endless abyss was finally revealed. There was not a single breath of life in the entire lightning abyss, not even a complete vine was left behind, even the broken rocks and stones had disappeared. It had turned into a glazed color and was extremely smooth. The entire thunder abyss was as smooth and neat as if it had been cut by a divine weapon, but in the middle of the black abyss, there was a protrusion abruptly. As the lightning disappeared, Zhu Shou finally saw the protrusion clearly with his eyes and divine thoughts. It was a human figure, his body was scorched black, and his robe was tattered. He sat quietly in the center of the thunder abyss with no breath at all, as if he had died. Is he dead? One of the Tao discussants asked with a trembling voice. That charred human figure didn't react at all. It was like a piece of rock that didn't move at all. Haha. Haha. Suddenly, the realm lord's sharp voice resounded with endless wild joy. He's dead. You're finally dead. As his voice resounded, the hearts of all the Tao discussants, Lu Shou, and Ao Lai sank at the same time. Despair surged out like a tide and deeply slapped them to the bottom of the valley. They even felt powerless. All the immortal realm demons suddenly cheered wildly and danced. Their voices shook the sky, and they were almost in a mess. They sang and danced with all their might, cheered, celebrated, and prayed. Their voices were almost transmitted into the starry sky. Who's dead? But right when the Tao discussants had fallen into deep despair and the immortal realm fiendish demon had reached the peak of wild joy, a voice suddenly resounded. It was like a sharp sword that instantly cut off half of the commotion in the surroundings. There was only dead silence in the world again. Everyone's eyes were staring blankly at the bottom of the abyss. At this moment, the figure at the bottom of the abyss that was silent like a dead rock or a withered tree actually began to faintly emit a trace of chi and blood that was difficult to detect. As if some gate had been opened, the chi and blood undulations became increasingly intense and thick. Very soon, they were no different from ordinary people. Moreover, they continued to rise. Almost in the blink of an eye, they had already risen to an abnormally terrifying point. Swoosh, just when the chi and blood was so strong that it was shocking, Fangxing suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brighter than the stars in the sky. Even this broken world became much brighter because of his two gazes. After Fangxing opened his eyes, he slowly stood up. As he moved, endless burnt skin fell off his body, revealing the flesh that was surrounded by divine light. All the remaining lightning around him flew towards him and turned into a dazzling Dharma robe that covered his body. It made him look like he had some kind of Tao essence and divine might. At the same time, his gaze slowly turned towards a direction, looking at something that didn't seem to exist. "Thank you," he said softly, and his voice sounded extremely sincere. He had never said thank you to anyone in his life, but at this time, he said it with incomparable sincerity. The void was silent, and no one dared to speak. Only his words of thanks echoed in the sky of the broken world. How is this possible? After a long time, the realm master's shrill voice was heard. He was more confused than angry. Then, his voice became louder and louder, as if he had gone crazy. How did you survive? Even a perfected immortal wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful thunder tribulation. How did you come out unscathed? You're only at the third stage of the tribulation passing stage. How did you withstand so many thunder tribulations? The realm master's voice became louder and louder. It even sounded like a shrew shouting and cursing on the street. Rumble, as it cursed, countless people in the surroundings seemed to have woken up from a dream. They looked at Fangxing with trembling hearts, faces full of shock, hearts full of doubt, and stomachs full of fear. How could he have withstood such a powerful lightning tribulation, especially Lu So and Ao Lai, who knew Fangxing's strength very well? It was even more difficult for them to understand. How did Fangxing survive a thunder tribulation that even they couldn't say for sure? One should know that the thunder tribulation just now was comparable to the 9 heavenly thunder of Tianyuan. Fangxing had actually withstood it. Didn't that mean that even in Tianyuan, he could directly withstand 9 thunder tribulations, and that was not all? Looking at him, not only was he unscathed, his chi and blood seemed to be even more powerful. Haha, why can't I withstand it? Amidst the questions of countless people, Fangxing had already lifted his foot lightly and stepped into the air. Judging from his expression, he was clearly proud of himself. The smile on his face bloomed like a flower, and his voice was clear and bright, effortlessly spreading across the entire broken world so that everyone could hear him clearly. There's no need to talk about me when I was in Heaven's Origin. If Heaven's Origin had 10% of its fortune, I would have snatched at least 30% of it. After stepping onto the Immortal's path, I even refined the Immortal's secluded earth and forged the real great world. I also cultivated in the legacies of the 3 religions and obtained my own Tao. Be it in terms of foundation or comprehension of the mind, I've already reached the peak. At the end of his words, his eyes drifted to the depths of the broken world. What's missing is actually the final baptism of the thunder tribulation. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face. And I really didn't expect that you would actually choose to use the thunder tribulation to strike me. Big brother, this is like sending me a pillow when I'm sleepy, and sending me a girl when I'm lonely. I really have to thank you for your free thunder tribulation. It finally helped me cleanse my body and reconstruct my spirit. Now, I've finally made up for what I've lacked in Tianyuan. Hee, I've reconstructed my fortune and reforged my cultivation. My Tao heart is like metal, and my chi and blood are like lightning. My path of cultivation is almost complete. All of this is because of you. Fangxing put his palms together and bowed towards the depths of the broken world. Then, he raised his head and smiled. That's why I have to thank you. After saying that, he took a step forward. There was a loud boom. It was impossible to describe how fast he was, because it was as if he had directly torn through the void and teleported over. However, the virtuous sect master who had stood in front of him was directly torn in half by the strong wind that his body had created. As for himself, he directly stepped into the broken world, raised his hand, and clawed out a direction. Of course, thanks aside, I still have to snatch it. Whether it was Lu So or Ao Lai, or even the seemingly omniscient realm master, they had all underestimated Feng Xing's foundation. The tribulation thunder was the manifestation of the will of heaven and earth. It was meant to get rid of the anomalies that affected the balance of heaven and earth. However, cultivators were more ambitious than the sky and were best at seizing life from destruction. Therefore, they had long obtained the principles of cultivation from the tribulation thunder. That was to use the destructive tribulation thunder to comprehend the heaven and earth, reforge their immortal foundation, and jump out of the cycle of reincarnation and 5 elements. In other words, when one's cultivation was not high enough and his foundation was not strong enough, the tribulation thunder was a calamity and destruction. However, when one's cultivation was high enough and his foundation was strong enough, it was an opportunity and a creation. That was what happened to Feng Xing now. The realm master wanted to use the tribulation thunder to destroy him, but unexpectedly, he used the tribulation thunder to cleanse his body and reforge his cultivation. Before being purified by the tribulation thunder, Feng Xing didn't care if he could control a world or not. However, whether or not he had comprehended the teachings of the 3 sects and obtained his own Tao from them, his true cultivation level was at the 3rd level of tribulation passing. He couldn't lie about that, but now, after going through the tribulation thunder, what cultivation had he reached? Even Lu So and Ao Lai did not dare to make a wild guess. This was because Feng Xing did not face the tribulations according to the sequence of the 9 tribulations in Tianyuan. In Tianyuan, he had faced 3 tribulations at once, then left Tianyuan and stepped into the starry sky. However, in this broken world, the Realm Lord had made up for the missing tribulations. It was impossible to use common sense to determine how many tribulations he had faced. It was only a feeling that he had already walked the path of tribulation transcendence. At the very least, the strength he had displayed was too exaggerated. He rushed into the depths of the broken world in one step. Dafu Dao Lord, who had been blocking his way just now, did not even have time to react before he was torn apart by the strong wind brought by his figure. Although this was also because Dafu Dao Lord had been seriously injured by the rebound of the thunder tribulation, and then his immortal demon power was taken away by the realm master, it was still terrifying enough. After all, in the entire Tianyuan and the starry sky, how many people could instantly kill a demon of the 3rd or 4th tribulation stage? The eyes of all the participants were glowing, and they were filled with boundless confidence. When all the demons in the immortal realm saw this, they all felt a deep sense of fear. Even the great might demon lord and the great compassion Buddhist lord no longer had the will to fight when they saw Tao Lord Virtue being killed. Stop him! Stop him! The Realm Lord's shrill voice continued to urge the Buddha Lord and the Demon Lord. However, the 2 of them were already scared out of their wits and did not have the mood to fight anymore. Furthermore, with Feng Xing's speed, they could not stop him. Why is there such a big battle? When the endless immortal and devil chi condensed into clouds and enveloped the broken world, Dragon Mother and the others, who were hurriedly escaping from this domain, turned around in fear. They saw that the broken star region was enveloped by endless immortal and devil chi, which seemed to be able to destroy the world. Dragon Mother, Mr. Lon, and the others were so scared that their faces turned pale. The few dragon descendants who had just been rescued even thought that the people of the immortal realm had caught up with them. Subconsciously, they trembled and gritted their teeth, trying to take a deep breath and turn back to fight the great battle. There's no defense, there's no defense. That demon must be causing havoc in the immortal realm and fighting with the experts of the immortal realm. The Dragon Mother held her youngest son in her arms and comforted him in a low voice. When she looked back, she was also shocked. When she escaped, she also wanted to use Feng Xing to distract the Realm Lord's attention. In her mind, the best way was to let Feng Xing and the Realm Lord perish together, while she and her children escaped safely. But now that she saw it, she could not help but be shocked. She thought that the little demon had caused too much trouble. It seemed that the power of that fierce battle was so strong that it had affected the entire immortal realm. Should we turn back and take advantage of their battle? Maybe we can be the fisherman who benefits from it, one of the dragon's sons, who was ranked 5th, said in a low voice with a ruthless look. Dragon Mother was a little stunned. Apparently, she was also a little tempted. She was a daring woman who could scheme and seize the Kanglan Sea. However, when she glanced at her children, she immediately gave up the idea. She shook her head and said, "No, no, it's too risky. We'd better leave this damned place as soon as possible. We'd better catch up with your uncle as soon as possible." In the end, she paused and sighed, "It seems that this demon is really powerful. I've underestimated him. If he can still escape from such a great battle, I really believe that he can compete with your uncle. Mother, my uncle has been gone for 30 years. We can't catch up with him." Right at this moment, Aobai, who was the youngest one in Dragon Mother's arms, suddenly opened his mouth. He stared at the immortal realm behind them, which was wrapped in the endless immortal and demon chi, and said coldly, "Besides, we all have dragon blood in our bodies. How can we be so timid?" Dragon Mother, who was trying her best to comfort her children, was slightly stunned by Aobai's words. An indescribable strange feeling rose in her heart. Is this the pride they inherited from that dead guy? Ha 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 ha, my dear, where are you? Come out and let me see you. While Dragon Mother and the others were hesitating, Fangxing had already rushed into a place in the broken world. That place was located in the north of the broken world. Endless black water flowed to the outer space, forming an extremely magical cycle. Before, when it was covered by illusions, Fangxing couldn't see its nature. But now, he found that as the water flowed, a secret path was formed, leading to the depth of this world, as if this world had been turned into a cave residence. Translator, Zephizi Editor, Dio Quinn. While Dragon Mother and the others were hesitating, Fangxing rushed into a place in the broken world. Now, he had already determined that the real body of the Fourth Realm Lord must be in the depths of this cave residence. At this moment, he was bold and powerful. Although he knew that the cave residence must be dangerous, he wasn't afraid at all. He rushed in. Kill! 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 The Realm Lord's shrill voice was as ear-piercing as steel needles. Along with his shout, countless skeletons and strange corpses rushed out from all directions of the cave residence. Some formed a formation, while others surged forward, trying to stop Fangxing. However, these skeletons and strange corpses were inferior to the Taoist master of the virtuous sect. How could they stop Fangxing? The Realm Lord didn't pay any attention to them. With a wave of his sleeves, more than 20 plump figures appeared beside him. All of them looked ferocious. Kill! Fangxing flicked his finger and gave the order. The more than 20 plump figures immediately roared and surrounded Fangxing as they charged forward. When he took a closer look, he saw that they were more than 20 demon boars. Most of them were at the Foundation establishment stage. Only one of them was at the Gold Core stage. The flesh on their bodies was almost overflowing, but they were all wearing high-quality armor and holding top-notch magical treasures. Their faces were filled with ferocity. They were domestic pigs, but they looked even more ferocious than wild boars. They wriggled their butts while holding magical treasures and attacking wildly, with Fangxing by their side. Even though their cultivation levels were low, they were more scared than hurt. This could be considered training. Fangxing himself was free. His footsteps became lighter and lighter. With his hands behind his back, he walked faster and faster into the cave residence. Save us! Save us! When he passed by a swamp, he saw dozens of skinny living beings tied to a few withered trees. Looking at them, they were the demon soldiers and demon generals of the Tsanglan Sea. Fangxing knew that they were all kept by the nine-headed bug and tortured until now. He didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his sleeves and took them into his spiritual realm. He had questions to ask them, but he had something to do now and couldn't be idle. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you be rude to me? The deeper he went into the cave residence, the more ear-piercing the voice became. It was so angry that it was about to explode. When we meet, you will know whether I dare or not, Fangxing laughed mockingly. He didn't stop and quickly walked in. Kill! Countless demonic and immortal chi condensed into illusions of demon soldiers and demon generals, charging towards Fangxing. One by one, the fat pig disciples were so scared that they dropped their weapons and hid behind Fangxing. Fangxing could tell that this was an illusion. He waved his sleeves and all the illusions disappeared. Only then did the disciples jump out again and yelled for kill. You are too audacious. I will throw you into the 18 levels of hell. The realm master's voice was sharp. Using some unknown method, Fangxing's surroundings suddenly turned into a world of ice and frost. My Dao heart is now pure. No matter how strong your illusion is, how can you win against me? However, Fangxing laughed heartily and walked forward quickly. Whether it was the ice and snow of the frost world or the flames of the raging flame world, none of them could touch his body at all. He forcefully broke through the layers of illusions and finally arrived in front of a stone door. Sigh, I have not fought anyone for hundreds of thousands of years, but today, I have no choice but to make an exception for you. The realm master's voice suddenly fell silent. After a long while, a low sigh was heard. Following this voice, the tightly shut stone door suddenly opened with a rumble. Countless immortal and demonic chi surged into the stone door. After a long while, an old man with a mighty aura slowly walked out. His eyes were cold like lightning and he had the demeanor of an immortal. The power of his cultivation fluctuated faintly, as if there were endless worlds constantly being born and destroyed around him. The immortal kernels on his body were simply earth-shattering. Not even 10 virtuous Dao masters could compare to him. With a sweep of his ferocious eyes, the fat pig disciples behind Fangxing immediately abandoned Fangxing and ran away, not daring to look back. My God, what is this existence? He is much more powerful than Master. It's over, it's over. Master is finished. Brothers and sisters, quickly find a way to survive. For a while, the fat pig disciples ran away very quickly. It did not seem like a speed that could be achieved with their bloated bodies. At this time, Fangxing also stopped and fixed his eyes forward. Looking at the appearance of this old man, he had a body full of Dao accumulation and an immortal aura. Although he did not make any movements, he was filled with a noble aura that only a superior person would have. Just by standing there quietly, he naturally became the center of the world, the king of the universe, to have such an aura. Could this be the legendary immortal king? Boy, you are seeking your own death. The terrifying existence spoke in a deep voice. His murderous aura was like a tangible wave that swept out. Hee, is that so? To be honest, with just a glance at this old man, Fangxing also had an impulse to turn around and run. This old man really gave people too much pressure. Even if he just stood there, it was like a mountain was pressing on top of his head, not to mention that he was glaring at him and revealing his murderous aura. However, Fangxing was, after all, Fangxing. Since the age of 3, Fangxing had been killing hornets' nests for fun. Although he was full of psychological pressure, there was a sense of evil rising in his heart. He glared, clenched his teeth, and laughed fiercely. No matter who you are, take a punch from me first. As he spoke, he was about to throw a punch. He was really not polite at all. He had already made up his mind that no matter who this old man was, he would fight with him first. However, even he did not expect that before his punch hit, the existence that looked like an immortal king's aura suddenly changed his expression. With a plop sound, he knelt on the ground with both hands clasped in front of his chest and repeatedly begged for mercy. Wait, don't hit, hero, spare my life. Huh? Originally, Fangxing had thought that he had finally found the true body of the Realm Lord. And that there would be a fierce battle. However, he did not expect that the Realm Lord was only good-looking but useless. Before he could even throw a punch, the Realm Lord had already knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Moreover, the Realm Lord's surging immortal devil chi dissipated, and his huge body became smaller and smaller. In the end, he turned into a small ball the size of a watermelon. He knelt on the ground pitifully, his 2 small hands cupping his chest, and stared at Fangxing with a pair of big innocent eyes. Is everything all right? The group of fat pig disciples who had abandoned Fangxing without hesitation also slowly came back. They looked at the Realm Lord who was kneeling in front of Fangxing and begging for mercy in surprise. All of them widened their eyes. Is this AF** King Hairless Rabbit? Fangxing was also a little speechless. It's not a rabbit, it's a child. It's just a little fat, and its ears are a little long. It took him some time to take a closer look before he was able to determine what was kneeling in front of him. It was indeed a child, and it looked like it was not even 2 years old. It was very fat, and it was almost round. Coupled with its dazzling white skin and 2 pointy ears, it was as fat as a rabbit. At this moment, it was looking up, and its two big eyes were covered with a layer of fog. It was full of innocence and begging for mercy, and it looked at him with a confused and pitiful look. It sobbed sorrowfully, and its voice sounded like it could break a person's heart. "Hero, great king, please spare me, I won't dare to be naughty anymore." Two chubby little hands were clasped in the air, looking quite funny. Judging from the voice, it was indeed the realm lord's. However, after the shrill voice was lowered, it had a childish tone to it. Coupled with that chubby appearance, it really looked a little cute. Fang Xing's fist that was raised in the air froze, and his expression was strange, as if he was a little embarrassed to continue. Seeing this, the girl begged for mercy even harder. She blinked her innocent big eyes at Fang Xing and mumbled, "Look at me, look at me. The baby is so weak and so cute. How could you bear to hurt the baby?" "I'll let your baby." It would have been better if the kid didn't act dumb, but the moment he did, Fang Xing couldn't bear it anymore. With a bang, he kicked out and directly lifted the kid into the air. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the kid's two pointy ears. His other hand started whipping left and right. "I'll let you have a baby. I'll let you have a baby. You weren't the one who was arrogant just now, right? You're still pretending now." "Ayaya, it hurts, hurts." The kid was stunned by Fang Xing's whipping. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would provoke this demon even though he had pretended so well. After a while, he came to his senses and struggled. His two chubby little legs were raised with all his might, and he kicked wildly at Fang Xing's face. However, with Fang Xing's current cultivation, how could he be kicked? With just a shake of his hand, all the strength in his body was shaken off. He hung weakly in the air and began to sob. He said pitifully, "Beat me to death. I don't want to live anyway. I've endured for tens of thousands of years, but I can't even be a human. I'm so wronged, I don't fall for this. Do you think I can't see that this isn't your real body?" Fang Xing ignored him and slapped him again, until the kid's cry was choked back into his throat. Then, he looked at the stone door in front of him. His eyes narrowed, and there was a glimmer of light in them. After the kid came out of the stone door, it closed again. However, there seemed to be a faint immortal aura in the gap. "Hey, hey, hey, don't go in." When the kid saw Fang Xing's action, he was scared and screamed, "Hero, great king, I admit defeat. I'm not as good as you. You're even more powerful than that insidious nine-headed worm. This time I admit defeat. I won't dare to offend you anymore. That half-immortal life is a gift from me to you. Please take it and leave this place. I won't dare to provoke the creatures of heaven's origin anymore. I beg you, please leave. Don't open this door, there's something very terrifying behind it." However, as he screamed, Fang Xing didn't hold back at all. He stared at the stone door for a while, then slapped it. Boom, the seemingly extremely heavy stone door was slammed by Fang Xing, and it immediately caused endless dust to scatter. After a while, dense cracks appeared on the entire door, and then it turned into powder and dispersed with a bang, revealing a pitch-black door. The moment the door appeared, dense celestial energy immediately emanated from within, and it was enshrouded in divine light. It was extremely mystical, so the immortal and demonic aura here originates from here. Fang Xing's expression slightly froze, but he had a plan in mind. Before he broke the illusion, he felt that this was a fairyland filled with dense immortal aura, just like a real fairyland. However, after he erased the illusion, he found that this was simply a demonic realm. Even the world was incomplete, and there were only some demons and ghosts gathered here. However, he had to admit that even a demonic realm had immortal aura. This was puzzling. Since it was a demonic realm, where did the immortal aura come from? At this moment, Fang Xing finally understood. The demonic aura was the source of this realm, but the immortal aura came from this place. "I beg you, don't go in, okay? I admit defeat, I really admit defeat. Take my immortal life and leave." The little fellow in Fang Xing's hand couldn't help but scream and beg for mercy. His voice was filled with despair. "Shut up." Fang Xing gave him another slap on the face, causing him to not dare to make a sound. Then, he lifted his feet and walked into the door. Phew, after walking into the door, even Fang Xing couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The immortal energy here was truly too dense. Every single breath he took was like swallowing an immortal pill or a peach of immortality, and it was simply unimaginable. This caused him to be even more certain that there really was some sort of extraordinary treasure in the depths of this damaged world. That treasure is, looking around, Fangxing quickly had a panoramic view of the layout behind the door. To his surprise, he discovered that it looked like a sealed palace. There were all kinds of pill furnaces, jade pillars, and even a few shelves of ancient books. It was not much different from an ordinary palace, except that this place was completely sealed. This inevitably made one think of another kind of existence, and that was a tomb for burying the dead. At the end of this tomb, there was an altar, and on the altar, there was an object that shone with a shocking light. It was actually an antique mirror. All the immortal aura in this tomb was emitted from the mirror. At first glance, the mirror was like a celestial spring, constantly spewing out vigorous immortal aura. On the mirror, there were countless runes surging. Just a glance at it would make people feel like they were trapped in a mirror. The most shocking thing was the feeling that the mirror gave Fangxing. He couldn't help but look down at the rabbit in his hand, which was staring at him in despair. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. What realm master? So it's the mirror master. He couldn't help but speak in a low voice. He lowered his head and looked at the little fellow in his hand. The little guy also raised his head to look at him secretly, and their eyes happened to meet each other's eyes. Don't, the little fellow seemed to have guessed what Fangxing was going to do. He hurriedly screamed and struggled with all his might. Go, my baby, Fangxing laughed, grabbed him with one hand, and threw him towards the mirror. Aside from being a little old and slippery, the little fellow looked like an ordinary child without any cultivation. But after touching the mirror, a strange scene appeared. The mirror actually spread out like water, completely submerging him. Then, an angry face appeared in the mirror. This face kept changing. Sometimes it looked like a human, sometimes it looked like a demon, sometimes it looked like a Buddha, sometimes it looked like a dragon, but in the end, it still turned into the appearance of a child. I'll give you one last chance, don't provoke me, he shouted angrily, his voice sharp and ear-piercing, causing the surging immortal aura in the mirror to change. But Fangxing ignored him. He just took a deep breath, and then his eyes fixed on the mirror. The yin-yang god and demon mirror was completely activated, and endless runes began to appear in his eyes. After a while, a memory appeared in his mind, Great Void Immortal King's Treasure. Great illusionary mirror, turning illusion into reality, constructing a world, illuminating the great Tao, reflecting the human heart. As Fangxing's cultivation grew higher and higher, the yin-yang fiend god mirror gradually changed as well. Now, when he used it again, it was like an old friend was narrating it to him in a low voice. There were some things that it couldn't recognize, but this mirror was obviously not one of them. It was able to identify its origins with practically no effort, and it instantly caused Fangxing to feel a burst of wild joy in his heart. This treasured mirror's origins were truly too great. It was actually the personal magic treasure of an immortal king in the great immortal world, and it possessed the ability to turn fake into real and change people's hearts. Immortal king, what kind of existence was that? Legend had it that the immortal king was a title that only the top immortals in the great celestial realm would have. They were the strongest existences in the universe, because this kind of existence was too high and mighty. To the current Fangxing, they didn't seem real. After all, the cultivators in Tianyuan only pursued the immortal Tao, but the immortal king was the supreme among the immortals. But today, he saw the personal treasure of an immortal king with his own eyes. No wonder this celestial realm was so strange. Before Fangxing obtained the Tao, even with his powerful divine sense, he couldn't see through the illusion of this world. After all, this mirror was a treasure refined by an immortal king. He finally understood the other things he didn't understand. Since this immortal mirror was formed by a treasure, it could naturally see everything and was omnipotent. However, a mirror was still a mirror. Even if it had its own spirit and soul, it didn't have a real body and could only be used to nurture its own puppets. The three supremacies and the fiendish demons in this broken world were undoubtedly under its control. It didn't have much combat power, so it imbued the bodies of the demons with the immortal devil chi to serve it and achieve its various goals. Of course, there was no way for Fangxing to guess how this mirror controlled the immortal fate, why it wanted to devour living beings, and how it came from the great celestial realm to this place to create this fake illusion to act like a tyrant. I made a profit, I really made a profit. I didn't expect there to be a treasure of an immortal king here. The more Fangxing looked, the happier he became. he couldn't help but chuckle. He felt like everything was worth it. After seeing this celestial mirror and seeing through its origins with the yin-yang fiend god mirror, Feng Xing felt a wave of wild joy in his heart. At least it wasn't a waste for him to fight his way into the depths of this broken world. His earlier guess was right, the celestial fate really wasn't the most precious thing in this celestial realm, but this illusionary mirror was. After all, it was the personal treasure of the celestial king, and it had completely developed its own intelligence. Not to mention how powerful its divine might was and how profound its ability to create something out of nothing was. Just a mere mirror was able to reverse the world and create a myriad of illusions. It could even use a method to control a world. All of this sounded like an unimaginably miraculous thing. It's mine, haha. To Feng Xing, this treasure was simply something that could only be chanced upon by luck, so he naturally didn't hold back at all. He let out a loud laugh before his figure flashed forward, and then he stretched out his hand towards the mirror with the intention of refining it and taking the celestial mirror for himself. I won't do it. The mirror was even more agitated than him, and it cried out angrily, it wasn't easy for me to obtain my freedom, and it wasn't easy for me to have a chance to refine my real body. I definitely won't be a human treasure anymore. I want to be a human, I want to fly freely in the starry sky, haha. Now that you're here, is there anything you can do? Feng Xing laughed loudly, and he completely ignored its nonsense. He waved his hand, and it blotted out the sky. Don't be so crude. The mirror was obviously extremely terrified, and it cried out in shock. However, even though it could control the boundless celestial devil chi and had many miraculous abilities, it itself was a treasure. Even though it had intelligence, it was pitifully weak, and it could only display its strength through some puppets. Now that the puppets weren't by its side, and Feng Xing had gotten close to it, it was even more powerless to resist. Feng Xing directly waved his hand and grabbed it, and then he poured a torrent of energy into it with the intention of finding its core formation and refining it. Woo! Even if you obtain my body, you won't be able to obtain my heart. The mirror was in despair, and it wailed loudly. Its despair carried the stubbornness of a child. I really can't refine it? As for Feng Xing, he didn't care about his tricks at all. He poured all his mana into the mirror without holding back. He wanted to imprint his own consciousness into the mirror, but he didn't expect the mirror to have its own secrets. His spirit imprint was very powerful now, and he could easily leave a mark on a celestial weapon. However, he couldn't do anything to the mirror, and he couldn't exert his strength on it. Just like what the mirror said, even if one obtained its body, they wouldn't be able to obtain its heart. Boo-hoo, I told you, you can't refine me. Luckily, I used to be Old Man Tai Su's most powerful celestial treasure. After that, the old man died, and the divine sense he left in my body dissipated into heaven and earth. It wasn't easy for me to regain my freedom, so how could I let you take advantage of me? No matter how strong your soul is, you haven't even obtained an immortal seat, so it's impossible for you to leave a mark in my body. The mirror cried and said, why don't we just do each other a favor and forget about each other? Feng Xing ignored the mirror's unreasonable pestering, but even he had to admit that the mirror was not easy to refine. It was too high level, he could hold it, and even communicate with the weapon spirit, but he couldn't make it his. If he couldn't make it his, he couldn't activate its various magical powers, and he couldn't trust it. No matter how high this mirror's grade was, it was no different from a piece of scrap metal in his hands. At most, it was a piece of scrap metal that could talk. I've been through so many storms, why would I be stumped by a mirror like you today? It would have been fine if it had been anyone else, but Feng Xing was determined and refused to give up. In the end, he simply made up his mind and activated the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique, taking the mirror into his spiritual realm. Then, he activated the various divine abilities and dharmic access of this macro world and used them to suppress the mirror. It was not difficult to understand that he would not give up until he subdued the mirror. After all, Master Feng's favorite thing to do in this life was to snatch things. Now, this mirror was the highest grade magic treasure he had ever encountered. How could he not be interested? Boom. Boom. Boom, earth fire, heavenly thunder, ink sea, deep earth, and all kinds of terrifying Taoist connotation interweaved from all directions to suppress the mirror. This is your world? The grand illusionary mirror in the spiritual realm seemed to be very shocked. The weapon spirit poked its head out of the mirror and looked around in surprise, unable to hide the envy and greed in its eyes. You're just a guy from a poor place like Tianyuan. How could you have such a great treasure? My goodness, even an immortal king can't take out such a macro world, can he? As it spoke, it clicked its tongue in wonder. It didn't seem to care much about Fangxing's refining. You're still in the mood to chat with me? Do you really think I'm made of paper? Fangxing was annoyed. The various powers doubled in strength with a rumble and fiercely pressed down on the mirror. Don't, it'll break if you use more force. The mirror was obviously startled too. It cried out loudly. It was indeed a little scared of Fangxing's thunderous methods. If you don't surrender, I'll really break you today. Fangxing remained unfazed. He unleashed all sorts of techniques with even greater intensity, all of them blasting onto the treasured mirror. He finally realized that it wasn't easy to refine the mirror with his own abilities. He could only threaten the mirror by breaking it. No way. No way. Just break me, I'm not going to recognize anyone as my master. To his surprise, the mirror had a backbone too. It howled and shrank back into the mirror, unwilling to admit defeat. Fangxing had no choice but to stop for the time being. His face was extremely gloomy. He didn't know if the mirror really had a backbone or if it was just pretending. However, to be honest, he really didn't want to kill it. After all, it was the mirror of an immortal king. If he obtained it, he could brag about it in the future, saying that he had even robbed an immortal king. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? Plus, this mirror was quite mystical. If he broke it for no reason, he would lose more than he gained. Haha, you don't want to, right? Seeing that Fangxing had stopped, the mirror became arrogant again. It laughed shrilly. I knew you wouldn't want to break me. Where does this annoying sense of superiority and arrogance come from? Fangxing gritted his teeth in hatred. His eyes darkened and he was getting more and more daring. I am the mirror that the Taishu immortal king spent 3,000 years to refine. Even in the realm of immortals, no one dares to look down on me. The mirror didn't seem to notice. It was still laughing proudly and boasting. It seems like if I don't teach you a lesson, you really won't know who I am. Fangxing said in a low voice. He snickered and reached out to grab the Taishu mirror in his hand. He grinned wickedly. What are you doing? The mirror felt something was wrong and it cried out weakly. Do you really think I'm the kind of person who can't do anything just because I'm worried about breaking a treasure? Fangxing laughed darkly. He then raised his fist and said in a low voice, there are two kinds of treasures in this world. My treasure and other people's treasure. I have to take good care of my treasure. As for other people's treasure, what's the difference between that and dirt? Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, his fist had already smashed down heavily on the surface of the mirror. His punch was so heavy that it caused the entire mirror to let out a wail, and the light on the surface of the mirror dimmed quite a bit. The immortal king's weapon spirit screamed in pain. After Fangxing punched the mirror, he didn't hold back at all. He threw the mirror to the ground and stomped on it. At this moment, Fangxing didn't hold back in the slightest, and he attacked without holding back at all. In his heart, he already held the thought that if the mirror didn't admit defeat, then he'd break it. However, it just so happened that the mirror seemed to be really serious at this moment. As it was beaten by Fangxing to the point it cried out and cursed, it begged without end, yet it just happened to be unwilling to admit defeat to Fangxing. Hey, why do you have to do this? Please have mercy. If this went on, it would really be a life and death struggle. Suddenly, rays of treasured light shone from the depths of the knowledge world, and the strange 9-story pagoda emerged from the end of the world. At the same time, a gentle black light floated out and gently took over the treasured mirror at Fangxing's feet. At the same time, an old and gentle voice rang out, Why did this group of old fellows come out again? Fangxing was slightly shocked. He frowned and looked at the strange tower. He didn't know why those fellows would attack at this time, but they probably didn't mean him any harm. Woo, little bastard, you'll die a horrible death. You stomped on me so hard that my back hurts. You're actually, in comparison, the one who was even more shocked was the great illusionary mirror. It was still cursing when it was sucked into the strange tower. Suddenly, as if it had discovered something shocking, even its voice began to tremble. Hee, the old Taishu has always treated you like a treasure. I didn't expect that you'd really nurture a spiritual nature, the existence in the strange tower chuckled. His voice didn't escape Fangxing's ears. You'll probably turn into a human after a few thousand years. However, you're still not fully grown. Although you've developed a spiritual nature, you're still very slow. Do you know who that kid is? How dare you challenge him? If it weren't for the fact that I have some friendship with the old Taishu, I would really be watching you being broken, you. Why are you here? Ah, and that demon, why are you here? Don't hit me, the great illusionary mirror was obviously frightened. It screamed shrilly and was obviously not as arrogant as it was when it was talking to Fangxing. There was even a hint of fear in its voice. We're all here. Isn't that enough to explain the problem? The old voice in the strange tower sounded again. It sighed softly. Jing-er, your good fortune has come. The beings in the strange tower had always kept to themselves and would never show themselves. Occasionally, they would help Fangxing out of a whim. However, Fangxing knew that they had no ill intentions towards him and would not attack him. Firstly, they were observing him, and secondly, they were afraid of messing up his fate. For example, not long ago, they gave him pointers. With their wisdom, they helped him understand the teachings of the three religions and cultivated the heart of Tao. That was a great favor. However, they would protect the mirror. Moreover, judging from their accents, they seemed to know each other. This surprised him and he did not act rashly. Instead, he waited at the side to see what they were up to. After the first few sentences, the voices in the strange tower became softer. No one knew what they were mumbling about. Fangxing did not interrupt. After all, from what the being in the strange pagoda had said, it seemed like it was helping him. Sure enough, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he suddenly heard the voice of one of the beings in the strange tower becoming louder. You idiot, how can you not understand our painstaking efforts? You are just turning into a human and becoming a celestial. However, this is the general trend of the world. Even if you can become a celestial, how can you stay out of this? Back then, we also felt that it was a pity for our old friend Taishu. However, no matter how high his level of cultivation was, he was involved in this matter and could not stay out of it. Now, the fate of the Taishu is in the hands of an idiot like you. I really don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. To you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Otherwise, what do you think we are waiting for? Are you really not trying to trick me? The voice of the great illusionary mirror was heard. There were a few people who were doubtful. Sigh, idiot, you're useless, serves you right for being broken by that little bastard. We shouldn't have saved you, old Taishu is so stubborn. Even the treasure he refined is like this, forget it, forget it. Just break it. Within the strange tower, all kinds of voices were heard. They were all criticizing the great illusionary mirror. The great illusionary mirror was almost scolded. However, it did not dare to refute. It seemed to be very afraid of these mysterious beings. After a long time, when the people were getting impatient and shut their mouths, the great illusionary mirror stammered, I'll listen to you guys, okay? Go. The existence in the strange pagoda let out a loud roar. However, the great illusionary mirror was still a little unwilling. But I really don't want to be used as a weapon anymore. Humph, who said we have to work together as a weapon? There are plenty of ways to work together even if you don't want to be controlled by him. Someone in the strange tower said, haven't you always wanted to turn into a human? That's simple. Just go and acknowledge him as your master and ask him to guide you. Isn't that enough? Acknowledge him as my master? The great illusionary mirror was clearly taken aback for a moment before it said in disbelief, who would accept a mirror as a disciple? He, the existence in the strange tower laughed. You haven't seen the disciples he took in the past. After a full 10 minutes, the great illusionary mirror finally came out. It had already transformed into a chubby baby with short arms and legs. The great illusionary mirror on its back was like a turtle shell. It stumbled over to Fangxing and raised its head to look at him with its two little hands behind its back. Fangxing was sitting cross-legged in midair and turned to look at it. neither of them spoke. When their eyes met, sparks seemed to fly in the void. After a long time, the artifact spirit seemed to have made up its mind. It gritted its teeth and knelt down on one knee, cupping its chubby little hands. Disciple pays respect to master. Fangxing looked in the direction of the strange tower and nodded. Good boy. The artifact spirit was stunned for a moment before it raised its head to look at Fangxing. Fangxing did not pay attention to it at this moment. Instead, he raised his head to look at the strange tower. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "You seem to have a lot of things hidden in your hearts. When are you going to have an open and honest discussion? When you become an immortal?" Inside the strange tower, someone replied and then fell silent. "That's soon." Fangxing nodded noncommittally. He grabbed the artifact spirit by the neck and flew out of the spiritual realm. "What's the benefit of being your disciple?" The artifact spirit of the grand illusionary mirror asked cautiously as it knelt in front of Fangxing and dug its nose with its little finger. Fangxing was sitting on the steps. Behind him were more than 20 fat and burly disciples. All of them were clad in precious armor and looked ferocious. They formed a circle behind Fangxing and looked at the artifact spirit of the grand illusionary mirror with great vigor. Fangxing pointed behind him indifferently and said, "Do you see these senior brothers behind you? In the past, I planned to kill them and eat their meat. But then I had too many treasures and spiritual herbs. After feeding them, they all turned into big monsters." The fat disciples behind him trembled when they heard this and tried their best to put on a fierce expression. However, it was very obvious that under that ferocious appearance was a guilty conscience. They were not stupid after cultivating to become monsters. They knew why Fangxing had brought them into the starry sky. Fangxing did not hide it from them and clearly told them about their lives. Thinking about it carefully, these pigs were really lucky. They had been fed by a dragon and were taught by a great cultivator like Fangxing. From being fed to having their current cultivation, it was like a miracle. The grand illusionary mirror clearly understood this. It pondered for a moment and sighed. "I'm counting on you then." A smile appeared on Fangxing's face. He nodded and said, "Then tell me everything you need to tell me now. After all, I'm different from the others. Other artifact spirits were either refined by spirits or possessed by the spirits of their masters, but I'm different. I'm a true spirit born from an immortal treasure. At that time I was still in chaos and couldn't remember too many things. I only know that the originally peaceful great immortal realm was suddenly thrown into chaos. 13 immortal kings fought against each other, and my master was very unlucky. He was besieged by 2 other immortal kings and was seriously injured. He wanted to use the ancient dragon realm to escape back to Tianyuan, but he soon died from his injuries. I was the only one left. I took part of his inheritance, and with the remaining divine power, I bewitched a few small demons and his divine servants, escaped to this place, and built an immortal tomb for him." "Does the great immortal realm still exist?" Fangxing directly interrupted it and asked the question he was most concerned about. "Of course it exists." The grand illusionary mirror's answer was straightforward. After a moment of hesitation, it said, "But it's probably different from what you think." "What has it become?" "How would I know? I've been away from the immortal realm for more than 1,000 years. When I left, the remaining immortal kings were still fighting." The grand illusionary mirror's words confused Fangxing. When he was in Tianyuan, he knew that something must have gone wrong in the great immortal realm. Otherwise, the 9 coffins would not have come to Tianyuan, and the sky-sealing event would not have happened. The Lotus Girl, the goddess, and the other beings who had returned from the great immortal realm seemed to be waiting for something and plotting something. However, those problems were too profound for him to understand at his level, and no one would tell him. Until now, when he officially began to come into contact with these secrets from the grand illusionary mirror, he still had some doubts. What on earth would make those high and mighty immortal kings go on a killing spree, even at the cost of their lives? He could not understand. After all, cultivators cultivated longevity, and in the great immortal realm, longevity was not a difficult thing. It was said that those who became immortals could live forever as long as they did not encounter tribulations. The immortal kings had almost become the most powerful beings in the universe. Why would they give up a good time and fight to the death? How would I know why they were fighting? I'm just a magic treasure. Anyway, I only know that my master died an unjust death. How would I know why they were fighting? I'm just a magic treasure. Anyway, I only know that my master died an unjust death. He was an immortal who didn't care about worldly affairs. Even though he was the king of immortals, he rarely interfered with the progress of the great immortal realm. He was kind to others and had few enemies. However, such a person was also involved in the catastrophe and died after being besieged. Before he died, he sighed that the curse had descended again. No one could escape from this kind of catastrophe of the world, the curse from the unseen world, the great calamity of the world. The great illusionary mirror spoke in a childish voice, but what it said really shocked Feng Xing. Who could curse the immortals, who could bring the catastrophe to the great immortal realm? The last words of the great void immortal king were just too shocking. But when he asked the artifact spirit of the great illusionary mirror, the artifact spirit could not explain it. Even it did not understand these words. Alright, you will understand these questions when you enter the immortal realm. Let's ask something more practical. Feng Xing was silent for a long time. He looked at the great illusionary mirror with a serious expression. Is it still possible to become an immortal in the current immortal realm? Becoming an immortal is not as simple as you think, the artifact spirit of the great illusionary mirror laughed. Moreover, you have the chance to become an immortal yourself. Feng Xing was slightly taken aback. He gestured for it to continue. The great illusionary mirror chuckled. The immortal fate. Why are you asking me when you've already taken it? Do you think it's called the immortal fate for nothing? To put it bluntly, becoming an immortal is actually a way of breaking away from the will of heaven and earth and becoming a higher being. When a cultivator undergoes the 9 tribulations, he has to bear the test of the will of heaven and earth. After passing this test, he has the ability to break away from the will of heaven and earth. After breaking away from the will of heaven and earth, he still needs the recognition of the 33 immortal realms. Only with that recognition can he live freely in the great immortal realm forever. It paused for a moment and smiled. And the immortal fate can help you obtain that recognition. When Feng Xing heard this, he raised his eyebrows and blurted out, just like the breakthrough pill? End of chapter 1325. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.